Conundrum Audio presents The Ice Chasm by Nick Thacker, produced by Nick Thacker and Conundrum Publishing. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. For more awesome thrillers and amazing audiobooks, visit www.conundrumpublishing.com. Chapter 1. Monsieur Valère, the voice said through its computer-simulated vocal processor, testing of the array has reached 95% accuracy. Francis Valère looked up from his laptop and stared straight ahead into the blank TV monitor, mounted on the far wall across from his desk. There was nothing to look at, as Sarah's voice emanated from hundreds of tiny pinhole-sized speakers mounted in the walls surrounding him. The simulated artificial response array was the best of its kind, the only one of its kind, and it had the hardware advancements to match its futuristic software and firmware. Very good, Sarah. He nodded once, grimaced, and reached for a bottle of pills with the Frontier Pharmaceuticals logo at the corner of his desk. It was convenient that he worked in an office dominated by the presence of a massive pharmaceutical firm, but it was even more convenient that the company he worked for owned that pharmaceutical firm. Frontier Pharmaceuticals filled 12 of the floors in the office building, but Francis had reserved the top floor for himself. When he had bought the company and moved in years ago, the general contractor his company had hired asked him if he wanted to keep the designation 13 of this floor, or skip it and use 14 instead. The man had claimed that many hotel chains and corporate office developments chose to skip the unlucky number altogether, a practice that was now considered standard in the building and construction industry. The superstition of the number apparently ran strong throughout the American population, and though the building would be on Canadian land, it was a question the general contractor was in the habit of asking. Francis remembered ignoring the question, too busy for superstitions. Every day after that moment he had come into the same desk, on the same unlucky floor, in the same building, and every day he left, completely safe and unharmed. So much for superstitions. Francis believed in science, not religion or goofy superstitions. He loathed anyone beneath the intellectual capacity required to admit that science was the only true religion needed by man. It was the 21st century, and people were still praying to a ghost that lived in the clouds. He forced his mind back to the present, hoping Sarah would have correctly interpreted his nod by now. She had. When he nodded, he had alerted the computer program controlling the entire floor, including his own office, that he not only acknowledged the results she had delivered, but intended for her to initiate the final phase of testing. On the TV in front of him, a face materialized. "Monsieur," the man said, "I hope you are well. I'm assuming that your call indicates your desire to move forward with the final phase." Francis was a man of few words, and that aspect of his character extended to his business dealings. He rarely sent emails or initiated phone calls except when absolutely necessary. Today, of course, it was absolutely necessary. This project had been draining the company of money, time, and other resources for far too long. Their setbacks at Yellowstone National Park and in the Amazon rainforest 4 months earlier had been overcome, but were still felt deeply within the organization. Francis's own funding had been threatened more than once already, a fact that sent his chronic nervousness gyrating out of control when he thought of it, even though his control over the company had become, of late, nearly absolute. "Yes," Francis Valère said. "Sarah has just informed me that we are at 95% accuracy. The final phase shall begin immediately, but as is protocol, you are to initiate human trials as soon as possible." The man on the screen paused. Emilio Vasquez, a self-made billionaire currently residing in Puerto Rico, stared back at Valère. Francis knew the man had not misunderstood him. His accent was French-Canadian, though he had perfected his English-speaking abilities to the point where many people could not tell it was a secondary language for him. No, Vasquez was hesitating. "Mr. Vasquez, you do understand the expectations laid out by the company for the final stage?" "I do, of course. I'm sorry. We are at an important juncture with this project. Specifically, we are nearing the end of this project and the beginning of the next era for human life on Earth." "Of course, Francis. Please forgive my—" "I do not need to remind you that I am the director, and I have been charged with seeing this project to its completion. I must therefore ensure that at every step of the way, you are committed to that goal as well." Emilio Vasquez nodded on screen. Behind him, Francis could see palm trees swaying gently as they brushed at the sides of the man's estate, a sprawling mansion set on rolling hills that rose from the coast. Francis Valère had never been, but Sarah had compiled an impressive dossier on everyone who had invested in or had done business with the company, including Emilio Vasquez. Vasquez was an honest businessman who had made a few lucky investments in his younger years, eventually branching out to dabble in the gray area companies that had long intrigued him. After transferring the required $5 million investment to Francis Valeri's and the company's control, Valer had requested Mr. Vasquez as a personal advisor and consultant for this project. He had proven his value as a man knowledgeable with the inner workings of the technology industry, a key role that had been missing in Valer's project hierarchy. Both men stared at one another for another 30 seconds. Valeri knew that Sarah was busy sending the man in Puerto Rico terabytes of encrypted video files she had retrieved from the project's headquarters, and that these video clips were playing on the man's screen, each file trimmed to the most relevant section to provide a quick overview of test results. Valeri watched Emilio's eyes as they danced left to right on his television screen, consuming the content. "Well," Vasquez said, finally looking back at Valer, "if this preview is a relevant snapshot of current trials, I have to admit the results are better than expected." Valer finally opened the bottle of pills and grabbed two, using an index finger. He popped it into his mouth, impatiently awaiting the shakiness in his limbs to subside. "These results are exactly as I had expected." "Right. Well, I have work to do. Is there anything else you will need from me?" Francis Valer continued his steady gaze into the television screen. "Yes, Mr. Vasquez, there is one more thing." Vasquez raised an eyebrow. "I need you to hire a second security team and send them to Antarctica." Vasquez frowned, and his eyes darted to the left for a moment. "There is already a considerable security force stationed at... I am well aware of the quality of the security force we are currently employing there, but this final phase is the most crucial of all. Without these results, we have nothing. And with the events that have taken place over the last few months, it will be in our best interest to ensure the success of those results." Vasquez nodded again as if understanding. "There is much you do not understand, Vasquez. There is much you cannot understand." Sarah, ever present in the room, disconnected the call and checked in with her boss. "I am preparing a transcript now," she said. "Would you like for me to alert Antarctica about the additional security team?" Francis leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed as he waited for the pill to take effect. He shook his head. "No, we must keep communications to a minimum, and there is no reason to alert them. The new security team will be traveling with their own equipment and supplies, and there is plenty of room in the facility for additional guests." Sarah, reading the body language and nonverbal communication cues of her boss, did not audibly confirm the order. She simply disengaged her software link with the room, drifted back into the silent vortex of the innards of the faraway server room she was housed in, and began to work. Chapter 2. "Ben, this is getting ridiculous," Juliet Richardson said. She turned and stared at the large man standing next to her. "Jules, stop taking your eyes off the target." Harvey Bennett held her gaze, but he winked just before she turned away again to stare downrange. He watched her gently rest her index finger on the trigger, then looked behind him. The man standing behind both of them nodded once, not diverting his sunglasses-covered eyes from the lane at the outdoor shooting range. "Remember, don't anticipate the trigger pull. When you're ready to shoot, surprise yourself." Julie stood ramrod straight, the only sign she wasn't a statue the slight up-and-down motion of her shoulders as she breathed in and out. Ben waited, doing a poor job himself of trying not to anticipate the gunshot. He jumped when she fired the Sig Sauer. The three of them all squinted, trying to see where her shot had landed. It was a relatively small distance, the target Julie was aiming for only halfway between her and the back mound of the range. Still, it was a tough distance for a mere handgun, and Julie had hit the target almost dead center. "Well," Ben said, "I've got to hand it to you, Reggie. You're a fine teacher." "That mean you're going to listen to me without question from now on?" Ben just smiled at the large black man. "So, you're able to get a feel for our posture by standing back behind us like that?" Reggie lowered his sunglasses to the tip of his nose and looked out at Ben and Julie, scrunching up his face at the same time. "Sure, yeah, that's why I'm standing back here." Ben looked from Julie to Reggie, then back again. He turned and faced Reggie. "I like you, but don't make me knock you on your ass." Reggie threw his head back in a fit of laughter, his characteristic huge grin turning into a similarly huge chuckle. Julie had reached the end of her magazine and started disassembling the weapon and cleaning it, just like Reggie had trained them. Ben walked up to Reggie and pretended to throw a punch. At the last moment he stopped his arm, opened his hand, and gently tapped Reggie on the side of his face with his palm. "If that's how you're going to hit, it seems like we need to have some hand-to-hand combat training as well," Reggie said. "Come here, man, let's talk." He raised his voice so Julie could hear as well. "Head on over here to the table when you're done, Jules." Julie nodded, her back still to the men. Ben followed Reggie to the picnic table a few paces away and sat down. "Listen, Ben." Ben felt the change in the man's voice immediately. Reggie's eyes shifted, somehow becoming more intense. He had placed his sunglasses on the table in front of him, and his hands were now fiddling with an unspent round he had removed from a clip on the edge of the table. Julie joined them at the table just as Reggie began talking. "I didn't come here just to visit," Reggie said. "Your chili is awesome, and I'm glad we could get together, of course, but there's something else." Ben glanced over to Julie, who raised her eyebrows. "You guys already figured there was something going on, huh?" Reggie asked. Ben and Julie nodded. "It's not like a trip from Brazil to Alaska is just a weekend getaway thing," Julie said. "We're glad you came, but we had a hunch you were going to tell us something." Ben jumped in. "Did you find them?" Reggie shook his head. "No, unfortunately. They pretty much went radio silent after the Amazon incident, which any of us could have predicted. Most of the leads Joshua was following dried up or became dead ends, and he still can't get a hold of his father." Ben felt a pang of regret, the remembrance of his own father coming to the forefront of his mind, as he thought about his new friend Joshua Jefferson, and his struggle to get in contact with his father. Both men worked for a company Ben had been tracking for 6 months, and his search had taken him and Julie to the Amazon rainforest, where it had nearly ended in disaster. They had barely escaped with their lives after a harrowing journey into a remote section of one of the world's deadliest geographic areas. The secrets they'd discovered and the knowledge they gleaned from the trip were substantial, but the entire reason Ben had gone along had ended up a failure. The whole point of the risky journey was to bring to light the organization behind the deadly attacks at Yellowstone National Park less than a year earlier, and it had been a bust. He felt no closer to learning who was behind it all, and he knew the trail was growing colder with every passing day. "So what did you come all this way to tell us?" Ben asked. Reggie sighed, then looked around. The range was mostly empty, save for a few employees and a couple at the far end. He looked back at Ben and Julie, still messing with the sunglasses. "Do you remember Dr. Archibald Quinones?" he asked. Ben frowned, surprised. "Of course we do. How could we forget?" Archie Quinones had trekked with them through the jungle, his knowledge of the area's history and anthropology, as well as his go-getter attitude, a huge morale booster. "Right, yeah," Reggie said. "Well, do you remember his reaction when it was all over?" Julie jumped in. "He seemed reserved, I guess, like he was still taking it all in. And I'm sure he was. We all were." Ben thought for a moment, then added, "He seemed like he was thinking about... Wait, the inheritance." Reggie smiled. "Exactly. He mentioned an inheritance he had. I don't know much more than that, but he isn't prone to exaggeration, so I would imagine it's sizable. And he mentioned helping Amanda Marin fund her research." Dr. Marin's company had made significant strides in neurological research before and after the incident a few months ago, and when Draconis Industries had come into the picture, it had nearly derailed the research altogether. Instead, Dr. Marin was able to take her research and findings elsewhere and, thanks to the money provided by Archibald Quinones, start over. "I'm surprised she jumped back into things after..." Julie let the sentence die on the tip of her tongue, obviously not needing to finish it. "It took a little coaxing to get her back in the game," Reggie said. "And besides, half the money he gave her was spent on security and encryption for their cloud-based data sharing systems, whatever that means." Ben chuckled, then waited for Reggie to look him in the eye once again. "Seriously, Reggie, what's up? If it's got something to do with Archie's money and Amanda's research." Reggie nodded, then finished the sentence for him. "Then it has to have something to do with Draconis Industries." Ben waited and noticed Julie was sitting up a little straighter on the bench. "It does. It's the last lead we have, but it's a good one. I mentioned that we haven't found them yet, and that most of Joshua's leads have dried up, but not all of them. Something came up last week I think you should hear about." Chapter 3. Even without knowing exactly what Reggie was talking about, Ben was trying to put his thoughts in order. He had been chasing this company for half a year, but everything he'd done had ended in failure. Every time he showed up to search for the organization, people ended up dead. He had nearly given up altogether, but, surprisingly enough, Julie had kept him focused on the goal. After Brazil, she had urged him to file an official report with the Central Intelligence Agency. She had worked in the government sector for some time, helping the Centers for Disease Control establish their biological threat resistance team, then navigate the fallout after the Yellowstone situation ended poorly for the BTR group. She had taken a job at Ben's Park in Alaska doing IT support, but continued to help the CDC and other U.S. organizations on a contract basis. As she liked to say, when she wasn't being asked to be the public face of American crisis mitigation, she was doing actual work helping the U.S. government discover the next possible threat to American citizens. So she'd found an eager ear in the CIA, who had so far been unable to dig up anything useful on the organization that called themselves Draconis Industries. The group was organized into subsidiaries, including pharmaceutical companies, medical and technology research firms, and a plethora of other for-profit corporations in differing industries. Their common tie was in name only. Most of the smaller organizations used some form of the word dragon in different languages in their name. Drache Global, Dragomedichinsk, and Dragonstone were all companies they had researched. Each had turned up clean, the trail to the top of the parent organization littered with paper trails, fake bank accounts, and legal loopholes that made nailing down the actual leaders impossible. Ben had reluctantly agreed, and the meeting was arranged. He had worn a cheap suit picked out by Julie, but he'd refused to wear a tie. The man he met with was casual, wearing jeans and a tucked-in long-sleeve shirt, and asked a few questions about their trip to Brazil. Ben had answered everything honestly, albeit succinctly, and then left less than an hour later. At home, Julie interrogated him all over again, and he had just shrugged when she'd asked if he thought the CIA would be able to help with the investigation. In his opinion, the government was about as useless as a kidney stone. He loved the irony of working for a national park, as if he was living inside his own twisted joke. Reggie was staring back at Ben from across the table. The sound of helicopter rotors in the distance suddenly reached Ben's ears, helping him focus again on the man sitting with him and Julie. "Guys, there's someone I want you to meet." The helicopter wash grew in volume, and both Ben and Julie looked up to see a Bell helicopter traveling low, heading toward them. Ben raised his voice to counteract the noise. "Reggie, you're being very vague. If you expect me to get on a plane and travel God knows where to meet some..." Reggie held up a hand, and his smile grew even larger. "Good news, Ben. It's not a plane. At least not for this leg. See?" Ben followed Reggie's finger as the helicopter slowly circled the gun range, descending. Julie's mouth fell open. Ben's mouth closed, clenched tight. He forced words through the small gap between his lips. "Reggie, I hate flying. It doesn't matter what kind of aircraft it is." Reggie feigned, looking hurt. "Ben, I arranged this trip according to your exact specifications." Ben rolled his eyes as the helicopter found a decent landing pad a few hundred feet from the range's main building. They all watched as the chopper set down on the grass, disturbed dirt flying up and swirling around the aircraft. "Listen, both of you," Reggie continued. "I'm sorry for the short notice, but I didn't want to ruin our time together. I know we had dinner plans in town, but you're going to be very happy with the accommodations and food where we're going." Julie squinted, and Ben watched her expression, feeling the same way. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic. "You need to meet this man. He's insisted you both come down." Reggie stood up from the table, and Ben found himself following along against his better judgment. Julie grabbed Ben's hand and stood up as well, and all three began walking toward the chopper. "Reggie, where are we going?" Julie asked. "Your place in Brazil again?" Reggie had saved their lives in Brazil by hiding them out on his land, which included a shooting range, a survival camp, and his home. More accurately, a concrete bunker he called his home. They'd narrowly dodged an attack by sneaking into the jungle behind his property, but the explosions and shells had done a number on his buildings and land. "No, I'm still trying to sell that. Been somewhat of a nomad for the past few months. The range was fun, but didn't bring much in. I can teach survival and self-defense almost anywhere, so after the attack I thought it'd be easier to sell it as is than deal with trying to convince the insurance company I didn't have a war there. I got a nice settlement out of it all, so I took it and didn't press them for more. Actually, I'm thinking about moving back to the States. Somewhere cold would be a nice change of pace." He winked at Ben. "Yeah, you should build a fancy cabin next to ours," Ben said. "But like 10 miles away, or it defeats the purpose." They all laughed. Then Julie reverted the conversation back to the topic at hand. "Seriously, where are we going?" Reggie grinned and shrugged. "Ultimately, I have absolutely no idea, but this first phase, to meet Mr. E, we're going to Colorado." "Mr. E?" Ben asked. "Who is this, some sort of comic book superhero wannabe?" Reggie snorted a quick laugh. "That might actually be easier to swallow, but no, I believe it's just the first letter of his name. He doesn't have much of a sense of humor, and he's more of a paranoid freak than I am." And that's saying something, Ben thought. "So," Julie asked, "where does this Mr. E want to meet us in Colorado?" Reggie stopped short, taking Ben by surprise. He turned to face them, still 100 feet from the waiting helicopter. "Glad you asked," he said. "Have you ever been to the Broadmoor?" Chapter 4. Julie felt like a schoolgirl on her prom night, hanging onto the arm of the man she loved. She had plastered a massive grin on her face and, even though she knew she looked ridiculous, she refused to tone it down. She and Ben were dressed up. Ben in khakis and a silky Oxford shirt, and her in a gorgeous maroon fall dress she'd purchased from the Broadmoor gift shop after they'd landed at Colorado Springs International Airport. Ben had complained the entire time he was getting ready, but he'd stopped mid-sentence when she'd stepped out of the massive hotel bathroom wearing the backless dress, no shoes, and the earrings she'd sent him the link for that he'd purchased for her birthday. Julie hadn't considered that they might have to get dressed twice, but when they'd finally made it out to the bridge connecting the two sides of the lake on the hotel grounds, she was absolutely giddy. "Ben, this place is amazing." Ben just shrugged, but she stopped and looked up at him until he burst out laughing. "Yeah, it's all right, I guess," he said. They walked across the bridge and stopped at one of the benches along the railing. She took out her phone from the clutch she was carrying, which happened to perfectly match the dress, and snapped a few selfies. The Broadmoor was bathed in the gentle glow of thousands of light bulbs strung up in trees, and the period-piece streetlights dotting the walkways around the grounds. Couples and families quietly strode about, heading to or from dinner, or one of the numerous bars and entertainment venues the resort offered. After the best Italian cuisine Julie had ever had, prosciutto flown in daily from Parma, Italy, among many other chefs' specialties, in the restaurant on the west side of the lake, they were supposed to meet up with Reggie in one of the ballrooms in the classic East Wing. Julie knew Ben wanted to make Reggie wait so they could go back to the room and change clothes once more, but Julie was dead set on making the appointment. The banquet hall matched the elaborate old-world decor of the rest of the campus, and it was difficult for Julie to focus on the attendees in the room when they entered. High archways split the room into smaller sections, and each arch was lit by hand-decorated sconces that cast a gentle, even yellow on the ornate trim and crown molding. The picturesque archways pulled her eyes upward to the ceiling, another carefully crafted design feature of the room. Small recessed can lights provided to the rest of the room what the evening moonlight streaming in from one wall could not. Behind a massive wall of glass, an indoor water fountain just outside the room in the main lobby provided the backdrop to a gorgeous scene. "Jules," Ben said, calling for her attention. She snapped back to the moment and realized that everyone in the room was staring at her. Reggie was there, smiling of course, seated alongside Joshua Jefferson, the man who had chased them through the Amazon until he'd been betrayed by his own men, his company, and, perhaps, his own father. Joshua sat straight up in the chair, his arms resting on the table, looking stoic. His dusty brown hair and boyish face hid a hardness that Julie had experienced firsthand, as well as a cunning that had saved their lives more than once. Across from Joshua, standing next to where Reggie was sitting, was the largest woman Julie had ever seen. Julie thought she would have looked more at home standing in the Amazon rainforest. Her hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail, and it nearly gave Julie a headache just looking at it. Her eyes were the same color as her dark brown hair, and they had the slightest hint of age lines curling downward next to them. She wore a light-hearted, airy expression that almost perfectly opposed Joshua's, but her arms, thick and beefy with muscle, were crossed in front of her chest. Reggie jumped up when they arrived near the table. "Ben, Julie, I'd like to introduce you to Mrs. E." He flicked his gaze from one side to the other, waiting for all three to shake hands. "She's here on behalf of her husband, Mr. E." Julie watched Ben's face and tried not to laugh. They'd already shared with each other their versions of what the enigmatic and paranoid Mr. E might be like, but each portrayal had just ended up devolving into a hilarious charade of acting out their favorite movie villains. To see the Mrs. E in the flesh didn't make it any easier to keep a straight face. The woman standing nearby was like a real-life Wonder Woman. Julie even thought she could see veins popping on her sinewy arms. Julie's eyes fell to the floor at a last attempt to keep her sanity. "Please, have a seat," Reggie said, motioning to two empty chairs at the table. Ben waited for Julie, pulled her chair out for her, then sat down next to her. Mrs. E remained standing. She walked over to a TV on a rolling cart that waited at the edge of the room, and pulled it over closer to the table. Up to now she hadn't spoken a word, so Julie was surprised at the low-pitched voice and slightly exotic accent from the woman standing in front of her. "Please forgive my husband for his unwillingness to travel. He prefers a more exclusive arrangement." Nods all around, and Mrs. E continued. "My name is Mrs. E, my husband Mr. E, and I are the sole owners of a large multinational communication corporation. We have interests in many sectors, but our most lucrative enterprise is currently in the technological sector." Julie glanced at Ben, but couldn't read his face. "Does this make sense to you?" she wondered. "Mr. E has been waiting for your arrival. Please allow my husband to explain further." Mrs. E stepped away from the front of the table and paused, as if waiting for applause. Finally, she sat down next to Reggie. The TV flickered to life. "Hello," a man said. His voice sounded as lifeless as the box it was emanating from, and he sounded like he was reading a script. "As my wife said, my name is Mr. E. It is a pleasure to meet you." Another pause, this one far too long. Was that a joke? Julie wondered. She frowned. "Thank you for traveling here to meet. I hope you find the accommodations to your taste. The Broadmoor has been a favorite of ours for many years. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask the staff." The man speaking to them looked to be twice the age of Mrs. E., but he didn't necessarily look old. He sported more wrinkles, short-cropped gray hair, and a style of clothing that looked like it might fit better in the Middle Ages than in modern society. He blinked too much, giving him the appearance of being unsure, shaky. "I have asked for your presence here today because I need your help. As my wife explained, we own a large telecommunications company and many smaller subsidiaries, including startups and mid-sized communications organizations. We have been following your recent excursions in Brazil, and I have read up on the Yellowstone incident as well. I know you are tracking a company that calls themselves Draconis Industries, and I believe I can help locate them." Reggie looked at Julie, then at Ben. She couldn't read his face, but it seemed to be a mix of, "I told you so," and "here we go again." Mr. E continued his monologue. "I have been personally invested in finding the company's backers and leadership as well, and have employed some of my best minds to track them down." He opened his mouth to start again, but Ben jerked his head sideways. "Yeah? What's in it for you?" he said under his breath toward Julie, Joshua, and Reggie. The man on screen stopped and cleared his throat. Mrs. E explained. "This is a digital recorder and one-way cellular device," she said, poking at a small rectangular object on the table in front of them. "You can hear my husband's voice, and he can hear yours." Ben's eyebrows raised as Mr. E answered his question. "My company intercepted communication 2 days ago that we believe originated from Draconis Industries. The reason I care, to answer your question, is that they have been hijacking my communications technology and encrypting their messages. It should not come as a surprise to you that they are using my company's services without paying for them." "What do you mean they're using your technology?" Joshua asked. The man shook his head quickly, clearly not wanting to be interrupted. "What I mean is that they are using my satellite." "Your company owns a satellite?" Julie asked. "No," Mrs. E said. "We own a satellite. We have been contracted to provide communications, including telephone and internet access, for the entire establishment of U.S.-based Antarctic research stations." Julie's eyes widened. "How much money do these guys have?" "We purchased the satellite from Lockheed Martin years ago, but have continued the same relationship with the U.S. research stations, specifically the Amundsen, Scott, and McMurdo stations." Reggie blew a breath of air out of his mouth. "You think Draconis Industries is on Antarctica?" Chapter 5. No one spoke for a few seconds. Finally, Mr. E turned slightly, still looking at the camera. "I know they are on Antarctica. We have the origination point of the primary signal, and it is coming from McMurdo Station." "So you're telling us you think Draconis Industries is headquartered inside a United States research base?" Ben asked. "Not exactly," Mrs. E said. "We believe they are using the station's already existing network to send and receive encrypted signals from our satellite, but the station itself does not know about it. We are still searching for a source, as we suspect that even though McMurdo seems to be the origination and termination point, there is another route the signal is passed to once it reaches the continent." "Yes," Mr. E continued. "We began looking at the transportation records as well, which would be more difficult to fake. After all, if someone is down there using our satellite to communicate, they would need basic necessities, fuel, food, etc." "And did you find anything?" Julie asked. "We did. The McMurdo South Pole Highway from McMurdo to Amundsen Scott carries caravans of equipment, supplies, oil, and anything else needed from one U.S.-operated base to the other. But some of these caravans over the time we've been watching have gone missing. They don't appear on the receiving log, and the only record of them is in McMurdo's encrypted logs of dispatched traffic." "Hold on a second," Reggie said. "There's a highway in Antarctica?" "There is. It was finished in 2006, and it's essentially a flattened strip of snow that carries transport vehicles 1,000 miles to the South Pole and back. Anyway, these caravans are not easy to lose. The vehicles are usually self-driven, following a predetermined route and GPS coordinates. There would just need to be someone on the ground at McMurdo altering records. to allow a few of them to be redirected. Who would alter the records? These are scientists we're talking about, right? Actually, no. Most of the personnel at these stations are support crew, not scientists and associated field professionals. They aren't paid at nearly that level, which makes them the sort of people who could be bought off easily. It wouldn't take much money at all to order someone to reroute some self-driving vehicles to another destination, especially if that caravan returned to McMurdo empty, right on schedule. There aren't a lot of people needed in that whole arrangement, and it would allow for an almost limitless supply of stuff. Furthermore, the U.S. shrinkage policy for Antarctic bases includes a massive amount of wiggle room. There's a built-in expectation that some of the equipment will go unaccounted for, and even if there wasn't, someone who's got some experience with supply chain logistics, or just a decent computer program, could put together a believable stream of transportation hiccups. Reggie pinched the crown of his nose. Okay, fine. But you mentioned a few people helping them out on the McMurdo side, but there would be a lot more, just to build this secret base. And there would have to be a way to get them onto the continent. Mr. E started nodding even before Reggie finished the question. Yes, and the Hercules LC-130 flies there regularly and can land on skis. Get someone in the right ATC job to forget to record the takeoff, and you've got a free plane full of supplies and personnel that can land anywhere that's flat and covered in snow. And there are plenty of flat places covered in snow in Antarctica. And how do you know it's Draconis doing all of this? Ben asked. Mrs. E turned to address Ben's question. The communication we found originating from there was using the name Dragonstone. And Dragonstone seems to fit the requirements for your enigmatic company, Mr. E added, mysterious, interested in keeping themselves out of sight, and has a name related to the word dragon. Ben had to agree. The company, if it was in fact named Dragonstone, sounded like the sort of organization he'd been chasing. It's them, Joshua said. Even the man on the television screen seemed to turn to look at Joshua. My father spoke of work they were pushing in Antarctica. They had a subsidiary there focused on establishing a working relationship with numerous U.S. and European stations on the continent. I wasn't aware of the details, but it seems like they may have bypassed the working relationships with other stations altogether. I have no idea what it is they're doing down there, but I have no doubt it's the same company. So what do you need from us? Reggie asked Mr. E. We need you to go see what they're building, he said. Chapter 6. I know all about what going to see entails, Reggie said, and I'm not sure I'm interested. Reggie wore a half smile on his face, one side of his mouth curled slightly upward, giving the impression that he was confident yet concerned. He watched Mr. E's reaction on the screen as the man listened to Reggie's response. Rather than addressing Reggie's hesitation, he waited even longer. Ben caught Reggie's eye, and he stared at his friend at the table. Okay, Reggie said, fine, I'm interested, but that doesn't mean I'm going, and I'm speaking for all of us here. He looked at the television screen. If you would have told me this before I flew to Alaska to grab the lovebirds, I'd have just skipped the trip and told you to find someone else. Besides, why not send someone else? I mean, no offense, guys. We can't be the best you've got. You're not, Mr. E said without skipping a beat. I'm sending a private security force, 8 well-trained, very well-equipped soldiers down there too. We've been scanning an area 100 miles from McMurdo after an electrical spike caught our attention there. And we suspect that there are other parties that might be interested in whatever's out there. We assume any threats to be hostile, so it is in our best interest to have a contingency plan in case things get hot. But I need more than just soldiers. I need specialists. And I can't just start asking around my own network. It's hard to find anyone in the real world who actually believes this organization exists, so if I start trying to persuade people to go on a wild goose chase to the South Pole, my reputation goes downhill fast. So you're it. You're not familiar with the geography, but one of my men is, and he'll brief you as needed. I need something from each of you, though. Reggie waited for him to explain. Juliet, you're an IT and communications pro. You're going to need to figure out why and how they're using so much data, and then you're going to try to stop them. I can't imagine they're doing anything legal with it, and even if they are, I'm not being paid for it. Joshua, you will lead this group. You'll split your duties with Red, but you'll be in charge of the operation once your wheel's up. We won't have a way to communicate reliably, so I'm leaving the on-the-ground decisions to you. Ben frowned. Who's Red? He looked around the group and his eyes landed on Reggie, who was grinning from ear to ear. I'd hoped to break the news to them myself, E. Mr. E didn't even acknowledge Reggie as he answered, as if reading from a script. Red, Gareth. Gareth Red is ex-Special Forces Army. Yeah, we got it, Reggie said. They know my history. He turned to the group. They called me Red G a few times and Reggie stuck. Sorry, just easier to call me Reggie. Julie rolled her eyes, and Ben and Joshua shook their heads. Anyway, Mr. E said, still oblivious to the humor, my wife will also be joining you, and she is every bit as capable as she looks. Expert in Krav Maga and Russian Sistema, and she knows her way around a weapon. Doesn't matter what kind. Ben waited, knowing Mr. E would address him next. Harvey, Mr. E began, though the others around the table and my own team provide the bulk of the required skill sets, this is your fight. If Juliet decides to accept the arrangement, I expect you will be inclined to come along, and I can't convince you to stay behind. But you have resilience and grit, and that's something I can't buy. Do whatever the group needs, and help Julie get it done. Reggie nodded as he watched Ben's reaction. Better than go back home and be a park ranger, he thought. Ben sat back in the chair, sniffed in a deep inhalation, crossed his arms, then nodded. Chapter 7. This is not going to work, he thought. It never works. He ran the subroutine once again, took a sip of coffee, and waited the 2 minutes for the compiled code to finish. It didn't work. Jonathan Coulson sighed, pushing the glasses back up on his nose. His shirt was wrinkled, having been pressed tightly between his ever-expanding stomach and the desk for the better part of a day. The desk was one of the new standing desks that were all the rage for some of the younger employees on the upper levels, who swore they helped them lose weight and stay fit. Coulson was still slightly overweight in all the wrong places. Shirtless, he looked like a pear, growing wide quickly at the waist, then narrowing out at the shoulders. With a shirt on, he looked like a grown-up nerd, glasses constantly sliding down his face and the barely tucked-in Oxford baggy enough to satisfactorily hide his fruit-shaped body and, apparently, himself when in the presence of the opposite sex. He had been working on the problem for a week, and nothing he tried had led anywhere. The subroutine was one of many, all pieces of a much, much larger network of subroutines and computer programs, all fired contextually and dynamically when requested. In some ways, the program itself was no different than a modern-day video game. The user interfaced with the program and selected from a series of variables that led to different outcomes. Some games took this to a complex level, adding in a choose-your-own-adventure flair that made the game more organic, alive. For him, games followed a story arc. They had a defined beginning, middle, and end, and it was usually clear where in the story he was. Some games took the player down unforeseen turns, leading to dead ends or serendipitous discoveries, while others were as straightforward as kill the bad guys until the big bad guy at the end is dead. Jonathan Coulson had grown up playing video games, so the analogy was apt, but it eventually fell short. At a certain point, his subroutines had grown to a size large enough to dwarf the entire code library of the most complex video game, and still these smaller programs were intended to be a subset of the whole. The whole, in this case, was something vague, ethereal, and not understood by anyone he'd ever talked to. There were a few other programmers at the station, but he was the team lead for a small library of subroutines that were involved with the processing of what could only be described as the world's largest computer program. Hundreds of outsourced programmers and developers, even designers, he was told, had been tapped to script creative solutions to the problems the company had hired them for. Jonathan's job, when he wasn't busy fixing bugs, was culling through this database of scripts and pulling out the promising ones. He reached over to the cup of cold coffee sitting on the edge of the desk without looking up from the screen. His fingers brushed the cup, knocking it off the edge and onto the floor. The smooth, hard floor promptly turned the styrofoam cup of cold liquid into an empty cup of liquid, sending the coffee outward and onto 2 neighboring desks. He cursed, stood up, and walked away from his desk to find a support services team member. The company had instructed its employees to focus on their own skill sets. No senior leadership should be weighted down with management-level human resources decisions, no salaried employee should take security matters into their own hands, and, in Jonathan's case, no programmers should clean up their own coffee spills. Coulson swerved over to the closest intercom stand and picked up the phone. It was an archaic communications piece, a phone so old he was surprised he didn't have to turn a dial to call a number. The computerized operator at the other end answered immediately. Yes, this is Jonathan Colt. Sorry, employee 739. I need to clean up on level 7, main floor. Yes. He hung up the phone, turned to the open doorway across from the intercom that led to the break room, and lifted his foot to take a step. Coulson. The voice seemed to reach his ears at the same time his subconscious mind interpreted the speaker, translated the electronic signal, parsed the language into understandable speech patterns, and delivered the result, a single word, to the section of his brain dedicated to speech recognition. Good Lord, the human brain is complex, he thought. He turned to see his direct boss, Angela Stokes, bearing down on him. She must have been following him from the moment he had left his desk. Her office was in the far corner of the massive floor near the narrow staircase that led up and down to the other levels. She was moving quickly, not an unusual thing, as her demeanor was typically get it done, no matter the expense. He wasn't clear of her motivation now, but he'd seen her steamroll others in the department plenty of times. He actually took a step backwards, involuntarily reacting to her pace. He didn't know if she would really bump into him or not, but his body seemed to not want to take the chance. She stopped just short of making contact with him, still leaning forward as her upper body continued moving. She was what he and his co-workers liked to call a close talker. Someone completely oblivious to the unspoken rule of personal space. Her breath was often a mix of coffee, peppermint gum, and whatever she'd recently eaten. It wasn't strong enough to incite negative reactions under normal circumstances, but when engaging in close talking, it was impossible to ignore the scent. Spaghetti today, I think, he thought, as she leaned her mouth closer to his face. For someone shorter than the rest of her employees, Coulson was always amazed at her ability to still talk down to them. "Coulson," she started again, "did you hear me?" "Sorry, what's up?" She clenched her teeth open and closed a few times while looking up and then down at the ground, the physical manifestation of a thought process churning to completion. "Well, for one, you're late. I needed that subroutine completed." "The subroutine is throwing parse errors," he said. "I told you it would. I told engineering it would, and—" "I don't care about parse errors," she spat back. "I need this program completed. The whole thing. By the end of the week. By the end of— Are you serious? I can't even guarantee the subroutine's success by the end of the week, and you need the entire program finished then?" She nodded. He frowned. She rarely missed an opportunity to fill dead space with talking, so her sudden silence threw him off guard. "What?" She cocked her head sideways. "Stokes, what's going on?" Coulson had been hired a few years before Stokes, but he'd moved up through the ranks much slower than she had. An MBA went further in the real world than actual experience, it seemed, and we are only promoted to our level of incompetence. He had been in the corporate rat race to know that he wouldn't be moving up much higher at this organization, as different as it may be from any other place he'd been. He and Stokes had a decent working relationship, which was about the best anyone could say about their relationship with their boss. Angela was a middle management drone, matching outputs to their inputs and then feeding the inputs with more resources, all with the hope of squeezing out even more outputs. Coulson mostly enjoyed the work he did, and Stokes seemed to trust him, so they often discussed business-related matters that were typically above his pay grade. "Something," she finally said, "but I don't know what. There's been talk. Not sure how much is need to know only, but from what I can gather, the higher-ups are interested in rolling out by the end of the month." 3 weeks? They want this ready for testing in 3 weeks? "No," she replied. "They want to have a fully operational system in 3 weeks. That means a reduced testing schedule, and testing needs to begin within a week and a half." Jonathan let out a quick clip of air. "You've got to be kidding me, Stokes." "I wish I was. My ass is on the line with this one too, Coulson. Still, I have to wonder why. Have you made much progress?" He shook his head. "No, I don't think so." "You don't think so? Christ, Coulson, if you don't know, then— What I'm trying to say is that we're still too far away from even having a reliable set of test variables. The results are skewed until I can isolate the causation nodes and— Coulson, I'm your boss because you know more about this stuff than I do. I have no idea what you're saying to me right now." He grinned, unable to help himself. "Yeah, so what I'm saying is that we're so far away from locking in this subroutine I can't even fully test the test." She frowned, flicking her eyes up and down as if checking him out. He knew it was her tic, something she did involuntarily when she was deep in thought. "Okay," she said. "Okay, fine, it has to be somewhere, maybe." "What has to be here?" "Oh." She looked up at Coulson again, with an expression that seemed to imply she hadn't known he was even in the room for the past 5 minutes. "I mean, why they're moving forward if we're really this far away from completion. There has to be some reason they think it's wise to move on with the testing phase, especially on an accelerated schedule. You think there's anything happening on the other levels that would make them want to speed up?" Again, he shook his head. "No, I hate to sound self-serving, but 7's the final stop before it all goes live. And it's crucial we get our subroutines in place. Without them, there's no net, no interconnectivity, no dynamic link." "Got it, Coulson. Without us, they've got nothing." He nodded. "Pretty much." They both turned to watch as the slow-moving industrial elevator door opened and a lone janitor with a mop bucket slid onto the level 7 floor. The older man found the spill next to Coulson's desk and started toward it. "Okay," Angela said as she turned back to face Coulson. "Get back to work, but let me know as soon as you're ready." Got it. He started to walk away, bending in a wide arc around his boss, but she reached out with an impossibly long arm and grabbed his elbow. Coulson. He turned and waited. If you hear anything else, my door's open. Chapter 8. So you're in? Reggie asked. He looked at Ben, watching the man's eyes drill holes through him. Ben repeated the reaction he'd had in the ballroom, taking a deep breath, nodding, and crossing his arms. They had all moved from the Broadmoor ballroom to the hotel bar across the hall, and Reggie had corralled them all around a large table outside on the patio, just next to a massive outdoor fireplace overlooking the small lake. I saw you do that in there, Reggie said, but I can't tell what it means. You in? If Julie's in, I'm in, Ben said. Julie's eyes widened slightly. Of course I want to figure this out once and for all, she said. But Antarctica? It's insane. Mrs. E, Reggie, and Ben were all smoking cigars they had purchased at an unbelievable markup from the hotel bar's cigar menu. Ben and Reggie were swirling a local bourbon, Joshua had a water with lemon, and Julie and Mrs. E each had a few empty glasses of what had been cocktails in front of them. It's certainly not what I'd choose for a vacation, Reggie said. But this is it. You heard him. He motioned to Mrs. E across the table from him. They found them, Julie. The group you've been searching for since Yellow. They're in Antarctica, Joshua said, interrupting. But that doesn't mean we're going to be able to stop them. This group is better funded than most governments, and also, unlike most governments, they're not big into debt. If they want something, they pay for it, with cash. So what? Reggie said. We've all been hunting for them with nothing but dead bodies and lost opportunities to show for it, and these guys just show up and fall into our laps? Joshua frowned, picked up his drink and stirred it with its straw, as if it was something other than lemon-flavored water. I'm still not sure how they found you, Reggie, or Red, or whatever he said your name is. Reggie smiled. I explained it to Ben and Julie on the way here. They were looking for someone outside of the States to help with the project. I had the unique background of having military experience, knowing you all, and sharing a strong desire to find these crooks. Still, Joshua said, turning to Mrs. E seated next to him, you two just happened to find Reggie, ask him if he'd recruit a team for you, and then send us all to a frozen wasteland? It doesn't add up. Up to this point, Mrs. E hadn't spoken a word, instead taking in the conversation and watching, carefully, each team member's face as they spoke. She seemed particularly interested in Joshua, and she now expressed this in words. Joshua Jefferson, you are a nut. A hard one. Her accent seemed to thicken now that she'd had some beverages, and Reggie's smile turned into one of confused interest. Do you mean hard nut to crack? He asked. Yes, thank you, she said. Jefferson, you seem to carry with you the burden of additional responsibility, one you should not concern yourself with. What are you talking about? He asked. You are to lead this team, but that is all. We have identified the necessary equipment and intend to fully outfit the expedition. In fact, arrangements are being made as we speak. Aside from that, there is nothing to concern yourself with. Well, that's part of the reason I'm hesitant. I wasn't allowed to choose my own team working for Draconis. I was forced to lead a group of mercenaries hand-picked by the higher-ups. And this was bad? She asked. Very bad, he said. I don't know who's loyal, who's vying for my job, and who's just untrustworthy enough to get us all killed. This team is exactly the same, he said. I didn't pick it, but you want me to lead it? You hadn't even met me before tonight. Hell, your husband still hasn't met me in person. How do you know I'm the right guy for the job? Mrs. E's voice dropped to a lower tone. We are not sure of a lot of things, Joshua, but we are sure of one. You are right man for this job, as are the rest of you. The unique set of skills you have, as well as your knowledge of the situation and willingness to find this group at all costs, makes you a perfect team. A waiter appeared and refilled water glasses, placed more drink orders, and removed used glassware from the table before anyone spoke again. Okay, fine, Joshua said. Then why are you doing this? I know you're not spending this much on a trip to Antarctica just to get some unpaid royalties you're owed. What's really in it for you? Reggie heard Joshua ask the question, one he'd been wondering about himself, but his eyes were fixed on Mrs. E. He knew her response to this would tell him volumes about the man and woman who now wished to be their benefactors. He wasn't quite ready to fully trust either of them, but her answer would go a long way. Her eyes flicked quickly to the side, then locked on Joshua's. That is a perfect question, Mr. Jefferson. You are correct in assuming we have left something out. Please, however, do not take our exclusion of facts as hostility. On the contrary, we needed to ensure you were not immediately put off by our offer. The fact that you are all still here, around this table. Technically, you haven't given us an offer yet, Ben said. Yes, of course, we will get to that, but it is important to discuss the answer to Joshua's question first. She cleared her throat, downed the remainder of her cocktail, and leaned forward in her chair. My husband and I own a communications company. This you already know. We have invested in startups and other businesses, and many of these are working toward building nothing more than newer versions of the same technology. Still, many of them are attempting, either knowingly or not, to acquire the holy grail of tech. It's an interest many tech investors are pursuing, and it's how we've come to follow this mysterious company's dealings as much as possible. The holy grail? Julie asked. Let me guess. Perpetual energy? No. Perpetual energy is still considered impossible according to most branches of physics. What we are referring to is much simpler, and yet something we haven't seen. Artificial intelligence. Joshua frowned. But we do have artificial intelligence. AI, right? We have weak artificial intelligence. That is, we have computer programs that can perform tasks and subroutines that are considered below the general human intelligence level. They may be faster parallel processors than the human brain, but they are still weak. The true holy grail of the technology industry is strong AI, an artificial intelligence smart enough to compete with a human on just about any intelligence test. Reggie pinched the top of his nose. And you think they're on to something. Draconis Industries in Antarctica, and artificial intelligence. We do. By watching the types of communication information they have requested, even without being able to fully decrypt the data, we believe they have built a supercomputer strong enough to support an artificial intelligence machine. So they're building Skynet down there, Joshua said. Great. Mrs. E held up a hand. Before we get too carried away with American science fiction culture, understand that this artificial intelligence machine could be something as simple as an extremely fast network of parallel processors built on an isolated grid. Still, giving a corporation that much computing power without regulation or restriction. Why isolated? Julie asked. All eyes turned to her. Excuse me? Why did you say isolated grid? There's a reason you're hoping it's isolated, isn't there? Mrs. E smiled. Yes, and this is a perfect example of why we've decided that having you with us is a major asset. What are you two talking about now? Reggie asked. Julie explained. Isolated implies that this AI, whatever it is, can't get out. It's built on an intranet setup with no outside connectivity, so it's locked to the facility's mainframe, just like a caged animal at a zoo. But they do have connectivity, Ben said. They're using McMurdo's satellite connection for that. Yes, they are connected to the outside world, Mrs. E said. Her eyes drifted away for a moment, a fact Reggie noticed immediately. He filed the information away. And that is exactly why we need to get to Antarctica as soon as possible. I'm sorry, Joshua said. I'm not yet understanding your haste. How close do you think they are to figuring out this artificial intelligence thing? We have reason to believe they have already finished it. Why they are sitting on it and not using it for whatever purposes they intend, we do not know. But from what we have been able to decrypt and understand, it is clear that they have made astounding progress just in the last few weeks. Chapter 9. For a man who hated flying, Ben had been doing an awful lot of it lately. He and Julie had flown to Brazil in search of Draconis Industries, and they were now preparing to fly to one of the most remote locations on the globe. He wasn't sure if he was excited, terrified, nervous, or something else entirely. Julie didn't seem to be faring any better, and it was all he could do to not complain to her during the days-long journey to New Zealand and, eventually, to Antarctica. The endless expanse of ocean had stared up at him as the plane continued southward, leaving an unsettling feeling in the pit of his stomach and reminding him just how small he really was. They'd chosen a route that would take them over as little land as possible, opting for a path over open water. From Colorado, they'd flown to California, then Hawaii, then began their journey south on a private jet contracted by Mr. E and his wife. In New Zealand, they switched planes once again to the massive C-130 that would take them to Antarctica. They'd met the rest of their crew on board the C-130. Packed into 2 rows of chairs with barely a seatbelt, Ben and Julie found themselves staring directly into the cold eyes of the hardened soldier sitting across from them. Simply introducing himself as Kyle, the man offered little in the way of small talk or pleasantries, choosing instead to occupy the time before takeoff checking his phone and texting. "All right," Ben heard a voice yell out from the far side of the 2 benches. "Listen up. Lot to cover, so pay attention. My name is Roger Hendricks, and I'm the man who's going to get you to Antarctica. Ben swiveled his sore, travel-logged head to the right to see the man talking. He was tall, stretching up into the equipment hanging from the plane's rafters, and lean, muscular, but covered with layers of dark clothing. His face was completely devoid of emotion as he spoke. As you all know, we are on a mission to identify and eliminate any possible threat that may exist to Mr. E's business, including the retrieval of sensitive data and communications technology. Ben looked at Mrs. E, sitting on the bench across from him next to the soldier named Kyle. To his credit, the antisocial young man was now intently focused on Hendricks. Ben waited for Mrs. E to look his way, and he tried to read her expression. She simply smiled, nodded once, then looked down the fuselage toward Hendricks once again. This data is, according to our benefactor, something of great value to his organization and potentially harmful if in the wrong hands. And it goes without saying that he considers the current holder of this information the wrong hands. Therefore, our mission once we land on the continent is to find these people, assess the situation to the best of our ability, and ensure any sensitive data or information found is gathered and returned to Mr. E. Hendricks waited for questions for a moment, then continued. He turned slightly to his left and addressed Ben, Julie, Reggie, and Joshua. You may have also noticed my team of soldiers sitting across from you. These men are exceptionally trained soldiers from different backgrounds employed by Mr. E as further insurance of his assets. They are loyal to me and will take orders from myself and, as soon as we land, Mr. Jefferson. Joshua flicked his head up and toward Hendricks, but Hendricks held up a hand before Joshua could speak. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Jefferson, and while your expertise is beneficial, my men will perform best under trusted leadership. Because of your history with the organization we're searching for, your authority will stand when it comes to overall mission parameters. But for specific engagement protocol, I'm just the figurehead, is what you're saying, Joshua said. Hendricks shook his head. See, I want to get off on the right foot, Mr. Jefferson. I understand that Mr. E intended for you to be overseeing the entire mission, but there needs to be some amendments to that arrangement. When it comes to... Ben saw Joshua clenching and unclenching his fists. That's unacceptable, Hendricks, Joshua said. You and I both know that plan is doomed to failure. Let me run the mission and stand down, or... Or what, Jefferson? Hendricks lost his respectful tone and his voice dropped to a growl. He stretched upwards to an even taller height. He took a deep breath. Listen, Jefferson, he started. You think that because your ass is barely dried off from your escapade in the swamp that you've got something on me, but you don't. I've had guys working under me for longer than you've been alive, and if I remember correctly, your own men didn't seem too keen on serving under you, did they? Ben saw Joshua seething. He was beyond pissed himself and wondered how Joshua could keep his cool so well. So, excuse me if I'm a little hesitant to put my undying trust in you, kid, Hendricks said. Now, I didn't want to have to do this in front of the others, but you just wouldn't drop it. He shifted his cold, menacing eyes upward toward the opposite end of the bench. Mrs. E, would you care to jump in? Mrs. E looked from one man to the other, and Ben could feel the tension in the air continuing to ratchet up. Joshua, she said, her voice taking on the demeanor of a concerned parent. I apologize for any confusion. My husband and I were aware of your concern regarding the selection of personnel for this mission, but we didn't want to lose you as a member of this team. You decided to lie to me? You thought I'd just sit here and take it? You can't be serious. Joshua, there's nothing we can do at this point. Hendricks is a fine leader with years of experience, and your contribution to the team is still needed. As he said, you have a knowledge of the company that will be a major asset to us. Please understand that we respect your opinion, but we have already decided to allow Hendricks to control the movement of his own men. Joshua shook his head, and Ben watched his face glow red. This isn't going to work then, he said. I'm not... Before he could finish the sentence, Ben felt the rumbling of the plane as it lurched forward on the runway. We're taking off, he thought. He watched Joshua's reaction. The man was seething, unmoving on the bench as the plane picked up speed. Hendricks had grasped a vinyl loop handle that hung down from the rafters and was swaying back and forth as the plane took off. Ben watched the man as the plane ride jolted them around in their seats, impressed at Hendricks' ability to hold on. While we're taking off, he yelled, I might as well keep going. He cast a downward glance at Joshua, who was now staring straight ahead as Hendricks spoke. There are bags of equipment hanging over your heads and stacked against the mesh next to me, he said. Some of the equipment is for our survival and relative comfort. The clothing we'll need, basic toiletry kits, and personal sub-zero survival kits. Each pack has a sidearm, unloaded, and enough ammunition to get you through an impressive firefight. We don't expect much in the way of security, considering our destination, but we want to be prepared for additional search teams that might have been sent after the electrical flare was discovered. My men and I are each carrying the same sidearm, but we are also bringing some heavier firepower. We'll have some C4 to get us into anything we're not supposed to get into, and assault rifles to shoot our way out. Mr. Jefferson has been given a brief on Antarctic survival that he'll be sharing with you all. But our expectation is that most of the mission will take place inside whatever station we find down there. He paused, again waiting for questions, but there were none. Satisfied, he continued. In addition to the necessary survival equipment, we have packed a few bags of camera equipment at Mr. E's request. Travel to Antarctica is not something civilians are able to do, especially at this time of year and via military aircraft. For that reason, we are following the protocol of the United States Antarctic Program's Operation Deep Freeze, which runs out of New Zealand to McMurdo. You are all journalists, working on a publicity program meant to increase the interest in Antarctic research. I expect no trouble once we land in McMurdo, and Mr. E has assured me that our guide when we reach the base won't ask questions, but if we encounter any probing questions, just whip out a camera and start taking pictures. What do we tell them? Julie asked. Hendricks shrugged. I don't know. Say journalistic things and comment on the scenery. They know you're not scientists, so don't try and act like one. We're only hitting at the station for a minute before we hop into a transport and start looking around the area. Ben listened to the plan, taking it all in. The plane had lifted off and was now ascending to its cruising altitude, and thinking about something else helped keep his mind off the fact that they were breaking the laws of physics by floating upward into the air while riding inside of a fuel-filled metal tube. Hendricks explained a few more logistical components, then asked for questions, and told Joshua to begin his survival briefing. Joshua seemed aloof, but focused enough to get through the 20-minute overview he had prepared during his last night in Colorado, then passed around a packet of stapled pages that further clarified his points. Ben flipped through it, finding diagrams explaining how to work the equipment he'd find in the packs, basic Antarctic facts, and a map of their projected search area. It was a lot to memorize, but Ben hoped he wouldn't need much of it. His desire was to get in, find Draconis Industries, and discover what they were doing in Antarctica and get out. They weren't supposed to spend any time out in the elements, nor were they supposed to have any trouble with security on the continent. He hoped things would go their way, but he knew there was a big difference between hoping and reality. Hendricks stood up once again after the plane had reached its target altitude to deliver final instructions: sleep. They had some spare hours ahead, and they would likely benefit from some shut-eye. Ben listened, finally hearing instructions he could fully agree with. He pressed his body deeper into the hard seat, finding little comfort in the sloped wall of the plane, and he felt Julie nuzzle against his shoulder. He forced himself to breathe, focusing on each breath as it came into and left his body. For a moment, sitting against a hard cargo plane's side, flying through the air thousands of feet above the earth, feeling Julie dozing off next to him, he felt peace. Chapter 10. Ben had assumed the first thing he'd notice when they got to Antarctica would be the cold, but it wasn't. Instead, the C-130's back ramp opened and let them off, and it was the unbelievable amount of space outside that took his breath away. Alaska was big, but Ben had always felt like it shrunk after you lived there for some time. The mountains, trees, and geography of the place all pressed together and made the state feel like it was much smaller. As he liked to tell anyone who asked, Alaska was huge, but you could only experience it one small piece of it at a time. Antarctica, however, was so big it scared him. The light fell into the plane and consumed every corner of the space, including Ben's eyes. The light blinded him momentarily, but after a minute of staring he realized they had already adjusted, and he was looking at an endless expanse of white. Snow covered everything in sight, and the everything in this case was miles of flat terrain. He couldn't see where the white of the snow ended and the white of the sky began, and even as they all unstrapped themselves, stood and started walking toward the ramp, the white canvas grew. "It's..." Julie started. "I can't..." Ben didn't know what to say either, so he said nothing. They both walked hand in hand, down the ramp and out onto the ground. Hendricks had woken them up and made them dress in the parkas, boots, and pants included in their packs, and as soon as Ben felt the air outside the plane, he was glad he had. The wind plowed into his face with the force of a Mack truck, and he nearly fell backwards as the gust powered through the open plane. "Hold on to something!" Hendricks shouted, obviously too late to be helpful. Ben saw Julie stumble in front of him, falling backwards, and he reached forward and held her up until the wind subsided. Ben's parka felt immediately useless against the biting cold of the -30-degree temperature, and he shivered uncontrollably for a moment in the layers of clothing. "We will change into more gear when we get into the transport," Mrs. E said, reading Ben's mind. "The vehicle should have heat, and it will be easier to change there." "Should have heat?" Reggie said. Ben wasn't sure if he was joking, but he certainly didn't feel the humor. Ahead of him and Julie, just beyond the lowered ramp, sat a gigantic truck. He could see the exhaust pouring out the pipe above the truck's cabin, and a man waving at them from inside. Ben's boots hit the ground, and he felt the simultaneous relief of once again being on land, as well as the unsettling realization that the land was covered by thousands of feet of ice. He pushed down with the boot, feeling the packed snow give way a few inches, then stop. The soldiers, including Kyle and Hendricks, were already piling into the back of the truck, which Ben saw had the label Delta 2 printed on its side, followed by a string of numbers. The massive vehicle had a shed-like metal structure attached to its back end, and each side of the shed was covered with small windows. Ben approached the truck and helped Julie get into the back, then pulled himself up and into the spacious compartment. He turned to see the plane they had traveled in, and behind that, the dots representing the buildings and structures of McMurdo Station, less than a mile away. They had landed on a stretch of flat land on the plane's skis, and would typically continue onward to the base. Today, however, they were heading a different direction. "How do we know where to go from here?" Reggie asked. Hendricks turned around from his seat closer to the cabin of the truck. "Mr. E has identified a small section of land some distance from McMurdo that matches the triangulation of a signal he intercepted. It's hard to say exactly, though, but we'll follow the McMurdo South Pole Highway until we get to the area, then pull off and look around." Ben wasn't sure what look around meant in Antarctica, but he had no better plan to offer. "Okay," Hendricks said. "Time to change into the cold weather gear. Hope you're not shy." He looked at Julie. "Underclothing as well, including the long underwear. And double up on socks. The boots are waterproof, but if any snow gets in, you're going to regret it." "You said you thought this place will be indoors?" Reggie asked. "We have no idea what to expect, but there will be walking, and some of it will be outside, so we need to be as prepared as possible. Besides, many of the bases are nothing but groups of simple shacks, spread out on the ice, connected by ice tunnels. There's little in the way of central heating, so we could be in these parkas for some time." Hendricks seemed like he was going to sit down, but then stood once again, his head touching the ceiling of the truck. "Also, this is important. Any recon or traveling we do will be with my team in front, except for Ryan Kyle, who will stay at the back. Jefferson, you'll be riding center with me." Ben looked over at Joshua and saw the man give a slight nod. He wasn't sure if Hendricks was playing Joshua, trying to make the man feel included, but Ben knew it wouldn't work. Joshua was a professional, level-headed man, but he wasn't without his faults. Joshua Jefferson was not happy to be relegated to a second-in-command position, and especially not without being told ahead of time. And though his face would never give it away, Ben knew Joshua was still fuming. "We have about an hour until we hit the edge of the search radius. Get dressed, get acquainted with Joshua's survival brief materials, and get some rest if possible." Hendricks made a grunting noise at the end of the sentence, as if audibly confirming the end of the instructions. Ben helped Julie into the clothing, essentially a breathable base layer that looked like a compression shirt, and a heavier middle layer that would have worked well as a fall jacket in Alaska. As he helped Julie maneuver in the tight quarters, he noticed Reggie's eyes drifting over her. Reggie was wearing the same ridiculous grin he always wore, but not much else. His shirt was balled up in his hand, and his torso rippled with lean muscles as he rotated around in the seat to get a better look. "You mind?" Ben asked. He kept his voice low. "All I need is to have all these ripped soldiers start eye-groping my girl." Reggie's impossibly large grin widened. "No, Ben, actually I really don't mind. Damn, I gotta say..." Julie interrupted him. "You've got nothing you need to say right now, perv." Reggie started laughing as Julie rushed to finish with the compression shirt. Ben felt his cheeks heating up, then the anger of being embarrassed, which only made him more angry. To prevent himself from reaching over the seat and slugging Reggie, he kept his mind occupied by helping Julie finish dressing. Her dark hair spilled down around her shoulders, and she raised her hands and pushed it up into a loose bun to contain it beneath the beanie she would eventually don. As she did, Ben couldn't help but notice Julie's lithe figure, outlined even more crisply by the tight-fitting shirt and lighter coat. Reggie caught Ben's eye and winked, and Ben stared for a few seconds, not giving in. Finally, as Reggie's smile became too infectious to ignore, Ben gave him a half-smile in return. When Julie finally had the parka on, he began dressing himself. His compression shirt fit a bit looser, and he slipped into it easily. As soon as he put the middle layer on, he began to sweat, and was considering not adding the outer parka when he remembered just how cold it was outside. "We're not in Alaska anymore," he thought as he slipped into the heavy jacket. When they had all dressed, Hendricks led a brief lesson on the Heckler & Koch USP .45 caliber handguns each of them had in their survival packs, and passed around a bag of beef jerky as the massive truck tumbled over the expanse of white. In the distance, Ben could see the tops of mountain peaks poking through the snow, marking the edge of the Transantarctic Range that stretched 2,000 miles across the continent. McMurdo Station, now falling into the horizon behind them, sat at the edge of these mountains, across a frozen stretch of water they were now driving over. Chapter 11. The late nights and sugar-induced sprints in front of his computer certainly weren't helping with his physique. Jonathan Coulson blinked hard a few times, trying to force the code in front of him into focus. He leaned forward, feeling the pressure in his lower back build as his out-of-shape sedentary body fought with him for keeping it awake. He'd been staring at the screen for 5 hours now, unable to stop hacking at the lines of code that drifted by. He was well aware of the cathartic, relaxing feeling that often crept up on developers, causing them to miss an important line or syntactical error due to being in the zone. To combat this, he'd worked his way through a line of Monster and Red Bull energy drinks he'd grabbed from the cafeteria one level above, ignoring the glare of the two hairnet-clad curmudgeons who worked every day at the station's checkout counter. The cafeteria was really just a large space with a simple line of shelves stocked with any type of food that was microwavable and lightweight, as well as a few perks from the outside world, like his coveted energy drinks. Supplies were typically restocked once a week, and he tried to be the first in line to snatch up as many drinks as they'd allow. Nothing was paid for at the station. It was all deducted from his end-of-year pay, and many of the employees and researchers had friends at the checkout counters who would allow them to pass without even logging their selections. Unfortunately for Jonathan, he'd spent far too much time at his desk to make many friends. Besides the odd looks from people who had no idea who he was always required to log his food and drink selections from the cafe. He didn't mind, as the money he was making living at the station for 2 years rent-free would be enough to carry him through the next 5 years of life back in the real world. Finding himself nearing the end of his daily energy drink supply, he sat up in his chair. He'd found one that was high enough to sit in, even though his desk was standing height, and again the pain in his back reminded him that it had been over a decade since he'd worked out. He stood up, stretched, and began to click through menu options, saving his work out of habit, even though everything he did was backed up twice a minute to a cloud server running on the lowest accessible level of the station. His finger hovered over the last window, and he paused. His mind was alerting him to something, but he wasn't consciously aware of what it was yet. Jonathan leaned closer again and shook his head abruptly, trying to push away the tiredness bleeding in from the edges of his eyes. He stared at the code, trying to make sense of it. Why is it in a different syntax, he wondered. The lines of code in the direct center of the window were all written in a slightly different format than the surrounding lines, using the same overall language, but clearly meant to stand out from the rest. What the hell? He clicked the metadata file for the larger subroutine the code was in, to make sure he wasn't spying on someone else's work from a completely different department. He wasn't. He had verified the code himself, read through every line, concatenated a few snippets together to save space, and cleaned up the subroutine, and even moved around a few pieces of the puzzle. The strange script he was looking at now wasn't something he'd noticed before. I need to sleep, he thought. He was quickly losing his edge, and he had the sudden urge to recheck all his previous work to ensure he hadn't missed anything else in his haste to meet the new deadline. Instead, he continued staring at the code. It was oddly familiar to him, but completely unrecognizable at the same time. He couldn't see what it was intended to do, and he wondered who its original transcriber had been. He flicked around the screen a bit, reading the snippets and logic chains directly above and below the foreign code. Finding nothing that helped him contextually, he closed his eyes, forced himself to relax, and pictured the code in his mind. The script stared back at him, beckoning. He shook his head, not knowing what he was missing. It's like it's written to be a mess, jargon, or a jumble of... His eyes snapped open. Oh, God. He felt his heartbeat quickening. It has to be a mistake. There's no possible way. Coulson opened the metadata file that was associated with this subroutine once more and browsed through the records for the contact information of the developer who had originally transcribed this file. He saw the record he was searching for after a minute. Nesef, Hassan, Surabaya. Jonathan Colson immediately left his standing desk and walked to the industrial elevator at the edge of the room. He stepped inside, then pressed the button for level 3. This is it, he thought. If I'm wrong, he knew he wasn't wrong. Chapter 12. Hendricks had pointed out their destination, and it sat directly in front of them. At the very tip of a line of mountain peaks that jutted out into the frozen Ross ice shelf was a lone mountain, barely taller than the flat land around it. Their truck was bearing down on it, and they would be on it in half an hour. Julie watched it grow closer to them as they danced across the ice, bouncing as they hit hidden snowbanks and massive crater-like holes. She felt like they were driving over the surface of the moon, and the odd super truck they were in only helped the analogy. They had turned off the highway of flattened and pressed snow a while ago, aiming for the coordinates Mr. E had given them. Julie was resting her head on Ben's shoulder, but she still couldn't sleep. The rocking, bouncing vehicle didn't help, but she mainly blamed her nerves. Since receiving Mr. E's mission parameters, and hearing what he intended her role to be in it, she had been thinking about Draconis Industries' goal here in Antarctica. She wondered what they were planning, and how far along they were. Mr. and Mrs. E seemed to think they were nearing completion, which only gave her more anxiety. Whatever it is, it's not good. She couldn't push down the ominous feeling no matter what she forced her mind to focus on. "Eyes up," Hendricks said, a little too loud. Julie jerked her head up and saw that everyone else was already focusing on the man, sitting in the front row of the truck's passenger cabin. "We're getting close to the edge of the search radius, so be looking for anything that seems man-made. If they're hoping to stay under the radar, they'll have camouflaged any buildings or communications gear." "So, look for stuff that's been painted white?" Reggie asked. Hendricks looked like he had no idea it was a joke. "Right, exactly. Painted white, gray, whatever. It could be that they—" Crack! The sound of a rock hitting one of the windows of the truck reverberated through the interior. The sound seemed to bounce throughout and never end, even though Julie knew it was a single shot. A shot. She had the realization at the same time Hendricks did. "Everyone get down. We're being shot at. Kyle, Crosby, get your eyes on that back window. See if you can see who hit us." Julie had already slouched down as low as possible into the hard seat, but she wasn't about to close her eyes and wait for the attack to subside. She watched the soldiers named Kyle and Crosby shift in their seats and aim their assault rifles out the wide back window they were facing. "Don't fire unless you've got eyes on and a can't-miss shot," Hendricks said. "You'll blow our eardrums out from in here." In response, Kyle reached forward and opened one of the gate doors to the truck, immediately allowing in a blast of frigid air that made Julie suck in a breath. "Kyle, you see something?" "I might," Kyle mumbled, "but I can't exactly—" Crack! Crack! Again the sound smacked around Julie's ears, playing with her. This time she saw one of the bullets hit. It left a tiny circle of shattered glass on the window just to Ben's left, but didn't puncture through. "It's some sort of BB gun, I think," she whispered to Ben. "Those bullets are way too small for anything else." "Well, look what it did to the window," Ben replied, rubbing the spot on the glass with his thumb. "I'd hate to see what it would do to my neck." 3 more bullets pinged the outside of the truck, then 4 more on the opposite side. Julie heard a faint buzzing sound, then a rapid succession of shots landed on the truck, each sound a split second apart, but the impacts landing a few inches apart on the roof. "Boss!" Crosby shouted. "It's a drone!" "A drone?" Hendricks yelled back, fighting the noise of the buzzing and wind from outside. Julie felt the truck pick up speed, and she wondered if it had the maneuverability to swerve. Whatever good that would do, she thought. "Yeah, I think it's a little quadcopter or something." Julie watched Crosby train his gun on an unseen target and follow it through the sky. He didn't fire, but the gun's tip moved rapidly left to right, as he tried to keep the target in his sights. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a small shape barrel past the window. "Another one over here," she yelled. Reggie, sitting in the seat in front of them, swiveled around and brought his pistol up to eye level. "You've got to be kidding me," Reggie said. He had shoved his gloved hand onto the trigger and had the gun pointed straight up. "We need to get out. No way we're hitting anything moving at this speed, and from inside the truck." "Not a chance, Red," Hendricks said. "We have to keep moving." A soldier in front of Reggie screamed and grabbed his shoulder a second after another miniature bullet impact sounded. "I'm hit!" The driver seemed to sense that they were sitting ducks if they continued moving in a straight line, so he pulled the truck's steering wheel to the left. Hard. The soldier who had been shot in the shoulder screamed in agony as his wound was pummeled against the side of the vehicle. "Hey!" Hendricks shouted as he hit the butt of his rifle against the window separating the cabin from the passenger area. "Keep it steady. Don't kill us before they do." The driver nodded, but continued jerking the wheel left and right, albeit in a slightly more controlled manner. Julie watched Kyle and Crosby tracking the drones from the back seat with their assault rifles. Neither man had taken a shot yet, but she braced herself for the explosive sound she knew was coming. Instead, Kyle dove sideways as two drones suddenly dropped into sight, opening fire with the tiny machine guns mounted beneath their bodies. A curved magazine hung from the bottom of each drone behind their guns like the stinger on a wasp. The line of bullets swept left to right from Julie's perspective, narrowly missing Kyle. Crosby wasn't so lucky, and he yelped once as a few bullets hit their mark on the man. Just when the first drone finished its quick expulsion of rounds, the second started. This one finished the job, and Julie saw Crosby's head fall backwards as 8 or 10 more rapidly fired BB-sized bullets fell into his chest. Kyle sat back up in the seat and leaned as far out of the truck as he could, then fired. The assault rifle was impossibly loud in the tight quarters of the moving vehicle, but he held the gun far enough out the back door that the noise didn't make Julie go deaf. Reggie and Mrs. E were sitting closer to it, and they both instinctively put hands over their ears. The two drones responded to the attack simultaneously, both dropping straight down, then splitting apart and flying opposite directions. Their motion was fluid, controlled, and, Julie couldn't help but notice, perfectly in sync. "Crosby!" Hendricks yelled, clambering over the seats to get to the back of the truck. "Crosby, you hear me?" The truck swerved again, and Crosby's head lolled to the side. Kyle, still staring out the open back door at the white nothingness, shook his head. "Damn it!" Hendricks roared. He turned back around and yelled up to the driver, raising the volume of his voice even more. "Stop! Stop moving!" The truck driver slammed the brakes, and Julie felt herself thrown back against the backwards-facing seat. Ben had her wrist in his hand, and she realized how hard he had been squeezing. He looked at her with fire in his eyes, but the rest of his face was stoic. She knew exactly what he was thinking. "What are we doing here?" She shook her head as Kyle pushed Crosby's limp body out of the vehicle and onto the ice. He followed, kneeling on the packed snow as he searched the skies for the two drones. Joshua and the remaining 6 soldiers, including Hendricks and the injured man, fell out onto the snow as well and took up a semicircle perimeter around the back of the truck. Reggie and Mrs. E followed, and Julie felt Ben release her wrist and stand up to leave. "You're not really going out there, are you?" she asked. Ben shrugged. "It wasn't a question, Ben," Julie said, her voice shaking. "They're going to kill us out." The buzzing sound returned, and Julie stopped talking mid-sentence. Ben was already over the seat in front of him and heading for the row at the opposite edge of the truck that led to the exit, and Julie, against every rational thought in her head, found herself following. She frantically reached around to her pack she had slung over one shoulder as she crouched toward the doors, fumbling for the gun. She found it, and the cold, hard steel felt like it would freeze her hand to it. She gripped the barrel of it inside the pack, not wanting to fully pull it out, as if it would somehow solidify her decision to leave the relative safety of the truck and start shooting. The snow felt different here than it had when they'd disembarked the plane. Harder, crunchier even, and hollow-sounding. She could almost feel the mile of ice beneath her feet, and imagined a wide-open cavity beneath that. An unimaginable depth of blackness, hidden under an endless amount of white. The buzzing grew in intensity even more, and her head darted around to try to pick out the white quadcopters bearing down on them. "There!" Hendricks yelled, turning slightly to the right to take aim. "Also over here, boss," another soldier said, this time from Julie's left. "Dead center," Kyle muttered, his gun already trained on the 3 flying weapons. "Looks like 8 total this time," someone called out. "Fine," Hendricks said. "Everyone pick one, and for God's sake, and ours, don't miss. Fire when—" The area around Julie exploded in cacophonous noise as assault rifles rattled their anger out toward the descending choppers. The 2-foot-wide drones screamed down, seemingly oblivious to the deathly hail of gunfire hurtling toward them. Julie, covering her ears, watched as 2 of the drones fell from the sky. It wasn't enough, however, and the drones echoed the attack with their own deadly accurate assault. 3 soldiers, all on Julie's left, fell. One was clearly dead, the others appeared critically wounded. She wanted to scream. Or she might have already been screaming, but it was too loud to tell. She watched Ben popping off shots with his USP in vain, Reggie, Joshua, and Mrs. E doing the same. None of the shots landed. The truck's exterior popped as it received a barrage of bullets, and Hendricks shouted over his shoulder, "They're aiming for the truck now to try to take away our escape plan!" He turned around and started shouting the driver's name, but then stopped. Julie followed his gaze and saw the broken glass shimmering on the surface of the snow. The driver lay face down nearby, red stains starkly outlining his head. The driver's side door to the truck was open wide, the engine still running. "Okay," Hendricks said. "Change of plans. Everyone group up on—" He stopped, staring up into the sky. "Never mind, get down." The drones had finished their wide arcing circle and were descending for another attack. Kyle and another soldier were still facing two oncoming drones, and Joshua and Reggie had grabbed two assault rifles from the dead soldiers. Mrs. E seemed to be moving toward the third fallen man to do the same, so Julie did what she thought best. She dove to the ground, the layers of clothing cushioning her fall. Ben was there. "Get under the truck, Jules!" he shouted, almost pushing her back himself. He crouched down to make sure she had heard him, and she slid backwards on the ice until she was halfway hidden beneath the truck's rear end. The truck rode 5 feet off the ground, so she still felt quite exposed, but she knew it was better than nothing. She waited for Ben to follow her under, but he never came. The attack came and went. She heard the bullets from the drones landing on the truck, Hendricks shouting orders, and a few soldiers yelling curses and unintelligible responses in return. There were a few retorts from the assault rifles, but not enough to convince Julie that the drones had been taken down. She strained to hear Ben's voice over the shouts and buzzing sounds, but it proved an impossible task. Hendricks cursed. "They're aiming for the front of the truck. Quick, get around to the other side before they circle back." Feet crunched in the snow, and Julie saw the sets of matching boots running around both sides, toward the front of the vehicle. She pushed herself up and crawled around, traveling down the underside of the truck toward the front end. More drone bullets hit their mark, but she heard the much louder sound of assault rifle fire at the same time. "Got one!" she heard Kyle's voice yell. "Bogey down!" Reggie shouted. 2 more drones were downed that attack, but Julie could only see boots. Bullets ricocheted down into the engine compartment, the bouncing noise too close for comfort. She reared back into a sitting position, away from the engine. The drones descended once more, and this time Julie screamed as a few shots pierced the rest of the way into the engine, causing a fuel line to burst and begin spewing gasoline onto the snow and ice. She looked toward the engine compartment and saw the sparks as more bullets landed. "This thing is going to explode," she realized, "and I'm underneath it." The terrifying reality struck her. "Stay here," I explode. "Go out there. I get ripped apart." She chose to get ripped apart. Something deep within her longed to be next to Ben at the very least when she died. She pulled herself forward again, this time aiming for the area she thought Ben was standing in. He was now part of a smaller semicircle of soldiers, men and women, all aiming upward at their marks. The 4 remaining drones were still flying in perfect synchronization, but it was clear a few of their comrades were missing. The sections of airspace those drones had been assigned to remained empty, as if the commander of the tiny air force hadn't bothered to regroup its units to fill in the gaps. 3 more drones fell to the much larger assault rifles, but 1 more soldier slumped sideways as a BB found its mark in the man's neck. Reggie's gun moved, silently tracking the last drone circling the area. Man and machine squared off, and Julie watched the tense moment as the copter flew toward the truck. Reggie fired, and Julie saw the drone lurch backwards in the air, smoke spilling out of some cavity in its side. It fell, but not before sprinkling the area with one last burst of gunfire. In the corner of her eye and in a deep, recessed part of Julie's mind, she noticed 2 things: the leaking fuel and the quick spark of a stray bullet landing on the truck. "Run!" Reggie yelled, already moving forward. "It hit a fuel line!" Julie felt herself launched forward, pushed hard by Ben, then everything went black. Chapter 13. With every ounce of strength he had remaining, Ben shoved Julie as far away as he could. It was a nearly involuntary response, something his body did out of a reptilian instinct for predicting danger, not something he had thought through. Her head jerked backwards, but her torso flew forward. Her feet left the ground, and Ben shifted his weight to follow after her, but never got the chance. He saw Julie's body held in place as if suspended in a thick fluid, watching her float away from him. Only after he heard the noise of the explosion did he realize that he and Julie were actually flying, not floating, and the ground was passing beneath both of them far too rapidly for his comfort. Ben hated flying. He'd always hated the feeling of a lack of control. He was a logical and rational person, but applying logic to the situation only reminded him that he was flying, which only made him more anxious. He'd never experienced flying without being inside an aircraft, however, until this moment. The bellowing sauna of heat singed the outermost layer of his clothing, encompassing nearly as much as the sound. The pressure of the forceful attack itself seemed to be less than the other elements of the explosion, but it too was powerful enough to throw them all forward and nearly 100 feet from the truck's previous location. He hit the ground, hard, and his first thought was that they'd somehow landed in the only section of the Antarctic continent that wasn't covered by soft snow. He groaned, wiped his eyes, and tried to stand. A shooting pain lanced up his lower body, starting from his ankle. He fell back down, his head hitting a large, soft pillow of snow. Why couldn't I have landed in that? He thought. Jules, he said, you okay? No answer. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up again, albeit much more slowly. His ankle argued, but eventually cooperated. He rolled over into a sitting position and began examining himself for injuries. Besides a badly twisted ankle, he would live. Jules, you hear me? I hear you, Bubba, Reggie's voice called out. Why don't you want to come massage out all my aches and pains? He ignored the man and stood up. He shook out the kinks from his journey through the air and started looking around. The area was an absolute mess, with sections of smoking truck parts and tire rubber littering the otherwise white tundra. The snow had already melted around a large portion of the engine block, and Ben said a silent prayer of thanks that it had landed where it did. Ben, over here, Julie said. She was face up on the ground, a 5-foot piece of truck roof only inches from her head. He strode over and started to help her up. You okay? Are you hurt? She shook her head. No to the first, no to the second. But you can walk? I'm not going to die right this moment if that's what you're asking. She allowed him to pull her up from her comfortable-looking position in the snow. But give it 5 minutes. I'm sure there will be more of those little shits flying out here. I can almost guarantee it, Reggie said. He had appeared next to Ben, miraculously unshaken and unharmed. Those things probably come in sets of 100. Lots of little brothers and sisters back at home just waiting to get out of their cages. You've got a twisted sense of humor, Julie said. Who said I was joking? Mrs. E walked over and joined them. She had been farther from the epicenter of the blast and seemed unfazed by the event. I believe we just saw a bit of their artificial intelligence in action, she said. The drones? Reggie asked. How can you tell they weren't being piloted remotely? They were flying in perfect synchronization to one another, she replied. They were also obviously following pre-programmed patterns. And when they lost units, they didn't fill in the gaps, Julie said. Exactly. A perfect example of a weak AI. They are a basic line of defense for their outer perimeter. Basic? Seemed pretty effective to me, Reggie said. And what's this about being weak? Again, Mrs. E explained, weak AI just means narrow. It is good at one or two things only. In this case, it is good, very good, at performing defensive attack maneuvers. Ben listened to the exchange and wondered what he'd gotten himself and Julie into. If this is an example of what we can expect going forward, we're screwed. Hendricks was limping, but made it to the gathering with Ryan, Kyle, and Joshua following behind. Everyone good? Everyone nodded. Great, let's get a move on then, he said. He was about to turn on a heel and march off toward the mountain when Joshua grabbed his arm. Hold on, Joshua said. What exactly are we looking for? We can't just start walking toward the mountain hoping the base is there. We'll either get picked off by more drones, or we'll run into whatever other defenses they've cooked up. Hendricks stared a hard line at the younger man. Tell me what's different if we stay. Joshua remained silent. That's what I thought, Hendricks said. We need to get, and we need to get now. They obviously know we're here, and that smoldering crater behind us is the biggest signal fire on the continent. My vote? We head to that mountaintop and poke around. So we're taking votes now? Reggie asked. Hendricks frowned. No. As if in need of a final punctuation mark after his statement, he turned around and this time started walking away. You going to follow? Reggie asked. He was looking at Joshua, but Mrs. E answered. We are all going to follow him, Red, she said. It is our mission. Right, Reggie said. Gotta stick with our commando. He looked at Ben, who just shrugged. Julie slid her hand into Ben's, their thick gloves making the motion difficult, and she looked up at him, not bothering to ask the question that was on both their minds. Ben instead asked the question. What choice do we have? He said. He turned to the tip of the mountain peeking out of the snow. Rock and a hard place and all that. Chapter 14. Reggie could run flat out for 5 miles before he truly felt winded. The pride he felt for his nearly perfect physique was secondary only to the pride he felt about the way he had acquired it. Years of working out daily, morning and evening push-up sets, and pull-ups on anything solid enough to hold his weight that he happened to walk beneath were his claim to victory over an aging body. He had never ingested anything stronger than protein powder or pre-workout concoctions to accomplish it. He had run in the cold before, including near blizzard conditions on one of his many deployments, but Antarctic ice, frozen wind, and enough snow to sink to his knees was a new experience for him. As the remaining group, Reggie, Ben, Julie, Joshua, Mrs. E, Hendricks, and Kyle, ran alongside him. He wondered which of them would be the first to crack. To his surprise, they made it to the edge of the rift where the mountaintop rose up from the Ross ice shelf without needing to stop for a breath. The area was defined by a massive cliff that rose from the ice, separated from his group by a narrow gap. The mountain was like a castle, rising high above their heads, and the space between them and the fort was a deep, hollow moat. The cliff they were standing on was made of solid ice, the edge of the glacier made even more striking by the space of deep nothingness directly in front of it. He was sucking air when they reached their destination, and the others were switching between placing their hands on their knees and above their heads. He knew Ben, Joshua, and Julie were in great shape, but it appeared Hendricks and Kyle kept up with their PT habit, even if they weren't active duty. Mrs. E surprised him the most, as she seemed to be the most resilient of the bunch, already walking slow circles nearby and looking bored. "Mrs. E," he said, "is that really what we should call you?" "I would tell you to call me darling, but something tells me you have already got one of those," she retorted in her slight accent. He shook his head, smiling. "Actually, no, not tied down anymore, but certainly not in the market." She was wearing goggles, but lifted an eyebrow high up over the top of them, exaggerating her surprise. "Well then, I guess I will have to focus my efforts on someone else." Her gaze shifted from Reggie to Joshua, still breathing deeply after the run through the frozen tundra. "I thought you were married, E," Reggie said. Mrs. E turned back to Reggie, and she hesitated. "Yes, of course," she said. "Mr. E and I have been married for 3 years. Reggie frowned. "I don't mean to be forward, but, and I hope you'll take this as the compliment it is, you seem a bit younger than Mr. E. She smiled, a radiant grin that lit up her goggle-covered face. "I shall certainly consider it a compliment. He is 10 years older than I am, in fact. We met 4 years ago, at a party." Reggie waited for further explanation, but got nothing. "Oh, okay, great. Well, what's next? Should we see about finding this base?" Ben had walked a few paces farther down to get a better look at the cliff. "It's going to be down there," he said, pointing into the moat. "How do you know?" Joshua asked. Ben looked at each person in turn. "Well, for starters, I'm afraid of heights, so going up is out of the question." "Going down is better?" Reggie asked.
"Yeah, marginally." Hendricks walked over to Ben to see the mountaintop and cliff from his perspective. "They could have built something inside the mountain," he said. "There are probably caves cutting through the entire range."
"They could have," Ben answered. "But cutting through the ice and adding support structures is easier, and they could do it without needing to adjust to the natural layout of a cavern system. I've even seen a machine that'll melt the ice in perfect circles, allowing you to tunnel out nice hallways without lifting a finger. And this gap between the mountain and the ice sheet gives them a perfect access point. My money's on some sort of base in the ice directly below us." Reggie suddenly turned around and looked in the direction they'd come from. "What's that noise?" he asked. A massive plane soared down behind them, breaking through the thick line of fog. The plane, surprisingly low to the ground, began spitting out tiny dots from the back of its fuselage. The cargo plane continued cutting its line across the sky, dispersing dots every second, and then roared out of sight on the other side of the mountain range. Reggie stared for a moment, watching as the dots fell from the sky around the area currently occupied by the smoldering remains of the truck, when he suddenly understood. Blooms of off-white color exploded above each dot, and the dots slowed as they continued downward. "Paratroopers," Reggie said, "a bit unorthodox to say the least, especially considering the way they arrived, what with their extremely low entry and all." "It's a death wish, if you ask me," Hendricks echoed. "Well, they're making it work. Any ideas who they are?" Reggie asked. "It's a military operation," Hendricks said. "That transports a brand new Xi'an Y-20 of the PLA Air Force, nicknamed Chubby Girl. They're breaking every rule in the book coming here. So it's likely the Chinese also saw that little electrical light show and want to send in a few troops to investigate. Even more likely, they've got some idea what they're going to find here. And they'll do anything, like break international treaties, to find it." Mrs. E shook her head as the dots neared the ground. "A few troops? More like 50 or 60. "Well," Reggie said, "I'm sure we'll get a chance to meet and greet. But for now, what say we figure out where the hell we need to get to next?" Reggie and the others joined Ben about 10 feet away at the edge of the cliff, and Reggie peered out over it as far as he felt comfortable. "Seems like a stiff drop," he said. "We don't happen to have climbing gear, do we?" Hendricks nodded. "We do. Each kit has some ice axes with a rope already anchored, a harness, carabiners, the works. It's not going to get us up Everest, but it'll definitely get us down into that hole." "Well, unless anyone's got a better idea, let's take a look around down there," Hendricks said. He looked at Joshua, eyes wide, obviously hoping to provoke the man. Joshua just returned a stoic expression. I'm not in charge, remember? Well, Hendricks declared, addressing the remainder of the group. Let's start rappelling. The sooner we're out of sight, the better. He cleared a section of snow near the edge of the cliff, then slammed the end of his axe into the ground and jumped on it, solidly affixing it into the hard ice. He fed the end of the rope through a carabiner he'd clipped to the harness, then tossed the end of the rope off the cliff. They're going to figure out they weren't the first ones out here as soon as they land and start heading this way, Hendricks said. So I suggest you all follow suit. Hendricks was already stepping backwards off the edge of the ice cliff when the Chinese soldiers began firing at them. Chapter 15. Everyone move, Hendricks yelled from his perch just below the cliff's edge. Your weapons will stow either in your pack or over your shoulder, but do not let them out of your sight. The others around Ben snapped into action, grabbing for the equipment in their bags and hastily working the gear onto their bodies. Julie had trouble jamming her pickaxe into the ice, but finally got it to lodge deep enough to hold her weight. Mrs. E finished first and began following Hendricks's lead. The bullets zinged through the air around their heads, but the shots came from far enough away to be wildly inaccurate. Still, Ben felt the adrenaline begin to course through him, and the first signs of sweat, in spite of the negative temperature, start to collect on his forehead. Ben had been rappelling twice in his life, both times at Yellowstone, when he was forced into a mandatory training course. To pass, he had to climb a 100-foot cliff, then rappel down a 200-foot cliff. He had nearly quit the job the first time, and he had tried in vain to come down with some sort of sickness before the second time. He stood at the edge of the ice, the Chinese squad bearing down on them with their guns blazing, and pushed that fear away to focus on the stakes. He took a deep breath, swallowed, and froze. His body wouldn't move. Come on, he urged. Move. His feet were planted firmly to the surface of the ice, his legs beginning to tremble. Not now, he thought. Please, not now. Ben, Julie said from beside him. You okay? I can't do it, he said. My body just won't. She reached out and put her hand on his wrist. Ben, you have to. You know that. Come on, let's do it together. She squeezed, urging him backwards slowly. Inch by inch, his body reacted, crawling back on the very edge of the cliff like falling backwards in slow motion. He felt the reassuring tension of the line in front of him, then thought of the ice axe, precariously adhered to a chunk of ice. He knew it could move at any moment, dislodging and sending him plummeting down to a gruesome death. Ben, he looked to his left and found Julie there, leaning closer to him. Stop thinking about that. You're going to be fine. We're all going to be... A line of stray bullets landed directly in front of them, dangerously close. Ben, we have to go now, Julie said, her tone immediately more frantic. Just pretend you're not on a cliff. What? Pretend? You've got to be kidding. Ben was about to chastise Julie for her comment when she flew straight down, falling 10 yards before stopping, pushing off the cliff with her feet, and then falling again. It was a rapid descent. But Ben had to admit, Julie made it look easy. He took another set of breaths, blowing out the cold air while staring straight ahead and leaning backwards. He closed his eyes and took a step. Bullets sprinkled the ground, each burst from the oncoming Chinese army getting a little closer. He took another step, and his eyes were now even with the ground. He saw the snow spraying upwards and dissipating like glitter into the white sky with each shot of the distant gunfire. Bennett, he heard Hendricks yelling from below, his thunderous voice booming up through the canyon. Ben didn't dare turn his head to look down, but he took a few more slow steps. He was now parallel to the cliff wall, the exact opposite position he generally preferred his body to be in. Bennett! Hendricks yelled again. If you can hear me, hurry up! Light a fire, son! They can't shoot us now! But when they get to the edge, what do you think their next move's going to be? Ben couldn't help but wonder about the answer to the question. They'll see the ice axes, and the tight lines running from each one. He shuddered. Death from above, or death from below. He was not excited about either option. His body was moving fluidly now, each step growing bolder, bigger. He took a final breath, pushed out on the bottoms of his feet, and left the relative safety of the cliff wall. The rope, carabiner, harness, and ice axe performed their duties flawlessly, and felt the rush of floating in nothingness. Hanging in the air for a split second before falling and racing back to the wall, his feet instinctively finding their position to accept his weight and repeat the process. He landed and looked up to check his progress. He hadn't dropped more than a few inches. Bennett, Hendricks yelled, you go that slow, we'll be here all day. Or we'll be here until the Chinese cut your line. Then we'll be peeling you off of... His voice cut out, no doubt stopped by one of the other team members waiting down below. Again, he pushed out from the cliff and this time loosened the line he had gripped in his right hand. He felt the rope slide along the inside of his left palm, the telltale sign of moving downward. His feet landed again a second later and he looked up. He was satisfied to see that he'd made it a good 10 or 15 feet. Before his fears crept back into the forefront of his mind, he pushed off the wall a third time. It was another 5 pushes before he made it to the bottom, or at least to the others. He saw Julie next to him, smiling. "Good job," she whispered. He nodded once, still shaken but glad they were done. "Why aren't we on the ground?" he said, after realizing they were all still hanging on their lines, spread out around him. Reggie answered, "No more rope, boss?" "We can't see the bottom," Joshua said, his voice calm and even. In any other situation, the man's voice would have been reassuring. Now, however, Ben wanted to punch him. Ben felt his blood run cold. He flicked his right hand to jiggle the rope, still not daring to look down, and saw the end of the rope fly upward, only a few feet of slack left. "I shined a light down," Hendrik said, "but it turns to black only a few meters down. Damn flashlights are worthless." No, the fear came tumbling back like a train bearing down on him, and it was all he could do to force his hands to lock in place and not just let go. It would at least end quickly that way, he thought. He looked at Julie and saw the fear in her eyes. She had forced the smile earlier. She hadn't wanted Ben to know the truth. But it was true, no matter what she did. They were literally at the end of their rope, hanging from the edge of an Antarctic cliff, with an entire army bearing down on them. Chapter 16. He had read through the few details given on the developer, a young man, 29 years old, from Indonesia. If the file had been any other subroutine, or if Coulson hadn't been fully aware of the particular nature of the information the man was transcribing, he would have thought Hassan Nessef was just a contract coder, someone the company had hired temporarily because he was cheap and quick. But Coulson did know what he was working on, at least on a small scale. He knew what this subroutine was intended to replicate. It was his job to cull through the files and straighten out any programmatic deficiencies and clean up the data, because he was in charge of collecting the myriad files and streamlining them into an organized whole. He had to have a basic understanding of the larger project they were working on. They had done a fantastic job of keeping their cards close to their chest, but Coulson hadn't been hired because he was an idiot. From day one, he had known there was a reason the company had hidden their research station at the bottom of the world, in Antarctica. He'd known there was a reason they had spent an unbelievable amount of money on security, flying in their employees, scientists, and researchers under cover of night and doing everything possible to stay out of radar range. And he'd known there was a reason they'd turned themselves into an impossibly complex hierarchy of management at the station, establishing a bureaucracy that resembled a Fortune 100 company rather than a 30-person crew. There was a reason for all of it. He'd known, but he didn't ask questions. He'd done what he was told, and they'd given him pieces of information every few months, trusting him more the longer he'd shown his loyalty to the company. It had been easy considering there was nowhere, literally, he could go. He was trapped in this prison under the ice to sit and stare at lines of code all day, every day, until they'd finished the project. The reason behind it all. So while he didn't personally know Hassan Nessef, he knew the young man was more than just a lowly hired gun. This particular subroutine was top secret, and they would not have allowed contractors to transcribe it. Instead, the handful of developers on Level 3 would have been the only ones to have access to it. As the doors to the elevator opened on Level 3, Coulson was reminded of his relative status in the organizational food chain. Even though he was technically Nessef's boss, the men and women doing the actual work of transcribing the data into signals a computer system would understand were thought of as the geniuses, and therefore vastly more important than Coulson and his boss Angela Stokes. As such, Level 3 featured something Level 7 was completely bereft of: decoration. Beautiful vines covered the center wall on the floor, somehow being lit with grow bulbs and defying the zero sunlight design of the subterranean station, and more potted plants, including a massive palm tree, dotted the perimeter of the floor. To Coulson, it looked like an Eastern European mid-priced hotel atrium, one that had had more thought than money put into it. He also felt a slight pang of jealousy when he noticed that there were restrooms on both sides of this floor. One directly to his left, just next to the elevator, and, judging by the signs on the ceiling, another set at the opposite end. Should have told them I had no management experience, he thought. As he walked towards the center of the space, heading for the massive vine-covered wall and the door within it, he passed a small, unassuming cubicle and desk. Nessef, Hassan, developer, the guy even has his own plaque. Jonathan wondered if that was something he could request, or if it had been given to the employee as some sort of incentive. Without lingering any longer, Jonathan continued toward the door and pushed it open after a quick knock. 3 people waited on the other side of the small conference room table. Angela Stokes, her boss, a man who looked fresh out of business school, and Hassan Nessif himself. Hassan was bug-eyed, clearly feeling out of his element standing around the middle management folks, and he was even more perplexed when Coulson entered. "Coulson," Stokes said, immediately moving to close the space between them and begin her habit of close talking. "What's this about?" "It's about, He glanced at her boss. "He knows," she said without hesitation. "He brought it up to me. He knows there's something going on. There's a reason the timeline's been shortened." "Right," Coulson said. "Okay, good. Anyway, I found it." 3 sets of eyes stared back at him. "It's in a file Nessif transcribed." Hassan Nessif's eyes somehow grew even wider. Coulson was worried for a moment that if he kept talking, they might just fall right out of the kid's head. "Anyway, it's a transcription that's crucial to the mainline subroutine we've been working on. I mentioned we kept getting parse errors. I believe this file is why." "There is nothing wrong with my transcription," the kid blurted out. "No," Coulson said, "I'm not saying there is. What I am saying is that the file has an odd set of instructions inside it. They're not the same syntax as the rest of the subroutine." "Following you, Coulson," Stokes said. Stokes' boss was unreadable, a stoic expression he must have taken a class on at business school plastered across his face. "Syntax? Like style, really. Everything we've been coding has just been a transcription from the mainline, right? It's all just a copy of what's already there, except we're translating it into a language a computer can understand." She nodded. Her boss stared. "So I came across a section of code that was transcribed, again, a translated copy of what was already in the program, but I noticed that it had a slightly different style to it. I wasn't sure what it was because it looked jumbled and a little messed up." "My code is not—" Nessif started. Coulson held up a hand, and Nessif quieted down. Coulson felt a surge of adrenaline with the slight power move, but kept going. "Again, Nessif, I'm not here to accuse you of anything. First of all, the code is correct. There doesn't appear to be any transcription errors in the file. Second, the reason I called you in here is because I believe the transcription refers to a segment of the mainline subroutine that's been jumbled on purpose." Coulson waited and watched Stokes and her boss's faces. He saw the slightest movement in the man's eyes, but thought it may have just been a twitch. "Stokes," he continued, "this is the reason. This is why they're rushing the project to completion." He turned and addressed her young boss. "Listen, sorry. Didn't catch your name. I know this might be news to you, and I know there are like 15 people above you in the chain of command, but you have to try to get them to listen." "Mr. Coulson," the man said, his voice gravelly and sounding far older than he looked. "What exactly am I supposed to try to convince them of? That you've found an anomaly in the program? You do realize this entire project is somewhat of an anomaly, and that there are many anomalies found within—" Jonathan was shaking his head profusely. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Anomalies are one thing, but this snippet of code, it's something else entirely. I don't know exactly what it is yet, but it's different. I'm telling you. And I promise you, if you build this subroutine into the mainframe, there's no going back." "Why would we be worried about going back? What does that even mean, Mr. Coulson?" the man said. "We have been working on this project for close to a decade in some way or another. You know the stakes, and you clearly understand a bit more than someone of your station should know." With this last sentence, he glanced over to Angela Stokes. She clenched her teeth, but continued looking at Coulson. "Furthermore," the man said, "I do not appreciate your taking a matter this sensitive in nature into your own hands for any reason. The fact that Mr. Nessif is now involved is yet another failing on your part. I'm willing to allow you to continue work on the project with the understanding—" "I'm out," Coulson said. "Excuse me?" he and Stokes said in unison. "I told you," he said. "I'm out. I quit." At this, Stokes' boss smiled, a slight straight grin peeking out from the side of his mouth. "Mr. Coulson, if you weren't aware, there is a contractual obligation in place with each of our employees. Even if there were not, you do realize we are under 1,000 feet of ice." Coulson nodded. "And you do realize that you are on the continent of Antarctica?" Again he nodded. "Doesn't matter," he said. "I'm not continuing on. This is morally, ethically, and all other kinds of wrong, and it's definitely illegal. If it's not illegal here, then somewhere." Stokes' boss eyed Coulson for a moment, then leaned sideways toward Stokes. He whispered something, then Stokes' head fell to the ground. After another few seconds, she withdrew a phone from her pocket and began dialing a number. Coulson felt his blood run cold. "Mr. Coulson," the man said. "Please accompany me back to your desk on level 7. There is another matter I would like to discuss with you." Chapter 17. Ben looked at the edge far above him, wondering if he could make the climb back up without proper footwear, when a silhouette appeared. 2 other shadows joined the first, then more, and soon his vision was completely filled from left to right with the silhouettes of Chinese soldiers. "Guys," he said. The first human-shaped shadows to appear at the edge lifted their gun-shaped shadows and pointed them directly at the group. Ben didn't have time to move before the shots began raining down. He felt the fire of a bullet's graze singing past his arm, too close to be considered a total miss. He gritted his teeth and kicked out with one foot. His body, still hanging helplessly from the end of the rope, started spinning and swaying back and forth. The others were moving similarly, each climber trying to become as difficult a target as possible. So far the ruse was working. None of the group had been hit, and Ben continued swaying, proving to himself that he had in fact found something he feared more than heights. Hanging from a rope above an endless chasm while being fired on by soldiers was certainly something worse. "Ben!" He heard Julie yell out to him, and he looked over. She wasn't looking back at him, but instead had her attention on the soldiers at the edge of the cliff. A few of the soldiers were still firing, but the majority of the squad had disappeared. "Where'd they go?" he asked. "Look," she replied, "up and to the left." Ben followed her gaze and saw 2 Chinese soldiers standing farther away on the ledge, holding one of the ice axes. It was still tied to the rope, which was hanging taut straight down into the chasm. The soldiers were obviously working hard to hold the axe in place, as if the axe and rope were supporting significant weight. The weight, in this case, was Hendricks' last remaining man, Ryan Kyle. He was no longer swaying, and had begun looking for any sort of handholds that might be present in the ice cliff. Ben watched him work for a moment, noticing also that the bullets had finally stopped, and all eyes were on Kyle. "Kyle, see if you can swing a bit this way," Hendricks said, his voice soft, reassuring. "We'll catch you." Kyle didn't respond to Hendricks' order, still looking for anything he might be able to hang from once. The Chinese soldiers dropped the ice axe, the sharpened end of it springing forward and down into the chasm. Kyle dropped out of sight, and Ben swallowed. Julie screamed, a short, surprised, high-pitched burst. Hendricks cursed, yelling up at the Chinese soldiers. "What do you want from us?" he shouted. "We'll talk. You want to know who we're working for?" One silhouette stepped closer to the edge and leaned out over the cliff. Ben couldn't see his features, but he seemed to be a bit shorter than many of the men around him. In broken English, the man started to speak. "We have no use for you," the man said. "We do not care who you are working for. We will find out eventually, but it is of no concern to us." Ben saw him nod as the leader finished his 3-sentence speech, and 6 other men disappeared back from the cliff. Within seconds, he felt the terrifying thrust of weightlessness, then falling. He stopped short a split second later and heard Julie scream again. He looked up and saw 4 soldiers directly above him. 2 were holding his ice axe and 2 were holding Julie's. "Ben," she whispered. He could hear the shaking in her voice, and he gulped air again, afraid to speak. It was an instinctual response, like a rabbit's, as if not moving or making a sound would make the hunter go away. He dared a glance upward again and saw that the hunters had not gone anywhere. None of them spoke, but no one needed to. Their leader had explained the full extent of the mission, remove the American team from the equation, and they were about to do just that. Ben thought through the events leading to this moment. He thought of the months back at the cabin with Julie. Nothing but foraging grizzlies or snap snowstorms to worry about. He suddenly longed for the safety and warmth of the small cabin they'd shared together, the crackling fireplace and the smell of the wood heating and bursting into flames. The cold here was a different sort of cold. It numbed him and sucked him dry. He felt like death himself had his fingers grasped around his heart and was slowly pulling the life out of him. The air was thin, yet hung around him at the same time like a vapor or fog. "Is this it?" he thought. "Is this how it ends for us? You bast—" Hendricks' voice was cut off as he fell into the chasm, his ice axe bouncing and catching a few times on the cliff on the way down. Ben closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Somehow Julie had found him, her arm now curled around his. She had swung over and latched herself to him, their weight now combined, their fates and arms interlocked. His stomach lurched, and he knew it was happening. He fell with Julie, neither of the pair making a sound. The initial shock of the sudden movement wore off, and he felt like he was now floating in space. There was no air current to push against his momentum and alert his body to the inevitable effects of gravity. The fall was like nothing else he'd ever experienced. He had spent a lifetime dodging any opportunities to fall. including skydiving, ropes courses, and trust falls at park training events. Ben had been content to go to his grave without ever experiencing this effect, and now he was feeling the irony of going to his grave because of this effect. Time stopped for him, and the thoughts of his life and parents and brother and Julie all hit him at once. He felt the reassuring squeeze of his father's bear hugs, and later in life, vice grip handshake. His mind flashed images of his kid brother trying to learn to fish, Ben's growing impatience with the process, and his parents scolding for it. He thought of Julie, and how she had slammed into his life with the subtlety of a hand grenade, and how he had never had the chance to really tell her how he felt. He knew she loved him, and he knew that she knew he loved her. But for Ben, words were always a struggle. He used them only when he had to, and even then only the few that he needed to get the point across. In the case of Julie and his feelings for her, a few words weren't enough. Ben thought of all of this as he fell, the miraculous phenomenon of time slowing sufficient enough to give him the space to recognize the inevitable. This is the end. He fought his eyelids and pushed them open. His eyes spent a half-second focusing, and he saw, much farther above him now, the tiny shadows of the soldiers, watching to ensure their work was completed. They were fading, the blackness consuming everything around him, the top of the cliff and the other side of the chasm closing in and making the thin slit of light smaller and smaller as he fell. Then, when the slit became nothing more than the tiniest razor cut against the cruel dark, he stopped falling. Chapter 18. I'm alive. Julie said the words over and over in her head, still unsure if they were true or not. She didn't dare speak them aloud for fear that they might change if uttered in real time with real sounds. I'm alive. Then, as she silently said the words a final time, she recognized them to be true. She opened her mouth and formed the words on her lips. I'm alive, she whispered. Damn right you're alive, Hendricks said from somewhere behind her. Lucky thing, too. We landed on a huge snowbank, probably 30 feet deep. Buried up to your arms, but at least your head was poking out. I had to go dig for Ben. How long was I out? She asked. Hendricks didn't appear, and she assumed he was still behind her somewhere, possibly working on something. His voice confirmed that, his words staccato and abrupt. About 10-15 minutes, he said. I landed flat, so I didn't get stuck. Spent some time first, though, checking myself out and making sure it's all in working order. And, he chuckled, as much as can be desired. As Alexander Hamilton said, nobody expects to trust his body overmuch after the age of 50. You're 50? 56, actually, Hendricks said. Still got it, too, mostly. Julie tried to shake her head in disbelief, but a massive headache slammed into her temples and warned her away from that idea. Take a minute to get acquainted with yourself again, Hendricks said, but then I could use a hand over here. She took a few labored breaths, then swam upward and sat up. It was pitch black, but she caught the traces of a flashlight beam dancing around behind her. Her eyes adjusted a bit after another 30 seconds, and the glow of the beam was enough to get a sense of her surroundings. As Hendricks had explained, they had been sprinkled onto the top of a massive dome of snow, each of them landing in whatever position their bodies had been in at the end of the fall. She searched a few seconds for Ben, finally finding him lying at the bottom of a shallow pit, the obvious digging marks from Hendricks' gloved hands spreading upward from Ben's position. She could see his chest rising and falling, but she didn't disturb him, instead allowing him the few precious moments of rest. God knows we're not out of the woods yet. You guys okay? Julie turned around and saw Joshua Jefferson trudging over, Mrs. E following behind him. He fell backwards as he reached Julie, his rear end plopping into the thick snow. Mrs. E remained standing. We're alive, she said. Thanks to Hendricks. Joshua's face flashed red, a muted darker shade that Julie caught even in the dim light. Yeah, well, if he'd have packed longer ropes in the first place... If I'd have packed longer ropes, Hendricks said, I guarantee you this would have been an even taller cliff. Mrs. E smiled, and Joshua's face darkened into a scowl. Cut him some slack, Jefferson, Reggie said. If it were me, I'm not sure I'd have dug you out of the snow. Reggie appeared behind Hendricks, his smile the first thing she noticed. Julie saw that both men were carefully rolling the rope and ice axes back into bundles. Hendricks was zipping one of the bundles into his pack, and Reggie had his own pack open as well, ready to receive an axe and rope bundle. Hey, where's that other guy? Reggie asked. Kyle? Hendricks frowned, then jerked his pack upright and tossed it over his shoulder. Didn't make it. What? Joshua said. What's that supposed to mean? Is there something you're not... I said he didn't make it, son, Hendricks snapped. He had covered the short distance between Reggie and the rope bundles and Joshua's position with lightning speed and was now inches from Joshua's face. The older, weathered man leaned down, his grasshopper-like thinness exaggerated by his loose-fitting parka and snow attire. Julie saw Joshua's jaw clenching, and she waited for one of the men to strike out at the other. Instead, Hendricks straightened up, turned around, and pointed his flashlight to an area at the edge of the giant snow dome. "The snowbank ends there," Hendricks said, "at the edge of another drop-off." Julie's eyes widened. "He didn't make it onto the snowbank like the rest of us. He was too far over." He yanked the flashlight beam down and around, then twisted the tip of the flashlight to widen the aperture and cast a lower, wider glow over the area. "Any other questions?" Joshua shook his head and Julie dropped hers. She hadn't ever spoken to the man, and she barely knew him, yet his last moments in life had been spent protecting her and the rest of the group. What a loss, she thought. "Take a few minutes to rest and drink some water. There's a bottle in your packs if it's not already frozen. Fill it up with snow when you're finished, then grab your axe and rope and get ready to move out." "Where are you planning on going?" Reggie asked. "We'll scout the area a bit, see if there's a ledge or anything on the other side of this pile that gets us up and out of here. Or maybe an opening into a cave. Seems like a long shot." "No," Hendricks replied. "A long shot is surviving an explosion while being hunted by miniature attack helicopters, then dodging bullets while rappelling down a cliff, then falling to our deaths and somehow still being alive at the end of it. That's a long shot. Finding a nice, pre-cut exit from this frozen hell, that's an impossibility. You got a better idea, though?" "No, I'm with you, boss. Sounds fun." Ben stirred and then sat up, rubbing his eyes. He saw Julie, and she rushed to his side. "You're awake?" He nodded slowly, then groaned. "You've got to be kidding me. We lived through that?" She smiled. "And you're just in time for the next leg of our adventure," she said. "I'm calling it trudge through Antarctica until we die or find the bad guys." He stood up and brushed the snow off his pant legs. She handed him her water bottle and waited for him to take a long, slow sip. "Yeah, I had a feeling that would be next. With a rock-solid plan like that, it's no wonder we're still alive." Julie laughed, but her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a man's voice, yelling. It was muffled, and she couldn't make out what it was saying. She ran to the edge of the snowbank, where Hendricks and the others were already standing. Reggie and Joshua had fished the lights out of their packs, and all three men were pointing them down over the edge of the snowbank. Combined, the three lights were just strong enough to barely illuminate another ledge about 20 feet down, also covered in thick snow, and the small shape protruding from it. A face. Specifically, the face of Ryan Kyle, who had dug his way out of the heavy snowfall enough to get his mouth out into the open. "Anyone hear me? Hendricks? Report." Julie was impressed with the young man's ability to continue playing soldier, even as he sat covered in snow heavy enough to solidify him in place. He had obviously been trained well, and the effects of isolation, cold, and fear didn't seem to faze him. "We're up here, Kyle," Hendricks said. He passed his beam quickly over the man's face, a visible signal to him that help was on the way. "I can't dig the rest of the way out," Kyle said. "Too tired. I estimate half an hour before hypothermia starts to set in." "Well, stop talking and rest then," Hendricks said. "And don't give yourself too much credit, son. You'll be dead in 15 minutes without help." Hendricks grinned, then handed his axe and rope to Reggie. "You think you can manage to not lose this in the snow?" "You think you've got enough rope to get all the way down this time?" Reggie shot back. Hendricks stared at him a moment, then grinned again. "You're all right, Red? You know that?" "I disagree, sir, but I've been called worse." He finished tying the rope around his waist. "Belay on." Hendricks disappeared over the edge, and it was only a few seconds before he was on his feet again at the bottom, and walking toward Kyle. He immediately began digging the young man out of the snow, Kyle helping as he could when he got an arm free. Hendricks filled him in on the fall, how he had dug out the rest of the team, and how they were lucky to be alive. Then he added that he was proud of him for his performance in the truck. Kyle accepted the praise well, nodding as they worked him out of the snow. "So, that's where we are," Hendricks said. "Stuck at the bottom, cliffs on both sides, and nowhere to go." Kyle frowned, then pointed behind Hendricks. "Why not start there?" he asked. Chapter 19. Jonathan Coulson knew as soon as the elevator door shut and the slow-moving module began its descent that they weren't headed for Level 7. Well, they were headed toward Level 7, but he knew they wouldn't stop there. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't decide if he was angry or terrified, or both. The man, his boss's boss, whom he still couldn't name, wasn't speaking either. Coulson stared silently forward, looking out the metal grate that formed the front of the elevator and watched as the levels passed by. 5, 6, 7. The elevator didn't slow, confirming Coulson's worst fears. There was a support level on 8, essentially an open warehouse with piles of crates, boxes, and any industrial tools or equipment needed for station repairs and maintenance. They rode past it, and Coulson could see lines of small automated forklifts busy organizing a set of heavy crates that had just been dropped off. 9. Coulson saw the light flash on the elevator's interior panel, then dim again as they descended yet another level. He saw the rows of blinking computer consoles, the server farm stretching clear across the entire floor. He started breathing heavier as they neared level 10, the bottom of the base, they called it. Many didn't even know there was a level 10, and those who did thought it was just another server farm or support floor. Coulson, however, did know there was a 10th level, and thanks to his pseudo-friendship with Angela Stokes, he knew the floor had 2 nicknames, Cryo and Uplink. That, unfortunately, was the extent of Coulson's knowledge regarding the level and its purpose. As the elevator neared the bottom, he wondered about the 2 words and how they related to one another and the rest of the station. The air dropped another few degrees, and there was a noticeable change in the pressure as they reached the bottom level. The elevator hit the hard surface of the slab of concrete beneath it, not employing any slowing mechanisms before the jolt. Jonathan Coulson jumped, both from the sudden stop as well as the feeling of foreboding that was passing over him. This is it, he thought. We're here. He looked around at the empty floor of the elevator. What am I doing? Am I actually looking for a weapon? Could I even... He wasn't able to finish the thought before he was pushed out of the open door of the elevator and out onto level 10's ice-cold floor. The door slammed shut behind him. There was no breeze, but the refrigerated level's atmosphere seemed to be completely different from the rest of the base, and Coulson shivered. 2 men, dressed in the uniforms of the station's security guards, grabbed Coulson's arms and shoved him along down the first narrow row of metal stacks. He did his best to observe his surroundings, trying to piece together any information that might help him understand more about what they intended to do with him. That he was done working for the company was abundantly clear. His fear now shifted to another thought. He might be done doing anything. They entered the first row, and he felt like he was in a massive warehouse of filing cabinets. Metal drawers were stacked on top of one another, floor to ceiling, on both sides of the narrow hallway. There was just enough light high above to see, but it made observing any minute details impossible. All he could gather at this point was that the filing cabinets were all closed. A simple metal handle stuck out from the fronts of each one, and the effect was an endless sea of dark gray. There was a single blinking light, red or orange on some of the boxes. The 2 security guards tightened their grip on him and shuffled him to the right, down another hallway that cut the room in half perpendicular to the row they were walking down previously. This hallway was wider, but not by much. He saw each row lined up in front of and behind him now, stretching toward the end of the room 1,000 feet away. Each row was capped off by a flat metal wall, and enormous wraps of cabling jutted out from holes that had been cut every foot or so, one above the other. They continued walking, and Coulson saw that the cables terminated into the concrete floor, and could only assume that the cables provided some sort of power or interconnectivity throughout the massive room. He'd often considered this station a prison, albeit one with perks like energy drinks and a decent cafeteria, as well as the freedom to move about throughout the station mostly unimpeded. But walking down this frozen hallway, eyeing row after row of enlarged filing cabinets, he had to wonder if his premonition was even more true than he'd initially thought. The security guard stopped when they reached the end of the hallway, then turned left. Coulson tried his best to keep track of where they were. They'd left the elevator, walked to the central hallway, and turned right, and were now heading down toward the far wall of this level. It was a relatively simple floor plan, but the endless rows of metal stacks made it seem more dizzying and maze-like than any other level. Finally, right near the corner of the room, they stopped. He hadn't seen any other people on this level, and Stokes' boss hadn't even stepped out of the elevator when Coulson was pushed out onto this level, but the security guards took a moment to observe their surroundings. They looked down both stretches of hallway, then finally turned back to their task. Coulson was physically shaking now, barely able to hide his trembling lip. One of the security guards bent down and pulled open one of the filing cabinets. Gleaming white light shone back up at them, and Coulson found himself blinking away the brightness. After his eyes adjusted, he looked back down at the open cabinet. The drawer was about 6 feet long and padded inside with white cloth and fabric. A small strap of cables pushed through the fabric near the backside of the drawer and connected to another piece of fabric, this one blue and shaped like a swim cap. "Let's make this easy on all of us," one of the guards said. His voice was high-pitched, like an adolescent boy's, and in any other situation Coulson would have started laughing. The taser, pistol, and man's cold, dead eyes, as well as the fact that Coulson was beginning to understand what was about to happen, kept him silent. Coulson gulped, not caring anymore to try to hide his emotions. He looked from one man to the other, each still holding one of his arms. Can I get free? If I could. Could I even get away? He thought about his middle-aged, doughy body, and wondered what his chances were that the security force here in the station would be equally out of shape. Doubtful. At the very least, they would have to have a basic level of physical fitness to even qualify for this assignment, and if the company had chosen anything better than a bare-bones mall security-style private security team, Coulson was sure they were fit enough to take him down. Okay, then what else? He was running out of time. They would allow a brief moment of hesitation, fear, possibly even insubordination, but eventually they would continue doing their job. In this case, their job was to force Coulson into a box, slam it shut, and lock it. What would happen after that, Coulson didn't have the faintest idea. Last chance, what's your move? His inner dialogue was yelling back at him, screaming for him to take action. He felt a drop of spittle at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes stared down at the gleaming, white-open cabinet. He remained motionless, a statue of a man who used to be alive and was now sculpted in stone, silently watching his own fate spooling out in front of him. It was a surreal experience, not moving to even fight for his own life, all the while screaming silently to himself to take action, and yet knowing it would be in vain. The men shifted, and he felt his legs leave the floor. The brief sense of vertigo passed quickly and was replaced by the same hollow, rock-hard emptiness he was feeling a moment ago. His legs were now at eye level, and they were lifting him, parallel to the floor, higher and higher. Soon he was at the height of the box and then a few inches higher. The men smoothly slid him forward, his head now resting on the cool, soft surface of the inside of the box. They pushed his lower body, and he slid farther forward. The space became cramped, and the alarm klaxons in his head tore through his psyche. Still, he didn't move a muscle. One of the men reached over his head and began to secure the swim cap to his skull. He had a flash of insight. He could bite the man's arm, then kick the other man, then wriggle free and escape. Maybe if he attacked quickly and solidly enough, he could leave them stunned, giving him a head start back to the elevator. The feeling passed, and he took no action. The swim cap seemed to suck the remainder of his wispy, graying hair up and toward the top of his head, and the guard struggled to get the latex cap tightly pressed down over his temples. Finally, the guard snapped the stretchy cap out of his grasp and onto Coulson's head, then stepped back to admire his work. "All set," he said to the other man. The other guard had placed a loop of leather around his upper body and was now fiddling with another set of straps at Coulson's feet. He looked up and nodded when the other guard spoke. Coulson felt his hands being strapped to the bottom of the long shelf, each guard working one of the leather straps and cinching it tight. His feet were next, and within 5 more minutes Jonathan Coulson was completely incapacitated, lying prone, fully clothed inside the box. "Okay," the second guard began. "Initializing air mixture now. He'll be out in a matter of seconds, and it'll start to snake him then. Plenty of time to log it and have the stasis protocols prepped for him." The first guard laughed. "Spooky, isn't it, how they're able to keep these guys alive for so long?" Coulson could barely see the man's face, but he recognized the guard's shrug. "I guess. I don't worry about that crap. Just do the job, get paid, go home." The guard who had applied the swim cap to Coulson's head stepped up to the end of the cabinet and began to push. Coulson felt his body slide backwards into the depths of the massive shelving unit, the lights inside his tomb slowly fading at the same speed as he was being pushed. The last sliver of light he saw came from the dim ceiling light fixture outside the box and far above them. Coulson watched the guard's eyes disappear into blackness as he heard the cabinet click shut. Immediately, a gentle hissing sound emanated from somewhere above his head, and he could smell the addition of a cocktail of chemicals float through the air. He breathed in, trying to calm himself down. He held the air inside his body for a few seconds, then let it out gently. He had never known he was claustrophobic, but the hot breath bouncing off the ceiling of the tiny, cramped space and back onto his face caused the feeling to set in instantaneously. "This is it," he thought. "This is how I die." Chapter 20. Ben strained to see what Kyle had pointed at, but Julie added her own flashlight beam to the mix, as the group standing on the upper snowbank illuminated the cliff wall next to Kyle and Hendricks. As the area lit up, his eyes focused on the small square that was suddenly revealed to them. It was a rectangular shaft, large enough for 2 of them to fit through side by side, but barely tall enough for one. It seemed to be sunken into the surrounding ice. as if it had been placed there by melting the ice around it and pushing it through the hollowed-out hole, then allowing the ice to freeze back around it. The front of it was covered with a simple metal grate, fastened to the shaft behind it on 4 corners and the 2 longer sides with small bolts. "You think we can get into it?" Julie asked him. Ben shrugged. "Definitely not from here." Reggie, Mrs. E, and Joshua were already working their way down the snowbank and onto the lower platform. There was no need for ropes and ice axes for this drop, since the snow offered a cushioned landing. "Bennett!" Hendricks yelled up at him. "Why don't you and Julie stay up there until we're sure we can get in this way? It'll be a lot easier to get back up on your snowbank if someone's already there to pull us up." Ben gave him a thumbs up and waited as the 3 others finished slide falling onto the lower ledge, then watched and pointed his flashlight as they attempted to open the grate. Hendricks withdrew a small multi-tool from a pocket and started working on the bolts with the built-in pliers. After a few minutes, the grate popped off and fell forward onto the soft bed of snow. Hendricks looked around at the group surrounding him, then pointed his light down the now open shaft. "Looks clear to me," he said. "How far can you see?" Mrs. E asked. "Only about 20 or 30 feet. It's straight, but I can't tell if there are drops or turnoffs anywhere along the way." He turned again to Mrs. E. "Any volunteers?" Joshua stepped forward. "I'll do it." Hendricks hesitated a moment, then replied, "Sure, sounds good. Just get to the end, then give us the signal." He flicked his light on and off, demonstrating. 2 flashes to tell us it's all clear." Joshua nodded and crouched and entered the hole head first. Ben saw the man's feet disappear into the chamber, then waited. Another few minutes passed, and Hendricks turned to the group. "All clear," he said. "Nowhere else to go but down, right?" He didn't wait for anyone to answer the question, and immediately started into the shaft. It took another minute for everyone to enter behind him, each person still carrying their rifle on their back or a pistol on their belt, shimmying their pack behind them to fit through the rectangular space. By the time Ben and Julie made it down to the lower snowbank, it was their turn. He told Julie to move ahead, opting to enter last. Julie did, and had little trouble fitting her thin frame into the narrow space. Ben had a bit of a struggle placing his pack in an easily maneuverable spot, but eventually had it dragging along behind him. The space was dark. The cold metal of the shaft was the temperature of the ice just beyond its sides, and the thick gloves Ben was wearing were still having trouble keeping up. He felt the below-zero surface through the fabric, already creeping upward into his skin. Julie stopped, turned around, and lay on her back. Ben saw that just past her the rest of the group was stopped as well. As his eyes adjusted, he could see faint light emanating upward from somewhere ahead. Joshua's voice tumbled through the air, barely reaching Ben's ears. "There's another grate here, a vent, I think. I can feel the air coming out of it, and it's a bit warmer, which is good news. The bad news is that it looks like we're right above a huge open space. I can't see too far inside, but there's a little bit of light coming from the room." He paused, and Hendricks spoke. "Let's keep moving. We're looking for some sort of closet, or just a smaller room if there is one. Let's not take our chances with a huge space like this." Ben heard shuffling, then the train of people in front of him disembarked once again. Julie rolled over and started crawling on her hands and knees, catching up. Ben followed behind her, longing to stand up and stretch out. He wasn't claustrophobic, but the space did seem to be pressing in on him, growing smaller and smaller with each hand and knee he placed forward. Finally, they stopped again, and Joshua once again addressed the others. "Okay, I think we found a spot. This might be the same room, but there's no light. I stuck my hand on the grate before I even knew it was there. I can't see anything." "Okay, let's get to work on the vent cover then," Hendricks said. A little more shuffling, and then Ben heard the sound of a screw pinging onto metal. He waited another minute, finally hearing the sound he'd been waiting for. The grate scraped away from the ice, and he saw the top edge of it floating about Joshua's head, as the 2 men finagled it out of the way. "We're in," Joshua said, "one at a time. Use your axe, hang it over the edge, and lower yourself down." "Keep the noise to a minimum," Hendricks said. "We don't need anyone else knowing we're here." Ben waited his turn, helping Julie descend by holding her arms as she went over the edge feet first. The floor was a good 20 feet away, and now that Ben could see the shadows of the others down in the room, and how small they seemed from this distance, he felt the anxiety creep up again. When Julie finished, Hendricks whispered up toward Ben. "Okay, your turn, Bennett. When you get down a few feet, see if you can move the grate back into place for the most part. It'll hopefully be close enough so it won't draw anyone's attention." Ben followed the instruction and got the cover situated nearly perfectly in place, leaving a few inches for the axe and rope. He slid to the ground, then shook the rope enough to dislodge the axe and flick it over the edge and down through the crack. It fell straight down toward Ben, and he caught it with one hand before it hit the floor. "Nice job," Hendricks said. "I thought you were just going to let it hit the floor, ruining any chance we'd have of staying undetected." He offered Ben a smirk, but Ben just shrugged and rolled the rope up and stuck it in his pack. "What is this place?" Reggie asked. Ben looked around, trying to piece together what he was seeing. There were endless rows of tall shelving units, stretching as far as he could see. The room was remarkably dim, not completely pitch black, but certainly close. A few tiny lights dotted the ceiling far above their heads, only bathing the top few feet of each shelf in enough light to discern any detail. Ben squinted, trying to pull the upper levels of the shelves into focus, but still had no idea what was on them. "It looks like a server room," Julie said. "A massive server room." They began walking, following Hendricks, Kyle, and Joshua down the edge of the room, looking down each of the long rows as they passed them by. Ben took in everything and tried to process what he could see, which wasn't much, as the lighting in the room was little better than pitch black. After a minute of walking, Mrs. E stopped in front of a row. "These are not servers. There would at least be status lights on each box. And besides, these boxes are huge." She stepped forward to examine the first set of boxes directly in front of her. "They are not the right shape, and—" The sound of voices cut her off. The noise came from the side of the room they were walking toward, albeit still far off. All sets of eyes looked in that direction, but there was no way to see anything. Only walls of black boxes on black shelves stared back at them. But Ben looked anyway. The voices subsided, but Ben thought he could hear shuffling and shifting, as if someone was working nearby. He heard a louder clicking noise, then the sound of footsteps. More than one set of footsteps. Chapter 21. Hendricks didn't pause for long. "Let's move," he whispered. "Like I said, keep the noise down. Move as silently as you can." He began walking toward the noises. "What if they come this way?" Julie asked. "Then we'll need to make sure we stay a row away from them. They're not expecting anyone else to be down here. The footfalls aren't heavy or fast enough for them to be running, or even in a hurry, which means it should be pretty easy to stay out of sight." It was apparent after a few seconds that the footsteps were traveling in the opposite direction as they were, down another long hallway in the center of the room. Thanks to the dark lighting, they were able to pass by undetected, reaching the corner of the huge room. "This is where they were," Hendricks said. "Any idea what they were doing?" "Yeah," Joshua said. He pointed at one of the boxes near chest level. "There's a green light on that one. I'm guessing it had something to do with that box." Ben took a breath. He had a feeling opening boxes at the bottom of a subterranean Antarctic base would not lead to anything good, but he remained quiet. Mrs. E stepped forward and reached her hand out. "Anyone want to take a guess at what we will find inside?" Ben wasn't sure if she was joking or not. 10 to 1 it's a dead body," Reggie said. "Or a really raunchy porn collection." "You're disgusting, you know that?" Julie said from behind Reggie. "Hey," Hendricks whispered. "Knock it off. This isn't a vacation. We get caught, we're dead, and we go in the boxes. Got it?" "You think opening the box is a good move?" Julie said. "There's a green light on it, which means it's very likely connected to a computer system somehow. If we open it, an alarm could go off." "We came here to see if there's something they're trying to hide," Joshua said. "If I wanted to hide something I didn't want anyone to see, I'd put it in a box and bury it under a bunch of ice at the bottom of the earth." To her, Mrs. E paused, considering Julie's hesitation. Then she looked at the rest of the group. Ben couldn't see Hendricks gesturing, but he caught the tail end of a nod from Mrs. E just before she slid the box open. It made a hissing sound as the airtight cavity was relieved of pressure, and bright white light began filtering out, growing in intensity as the box slid forward. Ben blinked a few times as his eyes adjusted, and he saw the outline of a man's lower body laying in the box. The shoes were brown leather, like typical work shoes worn by a desk jockey. Khaki pants gave way to a brown belt, much darker than the shoes, as if its wearer had given little thought to matching his shoes and belt together, and instead settled for the category of brown as close enough. Finally, Ben caught sight of the man's torso. He wore a thin, stretched white shirt, buttons still buttoned all the way up. His skin was pasty white, his neckline more of a collection of fat that had previously provided a cushion for his head. His eyes were closed, his face turned upward in a sleeping expression, completely indifferent to the newcomers. "Well, I'll be damned," Hendricks said. "Looks like Reggie wins this one. Good call, son." "Not quite," Joshua said. "Look, he's not dead." Ben stared down at the man's chest and watched it rise and fall slowly, nearly 15 seconds between breaths. Joshua leaned in over the man's face and brought his hand up and toward his cheek. "What are you doing?" Julie asked, her whisper shrill and barely subdued. Joshua reached in and slapped the man hard on the cheek. The man exploded upward. His torso arched as his swim cap-covered head nearly hit the top of the shelf. He gasped, a huge sucking sound coming from his wide-open mouth, followed by a gentle moan as his eyes shot open. Ben reacted involuntarily, jumping backwards and reaching for his gun. He felt Reggie's hand on his wrist, already assessing the situation and maintaining control. He locked eyes with Ben, then turned to the man in the cabinet. The snake, he said between fits of wheezing. After a few more seconds of incoherent rambling, he was breathing heavily, gasping for breath but was awake and mostly lucid. He blinked a few times, his nostrils flaring, then finally stopped, realizing that he wasn't alone. Who are you?" he stammered. No one spoke. "Please help me," he said. His voice was barely a whisper, and still Ben thought he heard it crack. His pupils were huge against the whites of his eyes, and they were clearly trying to help the man focus. He breathed a few heavy, labored breaths, as if trying to work something out that had gotten into his bloodstream. "My name is Jonathan Coulson. I work here as a developer and program manager." "Well, that doesn't matter much to us," Hendricks said, the gruffness and edge in his voice exaggerated for impact. "But maybe you can tell us something that does matter." Coulson frowned. Okay, I can tell you what I know. Can you get me out of here?" Mrs. E and Joshua moved to lift the man, but Hendricks stopped them. "Hold on, what is this place, and what exactly were you doing here?" "Please," Coulson said, "get me out of this box, and then I'm not sure you're in a very strong position to negotiate," Hendricks said. "So just answer my question first. Where are we right now?" "This is a station. My company owns it, and I just work here. I don't know why it's here, in Antarctica, but I don't know what this level is for. I never have. We weren't told what any of this was for, really." Hendricks frowned, while Ben and the others silently measured the man's testimony against his situation. "Okay, fine," Hendricks said. "You don't know anything about this place, but why are you in the box?" "It was punishment," Coulson said. "I think maybe they don't need me anymore. I test and compile subroutines for a larger program. I found something I think may have upset them, and I told them I wouldn't work anymore. They took me down here." Hendricks looked around. "Well, Mr. Coulson," he said, "judging by how many coffin cabinets they have down here, it seems as though quitting is a common occurrence." He nodded once, and Mrs. E and Joshua began helping the man out of his bindings and out of the box. They carefully helped him find his feet, continuing to hold him tightly. Coulson was standing on his own now, and Ben got a good look at him. Middle-aged, thinning hair, and not much to look at from a physical perspective. Ben thought he fit the description of a stereotypical corporate employee, especially one who claimed to be a programmer. Coulson didn't try to fight or break free, and Ben wondered how a man like this could end up here in Antarctica. He seemed broken, completely at the mercy of the group around him. "All right, Coulson," Hendricks said. "We're going to get you somewhere we can talk. In private, no funny business. Got it?" Coulson nodded. "You have any idea how to get out of here?" Coulson nodded again, then cleared his throat. "Stairs are that way, and there's an elevator. I'm not sure it'll work, though. I think you need a code to get to—" "We'll take our chances," Hendricks said. "Lead the way, Johnny boy." He pushed forward with an arm, his gun held tightly in his other hand. Jonathan Coulson stumbled a bit, then started forward, leading the rest of the group around the edge of the large room. "It's around this corner all the way down the other side. You'll see the indicator light as we get closer." From the other side of the room, about where Coulson said the elevator was located, Ben heard shouts. Men's voices rang out into the tall chamber, bouncing off endless rows of cabinets. They were angry, hurried, and focused. As they spoke, Ben thought he could hear 4 distinct voices. He couldn't make out any more specifics, but he knew one thing for sure. They're looking for us, and they're armed. Chapter 22. "Hendricks, let's set up a perimeter." Reggie had no idea if the older man serving as their leader would be interested in input from his subordinates, but he tried anyway. At the very least, it would force Hendricks to respond one way or another. No, if we spread out and surround them, we might be forced to engage. Any stray shots could be friendly fire. Reggie realized he was right. But we're going to have to engage either way. As Coulson said, there are 2 ways out of here, and they just came out of one and will be watching the other. Coulson nodded near Hendricks, underlining Reggie's statement. "They're probably the 2 that brought me here, plus 2 additional guards. That alarm must have gone off when you opened the cabinet." Hendricks paused. "Right, so the best move is stealth. We're outgunned, but not outmanned. I counted 4, I think, so let's get around them and ambush them from the side. A few of you will stay back in case 1 or 2 get away. We can hunt them down once they're split up. Love it. Dibs on being one of the hunters. We're all in this together now, Hendricks said. My team's up there, dead out on the ice, remember? He paused. Red, Bennett, and Richardson, you get around the right side over there. Spread out a bit, but keep each other in sight. Red, you lead out from that flank and take out 1 or 2 if you can. Hendricks turned to Mrs. E and Joshua. You 2 with me down this left side of the room we're on? We'll hit them head on, so keep your gun up and your eyes straight. Kyle, center aisle. You need to move past them without being seen, then slip in around the back. Coulson, you're at my side. You leave it, I shoot you. Got it? Coulson confirmed that he got it. Charge orders? Reggie asked. On Kyle, he's covering the most distance. The men approaching from the elevator had stopped communicating verbally, but they could hear their heavy footsteps every few seconds. The volume of the steps was growing, but Reggie determined they were still a few hundred feet away, moving slowly and operating in the dark. If they had night vision goggles, they would have already seen Reggie's group, so he was confident they were safe for another minute. Everyone double-checked their magazines, Reggie helping Ben and Julie with their pistols. When they were ready, Hendricks pointed a finger and Reggie took off. He could hear Ben's breathing behind him, keeping up, but moving silently with Julie in tow. They passed the center aisle, reached the corner of the room near where they'd entered, and turned left. The expanse of the hallway alongside the longest edge of the room stretching out before him. Only a fraction of it was visible, the remainder covered in darkness. He pushed forward, trying to guess where the 4 guards were located in relation to their position. He stepped past 3 rows of tall shelves, each housing hundreds of metal doors with cabinets behind them, and wondered what was in all of them. Surely they're not all full of bodies. The impossibility of it all weighed on Reggie, as he marched his team of 3 forward. The logistics alone would be a nightmare, he realized. Thousands of tons of steel and concrete would be required. And there's no way to connect it all to a central power source that's strong enough. As he considered the infrastructure challenges, one nagging idea dawned on him. We're already walking through it. They've already done it. It doesn't matter how impossible this all is, he thought. They figured it out somehow. He stepped past the 5th row, and knew at that moment they'd walked into more than they could handle. Whomever had built this place had been able to build a station on the most uninhabitable continent on the planet, staying out of sight from even McMurdo Station, situated a relative stone's throw away. They had shipped in the structural components, carving the bulk of the station out of ice, and somehow snuck in the personnel to run it all. Reggie was amazed, but again the suspicion crept in. What is it all for? He wondered. What does Mr. E really want from it? If Draconis Industries was truly pulling the strings here, then Mr. E and his wife wanted something more than just compensation for the use of his satellite technology. There were mechanisms in motion already, and Mr. E was a part of it all. He needed someone on the ground to find and secure whatever it was Draconis had hiding here, but Reggie didn't think for a moment that Mr. E would remain cordial if there was something at this station he wanted. Whatever it was, Reggie knew they were willing to kill for it. He passed the 7th row of cabinets, and one of the security guards opened fire. "Get down!" he shouted. He didn't wait or turn around to see if Ben and Julie had followed the order. He dove headfirst past the row and fell into a roll. He somersaulted once, springing up on his feet and pointing his gun back in the direction the shots had come from. You missed, Reggie thought. That's your first mistake. The guard was already there, pointing his rifle at Reggie. You are in a restricted area. Put the weapon down and come here. Talking in the middle of a firefight? That's your last mistake. He was fewer than 5 paces away, so he barely had to try to aim. He fired 2 quick shots, but it proved to be twice as many as he needed. The guard fell, his rifle clattering to the floor near him. Reggie didn't hesitate and ran forward to scoop up the man's weapons and ammunition. He saw Ben and Julie crouching just around the edge of the next row of shelves. Here, Bennett, he said as he handed the rifle to the large man. Try this on. Shoots better than that dinky 9mm you were using back at the range, and it makes you look tough, too. Julie stepped forward. What about me? I'm supposed to just walk around with a pistol? No, we'll shop around. There are 3 more. A gunshot rang out from the other side of the rectangular room. 2 more guards down here. They're not putting up much of a fight, Julie said, but they're packing some heat. Reggie looked at the gun he'd given Ben. AK-47, obviously black market. Cheap and easy to get. You'll want to pop a few extra rounds each time to make sure one of them flies straight, but it's a hardy tool. Shouldn't have much trouble. Ben nodded, checking out the gun and testing its weight in his hands. Sounds easy enough, he said. But answer this, why in the world are there AK-wielding, poorly trained security guards dancing around the bottom of an Antarctic research station? 2 more shots reached their ears. Reggie chuckled. Beats me, they're putting up as much of a fight as the gals in the bar back home after I booze them up a bit. Charmer, Julie said. Reggie, Ben said, you've never in your life picked up a girl at a bar. Drop the act. Reggie laughed. Okay, fair enough. He turned back around as he continued. As for why they're here, that's the real question. Why do they need guards at all? What are they hiding? You mean besides the bodies? Julie looked around at the lines of black cabinet doors. Yeah, Reggie said, following her gaze. Besides the bodies. Chapter 23. They regrouped at the center of the room, in the wide aisle that split the rectangular room into two halves and filled each other in. Ben listened to the explanations given, led off by Hendricks. Kyle eliminated one, and Joshua and I dropped the last two, Hendricks said. Too easy. I noticed that as well, Reggie said. I was lucky. He opened fire on me first, but missed. Then he tried to reason with me, actually stopped, looked at me, and spoke. While I was pointing a gun at his head, where'd they find these guys, guarding a Starbucks? Kyle and Hendricks shook their heads as he told the story. They're either training to be stormtroopers, or they really need to up the rent-a-cop budget around here. I'm not complaining, Julie said. No, I'm not either, but it's only going to work in our favor for a bit, Hendricks said. If the Chinese get here anytime soon, they'll be in for another treat. That army up there will do a number on the security force if the rest of them are anything like what we saw down here. Hendricks handed Julie one of the weapons he had taken off one of the fallen guards. Like Ben's acquired weapon, it was an aftermarket AK-47, modified heavily. Hendricks showed her how to work the rifle and how to remove the magazine. We'll need to see if there are any more magazines on these guys, since we won't last long without some on hand. Also wish they didn't have this ridiculous red dot sight on them. It's neat, though, Julie said. Helps me see. She made a show of lifting the gun to her shoulder and aiming down the sights at a far-off row of cabinets. She smiled at Ben, and he couldn't help but grin. Yeah, helps the bad guys see you, too. At least the Tapco trigger's a legitimate upgrade. Just do your best to keep the end of that thing pointed down. Julie nodded, and Ben waited for the rest of the group to fall in. He was surprised at their coherence as a team, even with only a long flight and 2 hours on the ground under their belt. They operated well together, even if there were still dissenting opinions on who should be in charge. Ben flashed a glance to Joshua, who was standing closest to Hendricks. What is the guy thinking right now? Ben thought. Joshua Jefferson was a man of action, someone who wouldn't simply stand by while someone less capable led them astray. Still, Ben knew firsthand that Joshua wasn't a power-hungry maniac either. He was motivated by what was right and would work to achieve the greater good at any cost. Ben had watched the transformation Joshua had gone through. In the Amazon, Joshua Jefferson had led a team of mercenaries in a quest to root out and kill Ben and his entire team, including Reggie and Julie. Their first interaction in Brazil had nearly left them dead, and it had been difficult for Ben to accept Joshua's explanation that he had simply been on the wrong side. The man claimed he had been led astray by the company he worked for, the same company they were now looking for, and by his own father. Joshua Jefferson's father was the man who had put Joshua on the company's payroll, and the only person he had interacted with at the company besides his own men. What the company needed, Joshua was sent to retrieve. His was a team of well-trained, fast-moving men who got the job done and didn't ask questions. Joshua believed they were the good guys, working toward whatever ultimate world-changing goal the company had in mind. So when Joshua's father emailed him the orders to hunt Ben and Julie, and retrieve whatever they were looking for in the Amazon rainforest, Joshua didn't think twice. He brought his team to the region without hesitation, but soon realized he had been played by the company. His brother, Rhett Jefferson, a rash and unpredictable younger kid, barely out of law school, showed up, hired by the company to follow both groups into the rainforest. Their father never would have approved of sending such an untested and untrustworthy operative into the region, so he knew the orders couldn't have come from him. He then began to understand how deeply the organization's corruption ran, that they would pit two brothers against one another, all the while pretending it was the boy's father who had given the orders. He eventually caught up with Ben's group, explained what he knew of the situation, and convinced them to pardon him. Eventually, Rhett sabotaged Ben's team, nearly killed them all, and Joshua shot and killed him for it, further solidifying his stance against the company. Ben had no choice but to start trusting the man. He had saved Julie's life more than once, and had killed the man pursuing them. Joshua had proven his value in the rainforest, and by the end of it all he was part of their close-knit group. Now, deep underground in the foothills of the Trans-Antarctic Range, hidden in the depths of a mysterious station, a Chinese army bearing down on them, Ben was again reassured by Joshua's presence. He had been angry as well when Hendricks had changed the previously agreed-upon hierarchy of leadership, but Hendricks had proven himself effective, and Ben knew it was no time to shake things up. Joshua seemed placated for the moment, satisfied with Hendricks bearing the burden of responsibility. For his part, Ben would play his role as well. He would keep Julie safe, help the others in whatever way he could, and accomplish their mission. They were looking for something for Mr. E, and he would do whatever he could to find it. Thinking about their objective, Ben addressed Coulson. "Coulson," he said, "we're trying to find something down here. We don't quite know what we're looking for, but anything you might know would be helpful." Coulson frowned at Ben when he first spoke, as if seeing the man for the first time. Right, well, that explains why you're here." He paused. "Actually, it doesn't. How did you get here? How did you find a way in?" "Mission Impossible style," Reggie said. "Through the air vents? Places really should consider making those half the size, or at least guarding them a little better. Places usually aren't covered by a mile of ice and only accessible by an around-the-world plane ride either," Julie said. "Yeah, true. Anyway," Ben said, refocusing their conversation, "we're here, but we'd love to not be here any longer than we need to be. We're trying to find a company and whatever it is they're hiding." Coulson waited, so Ben took the bait. "We're looking for Draconis Industries." Coulson seemed impressed. "Well, you found it. You're in our state-of-the-art research facility. Welcome." "Pleasure. Now what in the world is this research facility researching, and what are they hiding down here?" "What are they hiding? Christ, look around," Coulson said. "What are they not hiding?" The group did as Coulson instructed, and looked around again at the strange, ceiling-high rows of cabinets. "Seriously, Coulson," Hendricks said, "you mean to tell me you have people inside all these boxes?" Coulson shuddered. I have no idea," he said. "This is the first time I've been down here. I wasn't even convinced this level actually existed. Look, I'm just a programmer, okay? I'm not involved with whatever these guys are." "You work here, remember?" "I did. I guess I don't anymore. They put me in the box for punishment, like I said, but I have no idea what would have happened if you hadn't..." He shuddered again. "Look, let's get to another level. My office is upstairs, and we can talk there. I can show you what I was working on, maybe help you find whatever it is you're looking for." "Sounds good to me," Reggie said. He had walked closer to one of the rows and was peering down at one of the black metal cabinet doors. "This place is giving me the creeps." "Same here," Hendricks said. "Let's move out. Coulson, you take point. You try to run, I shoot you. You try to call out to anyone. You get where I'm going with this, right?" Coulson gulped and nodded, then started walking toward the elevator in the corner of the room. Chapter 24. The elevator was barely large enough to hold them all, and Ben felt the need to suck in his gut as he and Julie crammed into the back corner. He had lost almost 20 pounds since he'd met Julie, thanks to their escapades in the jungle and at Yellowstone, as well as his desire to please her. He had never looked extremely fit, but he had always been on the larger side, and not just in a chunky way. He had a hefty, thick body that stood taller than the average and wasn't completely useless. He knew how to throw his weight around, whether it was on the rink playing pickup hockey as a kid, or captaining a wheelbarrow full of chopped wood back to his cabin. He wasn't one to get in fights if he could help it, but Ben knew from experience that he was more than adequate at breaking up a bar fight. Lately, he had been focusing more and more on his fitness, and had even considered setting up some sort of workout regimen he could implement at the cabin. The woods surrounding his home offered everything he needed for a decent gym, and he could aim for filling out what was missing with bodyweight exercises. He'd asked Reggie, a man Ben had always known to be obsessed with his physique and fitness, for advice, and he had agreed to help out. As the elevator rose, Ben did a silent inventory in his head. They were each still carrying one of the packs Hendricks had doled out earlier, and each of them were wielding an assault rifle. Hendricks, Mrs. E., Joshua, Reggie, and Kyle were carrying the assault rifles they'd either brought along or pulled from the bodies of Hendricks' dead men, while he and Julie were carrying their modified AK-47S. The others had plenty of ammunition stashed away in their packs, but he and Julie would need to find some magazines soon if they were expected to be any help if they encountered more resistance. Coulson was fidgety, and Ben watched as the man's beady eyes danced around the faces on the people in the elevator, stopping only briefly enough to register their faces, then moving on to the next. He performed this dance with his eyes no less than 3 times before finally stopping on Ben. "You okay there, Coulson?" Ben asked. The elevator dinged as it reached the next level up, and Coulson jumped. I'm okay," he said. "I know I haven't thanked you for rescuing me. I'm sorry. Thank you. This is all." "You need a brisk walk outside, Coulson," Hendricks said from the front of the elevator without turning around. "Chill out. We're not going to shoot you, if you cooperate." "No, I understand. Thank you. This is very overwhelming for me. Just earlier I was meeting with my boss, her boss, and one of our programmers about the anomaly I found in the code." Julie this time cut him off. "Whoa there, buddy," Julie said. "Slow it down a bit and start from the beginning." Ben knew the computer speak would perk her ears up, so he wasn't surprised that she stepped into the conversation. Right. Sorry. You said you guys were here looking for something?" Julie looked around, but only Hendricks looked back at her. Something in his gaze made Julie pause and consider her words. "Yes, that's right. We're looking for something." Coulson nodded, as if the explanation was suitable. "Okay, well, it's probably the same thing I've been working on here. I manage the programmers they hire, mainly checking their code and ensuring it all lines up together and makes sense. Why not just program it all yourself? Then you don't need as much double-checking? Besides the sheer amount of transcription work there is to do, the company wants to make sure no one has access to all of the different subroutines involved." Julie shook her head as if trying to understand. "But you have access to all the data?" "Sort of. Most of it, but only for one subroutine. I don't know what exactly the larger project is supposed to be, but I think I might have an idea." The elevator dinged once more, a bright 7 lighting up above the door, and Coulson waited for it to slide open. He glanced around the cavernous, dimly lit space in front of him, then stepped out. "What's that idea?" Julie asked. "Come on," Coulson said, walking out toward a row of desks along one side of the room. "I'll show you." The group filed out of the elevator, and Ben was relieved to realize they were all alone on this level. He followed Coulson to one of the desks. "Okay," Coulson began. "I worked here every day just reading through lines of text the code monkeys upstairs send down. It's pretty much just me here, though there are a few that come and go, and my boss, Angela, works down the way a bit." "Where is she now?" Hendricks asked. "No idea. Not sure why there's no one here, actually. Seems a little quiet, even for what I'm used to." "Well, let's hurry it up," Hendricks said. "Sounds like we won't have this place to ourselves forever, and it's only a matter of time before more of those rent-a-cops start snooping around." Coulson turned to Hendricks. "They're everywhere up here. Not the smartest guys around, but they seem to multiply like rabbits. Something like a 2-to-1 guard-to-employee ratio now. I think a bunch of new ones shipped in day before last. Your problem won't be in taking out a few of them at a time, like down there, but in handling 10 or 15 at once, or more." "Great," Reggie said. "A clone army and a Chinese one at the same time." "A Chinese what?" Coulson asked. "Don't worry about it," Reggie said. "Tell you what, you fill us in on the technical side of things and leave the physical stuff to us." Coulson didn't even seem to register the insult, so he turned back to his computer workstation and pulled up a file. Rows of multicolored text filled the screen, and Ben felt his eyes going sideways as he tried to make sense of it. Hendricks, Joshua, Kyle, and Reggie were clearly growing impatient as well, but Mrs. E and Julie leaned in closer. "Explain it," Julie said. "It's the last snippet from the subroutine we were working on," Coulson said. "I don't know exactly what it's supposed to mean, since it's completely separated from the rest of the files that will eventually be spliced into it, but there is a pretty obvious anomaly in it that I—" "Right there," Julie said. She pointed to the screen, and Coulson stopped scrolling. "That's it, right?" Coulson beamed. "Exactly right. It's encoded text, meant to be an encrypted snippet of code that can't be understood without the key." "So let's go find the key," Hendricks said. His eyes darted back and forth, his body clearly on edge. "That's not how it works," Julie said. "There are 2 layers here, I'd bet. It's sort of like a binary base 64 string, so the actual content it's masking can be deciphered relatively easily, but it's the content beneath that layer that's also been encrypted, and only on the receiving end, the computer or person or whatever, can the key be applied to decipher and run the script." She looked to Coulson for affirmation, and he was smiling widely. "Precisely," he said. "So I immediately grew curious. We are transcribing content from an original data source, after all, not creating the code. So, whoever wrote the script in the first place wanted this section to be hidden, and even then only useful to the final end user." Ben squeezed his eyes shut, unable to keep up with the technical jargon. "Okay, so you have a secret code hidden in plain sight that you can read but you can't really understand?" "No, that's not accurate," Coulson said. I can understand it. It only took me a moment to reverse engineer the transcription and coding. He highlighted the lines on the screen, clicked a few buttons, and the script transformed into a different set of characters and numbers. Ben had to admit the code was still nonsense, but it did appear to match the rest of the code surrounding it. This is the same code, syntactically correct and now written in the same style, if you will, as the rest of the document. Notice anything? Hendricks let out an audible sigh, but both women were hunched over the tall desk, and Ben knew Julie was not going to move until the answer revealed themselves. Mrs. E and Julie took turns pointing at different strings of letters and words, and Julie spoke first. "It looks like a callback script," she said. "We had a few of these written into the code of a website I helped a friend build a year or so ago. Developers don't want to just give away their code for free, so they make you pay for it, and even then, you can't really see the code they used. It's obfuscated and condensed into a single line or two that phones home, back to the developer's website, where the real code is stored. It helps prevent sharing someone else's work without paying for it." Coulson was nodding vigorously. Yes, in that case, yes. And the website still works. The website component you've purchased functions correctly, but the code for it isn't stored on your server, but on the developer's. It's an elegant theft protection mechanism. "Sounds anything but elegant," Reggie said. "So you found a callback script," Julie continued. "That's odd, but I would hardly call it an anomaly. I guess it depends on where you got the code from originally. You said you're only transcribing something that already existed in another format?" "Yes, but I'm not sure what format or where we got it. Still, I don't see the problem." Coulson rubbed his eyes and closed the program, then turned to the group huddled around him and the desk. Before he could speak, an alarm sounded from a corner of the level, and a computerized female voice broke into the silence. "Attention all essential personnel. Please proceed to level 1 for mandatory evacuation. Takeoff is 30 minutes. This is the final warning." The voice repeated the message once more, and Ben looked around at the reactions of the rest of the group. No one spoke, everyone still looking at Coulson. "The problem? You told me you were looking for something here, correct? You didn't say what it is, but I suspect there's some sort of AI involved? Artificial intelligence?" Ben studied Coulson's bloodshot eyes. The man was outwardly calm, but he seemed to be frantically searching for something in Julie's expression as he stared at her, waiting. Julie frowned, looking down at the floor. Suddenly her head shot up and she stared back at Coulson. Whispering, her voice shaking, she spoke. "Oh God, no, there's no... If they..." Coulson nodded slowly, gravely. "That's what I'm afraid of as well." Ben tried to understand, but he was lost. He had no idea what the pair was discussing, and they hadn't even slipped into tech speak again. Julie reached for his hand, then squeezed it as Hendricks walked forward and pushed Coulson back. "Time to go, Coulson," Hendricks said. "We've clearly overstayed our welcome, and I have a feeling we're not invited to the evacuation party. That means we need to get somewhere else before the minions come down to root us out." Coulson seemed to snap back to attention at the sound of Hendricks's voice, and he nodded more quickly. "Right, yes. I don't know where. Anywhere, Coulson. We'll hear the rest of your story there, but I need you to start moving." Coulson did as he was told. "Okay, sure. No elevator, they'll be able to shut it down remotely this way." He turned and walked away with Hendricks at his hip, and Ben followed behind as the group headed for a set of stairs at the opposite end of the hall. Chapter 25. The stairs ascended to the next level via 2 turns, each a set made up of about 8 individual stairs. Coulson and Hendricks led, followed by his man Ryan Kyle. Then Joshua and Mrs. E. Ben was behind Julie, and Reggie was last to ascend the first set of stairs. She felt the strength of the metal beneath her feet, and only then considered the infrastructure that surrounded them. While she had certainly been present during their narrow escape from the Chinese, their precarious cliff rappel and their entrance into the strange Antarctic station, she hadn't taken the time to think through exactly how this station existed. Now, thanks to the considerably brighter overhead lighting that illuminated their advance, she took in the details of the station's architecture. She was still reeling from the shock of Coulson's work and what he had found in the code, but there wouldn't be time to fully process the meaning of all of that until later. For now, she decided she would focus her attention on the base itself. The walls were the most obvious feature. They were covered with thick, bulging packets of liquid, each a dull gray color. Somehow stitched and intertwined together, the overall effect was that she was walking through packaging materials, massive sheets of bubble wrap pressing inward. She reached out to touch one and confirmed what her eyes were telling her. The bubbles were flat, yet slightly bulging, and had just a little give to them. It wasn't a hard wall, but one with fluidity, like the inside of an asylum's padded room. She also realized that the packets of liquid that were stuck to the walls were cooler than the air around her. As she thought through this revelation, it dawned on her that she hadn't been cold since entering the station. I'm actually a bit warm, she thought. They must be pumping heat through this place. Coulson, she began, is there HVAC here? He nodded as he stopped in the middle section between the two stairwells. Yes, there is. Well, just heating, to be precise. Not much use for AC, right? Coulson smiled and waited for a reaction. Julie just stared at him. Right, well, there are also a few swamp coolers to increase the humidity as needed, I think. He started forward again, then caught himself. Oh, you are probably wondering about the walls? These walls, you might have guessed, are no ordinary walls. Coulson had clearly found a topic that excited him more than anyone else around him, but Julie knew they were growing impatient with the dramatics. She politely nodded once, but cut him off. Julie got the feeling she was a character in Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park, sitting in a small theater as the tiny sprite of Dr. Hammond explained the theory of dinosaur DNA harvesting to her, while the real threat lay just outside the building. In their case, Julie knew the threat wasn't outside at all. Coulson, Jonathan, if I may, she said. These walls are fascinating, but maybe just a real quick overview? Coulson got the point. Right, yes, of course, the structural walls are actually pure ice, but the company found the need to supplement the facing to ensure proper insulation of the heat circulating inside, as well as little to no ice melt outside. So these little bubbles are full of water? Reggie asked. Not quite, Coulson said. They are liquid, but they're similar to the gel packs that keep the inside of a cooler cold, but opposite. Warm air basically stops at the edge, and the liquid inside each section flows and moves, allowing whatever heat has built up to dissipate or bounce back into the interior. Very interesting, Hendricks said. Sounds expensive. On the contrary, it's quite cheap. Certainly cheaper than erecting solid wood frame or concrete walls throughout the place than filling it with insulation. This uses the natural support of the ice, but allows the company to create livable conditions within. Julie was already examining another feature of the space. There's no power, though, if you have bubble walls. Look up, Coulson said. Everyone's head fell back to stare at the ceiling. There were simple, lightweight white panels covering the ceiling, similar to the drop ceilings Julie had seen in just about every office she'd ever worked in. Those panels reflect heat and are mounted directly to the ice ceilings of each level. There is very little need for additional structural support, even at the centers of each floor, because these horizontal sections of ice are about 10 feet thick. Anyway, the power problem is simple. See that black cable over in the corner? Now that Coulson pointed it out, Julie did see the cable. It was a bundle of wires, 6 inches thick, that poked out of a hole in the ceiling and traveled downwards along the corner of the stairwell. When it reached the floor, there was a splice of cables that branched out from the main line and led back into the level they had come from, while the rest of the line continued into another hole cut in the floor. It's probably not the best electrical job, but nothing beats 1,000-foot-long extension cords, Coulson said with a grin. Fair enough, Hendricks said. Still, this place is a little unnerving. All the secrecy, all the expense to keep it that way. Can't forget the body farm downstairs, Reggie said. Are we sure they're all full of bodies? Joshua asked. Well, I wasn't about to go popping them open, Reggie said, so I'm just assuming. Hey, Hendricks said, we can play tourist later. Right now we need to get somewhere those guards can't find us. Coulson, where do these stairs go? Julie waited for Coulson to answer, but he was still frozen on the landing between the sets of stairs. Coulson? Sorry, Coulson said. This goes up one level, to the barracks where we all sleep. So what's the problem? It's just that I only now realize that they are evacuating all personnel. That means anyone with an ID badge, one of these, will be able to get a ride out of here. Yes, that is what we all assumed, Hendricks said. Julie heard whatever patience the man might have had left disappear. But we don't have ID badges, do we? Yes, no, but that's not what I'm worried about. We're going up toward ground level following the evacuation protocol, but we'll be funneled through the main exit, the only exit, and they'll immediately know who we are, right? Julie considered this as Coulson continued. They're already looking for you, he said, and they'll shoot you on sight. But I can't even get through. I'm supposed to be frozen in some box right now. So what happens when we get up there and run into the rest of the employees and guards? Hendricks paused a moment before answering. Instead, it was Joshua who stepped in. You said the level we're going to houses the barracks, correct? Coulson nodded. Okay. And I'm assuming it's not all one wide-open level? There are at least separate rooms for men and women. Of course, Coulson said. There are about 10 rooms altogether, all spaced around a central lobby and meeting place. Great, then get us up there. We'll be better off if we can get into one or two of those rooms. Maybe even set up a defensive stance. They'll have to search them one by one, and there might be enough time to come up with a better plan than that, Hendricks said, interrupting. It's the best we've got, I'll give you that, but we still need something better. Joshua frowned. You're the boss, he muttered under his breath as the group continued up the second set of stairs connecting the two levels. Julie smiled, knowing that Joshua, beyond frustrated with the power-grabbing going on between the two men, wouldn't say much more than that. She knew he would keep his mouth shut, not out of fear or respect for Hendricks, but because he was loyal to the team, and keeping them alive was his top priority. He would buckle down, take orders, and fight to the very end, and only then speak his mind about the horrendous way the leadership of this mission had been handled. Julie watched Joshua's cheekbones move as he clenched and unclenched his teeth to calm himself down, a tic she'd noticed in Ben as well. Joshua was handsome in a boyish way, with light brown hair that he had allowed to grow down almost to his eyes. He was physically fit, though perhaps a bit on the slender side for her tastes, but she had to admit he was certainly a looker. She'd noticed that Mrs. E had displayed an odd affinity toward the man, which Julie found hilarious, as Julie couldn't tell if it was a physical attraction or a motherly instinct that had provoked Mrs. E's feelings. As Julie pondered Mrs. E's feelings, she considered her own. She and Ben loved each other, that much was clear, but they had done very little talking about the future, at least as it pertained to them. The man she had fallen in love with was quiet, reserved, and a bit reclusive, happiest when he was 100 miles from civilization in the middle of the forest. She'd found him to be witty, rugged, and intelligent in all the right ways, with a dash of daring and humor to counterbalance his somewhat brooding character. Having fought for her life alongside him more than once now, there was no question they would spend their lives together. And that, Julie knew, was the problem. Both of them expected they'd be together, enduring the hardships they'd faced, traveling around the world to chase a criminal organization, and seeing their lives flash before their eyes on more than one occasion solidified their mutual love and respect for one another, but they rarely talked about it. Ben would disengage as soon as he heard the words marriage, wedding, or future. And she didn't even know what he might do if she used words like children or family. Their unspoken agreement seemed to be that Julie would live with Ben in the cabin for the rest of their lives. She wasn't opposed to that plan either, but she couldn't help but think about the next step. In her career at the CDC and all of her adult life, she had been driven to accomplishment, sometimes to a fault. She couldn't rest, slow down, or take a break. There was always another problem to solve, another answer to discover. Ben, on the other hand, was probably the slowest man she'd ever met. He was far from lazy, but he lived by his own clock. Chopping wood was a day-long cathartic and relaxing activity to Ben, not a simple chore, only required for the stove to remain fed. So she knew that their unlikely partnership would eventually lead to a natural schism in perspectives, and Julie was adamant she would overcome this problem as well. She needed to sit him down, force him to talk, and figure out the next steps for their relationship. She couldn't think of a single thing the man would want to do less. So, Chapter 26. The staircase ended at a metal door, its frame bolted directly into the ice around it, the bubble pack walls pressed inward, forming a seal around the edge of the frame and the ice while maintaining the moderate air temperature inside. The system worked well, and now Julie felt the tingling warmth of sweat dripping beneath her layers of clothing, and hoped they'd be able to strip down to something more reasonable when they got to the barracks. Everyone should be packed and gone by now, Coulson said, but just in case there are stragglers, don't make eye contact or do anything suspicious. Do anything suspicious? Reggie asked. What is that supposed to mean? Don't dance around and yell obscenities at people? Yeah, don't do that, Coulson said. He lifted his ID card to the door's locking mechanism and waited until a green light flashed. Coulson pushed the great metal door inward, and Julie felt a rush of air from the widening gap. Coulson glanced around left and right, then stepped in, followed closely by Hendricks, Kyle, and Joshua. The trained men aimed around the room, each grunting their confirmation that the way ahead was clear. We're in, Coulson said when they'd finished. They obviously haven't deactivated my card yet, but if anyone's still monitoring the security systems, my name will flash an alert. They'll know you're with me. So they'll bring the artillery, Reggie said. Do you know how well armed your security force is? Joshua asked. No, Coulson said, just that there are a lot of them. I've never seen anyone walking around armed with anything bigger than a pistol, though. Until today. Right, Hendricks sighed. So that means they brought weapons with them, or they've got a cache somewhere on the base, and someone has it stocked, probably with enough firepower to outfit all of your rent-a-cop force. They're probably getting ready for the Chinese, Ben said. They had to have seen them coming, right? Those little drone shits saw them coming, Hendricks said. I wonder if they were able to get past them. 50 professional soldiers? Mrs. E said. Those drones could not even make a dent in a platoon, much less an entire company. They made a dent in us, Hendricks said, grumbling under his breath. Okay, Ben said. So the Chinese are getting in, we know that. They'll plow through the rent-a-cops, then come for us. That what we're saying? Hendricks curled his lower lip slightly, then answered. Sounds like you've got a plan, Bennett. Coulson, get us into one of these rooms first so we change clothes and get out of this sweat fest, then we can talk. Take off your outerwear but leave everything else and don't lose your pack. Ben nodded, and the group continued down a gently curving hallway, barely lit, that formed the break between the rooms along the circumference of the level and a wide plaza-like central room. There were entrances to the plaza every 20 or 30 feet, and Julie could tell from the array of long folding picnic tables that the area was used by the employees as a lunchroom. Across from where they were now, Julie saw 2 computer stations, set up exactly like the point-of-sale systems used in schools and hospitals and other office-building cafeterias. Coulson directed them to the 3rd room on the left, and again lifted his keycard. Again it flashed green, and he pushed the door open. Coulson and Hendricks moved in, followed by Joshua, who took up a defensive position just inside the door, near the corner of the room. Ben and Julie entered next, followed by Reggie and Mrs. E, and last to enter was Hendricks' man Ryan Kyle, who waited in the open doorway to watch the halls for any movement. The interior of the room was about what Julie had expected. More bubble walls, plenty of bunk beds along each of the 2 longest walls, and a small bathroom at the far end. It wasn't much more than the types of facilities she remembered from summer camp as a kid, but she knew these employees weren't here for the luxury accommodations. There was little decoration either. Some of the beds had posters or pictures affixed to the bubble walls, and there were a couple military-style rucksacks lying beneath a few of the beds. Tangled strands of extension cords spidered out from a central hub of black wires, but other than those subtle features, the room could have passed as completely devoid of human life. My bed is near the back, but like I said, everyone's gone. The stuff left behind is either unwanted or forgotten. Where do they go after they are evacuated, I mean? Mrs. E asked. Home, eventually. By way of Uruguay, strangely enough, Coulson said. The airports in that country don't ask as many questions as some of the airports in others, I guess. So a plane load of folks from Antarctica doesn't raise much suspicion. He paused, but no one seemed to care about this tidbit of information, so Jonathan Coulson continued explaining. When you're hired, you get a one-way ticket purchased on your behalf into Carrasco International Airport, and then another purchased from there to wherever you came from when you leave. When did you get here, Coulson? Hendricks asked. I've been with the company for 5 years, but I've only been in Antarctica for a year. Still, that's about as long as anyone. The answer seemed to satisfy Hendricks, so he moved on to Ben. Bennett, you said something out in the hallway. You have a better idea than wait it out? Ben nodded, looking at Joshua. Yeah, though I gotta give this guy the credit for it. Joshua looked confused, but Ben continued. In the Amazon, he was leading a team of mercenaries to our location and grabbed Julie and one other person we were with, Dr. Amanda Marin. Marin was part of what they were looking for, but the other half of the puzzle was out in the jungle somewhere. That's what we were looking for. Hendricks nodded along. I read the brief, so I'm following. Go on. Well, we knew that as long as we kept one step ahead of Joshua's group and found whatever it was that was hidden out there, we weren't the main target. And it bought us time, Reggie said. It did, Ben added, but not much. The mercs were well-trained, well-equipped, and more prepared. We had Reggie and a couple other bright minds on our side, but if Joshua hadn't abandoned ship... To the good guy's ship, I have to add, Joshua said. Well, right, of course. Anyway, if he hadn't come over to our side, none of it would have worked. His brother, we didn't know he was at the time, was leading them to us the entire time, so without Joshua stepping in... And I get it, Hendricks said. You're all regular heroes. The point is, you think that same plan will work here? I think it might, Ben said. It's worth a shot anyway. The Chinese far outnumber us, and they probably outnumber the station's security force. But either way, they'll keep each other occupied for a bit and then turn their attention to what they came here for. You think they're looking for something here too? Kyle asked. Without a doubt, Julie said. Think about it. A Chinese army drops from the sky the moment we get here, heading for the same location in Antarctica. She's right, Reggie added. I'd be flattered if they came all the way down here for us, but it does seem like overkill. They know there's something here, and they're going all out to get it. Hendricks and Mrs. E listened as the group spoke. Julie wasn't sure what the man and woman were thinking. She still had a lot of questions about both of them and their involvement here. But so far, they'd kept the group alive. No sense giving up on that now, she thought. I can trust them a bit longer. Fine, Julie and Coulson, Hendricks said, turning to her. If we're going to stay one step ahead of the Chinese and have any hope of escaping this place alive, we need to get whatever it is they've come all the way down here for. That means you two need to let us all in on the secret. Reggie grinned. Nerds. Hendricks flashed him a glance, then continued. What caught you off guard down on Coulson's computer? What do you think it is? Well, Julie explained, it's an artificial intelligence, just like we've always suspected. No doubt a strong AI. We knew all of that already, Ben said, but your reaction... Julie swallowed, then nodded, realizing the weight of it all once more. If this is real... I mentioned a callback script, Julie said. Remember? What Coulson's working on is an artificial intelligence program, one that's larger than any other ever attempted. It's a neural network, a web of interconnected machines all working together in tandem or parallel. Coulson jumped in. And the callback script is calling back to something we can't fully understand, at least not yet. Hence all the confusion surrounding this project, Julie said. The callback script shouldn't be there, right? Right. It should be straightforward. We receive the transcriptions, turn them into streamlined code, and then check them for accuracy. All a little bit at a time. One piece, then another, until a subroutine is completed. Then we move on to the next one. Hendricks held up a hand. Listen, folks. I don't need to remind you that time really is of the essence here. I need you to explain this as dumbed down as possible so we can figure out what the real next step is. Got it? Coulson and Julie nodded, and Julie saw Ben look in his direction. He was questioning, silently asking her if she knew something she wasn't quite comfortable sharing. I'm not even sure I'm right, she thought. The problem is that the company Mr. Coulson is working for did not create the original files they are using, Julie said, looking at Jonathan Coulson. Correct, Coulson said. That's what I've been afraid of, and when I saw the encrypted script, I knew it for a fact. Okay, I'll bite, Reggie said. Where did the files come from? Julie and Coulson both looked slowly around the group. Julie hoped Coulson would jump in and answer, but after a moment she spoke. The files the company is using are coming from a biological source, not a digital one. Ben's eyes snapped up to stare at Julie. Come again, Hendricks said. That's right, she continued. The files Coulson and the programmers here are working from aren't files at all. They're transcribing slices of a human brain. Chapter 27. Reggie had seen and heard a lot of strange things in his life, but nothing like this. They're pieces of a human brain? The absolute absurdity of the statement took the air out of any coherent response he could have come up with. Instead, his mouth fell open and he slid out a single half-discernible word. Brains. Coulson and Julie looked at him, and Julie spoke again. Well, one brain probably, but they could be working from multiple data sources. Multiple data sources, Hendricks said. He pointed an index finger at Jonathan Coulson. You've got to be shitting me. This is a joke. You mean to tell me that this company, your company, is slicing up human heads and turning them into computer code? Well, I didn't know. Bullshit, Hendricks said, nearly spitting. Coulson, I've been around for some time, but I've never heard of anything this far-fetched. It is theoretically possible, Mrs. E said. There have been many tech companies in the recent past attempt to build stronger neural networks using similar structures. After all, the brain works like a computer, using electrical impulses and building bridge connections between... But you can't turn it into a computer, Hendricks said. He was almost shouting now. You've been working on a computer program that's really a brain? And you've been building it by studying a real brain? Coulson gulped down a mouthful of air. Hendricks, Julie said, her voice calm. Mrs. E is right. This actually isn't some half-baked theory. It's real science, and it's even been used successfully on a small scale, like in mice and rat brains. The phenomenal part, the part that took me by surprise, is again the callback script. Ben looked as confused as Reggie felt, and as Hendricks sounded, while Joshua and Kyle stood idly by, half listening, and simultaneously watching the doors to the level. What about the callback script? Hendricks asked. It's just an encrypted line of code that communicates with whoever originally developed. He paused, and Reggie thought he could see Hendricks' face flash white. On the tall, thin man's face, Reggie couldn't tell if it was anger or fear he was seeing. Hendricks cursed. But how? The original developer would be... Coulson and Julie were nodding, but Reggie still felt like he was in the dark. Ages and generations of evolution and ongoing advancement in intelligence can create a brain as useful and efficient as ours, Coulson said. But it cannot account for the fact that we are human, living, breathing, thinking, feeling. The callback script is the key feature distinguishing a human brain from any other animal's brain, Julie said. It's the missing piece. What missing piece? Reggie asked. It's the part we couldn't account for in the lab, or why any artificial intelligence we've been able to create, while powerfully fast, falls short of actually being able to think. Hendricks was now rubbing one of his temples with long, wiry fingers. His eyes were closed, and Reggie sidled closer to the man in case he fainted. So, this callback script, Julie continued, is the piece scientists have been looking for. It's a link back to whatever it is that governs our conscience. Right from wrong, good from bad. Those aren't instinctual, but they're intuitive. Animals don't feel one way or another about killing another animal, and they don't murder, steal, cheat, or lie. They don't have the callback script, Coulson said. They don't have a conscience. I started putting it together as soon as Coulson told me it was a callback script, and as soon as I realized how they've compartmentalized the program. These subroutines they're working on, one at a time. They're the different components of the human brain. The parts that control speech, emotions, rationalization, motor control, etc. They've been building a perfect computer-based copy of the entire human brain, and this was the very last piece they needed. Thanks to the transcription being in a different style than the rest of the code, encrypted, we'd say, Coulson spotted it. It's the piece that they needed because it's the piece that turned their huge program from something unwieldy yet powerful into something human. Reggie still wasn't getting it, but he was now more in tune with another feeling he'd noticed creeping up on him. As an ex-army man with plenty of combat experience, he felt the pangs of restlessness setting in. He knew firsthand how dangerous it was to hang around and talk during an operation, and while they weren't being directly attacked at this moment, they were still in enemy territory with plenty of people nearby who wanted to kill them. "Hendricks," he said, "we should get going. I think we've got a good idea of what we're looking for now. No idea what it looks like, though, but we can't really stand around and discuss it." Hendricks nodded, then waved Joshua and Kyle over. "You two, here's the plan. We know what we're looking for, and it's probably..." He paused, turned to Julie, Coulson, and Mrs. E. "I have no idea, actually. What are we looking for?" "A computer, maybe a server box," Coulson said. "Everything's stored on the cloud, but that cloud is hosted somewhere here at the station." "Why not just grab your computer and be done with it?" Coulson was shaking his head even before Hendricks had finished the question. "No, they have security measures in place. They're running a modified Linux install, and the OS doesn't allow saving remote files to local drives." "Right," Hendricks said. "Whatever that means. So, it's some sort of computer, but not Coulson's. I'm obviously relying on the brains of this operation to figure out which one and where it's located. That's all we'll need?" He started to lift his hand and address Kyle and Joshua, but Julie interrupted. "Yes, but it still won't be easy to get," Julie said. "Even if we find the server, they're going to have defenses set up against just plugging in a USB stick to the front of it and copying the files over. We might be able to make a disk image, maybe even..." "Guys," Reggie said, "hate to interrupt, but seriously, we need to keep moving." Hendricks nodded along. "Coulson, if you were a computer that held extremely sensitive information, where would you live?" Coulson frowned. "Coulson, where do you think that computer is?" "Oh, right, yes," Coulson said. "Level 9 is the server room. Right above the level you found me on, and 2 levels below my workstation." "Coulson," Hendricks said, "you mean to tell me we rode an elevator past the level that might have exactly what we're looking for in it?" "Well, He didn't know what we were looking for," Julie said, "and we all passed it. None of us realized it was a server farm or even gave it a second glance. Give him a break." Reggie grinned, unable to help himself. He'd gotten to know Julie better after meeting in Brazil, and he knew she was a take-no-crap kind of person. Still, he also knew she had no military experience, and insubordination like that, especially in the middle of a mission, would have earned her a swift dressing down. Reggie wondered if a vein was about to pop out of Hendricks' head, but Hendricks just stared down, motionless, at the group. "Listen, folks," he said, "I understand many of you are not military. No one's perfect. But here's the deal. We're going to either die down here or not, and the way to not is to listen to me and to think. If you have information we need, please don't be shy. We withhold information, we die. We waste time. We die. Incoming." The sound of gunfire cut the conversation short. Chapter 28. Reggie heard Ryan Kyle yell from the doorway a split second before he started shooting. He was aiming down the hall from the direction they'd come from, firing short bursts toward the stairs. Hendricks and Joshua sprang into action, and Reggie followed suit. He involuntarily checked his weapon, ran to the door, and stopped behind Hendricks and Joshua. We're sitting ducks, he thought. If they pin us down in here, we're toast, Joshua yelled. Agreed, Hendricks said. We need to at least get a few men across the hall. Let's... Before he could finish the order, Kyle was in motion, shooting a quick burst and ducking down, all while squat running across the open hallway. He reached the opposite wall and continued backwards, aiming for one of the open sections that led to the wide central area of the level. He waved a signal to Hendricks and the other two men in the doorway, and Hendricks nodded. Okay, one more. You both are quicker than I am, but I can cover you. He didn't provide any room for argument or discussion, so Reggie and Joshua looked at each other to decide who should go. Joshua was already halfway out the door and into the hallway, so he shrugged and stepped out farther. He lifted his weapon, aimed down the curved hall, and waited for Hendricks' next burst of cover fire. When it came, he crouched down a bit more and sidestepped across the open space to Kyle's location. Reggie turned to the others in the room. Guys, we need to get to the center space over there. It's not a great spot, but it will at least put us on the offensive. Kyle and Joshua can cover you with me and Hendricks. Keep your head and your gun up, but move fast. Ben, Julie, and Mrs. E nodded. Coulson was wide-eyed and looked terrified, but he stepped forward as well, still unarmed. They surrounded Reggie and waited for him to lead their group to the hallway. Before they made it to the door, Reggie heard Kyle yell from the opposite side. Hendricks, he shouted. They're guards, not Chinese. Understood, Hendricks said, simultaneously answering a volley of rifle fire with his own quick bursts. Listen up, there's only one reason they're shooting at us. Besides wanting to kill us? Reggie said. No, I mean one reason they're focusing on us right now. If the Chinese were already in the base, or even close to the entrance, they'd be focusing all their attention on maintaining a defensive position to hold them out. That means the Chinese are not here. So they're able to spend some quality time with us instead, Reggie said. Got it. Can we kill them anyway? Hendricks nodded. Yeah, that's the plan. Only we don't need to worry about being overly strategic and losing time. These guys aren't trained as well, so as long as we... Crack! An explosion ripped Hendricks's words from the air, and the visible shockwave passed directly in front of the door. The grenade had detonated down the hall from them, in front of another room, but it still had a powerful effect. Hendricks was knocked to the ground, and Kyle and Joshua across the hall pressed forward a bit to fill in. Reggie ran forward and grabbed Hendricks's arm to help him up. The man was dazed but conscious. Reggie dragged him back into the relative safety of Coulson's room to give him space to recover. Ben, Mrs. E, he said. Get in there and help out. See if you can take out the asshole that fired that thing on us, but be careful. They'll be reloading and trying again in a minute. He noticed that Julie seemed upset that he didn't specifically request her help, but he hoped she'd understand. Ben would kill me if I sent you to the front lines and something happened to you. As Reggie finished pulling Hendricks to safety, Julie locked eyes with him. The daggers she was sending his way were not lost upon him, and he realized he'd made a vital mistake. She's the one who'll kill me, he thought. He offered a huge smile to break the tension. Save it, Red, she said. Without another word, she ran to the doorway, lifted her gun, and began firing it at the guards, standing alongside Ben and Mrs. E. Reggie's smile grew wider. 3 down, Reggie heard Kyle yell. Get off of me, kid, Hendricks said, pushing Reggie's hand away. I ain't dying here. Hendricks rolled over and sat up on the hard floor of the barracks. You're wasting your energy in here, and they need your help. Give me a few more seconds, and I'll be out there with you. Whatever you say, boss, Reggie said. The bullets from the remaining guards pinged around the sides of the hallway, and Reggie wondered whether they had even been trained in a combat situation or not. They seemed to be wasting a lot of ammunition firing at the wrong targets, but he was just glad his own group wasn't as trigger-happy. Reggie decided to chance a trek across the hall to see how Kyle and Joshua were holding up. He quickly conveyed his plan to Ben, Julie, and Mrs. E and had just started to sprint across when Kyle and Joshua stepped out into the middle of the hallway. I think we're clear, Joshua said. Kyle nodded but didn't move his eyes from the end of the hallway. Smoke was already drifting back into the space of the halls, filling the area with an acrid odor. Where'd they get that RPG? Reggie asked no one in particular. A station like this will have a cache of weapons somewhere, Mrs. E said. No one contradicted her, so she continued. But they need a lesson or two in how to use it. I vote we push up and see if we can get them backed into a corner. I second that, Kyle said. Maybe even eliminate the threat before the big boys get here. He paused, looking around. Hendricks? Reggie motioned with a quick nod. He's resting, but fine. Old guys like him, you know. You know what? Hendricks's gravelly voice called out from just inside the doorway of the room. An old guy like me can slap all of you around pretty decent. Any takers? No one moved. That's what I thought. Now back to business. I'm all for seeing how many of these rent-a-cops we can knock out, even if it does make it easier for the Chinese to get in. Let's get up one level and... A low, rumbling explosion caught everyone off guard, and Reggie felt his feet giving out beneath him. He wobbled around a bit, but caught his balance quickly, righting himself. What the... An alarm siren began screaming for attention somewhere on their level, and it was drowned out only by the computerized female voice they'd heard earlier over the broadcast system. Attention all security personnel. We have a level 1 breach. Move immediately to lockdown and prepare for engagement. The message began to repeat, but Hendricks was already in motion, fully recovered. You heard the nice lady? He said. Sounds like the Chinese found a way in, he said, calling out orders over his shoulder. Reggie and the others followed Hendricks down the hall toward the stairs. The woman's voice, computerized yet eerily human, laced with a slight British accent, echoed through his mind. Prepare for engagement. Chapter 29. Coulson, Hendricks barked. You have a map of this place? Jonathan Coulson steeled himself to respond in an equally authoritative and commanding way Hendricks had asked the question. He sucked in a deep breath, pushed out his chest, and then deflated in fear. He had been terrified since finding the callback script in the subroutine, but he was surprised to discover how much more terrifying it was to be in the middle of a 3-sided war. He shook his head. No, I'm sorry, there's nothing like that, at least not printed out. What about digital? Julie asked. Maybe I would have to find a janitor's tablet or get back to my... There's no time, Coulson. We need to figure out how to get down to that server room again. As soon as the alarm had begun ringing, the doors leading into and out of each level were locked. And, unlike the soft, bubbly walls, the doors had no give. Constructed from solid steel and mounted on a single tall hinge that stretched from floor to ceiling, they were nearly indestructible. Much of the base, Coulson knew, was designed to flow. A term he'd heard from some of the engineers that meant it was created to move gently with the creaking and displacement of the ice. The levels themselves were stacked on top of one another, but besides the connecting stairwells, a layer of ice was sandwiched between the floor of one level and the ceiling of the next. The walls were cut from the ice as well, then covered with the wrap of liquid pockets to maintain temperature on both sides. It was a remarkable feat of engineering, but it had also been designed with a few security concerns in mind. Namely, there had been a lot of thought put into how to keep people inside the base or keep unwanted visitors out. To accomplish this, most of the levels had the ability to close their massive doors, severing the ties to the rest of the base. Coulson had explained this to the team when they'd reached the door and found it locked. His keycard wouldn't work either, of course, and even if there hadn't been a lockdown procedure enacted, the security computer system would have by now gotten around to deactivating him anyway. We're stuck, he said, for the 5th time. His mild claustrophobia hadn't kicked in fully yet, and it likely wouldn't if they remained in the hallway or larger open spaces, but he'd never felt completely comfortable in the station knowing that he was packed into a sardine can surrounded by ice. We're stuck, and there's nothing to do but figure out how to get out of here, Hendricks said, whirling around to face Coulson. If you really think there's nothing you can offer us, why don't we just shoot you now and get it over with? Coulson gulped. Sorry, I'm a bit claustrophobic, that's all. I'm trying to ignore it, but with the doors locking and everything... You chose to come work here? Hendricks asked. It was a lot of money. Yeah, I hope so. There's always a price, isn't there? Coulson wasn't sure how to respond to that. He knew the group wasn't a huge fan of his, and he owed his life to them, but he wasn't sure how he could help. He had never been the heroic type, and he had certainly never considered that he would be in a situation like this. He was brains, not brawn. But even his intelligence was failing him now. What can we do? There was nothing about this situation that was familiar to him, aside from the fact that it was happening in the place he was currently living. He knew the others understood that, to mean he should have an additional familiarity with the place, but he wasn't one to spend undue effort observing his surroundings. He knew the walls were covered by some sort of liquid-filled balloons, and he knew the doors locked when there was a lockdown. Nothing the group didn't already know. "Coulson, you still with us, buddy?" Reggie asked. Coulson had drifted off into his own thoughts, trying to find something of value he could offer everyone. "Yeah, sorry," he said sheepishly. "Boss," Kyle said from behind them. He had run up from somewhere farther back down the hallway, almost far enough down the curved alley that he couldn't be seen. "We have company. Other side this time." "Other side?" Hendricks said. He glanced over at Coulson expectantly. "Yes, that's right," Coulson said. "There are 2 entrances to some of the levels, not including the elevator." "Some of the levels?" "Right," he explained. "The highest and lowest levels are the smaller, while some of the middle levels, the common areas, meetings rooms, and larger support team levels, are larger. So those have 2 sets of stairs." "Coulson," Hendricks said, "this is the sort of information that will come in handy. Remember the how to not die conversation?" "Of course," he said. "It's just, I don't know what you need. I don't know how I can help." "Coulson, you can help by not getting shot, and filling us in on every minute detail you can think of about this place. Nothing obvious. We have eyes. But if you know of something that falls into one of 3 categories, I want to hear it as soon as that nerd brain of yours digs it out of the file." "Got it." Coulson thought for a moment. "What are those 3 categories?" 1. Things about this place that only guys like you remember. How many stairs between each level, how many toilets and all, I don't know. Numbers stuff. 2. Things you're just now putting together, based on other information and observations you've had, like, "Hey team, maybe we shouldn't walk over there because that's where we keep our killer drones." And 3. Things that might kill us. That goes for all of us. You see or hear something that might kill us. Please say something. Hendricks' speech had started as a directive toward Coulson, but now he was addressing everyone. He waited for their nods of approval, his eyes resting longer on the non-military personnel. Mrs. E., Julie, Ben, and Coulson. Kyle stepped in. "Sounds like whoever's trying to get in is almost through the doors. We need to get a move on." "Agreed," Reggie said. "How do you suggest we do that?" "How about this?" Joshua said, picking up a long metal tube from the floor next to one of the dead security guards. It was the same RPG that had temporarily disabled Hendricks. Joshua slung it over his shoulder and practiced aiming the massive unloaded weapon. "You even know how to use that?" Reggie asked. He sidled up to Joshua and took it from the younger man, taking his own turn with the launcher. "As well as you do," Joshua said. "How much arms training have you done with it?" "Plenty. Hey, throw me that round over there," Reggie said, motioning to the triangular warhead, strapped to the security guard's back. Joshua gave him the round and helped him load it. "Seriously, though, how much training do you have on that thing?" Reggie checked that the RPG was loaded, then swung around to rest of the group. "RPG-32, standard issue heat round, unaltered. I'd suggest getting back a bit. There's quite a bit of throw to this one." Without waiting for anyone to move, he fired. The tube ignited, sending the RPG round forward and down, toward the edge of the door. The detonation was louder than Coulson could have imagined, and the wave of heat that washed over him seemed like it was going to sear the skin off his bones. Just when the heat grew to an intensity he couldn't stand any longer, it died down completely. He was left standing, shaken but alive, with the rest of the group. Apparently he was the only one who had fared badly. The others were already gathered around the door, waving the smoke away, to see what the damage was. Reggie's trick, though perhaps a bit reckless, had worked flawlessly. The door was hanging from a single section of the long hinge, the metal twisted and dented in where the bulk of the explosion had been focused. Bubbles on the wall on both sides of the hallway had burst and were dripping with the thick fluid that filled them, oozing down the ice that was now exposed. His trick was right on time, too. As soon as the smoke cleared from the area and Coulson could see the smoldering sections of door between them and the stairs, they heard a similar explosion rock the opposite side of the level. "They're in," Kyle said. He was facing the opposite direction, clearly more interested in protecting their rear flank than Reggie's fireworks show. There was a sudden absence of sound after the second explosion, which to Coulson seemed even more jarring. The juxtaposition of the silence was eerie, and he involuntarily backed closer to the rest of the group. "Okay, time to go," Hendricks said. "Move out. Head down this time." Hendricks and Reggie left first. They had only made it about 3 steps when a detail of security guards came around the corner. Chapter 30. "Hands up! Now!" The first man in the line yelled. Coulson saw Hendricks raise his weapon to fire, but Reggie reached out and grabbed his arm. Hendricks was immediately aware of what had caused Reggie alarm, and he lowered the rifle again and waited for the man to speak. It was at that moment Coulson heard the other noise, the sound that Hendricks and Reggie had no doubt reacted to. It sounded like the nearly silent, low-pitched hum of a miniature helicopter. Another hum joined the mix, and Coulson suddenly saw the source of the sounds. Two small four-propeller helicopters hovered just over the heads of the security team, barely moving in the stairwell as they waited for silent orders. They were parallel with the ground, so their noses were pointed slightly higher than the top of Coulson's and the others' heads. But it was the objects on the helicopters that were not pointing over their heads that had Coulson's attention. Tiny nose-mounted turrets. He wasn't sure what sort of bullets they fired, but there was no question that they were in full working order, awaiting the security team's direction. This is it, Coulson thought, closing his eyes. He wondered if he would pee his pants. It was a strange thought to have in this moment, but his entire life he had wondered how he would react if faced with imminent death. He tried to push away the thoughts, as if focusing on the seriousness of the matter at hand would in any way affect his ability to live through it. Then before he knew it, he was smiling. I'm having a conversation with myself about whether or not I'm going to piss my pants before I die. It was simultaneously the most and the least funny thing he had ever experienced. The rest of the group was looking at him, and he realized that someone had spoken to him. Jonathan Coulson, employee 729, the first man in the line of security guards asked. He nodded slowly. You will come with us to level 2. The rest of you will follow. Before he had even finished the statement, one of the drones sank a foot in the air and bolted forward, only settling when it had reached a point behind Ryan Kyle. It turned in midair and pointed its turret at the group. Now they were surrounded by flying weapons and lethal security guards. As soon as the thought occurred to him, Coulson knew there was something strange about the men standing in front of him. They were not the typical security guards that stumbled around the base, unsure of their own footfalls. These men seemed harder, rough around the edges, but in a military-specific way, with pressed shirts and perfectly clean weapons. They were trained, and not as rent-a-cop security guards that could be purchased for a meager salary, but actual battle-hardened soldiers. Is there something you didn't understand? The man asked. We have orders to bring you up by force if necessary. The man raised an eyebrow, implying a question. No, we will go, Hendricks said. Lead the way, ass. The man moved swiftly, and no one in Coulson's group saw it coming. He lunged forward, aiming the butt of his rifle square into the center of Hendricks' stomach, causing the older man to double over in pain. Coulson winced, but before Hendricks had even hit the ground, the security guard was back at attention. These guys aren't the same security team I'm used to, he thought. The security guard didn't wait for Hendricks to catch his breath. He simply turned on a heel, began marching up the stairs, and the rest of his detail followed. Coulson was drawn along behind them, and the drones fell in at the front and back of the chain. Hendricks was helped up by Mrs. E and Kyle, and then the rest of them followed up the stairs. As they neared the landing of the level above them, Coulson heard voices, speaking Chinese, emanating up from the level they had just left. He turned to look and noticed the drones flying down from their airborne perch to block the advance. The first of the drones acquired a target, still unseen to Coulson's eyes, and began to fire. The miniature turret spun up and began spitting out a barrage of bullets, each no larger than a small piece of birdshot. The second joined in, and Coulson watched on in horror. The security guards seemed to hardly notice, and only stopped at the door to the next level to check that the group was continuing up the stairs. Coulson and the others were watching the drones dance in the air, dodging the little return fire they were encountering. Keep moving. They'll keep the Chinese occupied for a few more minutes, and Sarah will get a few more sent in if she needs to. Coulson frowned. Sarah, you mean the array? One and the same, the leader of the security guard said. She has about 100 more of those little buggers ready and waiting for deployment. Who's Sarah? Julie asked. The man leading the way up the stairs didn't stop. We'll answer whatever questions you have upstairs. For now, keep your head down and your mouth shut. We're almost there. Coulson knew level 2 was 3 more levels up and that they weren't almost there, but he didn't argue. Nothing he could do or say would lead to anything productive for the group. And besides that, he didn't want to put his own life in any more danger than it already was. He thought of Hendricks' words and wondered if there was anything that would help their situation. He had never been great under pressure, which was part of the reason he had reacted so poorly when Stokes had told him about the new deadline for completion. But now, after seeing what the completed project had brought with it, he thought he might have been even more upset if he could go back in time. The Chinese were in the base now, searching for the same thing Hendricks' group wanted, and there had obviously been a drastic change of command in the security guard forces as well. All this, for what? The strangeness of the situation frightened him, because it meant there was something he didn't understand yet. He was already convinced they had been working on an advanced artificial intelligence, and Julie's suspicions confirmed his own. But there was clearly something more, something greater at stake here. All the secrecy, compartmentalization, and of course the location of the base itself, meant that the company he worked for was attempting something sinister. A human-based artificial intelligence, built by mapping the entire structure and connections inside the brain, including the unique mechanism he had found hidden in the callback script, was one thing, but why did it need to be top secret, and what were they planning to do with it? More importantly to Coulson in that moment, why did they need flying battle drones and well-trained soldiers? They reached the landing of Level 2, where the guard inserted a keycard to unlock the same style metal door Reggie had blown up down below. It clicked immediately and he swung the door open and stepped in. The rest of the guards entered, and Coulson was the first of his group to pass the threshold to 2. He tried to remember ever having been on Level 2, but couldn't think of a time. Level 1 was arrival and processing, as well as some conference rooms, facilities, and the hangar, so he had obviously been there. But Level 2, now that he thought of it, was a level restricted to senior staff. As he stepped out onto the level, he felt like he was walking onto the set of a Star Trek movie. Lights flickered from immense mainframes along each wall, and the noise of hundreds of tiny fans hummed out of their cavities as they worked to keep the computer insides cool. The computers stretched floor to ceiling and were each chained together in tandem, using small Cat6 cables between each of the machines. The room was dry, thanks to the many fans, and hot. Coulson wasn't sure the walls could handle heat like this, but he knew this room had existed quite some time without melting into the ice around it. He stepped over a large taped bundle of cables that connected the mainframes on both walls together and followed the security team around the corner. The quadcopters joined behind them all, and Coulson could barely hear their buzzing sound over the din of the whirring and humming machines. The mainframes ended at the next section of hallway, and a wide opening led them to the right toward the center of the level. The science fiction style near the entrance to the level gave way to a stark, corporate-looking area surrounded by curved glass. Behind the glass sat a large metal table and 8 folding chairs. The glass walls combined with the cheap-looking metal furniture made the room appear as though someone had planned a luxury conference room, only to discover that they had run out of money near the end of the project. As they got closer to the glass, Coulson saw a woman and a man standing in the doorway, just in front of the conference room table. Angela Stokes. "Stokes?" Coulson asked, more in a matter-of-fact tone than a questioning one. She nodded. He could immediately tell something was wrong. "You know her?" Reggie asked, from behind him. "She's my boss, Angela Stokes." The man standing next to Angela stepped forward and pushed the glass door open farther. It was also curved, perfectly shaped to enclose the circular room. Coulson saw now that the glass, while nice from a distance, somehow appeared cheaper up close. As he thought of it, he realized this fact was true about the rest of the station as well. He remembered back to when he had started here. His desk, while nice at first, revealed its imperfections within a week. The edges were sharp, and it was hollow, formed out of particle board. No doubt cheaper to ship to the continent. "Glad you could make it," the man said. His voice was hard, as sharp as the decor in the room, and Coulson thought he fit perfectly into the scene around him. The sentence was uttered in a staccato fashion, each syllable clipped and dripping with sarcasm. It wasn't funny, but Coulson at least recognized the attempt at humor. "Please," the man continued, "come in. First, of course, we will have to reclaim our weapons." Hendricks and Joshua's face flashed in anger, and even Reggie's grin had disappeared. The security team that had dragged them up here began confiscating weapons from the group. The drones, ever present, hovered just outside the glass room within firing distance, discouraging any attempt they might make toward escaping. After the guns had been collected and piled alongside the far wall, away from the glass bubble in the center of the room, the leader of the security guards entered the room, followed by Coulson, the rest of his group, and a second guard. The other 2 men remained outside, facing away from the glass door and down the hallway. "Feel free to have a seat," the man said in his characteristic snake-sounding voice. No one moved. "Very well. I will make this short, as we are under pressure, as you no doubt have discovered, by the Chinese." Under pressure? They're under attack. Coulson wasn't sure if the man was so far removed from the action that he was clueless, or more likely to Coulson. He was just playing his own role inside of whatever game Coulson had ended up upon. "We need to know what you know, Mr. Coulson." Coulson stared at the man. He wasn't sure what the man was expecting. "Mr. Coulson," the man said after a moment, "did you hear me?" Coulson lifted his chin slightly, still staring at the man. He nodded. Well, what do you know? I'm sorry, what do I know? The man checked his watch, then flicked a glance to the security guard. Coulson wasn't sure what that meant, but he didn't want to find out. Coulson, Stokes said, do you know anything about the subroutine you were working on? Coulson frowned. I thought we went over this. You mean the callback script? For a split second, the man seemed to be surprised, as if he didn't expect Coulson to just come out and say it, but Coulson wasn't a negotiator. He didn't like confrontation, and he certainly didn't expect himself to be able to withstand much pressure when threatened. And here, in this room, all eyes on him, he felt very threatened. He wondered if any of the others in his group were upset that he had just revealed this information, but he suddenly realized he didn't care. If I'm going to get out alive, I just need to answer their questions. Coulson, listen, Stokes continued. When you came to me a while ago and tried to tell us about the script, we all knew about it already. But we didn't know exactly what it was until after you were... Stokes drifted off, then came back. Her eyes were glassy, as if holding back a welling of tears. She motioned to the man. I tried to fill him in, but I wasn't sure exactly... And who is this you tried to fill in? Ben asked. The man next to Stokes frowned at Ben. She was trying to fill me in, her boss, and you are? Bennett, Ben said. Harvey Bennett. The man squinted a bit like the name had rung a bell, but he didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Stokes said, I wasn't sure how the subroutines all work together. Isn't that the question you're asking yourself now? How they all seem to be independent of one another and not able to interact the way they're supposed to? Coulson nodded. Yes, exactly. They're completely self-contained, and if it weren't for the global variables passed between them, there would be no semblance of interconnectivity. Until you plug in the rest of the code, Stokes added. Right. The script we found. It's the last piece of the puzzle, and it allows these individualized components to become one unified connected system. But why is that important, Coulson? The man asked. Coulson seemed confused. It's obvious, Stokes said. But he needs you to say it. He wants to make sure we... The man shot Stokes a glance that told Coulson and the others everything they needed to know about the balance of power in the room. In short, there was no balance of power. The man had it all, and they were completely under his control. Coulson's voice started to shake. It's the ultimate machine, he stammered. The final piece of a 100-year puzzle. How can you create a machine that can actually really think? You can't. That's the answer. You can't do it with an elaborate computer program. You need something more. Something bigger. Coulson finished, then waited for the man's response. The man shook his head. Coulson, please do not hold anything back. If it helps, we can raise the stakes a bit. He reached for a pistol holstered on the hip of one of the security guards. Coulson noticed Hendricks, Kyle, and Joshua tense, but they remained still. The two guards lifted their rifles and trained their sights on the group. No one moved except for the man at the front of the conference room table. He checked that the pistol had a round in the chamber, then lifted the gun and held it up to Stokes's head. She gasped, and a tear formed in her eye. Coulson felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. The feeling of being needed. He wanted to rush forward and tackle the man, somehow disarming him and the other guards in the process, and save Angela. He wanted to kill him, beating his face to a pulp with his bare fists. Instead, and as usual, he remained standing where he was, an idiotic look of sheer uselessness on his face. He was a fool and a coward. Jonathan Coulson was no more capable of helping Angela through physical force than he was in giving the man what he wanted. I'm going to ask you one more time, and only one more time. He addressed his statement to the entire group, not just Coulson. What do you know about the callback script? Who engineered it? Coulson was appalled. Who engineered it? I truly don't understand the meaning of that question. No one engineered it. It was just, don't play games with me, Coulson, the man shouted. Coulson saw the man's hand start to shake. Someone wrote that script, and someone intends to use it against us. I intend to find out who that person is. Did you do it? Was it you, Coulson? Coulson saw the spit flying from the corners of the man's mouth as he shouted, and he felt the very palpable tension in the room rising with each passing second. I can't help him, Coulson realized. I can't give him a name because there is no name. The script wasn't created by any of us. He slowly shook his head, looking down at the floor. I don't know, he said. You have to understand, no one knows. It wasn't written by us. It wasn't really written at all. It's... Coulson, the man said, forcing Jonathan's attention away from the floor and back up at him. He waited for Coulson's eyes to meet his. Then he placed the gun out and onto Stokes's temple. He rested the cold barrel just in front of her ear, only an inch behind her eye. And then he pulled the trigger. Coulson felt himself falling backwards, blown away by the impossibly loud bang that filled the glass room. He hit the ground in a sitting position, landing hard on his rear end. Glass shattered at the far end of the room as the bullet sailed through and continued on to the far wall of the level. Shards of glass sank to the floor, sprinkling down around Coulson's feet as he watched on in horror. Angela stood motionless for what seemed like an hour, the life fading from her eyes too slowly. She crumpled inward and down, eventually falling into a broken heap of blood on top of the glass. Coulson moved his mouth to no avail. No physical exertion he forced himself to make caused any noise to come out, and he stared, stunned, at the rest of the room and at the body of his former boss as the two groups erupted into action above. Chapter 31. Reggie noticed Coulson falling down almost at the same time the glass exploded to his left, and he reacted on instinct. He charged forward, hoping to catch at least one of the guards by surprise. He needed at least two of the others to react in kind for the rash plan to work, or he would be quickly overwhelmed by the armed guards and the man holding the smoking pistol. Instead, all of the group, save for Coulson, reacted. Ryan, Kyle, Hendricks, and Joshua all charged the guard closest to them, while Ben, Julie, and Mrs. E rushed for the man who had just murdered Stokes. He saw Ben lunge over both Coulson's sitting body and the large conference room table, hitting the man square in the chest with his forehead. Reggie felt a tiny portion of himself start to pity the man who would soon be absolutely crushed beneath the weight of a pissed-off Harvey Bennett, but he quickly replaced the pity with pure, untamed rage. He had been able to control his emotions for a long time, trained by the best military psychologists money could buy. A skill he had been required to master after certain events led him down a path he never wanted to travel again. But the same old anger he had long ago forced away returned with a vengeance, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. All the work he had done to remain balanced, calm, and collected disappeared. The smile he usually wore as a reminder and warning to himself left his face. Reggie, or Gareth Red, as he used to be called, decided in an instant that it was time to change the structure of leadership in this room. The poor soul in his sights was second in command to the security guard that had led them to this level. A moment ago he had been aiming at the group, ready for his leader's signal to begin unleashing hell on the group standing in front of him. But he was young, and Reggie had assessed him in an instant. He knew the man wouldn't have seen much combat, just judging from his age, and Reggie intended to use that to his advantage. When the guard was momentarily stunned by the sound of the gunfire erupting in the tight quarters, Reggie was already in motion. He aimed for the man's neck, pulling out the only weapon he had on his person, his watch, which he had removed a few minutes earlier and placed in his pocket as soon as his other weapons were taken from him. It was military issue, a favorite he'd had for years, but he didn't care about the specific features at this moment. Instead, he gripped the very end of the watch, holding the sharp stub of the tiny buckle between his thumb and forefingers. It was an incredibly small, blunt instrument, one that would bend easily and be useless against anything heftier than a toothpick, but he only needed it to work once. Gunshots exploded behind him, but the part of his brain that alerted him to pain and danger remained quiet. He didn't turn from his attack, focusing solely on taking out the threat directly in front of him. The man's neck, Reggie knew, was the softest part of what was exposed of the man's skin, and he aimed his left hand for the underside of his chin, opting for an uppercut to ensure he got enough force behind the attack. He swung upward, a sort of odd-looking, overly enthusiastic fist pump, and plunged the tip of the half-inch makeshift blade into the man's skin. His hand continued upward, providing an effective second surprise to the guard's head, and just after the man's skull cracked against the glass behind him, Reggie pulled the watch buckle sideways and down. He tried to keep the pressure against the man's neck, but with such a quick motion, any specific intricate movement was impossible to control. Still, the attack worked, and the man's neck split open as he fell forward. The wound alone wouldn't kill him, but Reggie had already smashed the rifle up and out of his hands using the butt of his palm, and he now grappled for full control of the weapon. The man tried wrestling the gun back out of Reggie's grip, but he was bleeding and in enough pain to ignore the fight for a split second and reach for his neck. Reggie took the opportunity to place both his hands on the gun, smash his forehead forward in a perfectly executed headbutt, and destroy the young guard's nose with the skull-crushing blow. It was gruesome, but it worked. The man blacked out, falling to the floor, and Reggie turned the rifle and aimed around the room. He screamed, a yell of rage that echoed around the room, and seemed to drown out any and all noise he may have been hearing. The other security guard, the leader, was standing in front of him, fighting with Joshua or Ryan Kyle. Rather than risk hitting one of them with a stray bullet, or one that would certainly travel through the guard's body, Reggie opted for a different approach. He flipped the gun around and held it like a bat, then took a step backwards and swung it as hard as he could at the guard's ear. It landed with a sickening crack, and the man's head fell sideways. It stayed sideways, and the man flew to the ground, his already damaged head hitting the glass wall of the room on the way down. Reggie's nostrils flared as his adrenaline kicked into overdrive, and he lifted the weapon again to attack. He felt resistance, and looked up to see a thick arm holding the gun in place over his head. "Reggie," Ben's voice said. "Reggie." Reggie stayed frozen in place for a moment, still trying to piece together what had just happened. He slowly lowered the gun to his side and looked around the room. Both guards at his feet were dead, and the two outside the glass walls had been shot and were bleeding on the floor. The man who had killed Stokes was nowhere in sight. Ryan Kyle was staring through him, but Reggie noticed his hand resting purposefully on his gun. "He's ready to take me out if I go ballistic." Joshua and Ben were wide-eyed, but otherwise unaffected. Julie had her hand over her mouth, but Mrs. E had the beginnings of a grin on her face. Coulson hadn't moved, and was sitting stone-faced on the floor, staring straight ahead. Hendricks, the only man in the room taller than Reggie, was looking slightly downward at him with a small frown on his face. "You okay? Come on down, son," Hendricks said. Reggie squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, pushing back the remainder of the emotions that had welled up inside. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, and it caused him to remember far too much in far too short a time. It caused him to think of her, his ex-wife, the woman of his dreams, whom he had known for almost 20 years. She was out of the picture now, but she still had a permanent home in his mind. He had never completely understood why this sort of anger caused him to think of her, but then again, just about anything he thought of could remind him of her. He hadn't seen her in years, but it didn't matter. As soon as Stokes had been shot, he felt the surge of rage hit him like a truck, and she was there. She was watching him, urging him, and he fought. He reacted on instinct, a trained killer who was finally allowed out of his cage. Now 2 soldiers were dead, their blood pooling around Reggie's boots, and the rest of the group looked just as terrified as the guard had right before he died. "Red, it's over," Hendricks said. Reggie felt the man's hand on his shoulder. "Good work, but let's keep things toned down just a bit from here on out, got it? We need you functioning like a normal human, not Rambo." Reggie nodded. "Sorry about that, He didn't know what to say. "It's what exactly?" "No need to explain, Red," Hendricks said, though your psych eval was clear about your past anger problems. Capable of extreme aggression, though rare, patient has proven able to balance emotional response with logical reasoning. Reggie whirled around to look at Hendricks. "You read my psych evaluation?" "Course I did, son," Hendricks said. "I read all of yours. You think I'm going to lock myself in an icebox with a bunch of crazies? This isn't a pirate ship. There are no mutinies and no voting for captains. I hate surprises." "What do you mean everyone else is?" "I'm not military," Ben said, "and neither is Julie." Hendricks nodded. "That doesn't mean we didn't compile one to the best of our ability. After the Amazon incident, you were all debriefed by a team of professionals. Do you remember that? Made up of some military brass and a few others who were interested in your little jungle foray. Those were psychologists, Bennett." Ben looked at Joshua. He shrugged. "I'm not surprised," Joshua said. "The company does the same thing after missions, even with non-military personnel. It's MO, and probably a bit of CYA too. As I said," Hendricks said, "I hate surprises. I want to know who I'm working with. You all checked out, so feel flattered." Reggie felt anything but flattered. He felt betrayed and tricked. He remembered the little spat between Hendricks and Joshua, and how Joshua had reluctantly agreed to playing second fiddle to Hendricks' leadership. Reggie wondered now if there was something more to this man, something he wasn't telling them all. What's the play? He thought through the options, but only 2 scenarios made any sense. They could either confront Hendricks now and try to get him to confess and show his cards, but they'd have to get through Ryan Kyle and Mrs. E first. And even then, Hendricks wouldn't just surrender the information he had without a fight, and possibly not even after he lost. Or they could wait it out. So far, Hendricks had proven that he was on their team, even if he was a little gruff. They didn't see eye to eye on everything, but Reggie didn't have the feeling that Hendricks was a bad guy. If they kept the status quo, they could see this mission through and deliver whatever it was Mrs. E's husband needed, and then confront Hendricks. The latter seemed like a much safer strategy, even though Reggie hated to ever leave anything unsaid. He thrived in confrontation and sometimes sought it out just for the sheer fun of it, but something told him Hendricks wouldn't be sucked into any petty games. Hendricks was here for a reason. They all were, and right now, in this moment, Reggie knew they were on the same side, so he decided to play it safe. Reggie would do his part to keep them all alive, but he would keep an eye on Hendricks all the same. This man had proven that he was resourceful, kept his cards held close to his chest, and didn't care whether the rest of his team liked him or not. He could be an asset, but he could just as easily be leading them all into a trap. "Where's the guy who killed your boss?" Reggie asked Coulson. Coulson took a few seconds to shift his focus off of the far wall and onto Reggie, but he just shook his head once. "He got away. He ran out the back of the room. The glass panel behind him is actually a door," Kyle said. Reggie noticed a few spiderweb cracks on the glass, but also two nearly invisible hinges at the edge of the pane. "The glass is strong, too. I couldn't get a shot through before the other guard tried to come at me." "Nothing we can do now but figure out what to do next," Hendricks said. We know what to do next," Reggie said. He stared out the pockmarked glass into the hallway surrounding them. "We need to find that man." Chapter 32. Monsieur Valère, the Chinese, to the compound. "You must not at all costs." Valère sipped a bottle of water and leaned back as far as he could against the hard metal wall. He was strapped into the most uncomfortable chair, nothing more than a flat bench with a few cargo straps. He felt like a forgotten package, forever in transport to a faraway destination. "You read me, Valère?" Francis Valère couldn't stand the phone cutting in and out. He appreciated technology, and specifically improvements in that technology. His company had been responsible for some amazing advances in computing, yet he was constantly disappointed in the lack of reliable telecommunications equipment he found himself using. He shook the phone and tapped it on his leg. "I don't care if you're 1,000 miles away under 1,000 feet of ice," he thought. "Figure out how to make this connection work." "I cannot understand you," he said. "Please repeat that last sentence." "Chinese must not find the array. We have to protect it at all." "Yes, that is the mission," Valère said. "So what is the problem?" "Sir, they are inside the... Angela Stokes is dead, and there is... group. I am sorry, did you say there is another group?" "Yes, sir. I recognized Joshua Jefferson from the company files." Valère physically shook, both from his medication as well as the sentence that had just been uttered, loud and clear, by the voice on the other end of the phone. Joshua Jefferson, the man that had caused him so much trouble and so much money. Valère had maneuvered well to take over the vast majority of the company's operations, and the acquisition of new biological technology a company in Brazil had created was the final step in a long chain of events he had put into motion years ago. He was nearing the end of this journey, and Joshua Jefferson was the man who would deliver the research to him. Instead, Jefferson betrayed him. He had completely abandoned his men to die in the jungle, killed his own brother, and done his best to ensure the company would never find the research it was looking for. Thankfully, Valère had other resources deployed at the time, and his team in Antarctica was able to piece together most of the fragmented data he had retrieved from the company. It was incomplete, but his scientists had enough creativity to fill in the gaps. The array they were working on benefited greatly from the research and new technology, and it was only a matter of time before they were up and running with a prototype. Now Valère was on his way to Antarctica himself to participate in the final testing phase. He had called for a full deactivation and evacuation of the station, leaving only the security teams in place. He had been aware that there was a Chinese contingent nearby, and that they had marched on the station, but he had every expectation that it would be dealt with before he landed. He had been beyond furious when he had learned that the Chinese had intercepted his communications and discovered the station, but that was a problem that could not be dealt with now. They were here, and they were attempting to gain access to his creation. He hoped the security teams he had ordered to the base were capable. His own team was sparse, 3 men he had personally vetted and worked with before, men he knew he could trust to keep him safe. He was a pacifist by nature, but Valère knew full well the downside of being a pacifist in a war-loving society. He needed protection, if only to be able to finish his job. He readjusted the phone and placed it back on his ear. "Understood, thank you. Please ensure that the threat is nullified by the time of my arrival." The man on the other end tried to argue something trivial, but Valère had already moved to hang up. He glanced at the leader of the 3 men he had brought with, forced a quick smile, and nodded. The man was no idiot. He knew Valère was not happy, but he also knew not to ask about it. He would do his job, even if it led to his death. Valère was almost positive it would, and he felt slightly comforted in the thought that he would be joining the man there. Chapter 33. "Okay, so we get down to that server level," Julie said. Ben noticed the calm, cool way Juliet was handling the situation, and he tried to borrow her strength. Inside, however, he felt anything but calm. He wanted nothing more than to lash out like Reggie had, aiming his wrath at one of the numerous guards or Chinese soldiers in the station. A reaction like that wouldn't be helpful now, though. Reggie had reacted at a time when just such a reaction was what they needed to survive, and he had succeeded. The 4 guards were dead, and they were all alive. The man who had shot Coulson's boss had escaped, but considering they had sustained no losses during the scuffle, Ben was satisfied. They needed to find him, but they had more pressing matters at the moment. "No," Ben said. He waited until everyone else in the room was looking at him before continuing. "No, we can't just run after him. For all we know, he's a pawn. Just a low-level manager in the company. Joshua, did you recognize him?" Joshua shook his head. "No, I didn't. But that doesn't mean much. I was employed as a contractor to help with their plausible deniability, if the case arose. But that meant I was pretty removed from the day-to-day operations of the company. My father, he would likely have known who that man was." Joshua Jefferson paused at his own mention of his father, but he didn't let it stop him. He continued explaining to Ben what he knew of the structure of the company they were after. He worked remotely, but traveled a lot and had an office in Canada with some of the other higher-ups. That was the last I heard from him. Probably about the time you and Julie were at Yellowstone. Hendricks cut in. "What does this have to do with where we are now, son?" Joshua shot him a glance, but quickly turned back to address the rest of the group. "He alluded to building a station out here on the continent. He never actually said Antarctica. But I gathered that he was going someplace cold and off the grid." Ben spoke up again. "So your father was possibly working with the man we just met?" "Possibly." "So should we be looking for him?" Mrs. E asked. Ben shook his head. "No, that's what I was trying to say. We need to stay the course, I think. Figure out what it is that Mr. E wants us to retrieve, then get out. And if we have a chance to take out this company once and for all, I'd love to give that a shot." "You and me both," Julie said. "Well, we don't have time to mess around with both of those goals," Reggie said. "The Chinese are bearing down on us, and it's probably only due to those hell drones that we're not being shot at right now." "So we need to get to the server room," Julie said. "Just like before, that's what I was saying. This guy either has a personal jet and a ticket out of here before it hits the fan, or he's hiding out somewhere on the station. Doesn't matter. Our mission is the same it's always been. We need to find the server room, then find whatever computer can interact with the mainframe, and get what Mr. E wants." Hendricks and Kyle were nodding along. "That's what makes sense to me." Both men were checking the weapons of the dead guards and combining the magazines from the weapons that had been taken from them. Julie smiled. "Here's what doesn't," Hendricks said, passing out rifles and handguns to the group. "How do we get down there? We're even higher up than we were in the barracks, and that level's below us." "Right," Coulson said. He had finally decided to stand up again, and he was leaning on the conference room table with one arm outstretched. "About 7 levels below us. And there are Chinese troops and security guards fighting for control of all the levels in between us," Hendricks said. "Exactly. So tell us how to get down there," Hendricks said, looking directly at Coulson. "Excuse me?" Coulson said, shuddering. "You're the guy who's worked here. You've got the tenure, so tell us the fastest way to get downstairs." Ben watched Coulson's expression change from one of satisfaction to dismay. He thought Coulson was a true waste of a man, someone completely pigeonholed into one specific skill set that it was almost funny to imagine him doing anything else. Ben had known a few people like Coulson. They were hilarious to watch as they fumbled through their poorly chosen jobs, unable to accomplish even the simplest of tasks. As a park ranger, Ben typically wouldn't even give them the opportunity to prove themselves. He was more interested in finishing whatever job he needed to do without taking on the burden of training other men who would never be capable enough to stick around. They were good people, but not valuable employees. Ben wasn't the type of person to care enough about their future success to spend the effort training and teaching them. As Coulson stood in front of them all, the only man able to help them achieve their goal, Ben felt his dismay. He knew Coulson was out of his element. He had no leadership skills, no battlefield savvy, or even a semblance of useful knowledge he could use to MacGyver his way out of a sticky situation. And this, Ben knew, was a sticky situation. There was an entire army of Chinese soldiers ready to kill anything that moved inside the station, and the much-improved security guard reinforcements were now specifically searching for his group, and the only man able to provide insight and knowledge about their surroundings was a man he wouldn't trust to change a flat tire. "Coulson, please," Julie said suddenly. Ben looked to his left to find Julie standing there, a concerned look on her face. "You have to help us." Coulson's expression continued to change. like a caricature drawing of the full spectrum of human emotions. His face lit up when she spoke, as if she was the first female who had ever spoke to him. Then it dropped with the realization of his uselessness and finally rested into a dejected, broken hue. "I'm sorry," he said, nearly whispering. "You know the way. Stairs or elevator, but both are going to be—" "I ain't interested in getting shot at any more than I need to, Coulson," Reggie said. "There's got to be a way around that doesn't include the most obvious routes through this base. Stairs, elevator, both are going to be heavily guarded by now. That's the quickest way to the lower levels." "What about the slowest way?" Julie asked. Coulson frowned. "Seriously, man, are you really this dense?" Kyle said. For a man that had seemed completely devoid of emotion, Ben was surprised by his sudden outburst. "Coulson, is there any other way downstairs?" Hendricks asked. Coulson paused. No, not inside. There are stairs and there are—" "What about outside?" "Outside? You said not inside." "We can get outside again?" Mrs. E asked. "What about the way we came in, through the vents?" At that moment, Ben noticed two things. First, Coulson seemed to completely lose control of his facial expressions, exposing nothing but sheer terror at the thought of traveling outside, through the vents, to get to the lower levels. Second, Ben heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire ricocheting off the walls and into the inner chamber they were now standing in. A line of pockmarks sprinkled the glass Ben was standing in front of, the arc ending at a spot frighteningly close to Ben's head. Chapter 34. "Get away from the walls!" Hendricks shouted, reacting immediately to the sound of the attack. "We need to find a room away from the glass." Without waiting for the others, he ran through the glass door at the back of the conference room and toward another open door nearby, alongside the edge of the level. Mrs. E, Kyle, and Joshua began to follow, so Ben grabbed Julie's hand and headed that direction. He caught sight of Reggie nearby, still wide-eyed after his spree of violence, but Ben didn't stop to ask if he needed help. Hendricks turned into the room and disappeared, and Ben watched as the others did the same. He knew the room must be large enough to conceal them all, but he wondered if it was secure. He hadn't heard gunfire in a few seconds, and assumed it meant the Chinese had removed any threat of attack and were now entering their level. If so, it meant they only had seconds before they were apprehended. When Ben entered the room, just in front of Reggie, he saw that Hendricks had already started on the vent grate in the ceiling. With no time to slowly twist the screws loose with a knife, he had simply jammed the end of the blade into one of the slats and pried until the grate popped open. He spent a few more seconds twisting the grate and tearing it free from its fastening screws. Then he tossed the piece of metal into the corner of the room where it fell with a clanging sound. He paused, then turned back to Coulson. "Any idea where this goes?" he asked. Coulson shook his head, but Ben noticed the man stand up straighter, his shoulders back a bit. "Not exactly. I do know that it doesn't connect to the lower levels, though." Hendricks frowned, but continued working, now pulling a chair from the outer wall of the room and placing it directly beneath the hole in the ceiling. "Kyle, Jefferson, you two get across that hallway out there and make sure no one comes in, E and Red. You do the same from this doorway." He stopped what he was doing and looked at them. "Got it?" Everyone nodded, and Ben, Julie, and Coulson stayed where they were standing while the others bustled around them and out the door. Ben immediately heard gunfire ricocheting off the walls, the enemy's bullets once again finding the glass chamber that acted as a barrier in the center of the level. Joshua returned fire while Ryan and Kyle ran to a similar-sized room across the hall. The hallway was really just a small open area that led to the glass-enclosed conference room on one end and the exit to the level on the other. The room they were in backed up to the wall of the level, evidenced by the usual liquid-filled bubbles that formed the inner membrane of the entire station. He heard the pinging sound of bullets nailing into the bulletproof glass and the immediate response from Kyle's and Joshua's guns. Ben knew it was only a matter of time, or firepower, until the walls cracked and fell, and they were once again vulnerable, caught out in the open. He hoped whatever plan Hendricks and Coulson were discussing would get them somewhere safer. He watched Reggie and Mrs. E standing point in the doorway of the room they were in. Each faced an opposite direction, awaiting an unseen attacker. Neither had fired their weapons yet, conserving ammunition, while Kyle and Joshua held off the slow stream of enemy forces. As long as the Chinese and security guard teams sent in 1 or 2 men at a time, Ben thought they might have a fighting chance. "What do you mean, it doesn't connect?" Hendricks asked. "Well, the lowest 2 levels, 8 and 9. Actually, since we know now that there is a level 10, the lowest 3 levels are vented directly to the outside, as they don't have the same temperature requirements of the rest of the base." 9 and 10 operate better colder, since it saves on the massive power requirements to cool the supercomputers they're running down there to just use outside air, and the maintenance and storage on 8 doesn't need much heat either. The station is really like 2 separate facilities, one for human occupancy, and one for computers and storage. And 1 refrigerated cadaver farm, Reggie added over his shoulder. Ben watched Julie's expression, an obvious not helpful on her face. Reggie still had his back to the room, standing in the doorway with Mrs. E to continue to watch for threats. "They're not cadavers," Coulson said. "At least I wasn't dead." "Noted," Hendricks said, trying to redirect everyone's attention. "So we got lucky finding the vent we did. There isn't a vent on this level that leads outside, so we're stuck inside the base." Coulson grinned. "Well, that's what I was thinking about. When Mrs. E mentioned going outside, I initially thought it wouldn't work. Like you said, this vent won't go outside. But it will get us close to the lower levels. As I mentioned, it's like 2 distinct stations, one on top of another. And I saw a basic schematic design once when I was first hired. The ductwork up here is all interconnected, so the air dissipates well throughout the station and has a way to be vented, at least down to my office on the 7th level. Another system, the section you found, will circulate and vent through just the bottom 2 levels, and also outside, to keep both levels cold enough." "But they're not connected," Julie said. "So even if we get down to the, what was it, maintenance and storage level, we can't use the elevator or stairs to get down 1 more level to the server room." Coulson held up a finger. "But there's an intake vent on the 7th level. It's not connected to anything else. It just sucks in air from outside, heats it, and sends it up and into the base. It's, I think anyway, the only intake." "How do you know it's for intake?" "I asked about it once. Level 7 is where my desk is, and the vent goes right by my feet when I'm down there. It's extremely hot air, and I couldn't figure out why." Hendricks thought for a moment. "Okay, that might work." "What might work?" Julie asked. Ben had to agree with Julie. He was lost. "Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not a fan of climbing around in tight spaces," he said. "I thought it was a one-time thing." Hendricks grinned quickly, then grew stoic once again. "We need to get to level 9. That's the server room, and our best shot at grabbing the data Mr. E wants to get his hands on. The only ways down there meant for human travel are going to be blocked. So the only option left is if we climb down the vent system, pop out on level 7, then go outside via the intake shaft, come back inside 1 level lower, and we're in." Julie's mouth dropped. "There's no possible way that would—" "It has to work," Hendricks said. Hendricks and Ben discussed the plan a bit more. Ben got the feeling Hendricks was just talking it out aloud to be sure he had not forgotten any detail. He wasn't truly interested in anything Ben had to add to the discussion. He listened for gunshots but didn't hear anything. The 2 enemy forces were likely engaged with each other elsewhere on the station, on some other level, and he was happy for their group to not be the center of attention for a bit. He had been impressed with the performance of everyone he was with so far, with the exception of Coulson, but even he seemed to be waking up from his complacency and stepping into the role of tour guide and station expert. "Let's get on with it then," he heard Hendricks say. "Anything else you can tell us about the intake? Or any of the rest of the vent system?" "Sorry," Coulson said. "I only got a cursory glance at it, and even then it was a simple mock-up sketch." "Doesn't matter, it's our best bet," Hendricks said. "Let's round up everyone else and—" "Attention security personnel," the computerized woman's voice began. "Please make your way to level 2 for threat resistance." Chapter 35. Julie looked at Ben, who was staring at the small intercom speaker in the ceiling next to the open vent. The message began to repeat, and she grabbed his arm. "Whoever found us here must have alerted the rest of the station. We're the threat, right?" "It's either us or the Chinese," he said, "but let's make sure we're not around when they get here." Ben shot a glance at Hendricks. "You ready?" He nodded, then lifted himself into the ceiling vent. Julie was impressed with the older man's upper body strength. He made the motion look easy. Hendricks called down to Ben, and he grabbed Julie's hand and led her to the chair. He helped her up, her mind flashing back to a similar escape from a hospital room, back when they hardly knew each other. He'd kissed her then, for the first time. She felt the same warmth now as she had in that moment, and after she had been helped up into the vent, she looked back down at Ben, hoping to extend the moment as long as possible. He was already helping Coulson up and into the vent, simultaneously yelling for Ryan, Kyle, and Joshua to join them as the group entered the vent system. "Come on down here, Juliet," Hendricks said, pulling her gently toward him. She squeezed by him, noticing that the duct was surprisingly wide and not as claustrophobic as it had been in the first one they'd traveled through earlier that day. She continued crawling, reaching a fork in the ducting path. The metal rectangular passageway split directly in front of her, a path going left and right, as well as one that traveled straight down. Once again, gunfire and shouting erupted from just outside the air duct walls. Julie tensed, half expecting bullets to rip through the thin metal exterior and into her body, but she knew the shots weren't directed at her. Instead, she heard Kyle's voice shout up and into the vent, bouncing off each wall as it reached her ears. It was loud, booming even. The volume alone would have startled her, but it was the content of Kyle's message that sent a chill through her bones. "They're in. Get moving down that shaft. Hurry up." She frantically weighed her options, knowing that the correct choice was the hardest one. Straight down, she thought. The dim light from the opening behind her that had crept into the duct did not reach down into the depths of the vertical shaft a foot in front of her. It was pitch black, any remnant light completely disappearing after 3 or 4 feet down. "And this is the way we need to go," she thought. "Juliet, what are you waiting for?" Hendricks growled from somewhere behind. She heard Kyle confirm his presence as he, the last of their party, entered the duct. But his words were jumbled and unintelligible, nothing but echoes by the time she heard them. "It's okay, Jules," Ben's voice said. "I'm right behind you." Julie didn't know when Ben had gotten right behind her, but it did give her a bit of strength to know he was there. She took a deep breath, as if preparing for a dive, then slid forward, her feet propped against the opposite wall. She knew the proper movement. Keep solid pressure on the walls with her back and feet and crab walk down the shaft. But it didn't make it any easier to actually accomplish. Slowly and deliberately, one excruciatingly slow step at a time, she allowed the weight of her body to pull her downward into the vertical air shaft. Muffled voices from outside the shaft commented to one another on the whereabouts of the group they had only seconds ago been firing at. She wondered how long they had before they discovered the open ceiling vent and their escape route. Julie took another 2 slow steps downward. She thought about what would happen if they found her group, huddled together in the horizontal section of ducting, waiting their turn to descend, how they would be completely unable to defend themselves. The thought urged her to speed up, and she pulled her foot even farther downward this time, hoping to make up for lost time. She planted it, pushed down and outward with her heel, locking it in place so she could slide her back and hands down next. Then her right foot slipped out from under her and dangled below her for a second. Her eyes flew open, finding no light to give her any sense of security, and her hands pushed even harder on the side walls. Her left foot tried to compensate, but the increased load was too much a burden. She felt the terrifying realization of what was to come a split second before it happened. Her left foot fell, and her hands tried in vain to support her entire body. She screamed, a truly involuntary reaction to the impending feeling of weightlessness, and then she fell. Chapter 36. Reggie heard Julie scream, then Ben yelling, and then the sound of a hand banging against a metal wall. All of this happened in the inky blackness of the vertical shaft they were in, himself just behind Ben and Mrs. E. They had both crawled past Hendricks in the horizontal section as he waited for the remainder of the group, and by the time he climbed down into the vertical section after Mrs. E, Julie fell. Reggie's heart began to race, but his ears naturally pricked up. He was waiting, hoping, that he'd hear another louder crash, and a moment later he did. Julie's body hit the metal floor of the duct with a thud, followed immediately by a small yelp. She groaned, then called back up to the rest of them. I'm okay," she said, her voice shaky. "I think just landed on my heels, but the metal was thin enough to have some give. It's only about 10 feet. Must be the next level down." "It's another horizontal shaft," Hendricks shouted down to her. "These levels were probably built one at a time, using the natural contours of the cliff right outside, so the vents and ducting have to have some stair-step movements." "Well then, I'd rather not fall down this stairs anymore if I can help it," Julie shot back. "Can you see anything?" There's a tiny bit of light drifting in through the cracks in some vents farther down, coming in from the lights on this level, but that's it. It's hard to see any of the rest of the path. Reggie continued making his way downward, steadying his hands and knees in case Julie had fallen because of a slippery spot he was about to discover. Ben and Mrs. E had to almost be at Julie's location, but he couldn't see anything. "We need to keep going down," Hendricks said. "Is there another vertical section close?" Julie didn't answer at first, and Reggie heard a shuffling sound as she crawled forward into the horizontal section to find out the answer. "Yes, I think this is it," she said. "It's dark, but feels like the same size tunnel we just came down." "That's our ride, then. Go ahead. We're right behind you." Reggie made it to the bottom of their vertical shaft and saw the light source Julie had been referring to. There was just enough of it to make out Mrs. E's silhouette, already preparing to head down into the vertical section about 5 feet away. He didn't see Ben or Julie, which meant they were already moving down the next of the vertical sections. He wondered how long this would take. If there was, in fact, a stair-step style to the ductwork, they could even try jumping down the vertical sections to save energy and time. But he knew that was a risky move, falling down one section of vertical ducting longer than 20 feet, and they'd have a major injury on their hands. It would likely exhaust them to move floor by floor in this way, but it was the only option. He felt his wrists, already tightening from the exertion of clenching his fists and pushing them back hard against the metal walls to lock in his position. Gravity had helped him descend the shaft, but he had to use all of his strength to keep from plummeting down onto the shoulders of Mrs. E. When he started the next leg of the journey, he heard Julie confirm from below that there was, in fact, another horizontal section. They would be tired, but they would at least have an opportunity to rest between sections. "What level you think we're on now?" Julie asked Ben, when they had all reached the next section. "Probably 4, Reggie said. "We started on 2, and we've gone by at least 2 floors by now. This is going to take forever. But at the moment we're invisible. They don't know we're in here, and if we can keep it that way, we're home free." Hendricks barked down at them. "Keep your voices down, they'll carry through the ducts." He paused, then added in a lower voice, "And we don't have all day. That Chinese army wants something from this place also, and I have a feeling it'll look a lot like what we're after." "How did they know about this place?" Julie asked. "Same way Mr. and Mrs. E did, I'd guess," Reggie said. "They've always been on the cutting edge of tech, even though they play the naive third-world country role pretty well. They've got spies spying on their spies, so finding an electronic signal spike from a communications array down here wouldn't have been hard to do." "Any country could have seen it," Mrs. E whispered, "but you would have had to know where to look. That is why I am nervous about their involvement here." "That's why?" Reggie asked. "Not because there are a million of them, all armed to the teeth and shooting at anything that moves? I mean, they must have been looking, just as we were, trying to find this station. But we did not know what they were doing here, so we sent a small team to look around." Reggie nodded in the dark. "But they didn't send a small team. On the contrary, they knew what they were getting into, and they were prepared for it." "You think they knew what's here?" "I am almost certain of it," Mrs. E said. Their conversation was staggered, spaced out between difficult sections of ducting that required focus to maneuver. Reggie had a hard time talking while he was shuffling down the rectangular metal tube to each horizontal section, and by the time they had finished sharing their thoughts on the Chinese team's presence, they had traveled down 2 more vertical sections. It took another 30 minutes to descend the last one, and Reggie knew the strenuous activity was taking its toll. They needed some extended rest, but he was worried about their situation. The 2 enemy forces would be fighting one another wherever they were in the station, but as soon as Reggie and his group made their presence known, both the Chinese and the security team would turn their attention toward them. They were safe in the vents, unseen by anyone coming or going, but they were equally useless there. When Coulson announced that they had reached level 7, Julie and Mrs. E gathered around the vent grate while Ben used the pliers on his pocket knife to painstakingly unscrew the bolts from each corner. "I can't go any farther with them," he said after some time working on the screws. "They're down as far as they'll go from this side. I can't get any grip on the ends since they're down into their guides." "So what's the plan?" Julie asked. "We'll have to do it the loud way," Ben said. Reggie couldn't see Julie's face, but he had a feeling he knew what her expression was communicating. "And if there are soldiers waiting for us on this level?" she whispered. The whisper didn't do much to hide her snappy tone. Reggie smiled. "Well, we'll just have to take our chances," Ben said. "Look, down that way. More lights coming through, so I'd bet there is another grate or 2. If we can get a few of us at each opening, we can coordinate our attack." "Use the element of surprise and all that?" Julie asked. "You got a better idea?" "We should have stayed in Alaska." "I like it better here," Ben said. "It's colder." "I can get one of those body drawers for you to sleep in then," Julie said. "You're going to get us all killed." "He's right," Hendricks whispered from behind Reggie. "We need to move quickly, and there's no way we're going to get these grates off by unscrewing them. Move back as far as you can, and let's get an idea for how many of these openings there are on this level. Coulson, I don't suppose you've counted them at some point while you were zoning out." "Sorry, no." "Okay then, let's—" The distinct sound of Chinese, staccato as 2 men argued about something, reached Reggie's ears. Hendricks cut himself off, choosing to listen to the exchange. "Anyone speak Chinese?" he whispered. "Negative." The men's voices grew louder as they reached the center of the level, near Coulson's workstation. They argued for another minute until their walkie-talkies buzzed in order. Both men stopped listening, then began arguing again. Any ideas as to what they're arguing about? Hendricks asked. Dinner plans, Reggie said. No one chuckled, but no one offered any other suggestions. We need to make a move, Joshua said. They're distracted, and if there are more vents, we can drop down and surround them pretty easily. Move out, Hendricks said. Get to the next vent and see if you see another one farther down the line. Call it back, but keep your voice as low as possible. I'll wait at this one and call the attack. No counting. I'll just drop first, so please don't make me wait down there by myself for too long. Got it, Joshua and Kyle said. Reggie nodded. Julie and Mrs. E at the front of the line shuffled forward, barely making a sound as they slid through the duct to the next vent. They waited for them to reach the grate. Then Julie called back quietly. There's at least one more. I'm going down. Again, more sliding as Reggie and Ben headed to the grate Julie and Mrs. E had just left, and the men behind Reggie moved forward to the first vent. When they were all in position, Julie confirming that there were only the 3 openings, Reggie prepared himself to drop in on their unsuspecting victims. Ready, Hendricks whispered. The sound barely reached his own ears, so he repeated the word toward Julie and Mrs. E. The duct was dark, and only a bit of bleeding light rays made it through the cracks in the vents from each section, casting an ominous striped pattern onto the faces of Ben and Coulson, who were closest to him now. He couldn't see Julie or Mrs. E, nor could he make out the faces of Hendricks, Joshua, and Ryan Kyle the opposite direction. But he knew that they were all thinking and feeling the same thing. Is this going to work? He tried to force the thought out of his mind, but it was replaced by an even more discouraging one. What happens after we take out these guys? We don't even know what we're looking for or how to find it. Reggie felt trapped, a feeling he wasn't comfortable with. He wanted to be moving, to be taking action. He didn't like waiting around, anticipating. He wasn't claustrophobic as long as he was moving forward. He liked control, and he liked to feel like he understood any situation he found himself in. He smiled a lot and joked around because he didn't want to take himself too seriously, a trait he had developed out of necessity. But he did take his job seriously, and the protection of the people he cared for. Right now, those people were in a metal tube directly above an enemy looking to kill them, in the depths of a top-secret station on the continent of Antarctica. He thought the Amazon rainforest had been an unlikely place to find himself running for his life, but down here, where the average per-square-foot population hovered around 0 for most of the year, was far more unlikely, yet here he was, about to fall on top of 2 Chinese soldiers and hopefully kill them before they tried to return the favor, and all he could think about was why he was doing this. He knew it was for Ben and Julie, the couple he'd met only months ago through a mutual acquaintance, their lives forever entangled together. It was for Joshua Jefferson as well, a man he had come to respect immensely, and for Hendricks and Ryan Kyle and Mrs. E, the enigmatic trio who still had secrets he wanted to know, and even for Jonathan Coulson, a man who didn't seem to know his right foot from his left. It was for all of them, but it was for himself as much. He needed this, but he wasn't sure why. He hadn't hesitated when Mr. E made the pitch to him after leaving the jungle. He had even traveled to Alaska to retrieve Ben and Julie, selling them on a mission he didn't yet understand. He needed to feel worth once again, to know that he was wanted. He carried baggage like anyone else, but his was the kind that couldn't be taken away after a few months in counseling. He had tried, but it only led to anger and resentment. He thought about that anger now, remembering how effective it had been as a tool in a sticky situation only an hour ago, and how useful it would be to muster some of it and channel it downward onto these men below him. But it was a useless thought. He had never really been able to control it more than prevent it from manifesting. It was either there or not, with or without his own desire for it, and the only control he really had over it was to choose whether or not he would use it the moment it came upon him. Reggie, or Gareth Red, as Hendricks insisted on calling him, was a man for whom anger was no stranger. He could direct it as needed, or push it back down, but it had no real control over him. The stranger instead was his fear of his past, as if someone would step forward and call him out on it, or that there was an ultimate judge who might condemn him for what he had done, or not done. He swallowed, alone in the dark once again. The entire situation unfolding around him only a flicker of his reality. He fought through the emotion and tried to force his mind back to the present. This, he knew, was the real stranger, the wraith he had no control over. Anger could be funneled toward a goal, but this fear was a cloud that hung over him, watching him, like she was watching him. He knew she wasn't there, she had never been there, but she could still see him, even in the dark, especially in the dark. She wasn't real, but he had made her real. He brought her to life just as she had never experienced. He suddenly wanted to go there, to find her, to bring her back and comfort her, to tell her, crash. Chapter 37. Hendricks' body smashed through the metal vent grate, and Reggie's mind immediately snapped back to reality, pulling him toward action. He reacted on instinct, his body urging itself forward to ensure that he was the second man on the ground. He pressed out with his feet, cracking the screws and thin metal strapping around the grate, and began to fall. He heard Hendricks's gun firing already, and from his other side of the room, heard Mrs. E. or Julie also breaking out into the room. He brought his rifle around and toward the threat. The back of the two men he had already pinpointed a split second after clearing the duct. He landed on his feet, slid sideways to allow Ben to fall in next to him, and then down into a crouching position with one knee on the floor. He brought the gun up and aimed down the end of the barrel, a natural habit after years training as a sniper. He wouldn't need the sights for a shot this close, so he fired quickly, 2 bursts. Hendrick's first shot had hit, and the man on the right fell sideways at the impact. Reggie had chosen his target well, guessing which man Hendricks would aim for first and choosing the opposite. The headshot snapped the man's head forward abruptly, and he crumpled. He saw Julie out of the corner of his eye, collecting herself from the 8-foot fall, lifting her rifle up just as he had shown her. He flicked a small grin her way, then his eyes widened. "Julie!" he shouted. "Get down!" The bullets from a 3rd and 4th gun ripped into level 7. Reggie was already turning to fire into the stairwell, but it was too late. A burst of red exploded around Mrs. E.'s leg mid-fall, and she landed on it and screamed in agony. Julie fell to the floor, her head frantically darting back and forth as she tried to understand where the attack was coming from. "3 more in the stairwell!" Reggie yelled. Hendricks and Kyle opened fire, and the 3 Chinese men Reggie had seen danced back safely away from the edge. "Make it 4, Hendricks growled. Reggie saw the 4th, actually coming down from above on the stairs instead of below. The group must have been on the stairs, traveling upward when they'd made their entrance from the air vents, and checked in to see what the commotion was about. Good timing, Reggie thought. He fired 2 more bursts to cover their retreat. Then he ran to Julie's location. "You need to move to the edge of the room," he said, trying to keep his voice calm. They were in the direct line of fire here, and at any moment... "Incoming!" he heard Joshua yell. The unmistakable sound of metal bouncing on a hard surface triggered something in Reggie's mind. He lurched forward, convinced that the grenade was heading directly toward Julie and Mrs. E, and tried to find it. It had bounced over their heads, however, and came to a rest underneath one of the standing desks along the wall. Reggie tried to warn the others, but the sound of his voice was completely drowned out by the explosion. The grenade's detonation ripped a hole in the air, sucking out all the sound and light and replacing it with its own fiery devastation. The unlucky desk it had chosen flew directly upward, coming apart as it hit the concrete ceiling, and smashing into 100 pieces, each of the sharp sections of wood, aiming for a new target as they bounced and rattled back to the ground. The power of the explosion lifted other objects nearby off the floor and sent them cascading outward in a volcano of office supplies, and Reggie watched a rolling janitor's cart toppling end over end away from the scene. He looked around, trying to see through the dust and clutter that filled the air, hoping to see whether anyone else was hurt. He heard Coulson's voice, muffled and tired, near the side of the room. "Coulson, that you, buddy?" he shouted. Yes, I'm hit, I think." Reggie rolled over onto his back and brought his head up a bit. The Chinese soldiers in the stairwell would have ducked for cover after throwing the grenade, but they wouldn't have left the area completely. He lifted his gun up and aimed for where he had last seen the man descending the stairs. After a second, he saw his foot take one slow, precarious step downward. "Bad idea, jackass," he yelled, pulling the trigger. The Chinese soldier howled and fell, his foot blown to shreds by a 3-round burst. Reggie finished the job when the man tumbled fully into view, then shot another few times into the stairwell to warn the remaining 3. "Cover," he said loudly to Hendricks, Joshua, and Kyle. "Ben, give me a hand." Ben was already at his side, checking Julie to make sure she hadn't been hit, then moving over to Coulson as Reggie worked on Mrs. E. "It is a small hit," Mrs. E said through clenched teeth, "but hurts a lot." "Yeah, it'll do that," he replied. "Here, let's get you over to the wall." "I am fine," she said. "Get me onto my back so I can fire at them." "You got grit, lady," he said, smiling. "But that's a terrible idea. Move over." He grabbed her arm and threw it over his shoulder, then heaved himself upward to lift her off the ground. He heard her whimper slightly when her leg moved, but she didn't complain. The blood from her wound made the injury seem worse than it was, but he knew even a small gunshot wound could hurt the victim more through loss of blood. "We need to get it wrapped at least," he said. "Then wrap while I shoot." He nodded, still impressed with her resolve. "You got it." He raised his voice slightly so the others could hear. And since you're not Bennett, I don't have to remind you not to shoot that thing while it's next to my head. She frowned, obviously not getting the joke. I did that once, Ben shot back, and you already paid me back for it. Ears are still ringing. How's she look? She's fine, but she's going to need help walking. Coulson? Ben didn't respond, and Reggie heard the sound of Joshua firing at the stairwell as one of the Chinese soldiers dared to peek around the corner. We've got about 10 seconds before the entire Chinese army is on us down here, Joshua said. Don't forget about those roid guards, Reggie said. Roid? Mrs. E asked. Reggie had pulled a small gauze roll from his pack and began tightly winding it around the lower part of her thigh. Steroids. Hey, if I see one of them, I'll ask if they have some for you. You could use a boost right about now. Mrs. E forced a smile through clenched teeth as Reggie worked. Ben, Reggie shouted. Coulson, how is he? Ben looked up from his own medic work and met Reggie's eyes. He's pretty banged up. From the fall or from the grenade? Ben paused. Yeah. Reggie nodded, working faster. He pulled the bandage under its own loop to cinch it tight, then patted it gently to test it. How's that? Kyle, Hendricks, and Joshua had moved closer to the stairs, each hiding behind a large object of some sort for some relative cover as they guarded the level. You need to hurry it up, Red, Hendricks said. That 10 seconds is up. Reggie looked up and saw that Hendricks wasn't exaggerating. Kyle and Joshua immediately opened fire on the stairs as more Chinese men filed down, the first 3 soldiers still hiding behind the wall. He could hear their voices interacting, explaining the situation taking place on level 7. A well-aimed grenade would be wonderful right now, Reggie said, moving over to Ben and Coulson. Any takers? Already on it, Kyle responded, articulating his words with a short, underhand throw toward the stairs. They waited, then heard the explosion. It was far too distant, and Reggie knew immediately what had happened. They kicked it over the railing and down the stairs, Kyle said. Any more? No one answered. In that case, Hendricks said, keep those guns trained. I can't imagine they'll be using the elevator if it even works anymore, so focus on the stairs. We have the vantage point, but they know we don't have a way out. We can pick them off all day if we need to, but let's hope they don't get cocky with those grenades. Reggie reached Ben and Coulson and took a look down at the lumpy man on the floor. He was sprawled out on his stomach, his hands under his head. It hurts, he said, his voice wavering. Some small shrapnel, from what I can see, Ben said, otherwise burns and scratches. He'll be fine, but he's a wuss, Reggie snorted. I'm right here, Coulson said. You disagree with our assessment? It still hurts. Talk to me after you've been shot, Reggie said. Here, at least clean it off. He unscrewed the cap of a water bottle and began pouring it slowly over the man's back. Coulson tensed his body, but to his credit stopped complaining. You married? Ever had a girlfriend? Reggie asked as he worked. Coulson shook his head. Then knock it off. You don't know real pain. He looked up and winked at Ben. Ben just smiled and shook his head slowly. Give him a break, he said. He's still got to help us find Mr. E's data. Fine. Okay, buddy, what next? Head down to the lower levels? Reggie asked Coulson. Coulson stretched out a bit, testing the wounds on his back. His shirt was ripped in many places and now wet and covered with blood, but he shifted onto his side and eventually sat up. The process took far too long for Reggie, but he did his best to give the out-of-shape man some space. Coulson shook his head, realigning the glasses on his nose. No, if we go now, they'll just follow us into the vents, right? Reggie was surprised he hadn't thought of that. Yeah, I guess you're right. They'll just pick us off once we're all inside. So then we need to stay and fight, Coulson replied. Reggie scoffed. If it was anyone else, he would have believed the sentiment. From Coulson, it seemed a little hopeful. At least it's an effort. Can you do anything from here? Any of your computer voodoo from your old desk? Coulson looked over at his workstation and saw that it had survived the grenade blast. Not really. I can probably hack in eventually, but I won't be able to copy anything over remotely. We'll need to manually hardwire a connection into the machine, which means we still have to get down there. Or at least one of us does. Just one of us? Well, preferably we all go down together, for protection and stuff, Coulson said. But technically it would just take one person to get to the right mainframe and plug in a USB drive. Wait, Ben said, you're kidding me. This supercomputer has a USB port? Coulson looked at Ben as if he was from another planet. Mr. Bennett, you do understand that USB means Universal Serial Bus, meaning it's a standard protocol for data transmission? Well, I guess. It just seems like a pretty insecure feature. Coulson shook his head. It's built into the hardware, but the OS we've created reprogrammed its firmware to be read-only, meaning it was used to install or import data, but it won't write to disk. We'll have to bypass that or write a script that reverses that setting, which I think I can do. The IT security here would be all over something like that, but something tells me they're off today. Got it. So we'll stick a thumb drive into it and then wait for the transfer to complete? Ben, this isn't a Mission Impossible movie. We need to think through this a little more. Ben and Reggie waited. Reggie couldn't help but feel like the man sitting on his butt in front of them was relishing the opportunity to have the upper hand. I can probably whip up a script to reinstall the original drive firmware since I've got a fully working USB port on my own machine up here, but since I won't be down there, we'll also have to write something that can grab the right data, whatever that is, and copy it to the drive. Wait, Hendricks shouted. You won't be down there? Reggie was surprised he could hear their conversation. Yeah, you're the only one who knows how to do this, man. You have to go. Coulson was already shaking his head again. No, that's the thing. It doesn't actually make sense. We can't all go, which means there will be people up here to protect me while I work. I can do it. I just don't know how long it will take, but if I then have to go down there, that's another hour or so until we get to the mainframe on level 9. He's got a point, Ben said. I know he's got a point, Reggie said. Doesn't mean I like it. I'm with Red, Hendricks said. What other options do we have? We could split up, Ben offered. No, Joshua said. That'll just give us less protection up here. If we can get away with sending only one of us down to 8, they won't know any of us are missing. That's our best bet. Sneak in, sneak out, back up here. Hendricks nodded, then fired at 2 Chinese men who had decided to make a quick break into the level. They were quickly gunned down, and Kyle and Joshua poked up above their cover to make sure the ambush was over. Right, okay, that makes sense. We send one of us outside, then down to the server room to plug in the USB stick. Then, what? Then we wait for the transfer to be complete, Coulson said, a supremely satisfied look on his face. Just like a Mission Impossible movie, Ben muttered under his breath. Chapter 38. Okay, Coulson, Hendricks said. You get started on that script. Juliet and E can help. Julie, that work for you? Julie was already on her feet, helping Coulson stand up and make his way across the room to his computer. Sure, but there's something else, she said. We'd still have to wait for these scripts to be written, otherwise we're sending someone down there with a useless empty USB drive. Coulson stopped and considered this. Yeah, you're right, okay. Well, then what do we do? Can we set up an ad hoc network? Coulson's eyes grew wide as he understood her meaning, leaving the rest of the room in the dark about the meaning of their cryptic conversation. We could, but it wouldn't reach down there. But we could test the LAN connection. There's never been an internet connection on it, and there definitely won't be any outside connections allowed on it right now, but we shouldn't need access to the internet, just intra. It is the fastest way to transfer files locally. And if we can just get a laptop to take down there, we can plug in the drive to one of its USB ports, wait for the script to finish, then connect to that network. The script will be ready to go, and all we'll need to do is write it to the USB disk and plug it into the mainframe. Julie thought Coulson was going to turn and try to high-five her, but thankfully, he refrained. Okay, he said, that works. It's even better. There's really no way to take down the Ethernet connectivity without ripping out wiring, so we should be safe. It'll be much faster too, since we won't have to all wait up here until we're finished. He logged on to his computer, finding it just as they'd left it hours ago, and navigated to a command prompt window. I'll do it as a shell script, then write that to a text file. I think I can put it in an autorun executable wrapper, so whoever has to deliver it just plugs it in. Hey, who is that, by the way? Julie turned to see the rest of the room except for Kyle, Mrs. E, and Joshua looking at her. Who's going down? Well, besides me, I guess the next best option is Mrs. E, but she's out, Hendricks said. Reggie, Joshua, Kyle, you're the best shots here, so we'll probably need you to stay back. We should be able to hold the fort for an hour, as long as they don't have anything bigger than grenades. Bennett's our guy. Julie felt her heart lurch. I knew it. Yeah, that's what I figured your vote would be, Ben said. Not a vote, Hendricks said, also what I figured. Ben was already swinging his pack around to check supplies. He pulled out some of the larger objects, then dumped the rest on the floor. There's a lot of water in here, but I'd love maybe a jetpack or something, at least so I don't have to. You'll have to rappel, Hendricks said. Come on, Ben said. This is getting ridiculous. If I'd have just done a little more target practice back in Alaska, I'd be a better shot and could stay up here. And I'd still make you go, Hendricks said. He lowered his rifle and stared directly at Ben. You're the best man for the job, son. Julie felt a welling of pride at the same time her heart sank once more. He's doing this, she knew. He's going to go outside in Antarctica without a jacket on a reckless mission against 2 trained armies. Ben looked at Julie. She shrugged. You think I'll be able to talk you out of it? He tried to smile, but she knew it was about as comforting to him as it was for her. Chapter 39. It felt good for Ben to hear Hendricks' faith in him, even though he wasn't convinced it wasn't a suicide mission. Actually, he wondered if the entire ordeal here was a suicide mission. As he worked through the items in his pack, the overwhelming feeling of impossibility set in. There's no way this is going to work. He shuffled the smaller objects around, lighter, miniature first aid kit, batteries, and reached for the mittens. He had removed the thick, reinforced gloves back on the barracks level, but was happy to see an alternative now. Mittens, he knew, were a better option anyway. They wouldn't provide the dexterity of fingered gloves, but keeping all the fingers together would allow for more body heat transfer. He slid them on to test their fit, then continued his work. A few stray gunshots fell into the room, but he didn't turn around. The Chinese force outside the door still hadn't grown in numbers or increased their attack, which meant they either thought the American group was contained well enough, or their teammates were busy elsewhere. For the moment, Ben hoped the security force at the station was capable of keeping the other enemy occupied, at least until he returned from his own mission. "Hey, you're going to tell me what to do down there, right?" he called out. Julie answered immediately. "We're already working on it. You'll have to take this laptop with you, but once you're down there, just connect to the network we're creating by plugging into a network port on a wall or a computer somewhere." "Okay, what does a network port look?" "And then you'll need to make sure the computer's seeing Coulson's up here by checking the incoming connections and—" "Jules," Ben said, "slow down." Julie paused, then discussed something with Coulson. Both were still hovering over the terminal, Coulson frantically typing and grunting while Julie pointed at the screen and made her own comments. She finally turned back around to Ben. "Okay, got it. We'll have a text document with the instructions for you open. It'll be on the screen when you open the laptop." Ben stared blankly at her. "The screen is the skinny top part that lights up?" Ben rolled his eyes. "Thanks, I'm concerned about the rest of this operation, though. You sure I'm the right guy?" "Not at all," Julie said. "If I were Hendricks, I'd just make us all run into the hall and let the Chinese tear us apart." "You'll be fine, Bennett," Hendricks' gruff voice announced. "The more you worry about it, son, the more likely you are to fail. Just accept the mission and lean into it." "Lean into it? What kind of leadership psychobabble is he trying to sell to me?" Ben was about to argue when he realized that for some reason he felt better. I am the right person for this. Every time Ben's resilience and grit had been tested, he'd surprised himself and everyone around him with his ability to overcome. He had been pushed past his limits, thrown into situations he still couldn't understand, and had come out the other side victorious, damaged with plenty of bruises, but victorious nonetheless. He had retrieved the mittens, skull cap, and hand warmers from the backpack, disappointed to find that there was not much else that would keep him warm, and protected from the elements in the small bag, but not surprised. They had dumped their heavy outerwear in the barracks, assuming they would be spending the remainder of their time in Antarctica inside the station. "Fine, I got this, but one more thing. Coulson, what about the heater? You said the air running through the duct was really hot." Coulson didn't even stop typing as he threw his response back to Ben. "Not super hot, but yeah, pretty hot." "And I'm supposed to crawl through the duct toward the heat source? How's that going to work?" Coulson seemed confused for a few seconds as he allowed the distraction to pull him away from his work. He pondered the question, then turned around. "Oh yeah, well I thought I could try to deactivate the source for a few minutes." "Just a few minutes?" "Any longer and we'll all freeze. I can push it to maybe 10 minutes, but it's the only generator for the entire station." "Great," Ben said, "and how will you know when I get back?" "We'll know when you open the laptop and then when you close it again," Julie said. "The connection will be terminated, so we'll know you're about to climb back up and get into the vent." Coulson was nodding along. "I'll take the heater offline again 20 minutes after you shut the laptop, again for 10 minutes. It'll drop the station's temperature quite a bit, but it'll just be a bit uncomfortable for an hour or so afterwards." Ben frowned as he stood up and put the pack on his shoulders. "Sorry you'll be uncomfortable." "That's okay, Coulson stopped himself when he realized Ben was actually not concerned with his comfort. "Okay, let me know when you're ready with that laptop," Ben said. Julie stood and inserted the laptop into Ben's open pack. It was lighter than he'd expected, and he was glad he hadn't removed any of the equipment to make space for it. He wasn't sure what he would need on this particular journey, so his instinct was to take as much as possible. If all went well, he would only need the laptop, the rope, and the climbing pickaxe. Hendricks walked over to show Ben how to use the climbing ratchets, tools Ben hadn't seen before. They were military-issue sturdy industrial metal handles with holes for the rope to pass through one way. As he climbed upward on the rope, he could simply slide the ratchets upward one at a time, his body weight engaging the locking mechanism on them so they wouldn't slide down. It was a simple yet ingenious contraption, and he loved Hendricks' explanation of them. They'll make you climb faster and keep you safer. Those were the words he wanted to hear. Finally, Hendricks pulled off his underclothing, a long-sleeved weatherproof shirt, and handed it to Ben. Hendricks retrieved a t-shirt from his own pack, while Ben put on the extra layer. 2 should keep you plenty warm, Hendricks said, but it's about 10 degrees out there, so if there's any wind, you'll feel it. Ben was used to cold weather, but near single-digit temperatures and wind chill with only 2 shirts on was cutting it. He liked the cold, but usually because he could properly enjoy it, wearing many layers and covering his extremities properly. Shaken but satisfied, Ben walked over to the vent grate at the far end of the wall and crouched down. "I'll go in first, then hand me the pack." Hendricks nodded, but Kyle and Joshua began yelling at the other end of the room before he could help Ben with the grate. "We've got company. Grenade. Get down." The grenade had been lobbed in from the corner of the stairwell and bounced off a table that Joshua had placed on its side for protection. It rattled over to the corner of the room and exploded, safely out of harm's way. The group fell to the ground, but Ben could see that no one was injured. As they picked themselves up and rejoined the fight, 2 heads appeared in the doorway. "They're coming in!" Kyle shouted. He started firing at them, even before he had a decent aim. Reggie joined, and the man on the left entering the room fell. "Ben," Hendricks said, his face suddenly down at Ben's level. "Go, now. Get down there and get us our data so we can get the hell out of here." Hendricks grabbed his gun and ran back to the action, leaving Ben alone with his mission. Ben nodded, ripping the last corner of the grate off the wall. He didn't bother to unscrew it. It wouldn't do any good to hide his tracks now. He dove into the duct head first, still not completely over his first trip through the station's air system. Ben shifted his position around so his body was in line with the duct, and his head was now poking out into the room, through the open hole in the wall. He waited for a second as Reggie, Joshua, Kyle, and Hendricks worked to eliminate the threat from the Chinese soldiers at the front of the room. The noise was deafening, so he couldn't call out. Thankfully, Julie spun around, her eyes grew wide, and she ran over to Ben and crouched down. "Sorry, I got lost in all of it." He smiled. "It's okay, Jules. You're in the zone. I get it. What are we supposed to say, anyway?" Her face fell as she struggled to make sense of the situation. "Ben, I don't know." "Better come back?" A tear formed and fell down her cheek, and she clenched her teeth and wiped it away. "You die out there, I'll kill you myself." He laughed, reaching for the backpack and pulling it into the hole. "Deal." He was about to turn and begin his journey forward when Julie leaned into the duct and grabbed his face, kissing him. He kissed her back, then pulled his head back slightly. "Jules, we really need to talk about timing. Haven't you ever seen an action movie?" "Yeah," she said. "I have. You make me watch them all the time. And there's a poorly timed kiss in every single one of them." Chapter 40. The journey through the vent went far smoother this time around. There were no vertical drops, no branches off the long, straight hallway to navigate, and no one else to slow him down. He was bathed in complete darkness now, the sounds of gunshots and explosions, slowly being replaced by the hum and vibrations of the heater, lying somewhere up ahead. He had found a small flashlight in one of the backpack pockets, but he felt comfortable using his hands and arms to feel his way forward. The heat was growing, either from his proximity to the station's heater or his exertion. But he knew it was only a matter of time before the temperature would rise past uncomfortable and into the realm of dangerous. "Come on, Coulson," he thought. "Get this thing shut off." He truly hoped Coulson wasn't overhyping his own abilities and was actually capable of bringing the heater down for a few minutes. There was no way he would be able to crawl past it while it was on. He tried to remember what the heating system in a building looked like. He had no experience working on them, but remembered that his house growing up had a furnace in the basement. Ducting ran above the furnace. The intake and down lines all connected in a long, unbroken shaft of rectangular metal tubing. If this system was just a larger version of his parents' old system, it meant the heater itself would be off to the side of the vent, allowing him to crawl past unimpeded. If, of course, Coulson can shut it down. He reached the point where it was impossible to continue about 10 minutes later. By his estimate, Ben had traveled about 100 feet, sliding along slowly with the backpack looped over his foot. If the station's side and the end of this shaft lined up with the far wall of level 7, it meant he had to be close. But the heater was still on, and it was pumping hot air over Ben. He was sweating profusely, a fact he couldn't ignore. Not only was he losing water, he was soaking himself and his clothes in moisture that would immediately freeze if and when he made it outside. He stopped, raising his upper arm to wipe the sweat from his brow and remove the skull cap. He had abandoned the mittens 10 minutes ago, clipping them onto a loop on his ski pants. He let the skull cap fall to the floor of the shaft, letting his body push it forward as he slid. "Coulson, let's go." He thought about shouting, but the roar of the heater would easily overpower his voice, and there was little chance they would even hear him back in the room if anyone was still firing their weapon. He wasn't claustrophobic, but he suddenly had the realization that he was too large to maneuver around in the cramped vent. He couldn't even take off his clothing. Possibly kick a boot off, but there was no way he would be able to get it back on. He couldn't help but wonder if the shaft had shrunk slowly as he navigated down the length of it, twisting slowly around on his side, brought his right leg up and toward his hand. He had to stretch his knee upward into the top corner of the metal rectangular prison he was in, but finally got a hand on the backpack strap. He carefully unzipped the bag and reached for the light. Flicking it on, he aimed it down the length of the shaft. It was difficult to look directly ahead, as the heat came in a constant, never-ending wave of air that seared his eyelids and made his eyes water profusely. He got a quick glimpse and immediately lost all hope. The heater was in fact off to the right of the shaft, theoretically making it a clear shot to the exit. But it was still over 100 feet away, and his limited light could only barely make out the offshoot where he assumed the heating core lived. It would have an intake that would suck air from outside and send it back up into the main shaft, pumping the heat throughout the entire station and allowing it to rise naturally to the upper levels. He flattened down, defeated, hoping the bulk of the heat would decide he wasn't worth the trouble and simply pass over him, traveling on to the farthest reaches of the station. The metal of the duct floor was now penetrating his clothing. His face touched the surface briefly, eliciting an immediate pain response, and again he wondered if the others had forgotten him. Then, with a surreal flick of fate, as if God himself had reached down and answered Ben's prayer, the heater died. The noise stopped immediately, and the rush of air fell to a gentle breeze. Then to nothing at all. After a minute, the temperature in the shaft fell to a level he had been quietly dreaming about, and he opened his eyes and shined the light ahead. Now, once again able to focus, he could see the end of the tunnel. It was still far, and he'd have to move quickly, but it seemed possible. He pushed himself forward once again, working out the kinks and soreness that had already set in. Thank you, Coulson. The man they had rescued from a long and slow death had now returned the favor. Chapter 41. "It's not going to hold," Jonathan Coulson whispered. He always fell into a trance-like state after 10 or 15 minutes in front of a computer, speaking in riddles and half-sentences, much to the annoyance of any bosses or coworkers trying to communicate with him. "Coulson," Julie said, "you're not making any sense. Stop and look at me." He heard the words but didn't look away. He hadn't really been listening, so it was only thanks to some strange subconscious authority inside him keeping him human that he finally realized what she had said. He blinked a few times and looked up from the lines of code he had been staring at. "Huh? What? Oh, right. I said it's not going to hold." "What is not going to hold?" Mrs. E asked from the chair she had collapsed into nearby. She was vying to help, but her injuries made any movement difficult, so she had relegated herself to backseat driving, prodding away with questions and feedback as Coulson and Julie did the bulk of the work. "The heater, it's offline, but..." Coulson shook his head vigorously as if trying to force his mind back to the real world and not the Matrix-style computer land he preferred to inhabit. "Coulson," Julie said, her voice soft. "Explain what you're talking about. You got the heater offline, right?" "Right, yes, it's..." He checked the small dialogue window on his computer. "It's down, yes." "Great," Julie said. "That's what we needed. How long will it be down?" 10 minutes, as we discussed, but... He clicked around again and opened a few more dialogue boxes. After fiddling for a minute with the sizes of the windows, he closed them all and opened a new terminal prompt. He typed a command and waited for the result. "Correct," he said, answering no one's question. "It is down for 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 43 seconds. He noticed Julie shoot Mrs. E a glance and knew what they were thinking. "I'm sorry," he said quickly. "I can't really jump from this to, real life, very quickly." Julie placed a hand on his shoulder. "What's wrong then?" "The system is down and the countdown I've given it is set, but it's initiating its own restart procedure well ahead of the countdown." "I don't understand," Julie said. "Nor do I," Mrs. E added. "It has initiated its own countdown?" "No," Coulson said. "A restart procedure, not a countdown. It's trying to restart the heater." Julie pressed her fingers on her forehead. and closed her eyes tightly for a moment. Coulson, I can't really put this together. Do you mind being very clear with us? How is the system initiating a restart procedure for the heater if you've told it to wait 10 minutes? I'm not really sure, but... Look, he decided to show them instead of try and explain it. That's the time code of the countdown, 9 minutes and 12 seconds. But that is the time code of the restart procedure. It's trying, failing but trying, over and over again to restart the heater manually. Wait, manually? Up to this point, Coulson had simply been a messenger, a removed entity delivering information from one side to the other. He had been detached, even indifferent, as was his nature when he was focused on a computing task. But now, facing tall odds in a room full of scared, tired fighters, it was impossible to ignore his feelings. He answered the question once again silently in his head, this time really understanding the words. His blood ran cold, and he looked up at Julie and Mrs. E. Yes, a person is manually accessing the heater core restart module. But that means that... Yes, that means that someone in the station is hacking the system. Chapter 42. Ben hadn't realized how tight a fit the shaft near the open heater core would be. From 100 feet away in the wider part of the shaft, the section had appeared smaller than it really was, an optical illusion in the low light that made the heater seem farther away. He realized as he slid closer that the shaft was, in fact, constricting slowly, and the heater wasn't quite as far away as it had initially seemed. Whether a design flaw or a purposeful feature, the duct was growing more narrow the closer he got to the exit, and he was now unable to shift onto either side of his body as he traveled. His pace slowed, and he found the only way forward was by pulling himself on his forearms, using the toes of his boots to push. There was no other motion his body could make without hitting the side of the duct. It had been roughly 3 minutes since the heater had shut off. The offshoot that led to the furnace was directly ahead, only 2 feet away. His head was almost at the edge of it, and he could see the far side of the vent grate separating the duct shaft from the heater itself. The device that would roast me alive if it were on, he thought. He pushed away the thought and slapped his wrists down again and pressed himself forward. He was moving 4 to 6 inches each time, stopping to catch his breath after every push. It was tiresome, and he had maintained a sweat even though the cool air from outside had plunged the temperature back down. The exit, thankfully, was only a few feet past the heater offshoot and in full view. It was another simple grate, one that he thought could be easily removed by a quick punch or two. He pulled his head in line with the offshoot. Turning his neck, he saw the vent grate, the only protection between him and the now extinguished flames of the furnace down below. He shined his flashlight between the slats of the grate and looked in, and the heater hummed to life. Chapter 43. No. What is it? Julie asked. The heater, Coulson explained, pointing at his display. It's on. Julie's hand pressed tightly against her mouth. Mrs. E frowned. How can you be sure? She asked. It's right here, Coulson said. I have the module's status window overplayed on the others. That's what we've been watching. But the countdown... Yeah, Julie said, her voice shaking. The countdown is still at over 6 minutes. Coulson shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. The heater is cycling on. It will be at full output in 30 seconds, but since it was recently taken offline, the element will still be radiating plenty of heat. Hendricks! Julie shouted, startling Coulson. What's our status? What are you going to... We're still alive, if that's what you're asking, Hendricks said. Haven't had an incursion. We think they're regrouping just outside. We're going in, she said. Coulson turned to watch this particular exchange play out. Hendricks swirled around, bringing his gun down. What happened? He asked. Ben? Julie paused. Change of plans. Oh? We need to push through the Chinese group out there and get down to the lower levels ourselves? Hendricks seemed startled by what she had said, but Coulson was more taken aback by her tone. She wasn't asking Hendricks for permission. She was demanding. We, really have our hands full with these soldiers, Julie. I don't care, she said. I'm not waiting here until they flush us out. We can hold them back as long as they don't start rushing the door, but how long do you think they'll wait until that happens? They'll lose a few for sure, but it's a stalemate if they don't do it. Joshua glanced from Hendricks to Julie and back again. Hendricks, she's right. We need to get down there, or at least pick off as many of these guys as we can. We're sitting ducks in here. Hendricks started nodding slowly. Okay, fine. Right, I get it. He looked at the rest of the group. We're agreeing to leave Ben hanging by not sending him the files then? Coulson spoke up from his post at his desk. I'll keep plugging away at it. Probably have something finished in a few minutes, actually. I'll be able to see if Ben goes online down on level 9, so he'll at least have a shot, but you don't think Ben's going to make it, Hendricks said. Julie didn't move or speak, and Coulson thought she might break down and cry right there in the center of the room. They had all seen his command prompt's display window, and they all knew what it meant. Someone had been trying to break their lockout procedure, and they had eventually succeeded. Hendricks stretched himself up, extending his neck out above the rest of the group. "Listen up," he said, the air of authority back in his voice. "This doesn't change the mission parameters. We fight until the end. Understood? Those men out there aren't backing down, and neither are—" The bullet aimed at Hendricks's head missed its mark slightly, but it accomplished its goal. It landed with a sickening thwap just inside his shoulder blade, puncturing his skin just below his neckline. He stuttered a few words, the last one mostly air, his mouth moving helplessly as he tried to process what had just happened. Ryan Kyle swung his gun up and nailed the assailant with a quick pull of the trigger, dropping the Chinese soldier that had popped into the room and gotten off a lucky shot. Hendricks's eyes grew wide, then sank back as he fell. Coulson watched him crumple to the floor, his mind immediately racing back to the scene in the glass-enclosed conference room on level 2 as his boss, Angela Stokes, was killed in a similar fashion. He began to breathe heavily, not realizing the creeping blackness around the perimeter of his vision rapidly growing. Coulson took 2 more quick breaths before he passed out. Chapter 44. Ben never thought he'd be testing the limits of how fast he could slide through an air duct, but the elusive grate at the end of the long horizontal shaft quickly became the only thing in this world he cared about. When the heater hummed to life, it began pumping air almost immediately. It wasn't as hot as he knew it would get, but he knew within a minute it would be on full blast. He shuffled forward, the toes of his boots struggling to gain purchase. He flicked his feet up and down, trying desperately to find a strategy that would quicken his pace. He found that by swimming through the duct, using his hands and feet at the same time, almost like a flattened-out inchworm ritual, he moved much faster. He optimized this motion, ignoring the searing pain from his overexerted muscles and hoping they would last long enough to get him out of this death trap. The grate at the end of the line grew larger with every pull forward, but so did the amount of heat pressing against his legs. At least the heat was focused on his rear end instead of his face, the only good news he had realized since entering the shaft. The backpack was still looped around his right foot, and he hoped the intense heat wouldn't harm the computer inside. "That's all I need," he thought, "to get down there and realize the computer is fried." He ignored the depressing thought, choosing instead to continue on the only thing he was currently in control of, getting out of the air duct before the heat from the furnace devoured him. He pulled and pushed in unison, his wrists and feet bulging with the strange workout routine he was forcing them into. Finally, after a minute and a half, he reached the vent grate. The sweat was falling off of his forehead in streams now, and he was having difficulty breathing. The dry air was slowly suffocating him, and he felt like he was trying to breathe in a sauna that had been turned up too high. His only saving grace was the cool breeze entering the shaft from outside. As this shaft was an intake run, the air was supposed to be sucked into the furnace from this grate, but Ben knew exactly why he wasn't feeling much of the cold Antarctic air. He was blocking the intake. His large body was crammed into the narrow duct, causing the amount of intake to be seriously diminished. Some of it was flowing in, but until he broke the grate here and fell out onto the snow, he was causing the shaft to grow even hotter. He punched as hard as he could on the grate, and nothing happened. The skin on his hand had been softened and wrinkled from the heat in the shaft, and it split in 2 places when he punched the sharp metal grill. Blood began pouring out of one of the small wounds, and he cursed. He reached for the mittens he had long since abandoned and put one on his undamaged hand. He punched again and again. The grate was frozen to the ducting, probably unmoved or tampered with since it had been installed. He continued punching at it, his body still growing weaker with the combined heat, dehydration, and exertion from attacking the vent grate. Finally, after 3 more punches, he heard a cracking sound. He hit the same spot a few times and saw the metal give in that section. He doubled his efforts and got a corner screw to bust from its casing. With a corner of the metal grill free, he changed his strategy, this time pushing as hard as he could on the entire vent, until 2 more corners cracked free. It was enough for him. Ben stuck his head out the almost cleared rectangular hole and gasped a breath of cold air. Immediately his throat and lungs constricted with shock. The air was dangerously cold, well below freezing, and it nearly choked him. He spat, forcing liquid back into his mouth, and tried breathing through his nose instead. The juxtaposition of being halfway in a superheated furnace duct and halfway out in -10-degree weather would have been hilarious to him if he wasn't the one experiencing it. His body seemed to be unable to process what was happening. His head and feet were sending opposite signals to his brain about the pain and discomfort they were registering. With a final pop, he pushed the grate away and it fell off its mounting screws and tumbled down into the same valley they had entered hours previously, alerting Ben to the next issue he had to contend with. He was hanging headfirst out an air duct on the side of a cliff. His pack with the rope and climbing tools was unreachable, still looped around his foot inside the shaft. Chapter 45. "Jonathan, wake up," Julie said. She had been trying to revive Coulson for the past minute, while everyone else in the room was fending off the attack from the Chinese. The soldiers outside in the stairwell had grown anxious, but there wasn't enough room in the narrow doorway to send in more than 2 men at a time, and Julie's group had been successful in taking out anyone stupid enough to try it. There was a growing pile of bodies just inside the door, but Julie knew there were probably enough men outside to continue the onslaught until her group ran out of ammunition, which, she realized, was a fantastic plan. There was no other option, really. The grenades they had thrown had proven to be ineffective in such a large room, and any of the Chinese forces who dared throw one in was picked off easily by Reggie's or Kyle's gun. Joshua had moved over to check Hendricks, but Julie had heard him make the call shortly after. Their leader here was dead, and Joshua would finally get his chance. She knew the man was reluctant, but capable, and would serve them well. The loss of Hendricks had shaken her, but she turned her attention immediately to waking Coulson. "Coulson, can you—" Coulson coughed, then blinked. He seemed confused at first, unsure of where he was. Within seconds, the glassiness washed out of his eyes, and he sat up. "What happened?" Julie didn't respond, and Coulson's eyes widened as everything came rushing back. He rubbed his eyes and groaned. "Hendricks?" he asked. Julie shook her head. Coulson's face fell. "What a shame, I liked him." He waited a moment, watching his team easily take on the threat in the hallway, then turned back to Julie. "Have we heard from Ben?" This time it was Julie's turn to relive a horrible memory. She shook her head again. "No, but we still need to get down there. If he's able to at least get to level 10 through the vent shaft, then up just one set of stairs to 9, we can give him whatever help he needs. Hopefully they're focusing their attack on us here, so the stairwells on the lower levels won't be full of soldiers." "And we're not going to last up here," Coulson muttered. "Right. The Chinese will wait us out, sending a couple of their men every few minutes to make sure we're draining our ammunition. Then it's just a matter of time." A lurching squeal sounded throughout the room, and Julie cut herself short. She looked over at the others, trying to figure out what had caused the noise. "It's the elevator!" Reggie shouted, aiming his gun at the caged section near the stairs. Julie saw that the elevator shaft that had up to now remained empty and caged off was humming. The outer cage door rattled as the slowly descending metal box slid down from a higher level. She couldn't see the car yet, but she had every reason to believe it would be full of men. Reggie began firing at the cage immediately, but there were only sparks from the redirected bullets as they hit the outer cage. "We won't be able to get an effective shot through the cage," he said after a moment. "No," Joshua said. "We need to wait for them to get down here. The cage opens bottom to top, I think, so we might be able to get a better shot on their feet and legs before they can really defend themselves." "But what about this other group?" Ryan Kyle asked. He shouted the question over his left shoulder while still aiming and staring at the stairs. No one spoke for another few seconds, and Julie felt the tension in the room rise. "We aren't prepared for this," she thought. "We're outmatched, outgunned, and now outmaneuvered." She knew they might be able to hold off the Chinese for some time, only if there was a single front they had to fight. But the multifaceted attack they were now threatened with would quickly diminish their ranks. All it would take was for another of their team to go down, and the enemy would have the upper hand. From there, it would be impossible to keep the forces out. Trying to follow Ben's path through the vents was a recipe for disaster as well, and would do nothing but line them up and deliver them to the Chinese or the security team. "I might have an idea," Coulson said. Julie swung around, frowning. It's a long shot, but—" "Hit me with it, Coulson," Reggie said, impatience in his voice. "Everything we do from here on out is a long shot." "Okay, well, there are 2 groups of soldiers that are trying to attack us, right?" No one answered. The elevator was still humming, and Julie wondered how long they had before the car was close enough to see how many passengers were on board. "And we're not sure this group on the elevator are the Chinese forces. If they are—" He didn't need to finish the thought. "If they are, that means we're screwed. We can't fend off both sides of the attack, especially with Hendricks and Ben gone. But if they're not," Coulson continued, "that means they're the other bad guys. And if they come into the room and start looking around, the Chinese might—" "Yes!" Reggie shouted. "Damn, why didn't I think of that?" Coulson seemed dismayed to have been interrupted, but simultaneously surprised and encouraged that Reggie bought into his idea. He nodded, but Reggie had already stolen the show. "What do you think, Jefferson?" Joshua was nodding along as well. "Love it. Let's get to the back of the room, see if we can hide behind something." Julie followed Coulson, Mrs. E, and Reggie as they headed toward the back of the room. Joshua and Ryan Kyle stayed back to cover their retreat. She still wasn't entirely clear of the plan, but trusted the judgment of their group's new leadership. "Right over there," Reggie said, pointing with his gun. "Get that crap off that table and knock it over." Coulson stiffened at the description Reggie had given the computer equipment, but he did as he was told and helped Julie clear and tip the table. It was solid, a reinforced metal top with folding legs. It wouldn't keep them completely safe, but it would at least hide them from the attackers. Reggie grabbed another table and flipped it, then a third. He started toward a fourth and fifth table nearby. By the time Joshua and Kyle made it over, they had a makeshift fort of flipped tables, complete with scattered computer components and parts acting as a moat. "It's far enough from the back wall that they can't just lob a grenade over us, but these won't block much if they focus their fire. We're relying on Coulson being right." Julie glanced at Coulson, but his eyes were on the elevator. She could see that it was in fact full, crammed full. There were probably 10 or 12 men in the car, and she could see the tips of their rifles as they slowly lurched downward. The Chinese soldiers hadn't entered the room since their last suicide run, and an eerie quiet had fallen over the room. Julie's mind was racing, but the relative calm led her to think of Ben. She wanted to know if he was injured or stuck, or there was nothing she could do for him now except finish the job. She might see him on level 9, or she might not. The elevator reached its destination on level 7 and the door slid open. The men in the front of the car were ready as soon as the cage door lifted, and they began crouching and stepping out onto the level. Julie ducked her head back down with the others and looked around. "It's the security force." "That's the good news," Joshua said. "The bad news is that there's about to be a nasty fight and we're right in the middle of it." Chapter 46. It took him another 5 minutes of precarious maneuvering to bring the pack up to waist level, where he could reach it with his hand. He'd put on both mittens and the skull cap by now, but he was starting to feel the numbness set in on his face. When he had the pack grasped in the mitten, he slid it as carefully as possible forward and out of the vent, and it broke free from his grip and tumbled down the cliff face, onto a patch of snow and out of sight. He roared in anger, beating his fist against the side of the icy cliff, nearly losing his balance. The heater was operating on full blast now, but the intake opening was large enough for a decent amount of air to push between his legs and lower body and the roof of the shaft, cooling him enough to stay out of danger. He took the few seconds of respite to decide on his next move. The team wouldn't turn off the heater, if they even could anymore, until he opened the laptop and connected to an Ethernet port. That meant he was out of luck trying to somehow backpedal through the shaft again. He could see the end of one of the straps of the backpack poking through the snow, and he wondered what the ground was like. Suddenly realizing where he was, he looked up at the cliff edge far above him, then down at the backpack once more. "We've already fallen to the ground from here." The first time he'd been on this cliff, the Chinese army had forced them over the edge, then cut their ropes, causing them to fall hundreds of feet straight down, where they'd all landed safely in the massive snow piles, just like the backpack. He knew the laptop had survived the fall, and he knew he would survive as well. The problem for Ben was that he had never, in his entire life, fallen from any height on purpose. He had made it a point to stay on the ground as much as possible, and aside from a few close calls at Yellowstone and in the Amazon, he had spent the vast majority of his life safely rooted to earth. Now he was faced with a purposeful, head-first fall onto a snowbank that he was mostly sure would support his weight, and mostly sure was deep enough to cushion his landing. He groaned, "This is the worst day of my life." And then he wiggled forward until his upper body weight pulled his lower body out of the shaft, and he snaked down the side of the cliff for a second until gravity took over. The fall was even less fun than he had expected, and he screamed in a loud, high-pitched voice he had never known he was capable of making. He did his best to tuck his head under his chest, both out of sheer terror of the rapidly advancing ground, and some subconscious understanding that landing directly on his head might not be the optimal choice. The movement and momentum of the fall pulled his body around, so he landed mostly on his back, but the thud of impact still knocked the wind out of him. Ben knew he was alive, but it took him a minute to decide if that was really the best outcome. He lay motionless in the hard-packed snow, a million tiny cuts from ice crystals scratching the skin on his face. The heat from the shaft had immediately been replaced by the coldest he'd ever felt. He had participated in a park ranger tradition of jumping into ice-cold water every January back at Yellowstone, but it was always for no more than a few seconds, and it was always followed with an extended dip in a hot tub. God, what I wouldn't do for a hot tub right now. The picture in his mind of relaxing in a jacuzzi with Julie wearing one of her tiny swimsuits made him hurt even more. He rolled over, the déjà vu of the landing in the snow from before hitting him at the same time as the realization that he had no interest in continuing on into yet another shaft. Still, he wasn't about to abandon Reggie, Joshua, and Julie, so he scouted the snowbank and found the open vent shaft that led into the lowest of the levels. It was just as they had left it, an empty black rectangle that was only slightly darker than the dimly lit cliff behind it. Once more he looked up, half expecting to see more Chinese soldiers watching him from above. He retrieved the backpack on his way to the opening and took out the laptop. He gave it a cursory glance, assuming since there was no damage to the outside that it was still in good working order. He wasn't a complete dunce when it came to computers, but didn't want to take the chance at messing something up by opening it preemptively. It was going to work, or it wasn't, and there was nothing he could do about either way out here. He crouched, kneeling on the cold snow to look into the hole. Shining his light down the shaft, he saw that the way was still unimpeded, and the rectangular metal space was much larger than the heating shaft one above. He would have no trouble getting through this duct and into level 10 like the group had before. Ben put the backpack on and started crawling forward into the shaft. A humming sound grew behind him, and the hairs on the back of his neck rose. He recognized the sound immediately. The drones descended into the valley and found Ben immediately, his prone body halfway inside the shaft. He froze, unsure of the best move. 2 drones hovered outside above the snowdrift, locking onto his position, then opened fire. Chapter 47. Julie was worried about Ben. Worried was an understatement, but it was all she could afford at the moment. If there was time, her attention could turn fully to the man she loved, and she would lose all semblance of resolve, fraying at the seams until she was beside herself with fear, anxiety, and anger. Anger at herself for allowing this to happen, and for being so cavalier about their adventures together. It was almost as if she had assumed that since they had made it through the Yellowstone and Amazon situations in one piece, mostly unharmed, they were now somehow invincible. She was angry for her logical brain taking over her emotional protective instinct, allowing Reggie to talk them into a visit to Colorado to meet with Mr. and Mrs. E. But if she had the time and focus to process it correctly, she would realize that she was also angry at Ben for the same reasons. He was equally to blame for their presence here, deep beneath an ice shelf in a hostile research station. He was to blame for getting her involved in the first place, choosing to put both their lives on hold while they chased an elusive organization to an end she wasn't quite sure of. In some ways, she was thankful that she didn't have the bandwidth to process those emotions now, because she knew she would lose hold of reality in seconds if she did. Instead, she was focused on the unfolding scene in front of the table she was currently crouched behind, waiting for the inevitable crack of gunfire that would tell them the 2 hostile armies marching toward each other had finally met in no man's land. The security team that had entered seconds ago was undoubtedly in the room, standing in the very spot Julie's group had evacuated from moments before, looking for them. They would see the tables and the clutter in front of them, and know immediately what had become of the group. Then they would start shooting. Julie was sure this was the order of events to come, but she was unsure of how long it would take them. She felt like hours had ticked by, but she knew it had been less than a minute since the enemy had entered. The Chinese soldiers still hiding behind the doorway in the stairwell would soon pop their heads in to see what had changed. They would grow curious of the silence in the room and would check to see that their American civilian enemy was still in the large hall. When they saw the security force instead, they would attack. That was the battle Julie and the others were waiting for, and she found herself growing weary with anxiety as they waited. She looked to Reggie, crouching at her side, to gauge the others' reactions. "Hanging in there?" he whispered. She nodded. "Sure, I guess. It'll be over soon," she smirked. "How do you know that?" "Everything ends. In the whole scheme of things, this won't last long." She thought about this response for a few too many seconds. "It's an odd time to be cryptic, Reggie. Besides, you've never really struck me as the deep type." He shrugged, and she looked away for a moment. "Everyone's deep," he answered. "Some people just don't know how to express it." Julie was actually surprised by the man's candor. She moved her gaze back to Reggie and saw him grinning his characteristic huge smile. Whatever intensity had existed in his voice a moment ago was now gone, replaced by the goofy and quirky nonchalance she knew well. "Are you hanging in there?" Julie asked. Reggie's eyes flicked outward, then back at her. "Yeah, why?" He steeled, focused on her and nothing else. But it was too late. She had seen the hesitation, the weariness. She started to ask another question, but her attention was drawn to the front of the room. She couldn't see anything useful, as they were all crouched on the floor, hiding behind the overturned tables, but her ears told her what she needed to know. The security team was nearly on them. Men's voices grunted to each other as they traversed the large hall and swept it for anyone hiding. Her hiding spot was the last place to check, and Julie could almost feel their expectation and anticipation building as they planned their move. Reggie grabbed her arm, silently motioning some instructions. She assumed he intended for them to jump up and take the team by surprise. Joshua was nodding along in agreement, and she looked around at the rest of the group. Ryan Kyle was slowly and silently preparing his weapon, and Mrs. E was checking her pack for more ammunition. A round of gunfire erupted from the stairwell, and Julie knew it had begun. "Now!" Reggie yelled. He jumped up first, followed by Kyle and Mrs. E. Joshua, and Julie popped their heads above their cover next, and Julie caught sight of Coulson pushing himself up off the floor, Joshua's pistol in his hand. The first of Reggie's shots took down the security guard standing farthest away from them, but the only one of the soldiers facing them. They had turned back to gauge the threat coming from the stairwell, and were caught off guard by Reggie's attack from behind. The other men quickly whirled around, scrambling. Julie was able to hit one of the men nearest to her, and he fell, holding his side. Two of the security guards had split off from the central group and found some cover close to the side of the room, where they each took up a position focusing on one of the two enemies, converging on them from opposite sides. Julie watched as 3 more security guards ran for the elevator once more, trying to retreat to the relative safety of the car's interior. Joshua picked off one of these men as they ran, and the Chinese soldiers hit another. "Okay," Joshua yelled. "Back to square one. We've got the Chinese straight ahead, 2 security guards to our right, and 1 in the elevator to the left. Any ideas?" "We can't wait them out anymore," Kyle said. "We need to push up, maybe even see if we can get down the middle without getting flanked." "Right," Reggie added. "They'll expect us to stay along the walls, but if we're able to move quickly enough, we can keep pushing these tables forward while the rest of us cover. They're holding back their shots so far." Julie aimed down the long room, waiting for movement. "But then what? They're not going to back off." "They won't need to," Joshua said. "We're a better shot than the Chinese from this distance, but the security guards are well trained, so they'll just pick us off if we stay here. If we keep them on their toes, we can focus on the security team first, and then get back to an offensive position to work on the Chinese." "Good a plan as any," Reggie said. Julie didn't agree, but she didn't argue. They would need much more than a mediocre plan to get them through this next phase. "Do we have enough ammunition?" Julie heard Mrs. E ask over the rapid gunshots. She looked at the older woman and waited for any of the men to answer the question. Joshua shook his head and Reggie shrugged. "I have 2 magazines," Kyle said. "But that's it, not enough to share, especially with the 10 or so guys we've got to get through." With the deflated plan failing before it even began, Julie's heart sank. She struggled to focus on something positive, no longer believing that there was any hope for them. She couldn't even talk to Reggie, now that all their guns were trained on the opposing forces on the sides and in front of them. This is it, she thought for the 10th time that day. She was now out of options, out of time, and without Ben by her side. 2 enemy forces, both well-trained and well-armed, were bearing down on them from the opposite side of a room much too small to hide in, and their surprise attack had only earned them another minute or 2 of life. She felt tears coming on, which made her angry. She wasn't a crier, and hated when her emotions commandeered her otherwise logically driven mind. Julie tried to ignore the stinging heat from the corners of her eyes, but focusing on the tears only made them fall faster. "You can get through this. You've been through worse." She said the words over and over in her head, but a nagging suspicion remained. "Have I been through worse?" Chapter 48. "So, any other ideas?" No one spoke, but Julie heard footsteps to her left and dared a peek over her shoulder. Jonathan Coulson was making his way toward an overturned janitor's cart, the rolling kind Julie had seen used in office buildings to hold mop buckets and cleaning supplies. There was no janitor in sight, but Coulson was focused on something else. He reached the cart after a half-shuffle type of walk that kept him crouched low enough to avoid bullet arcs, and reached down to grab a small tablet. He gripped the tablet in his right hand as he made his way back to the group. "What's that?" Julie asked when Coulson collapsed by her side. He pushed the button to turn on the device's display, and the screen flickered to life. Almost a full charge, Coulson said, ignoring her question. Good. Julie watched him poke around on the screen, finally pulling up an application that displayed what looked like a metrics dashboard. She recognized the style. Back at the CDC, her IT department had screens like this running constantly, monitoring everything from server loads to CPU temperature and network bandwidth. She didn't see any of these particular figures listed at first and looked to Coulson for explanation. It's our internal monitoring station, he said. A dashboard for keeping an eye on key statistics across the base. He was whispering, as if the two enemy forces didn't already know they were hiding there, and Julie motioned for him to hurry up. It's got a basic alert system, and it'll tell us where there are alarms going off around the station. Why is that useful? Joshua asked. It's not perfect, but it should tell us where there has been fighting, as the alarms will trip an indicator light on here if there has been infrastructure damage. Damage like what? Like if a stray bullet pops one of those little climate control balloons on the walls, or hits something else important enough to have a sensor built into it. So we can effectively see where the enemy has been. Right, and if we're lucky, they haven't been all the way downstairs yet. He continued moving things around on the dashboard, adding and configuring different colored boxes until he was satisfied. That won't be accurate enough, Reggie said. They could have moved through the level without tripping any sensors. That's what I'm working on, he said. The company would have loved to implant trackers into each of us, I'm sure, but they couldn't have really pulled that off. So instead, they track our ID badges. It's a safety feature, they said, so that we'd always have access to where the closest security team member is. And you think these new guys have trackable badges? Coulson looked up from the screen and stared at Reggie. Honestly, no, they aren't typical base security. They're something else entirely. Private security would be my guess. I doubt they follow the same rules as the rent-a-cops we ran into earlier. But it's worth a shot, Joshua said. Coulson nodded as he dropped his head back down to continue working the screen. But it's worth a shot. He flicked through a few screens, eventually coming to a map of all the levels superimposed on top of one another. He used the tablet's multi-touch screen features to manipulate the image with his fingers, turning the levels around as the three-dimensional image on the screen rotated on its three axes. He pointed with his other hand. That's the elevator, he said, showing her a vertical rectangular shaft that poked through all of the base's levels on one corner of the map. It's moving, she said. Yes, it's going up to the top, it seems. A blinking light signified where the elevator was on its course upwards, and Julie and Coulson stared at the screen for a moment. That's strange, Coulson said. What? Julie hadn't noticed anything change, but she scrutinized the map even more. The top level. There's a small maintenance shaft door to the outside, but the only other way in and out of the base is the main entrance door. It's a huge concrete garage door, one that flips up and slides on mechanical wheels to open. What about it? Well, it's opening. He pointed to the top level and opened his fingers to zoom in. The top level of the base flew toward them, and Julie could see a small wireframe depiction of what looked like a large garage door system, slowly opening. That is massive, she said. Why so big? That seems inefficient if it's the only way in and out. It's not, Coulson answered, because no one really goes in and out, at least not more than twice a year. We aren't studying the environment we're in, so there's no reason to go outside. All of the base's functionality is completely accessible below ground, so we don't need small doors. This door is large enough to drive a plane through. Julie's eyes widened slightly. So does it mean there's a plane driving through? Coulson nodded. That's what it would mean under normal circumstances, though I can't imagine why it is now. I've only seen that door open twice, once when I arrived and once when the additional security teams got here. Maybe they're sending in more soldiers. Julie hated the thought of that, but she couldn't think of any other reason the main entrance hatch would just open. Plus, the elevator was rising to the top level, possibly to receive the new visitors. She looked at the screen again and noticed a similar shaft running through the levels on the opposite side of the room from the elevator. What's that? She asked. She looked up, staring at the spot on the wall that she thought corresponded with the shaft on the screen. He shrugged. It's larger than the elevator. Maintenance elevator shaft, though I've never seen it used and I've never heard anyone mention it. Looks like they walled over it for some reason. Okay, she said. What else? We can't do anything about it right now, so what else are we looking for? Coulson didn't respond, but he closed the map view and returned to the main dashboard screen. Julie watched him work, finally understanding the layout of the screen. Coulson was far faster than she would be at navigating the system, but she could now make out what most of the boxes on the dashboard referred to. She pointed at one of them. Is that outside weather? Coulson nodded, not really engaging. "Coulson?" He stopped, snapping out of his zone to wait for Julie's question. When he realized that she had already asked it, he seemed to wake up fully and come alive. "Yes, right, it is. There's a small weather tower about a mile from here, hidden at the base of the mountain range. It sends in data at an impressive rate. Considering—" "Coulson," Julie said, forcing his attention, "why is the weather outside dropping? You said it was around -10 earlier." Coulson checked the data and frowned, moving his finger around on the tiny box to manipulate the range of data he was given. "Yes, it does seem that—" Reggie and Joshua caught Julie's eye. For a moment the pair uninterested in the battle raging on at the side of the room. She knew what they were thinking. "Coulson, what's going on out there?" she whispered, already feeling her voice beginning to shake. "Ben." Coulson cleared his throat and double-tapped on a section of the screen. An enlarged satellite image of the area above the base came into full-sized view on the tablet, and then he pressed another button on the screen that overlaid moving radar image on top. "We also follow a public feed from the weather stations at McMurdo, so we can be fairly certain they're accurate, but it does seem—" Julie's jaw dropped, and she started breathing faster. "Oh my God." "What is it, Jules?" Reggie asked, sliding closer. She took the tablet from Coulson's lap and stared at it as the image moved over and over again as the data updated in near real time. She watched the temperature gauge click downward, hitting unbelievable levels. -16, -17. She shook her head, then flipped it around so Joshua and Reggie could see. Outside the station, nearly directly above their current location, was an absolutely massive storm. Chapter 49. Francis Valère was shaken from their rough landing through that building storm, but his pilot had successfully gotten them grounded and rolled into the long, sloping hangar on the first level. A few minutes later, the pilot had set upon landing, and they wouldn't have made it at all. He took another pill, the last dose he had on his person, and stepped out onto the ice. His aide for this mission, the man who had been sitting across from him on the cargo plane, grabbed his elbow and helped Valère balance as they walked toward the door to the hidden maintenance elevator. He had decided just before completion to hide this elevator, restricting access to it once the larger machinery and computer systems had been put into place and reserving its use to a few people. As they neared the elevator, its great door already sliding open, revealing a cage-like interior of steel and aluminum, he heard gunshots. The man at his side stiffened, but they continued walking. The other two soldiers walked in step behind them, properly providing Valère the protection he required. "Sounds like our team is engaging that Chinese force," the man said. Valère nodded, closing his eyes. "Did you ever discover the reason for their arrival?" he asked. "They intercepted a signal from when Sarah came online. Apparently she sucked a lot of bandwidth over here during her initial power-up cycle, and a couple of surveillance satellites programmed to McMurdo saw it." We should never have been so close, Valère thought. He had argued against building the base so close to the American research station, but he had been outvoted, back when there was a protocol for decision-making via quorum. He wanted Draconis to establish a station on the other side of the trans-Antarctic range, but the logistics of getting the equipment and supply chain set up in a much more volatile weather zone was too hard to sell. He hoped the Chinese were the only nation who had seen the signal, and he knew that was likely. The Chinese had been a constant thorn in his side, even since before he had taken the helm. They were incessant about their surveillance, and they seemed to have unlimited resources to deploy in the interest of securing defense secrets for themselves. It had cost Valère a fortune to defend against their snooping, but even he knew it was only a matter of time before they would find a chink in his armor. As it turned out, the chink in his armor was the armor itself. Sarah, in charge of every automated system on the station from climate control to shutdown and reboot procedures, was also tasked with its security and defense. When someone had attempted to shut down the heating system throughout the base, Sarah had immediately overridden their access and cycled it back on. She was good at her job, but Valère wanted better. He wanted perfection. He was frustrated with her massive power requirements, but for now it was a necessary evil. Soon after the Chinese threat and the much smaller threat from Joshua Jefferson and his crew were eliminated, Valère would be able to streamline Sarah's functionality, eventually to be able to use less than half of the computing power that was available below his feet. "There's a team coming up to level 1, sir," the man told him as they stepped into the elevator car. "We need to get moving. They're probably setting up a position here in the hangar to ambush the Chinese when they draw them out in the open." Valère nodded, allowing his aide to help him into the elevator, and the doors slid shut just as the deafening sound of gunfire began spilling out into the hangar. Chapter 50. The first shots danced wide of their target, but Ben heard two of the tiny bullets fired from the quadcopter ricochet off the side of the metal vent. He pulled his legs in quickly, hoping to get far enough into the shaft to escape the volley of miniature bullets. He slid farther, hearing the quad hovering just outside the shaft. There was enough room to roll over and lay on his back, where he might be able to get a better look at his attacker. But he didn't want to risk catching a bullet to the face, no matter how small. Ben remembered the first of Hendrix's men to get hit back in the transport vehicle. Not only had the shot cracked through the thick glass windows, but it had seriously injured the man as well. Ben slid a bit farther, finally feeling some distance between his feet and the helicopter. Just when he began to assume the drone had lost interest in him, it fired again. This time the shots were on target. One of the bullets grazed his pant leg, searing a hole directly through the thick ski pants. One of the bullets hit the metal next to him, again ricocheting off into the shaft, and one of the bullets landed in the back of his calf muscle. He howled, unable to control the outburst. The scream carried far down the shaft, and no doubt into the level below. The ripping pain of the tiny bullet flared in intensity after the shock of the attack left his system, and his body reacted involuntarily. He had never been shot before, but he'd thought about it often, knowing that in the last year it had become a realistic possibility with his and Julie's escapades at Yellowstone and in the Amazon rainforest. He had wondered whether it would truly hurt, or if it would be more like the Die Hard scene where Bruce Willis shot through his own shoulder to kill the bad guy behind him. Hurt, but a Hollywood type of hurt. A pain that could be overcome, just long enough to deliver the punchline of an hours-long joke to fully satisfy the audience. He racked his brain for a good punchline, trying to take his mind off of the pain. Damn it, this hurts. He winced, then tried to slowly move his leg. He shook his head in frustration, both at his failure to come up with something good to say, as well as how poorly Bruce Willis had portrayed what it felt like to get shot. That guy needs to be shot, he thought. It'll help his acting. His nerves were on fire, and adrenaline began coursing through his body. He felt better, but certainly nowhere in the realm of good. The wound was bleeding slowly, and he could almost feel it coursing blood up and over his pants, momentarily warming the skin around the bullet hole, and then freezing as it came in contact with the Antarctic air. It had grown much colder outside, some of the frigid air snaking its way down the shaft and onto Ben, consuming him, and the adrenaline helped a bit. He shivered, trying to wake up his numbing fingers and toes. He winced in agony as he forced himself onto one side, raising his pistol with another hand. He had stashed the gun in the backpack, opting to take the smaller weapon instead of an AK-47. The gun was loaded already, and he raised it, and aimed just as the drone's turret began spinning up. He pulled 2 shots from the trigger, and the drone sparked and flew away. He couldn't tell if he had hit it in a crucial spot, but the fact wasn't lost on him that, at the moment, the tiny square of cold Antarctic air at the other end of the shaft was currently devoid of any flying attackers. Do I move down the shaft, or come back out and fight? The decision was the only thing in Ben's mind at the moment, and it was plaguing him. Moving farther down the shaft meant he would reach the lower levels sooner and accomplish his mission, but it also meant he would be in plain sight of another drone attack, should it choose to fly back down, for the entirety of his time in the shaft. Furthermore, he could clearly see that the rectangular shaft was plenty wide enough to offer a flight path for the drone. He didn't like his chances of going one-on-one with a flying killing machine while cramped inside an air duct. But if he moved out to try to attack the drone once again, he was putting himself in harm's way from not only the drone, but the elements as well. The temperature was still dropping, and he could tell from the slowly throbbing pain in his calf that it was helping to numb the wound, but simultaneously freezing the rest of his body. He wasn't dressed for an outdoor excursion, and he certainly wasn't feeling up to the task. And his last realization was the determining factor. I don't feel like I can do it, he thought, and immediately after, and that's why I need to do it. I need to fight. He wasn't a fighter. He had barely been in a fist fight his entire life, but he knew he could put up a fight if the need arose. And right now something nagged at him, a feeling he had never really understood, but one he had seen played out again and again, in a single scene from his memory that he could never erase. His father was there, and his 9-year-old kid brother, and a very upset mother bear. The bear had mauled his father, both species of parents trying to protect their children, and he had almost been killed on the spot. Ben had intervened, shooting the bear with his father's rifle and forcing it away long enough to save his brother and dad. But Ben's father had succumbed to his injuries later and left Ben and his brother Zachary fatherless. His mother had never fully recovered from losing her husband, and Ben had the feeling she had even partially blamed him for his father's death. Ever since he had passed away, Ben had been fraught with regret, partly assuming his mother was correct and that he was to blame for his father's death. But when his mother had succumbed to the virus infecting her about a year ago and passed, he experienced a sort of shift. His mindset changed almost immediately, from someone living in regret, living in the past, to someone focused on the next thing. He charged forward with Juliet Richardson at his side, and together they had done more in the last months than any other time in his life. And in the moment it took for Ben to remember this, he realized that was his reason for fighting. He knew he might have a small chance of surviving if he escaped the drone's attack and continued inside. But he had made this his fight, and in doing so made it Julie's as well. She had accepted the challenge and come here, to discover the answer to a question Ben had been stubbornly chasing for far too long. For that reason, this was Ben's fight as well. He sighed, knowing he had never been the type to feel compelled to do something just for a girl. Yet here I am. He pushed back toward the opening of the shaft, bringing his pistol around to his side and shoving it between his pants and his hip. He needed all his strength to push against the weight of his injured leg, but he wanted the weapon to be ready if the drone came back. As he neared the final stretch before he exited once again out into the frigid air, the drone came back. Chapter 51. The drone was tilting slightly off-axis, as if it was being pulled to the side by an invisible length of string. For that reason, the drone had to recalculate the trajectory of its weapon, adjusting on the fly. It fired a few bursts of the metal pellets toward the shaft, but Ben didn't even flinch. He could see the turret mounted beneath the flying object clearly enough to know the bullets weren't even properly aimed down the shaft. He winced with a final exertion of effort as the pain in his leg rose up and fought him at the final stretch. Then he was out of the shaft. He immediately noticed that the situation outside the air shaft had changed. First, the weather had turned, and he was wearing nothing but a thin layer of clothing over his upper body, in temperatures that had to be approaching -20 degrees. The wind had nearly knocked him sideways when he first landed on the soft snow outside the air duct, and it took a moment of maneuvering his one good leg around in the snow to hold the extra weight of his leaning body. I'm not going to make it out here for too long, he realized. He felt stupid for choosing to make his way back out of the shaft. His body was still cold from his first trek outside, and it had renewed the numbing sensation on his extremities almost as soon as he had reached the air outside. Now, with the winds toppling down into the canyon from far above his head, and the temperature clearly dropping by the minute, he wondered what the life expectancy was for someone clothed improperly. He looked up and saw something he had feared since Hendricks had briefed them on the trip. A storm had been swelling around the base, dark clouds twirling together and ominously hinting at their imminent release of ice and snow. He wondered if the weather would hold out long enough for whatever was about to happen involving the drone, or if he would have two enemies, one man-made, one nature, to deal with. The drone was hovering a few feet away, still struggling against the raging wind. Its turret was flailing around in a circle, trying to acquire the target that had just popped out of the hole in the side of the cliff. Ben saw through the thickening haze of snow that the helicopter was having a much more difficult time in the nasty weather than he, and he planned to use that to his advantage. No sense hanging out here any longer than necessary. He lunged forward, forgetting that his leg was still raw with the injury, and fell on his face in the snow. The cold hit him hard and he pushed up, trying to roll to a sitting position, but fell again when his arm pushed through a bank of softer powder. He grunted in frustration, feeling vulnerable to attack, but the drone still hadn't righted itself. He finally was able to roll onto his back, then sat up and carefully brought himself to his feet. The drone had flown down the canyon about 10 feet, but was still focused generally on Ben's location. He assumed his fall had confused the drone's sensors and caused it to overreact, veering out of control and down into the wind, only recovering farther away from Ben's location. Okay then, he thought, that's a strategy. He jumped on his good foot, trying to land as far away from his previous position as possible. The drone once again tried to react to the motion and anticipate its attacker's next move, and in so doing, was again pulled into the stream of air that had simultaneously burst into the canyon. It spun completely around, dipping toward the ground a few feet before regaining its balance. Ben almost smiled, now realizing he had the upper hand. These guys are an awesome defense mechanism in good weather, not so much in this crap. He jumped forward twice, barely keeping his balance on one foot like a crazed hopscotch player. He paused for less than a second, then hopped to his right, coming only a few feet away from the drone. This time the drone couldn't react in time. It fired a volley of bullets, spraying the area near the airshaft with a barrage of poorly aimed shots, and flipped completely upside down. The tiny engine whined against the billowing air as it tried to correct, but it lurched forward and down where Ben's pistol was waiting in his outstretched arm. He swung downward as hard as he could, catching the drone just as it applied a bit of lift to try to counteract its fall. The pistol smacked hard against the outer ring protecting one of the rotors, and the pistol's barrel caught the rotor itself. The smaller rotor stood little chance against the heavy metal barrel, and the drone spun wildly up and away, then into the cliff, where it destroyed itself in a heap of metal and electronic components. "There you go, you little bastard," Ben said aloud to himself. He was freezing now, and the vibration from the pistol hitting the drone had caused his arm to explode in pain. For a brief moment it took his mind off the pain of his injured leg, but after a second he was simply in pain all over his body. "I need to keep moving," he thought. He knew hypothermia was quick to set in, and combined with the exertion and injury, he knew he was a prime candidate for losing a few toes or fingers. He focused his attention on the welcoming hole in the cliff, the rectangular opening that meant respite from the cold, and started back that direction. He was only 10 feet away from the hole, but the trek seemed impossible in the conditions. The storm was now fully upon him, and he breathed heavier as his body pushed harder and harder to stave off the wind. He was in a wind tunnel now, and the air had been turned up all the way. 3 more hobbled steps and he would be at the open vent, ready to push through to the final leg of his mission. 2 more. An image of Julie came up in his mind, and he savored the thought of seeing her again, knowing he just had to make it to this vent shaft. 1 more step. He leaned down, ready to stick his head into the shaft, and already he could feel slightly warmer air emanating from the vent. He reached out for the sides of the shaft, his hands trembling as they froze. Ben heard a voice behind him, muffled in the storm and softened by the man's balaclava, and he was about to turn around when he felt the sharp crack of a pistol against the back of his skull. His eyelids fluttered for a split second as his mind raced to provide him a solution. Then he blacked out. Chapter 52. "We're going down there," Julie said. Reggie looked up from his post, crouching behind an upturned table, and frowned. "What did you say? We're going where?" "We're going down a level," she said. "Jules, I don't think Ben's not down there," Julie said. Her voice was shaking slightly, but she paused and tried to force back the emotions. "With the storm and whatever else, I know he's not going to be down there. That's the point. That's exactly why we're going." By now, the rest of the group, Ryan Kyle, Mrs. E., Joshua, and Jonathan Colson, was looking at her, waiting. "We need to finish this, if not for ourselves, for Ben." Reggie smiled, a gentle, even-keeled line on his face that said more about the situation and his undying optimism than any words he could have spoken. "I know it's crazy. We've got 2 enemies converging on us down here, and whenever they're done fighting, they'll turn to us, or they'll toss a few grenades down this way and just finish the job before that, so we're sitting ducks." She looked around. "You all know it, or you would have argued with me already." "We're not disagreeing, Jules," Reggie said. "We just don't have a plan that doesn't end with us all getting skewered." "I do." The intensity of their stares increased, and for a moment the room was silent, as if all 3 groups of fighters were listening in. "We'll rush the elevator." "Julie, that's never going to—" "We're not going to take the elevator, but it's still an open elevator shaft, right? We won't have time to wait for the car and then wait for the doors to close and all that, so we'll just break through the outer cage and jump down the shaft." "How will we jump?" Joshua asked. "It's at least 10 or 12 feet between levels, and we're talking about an elevator shaft that's 3 levels straight down." "What about the climbing gear?" Mrs. E. asked. "Exactly what I was thinking," Julie said. "We mount up on these pillars next to us. We can tie off and get ready without them seeing, then we make a break for it, letting the rest of the rope spool out behind us." Ryan, Kyle, and Joshua nodded. "That could work," Kyle said. "We could easily rig up a sort of spool and clip it to your side. There's more than enough rope to get across the level and then down 2, or at least close to the bottom. Even if it gets us down 1 to level 8, that's close enough. We can figure it out from there, or take the stairs." Reggie shook his head, disagreeing. "But why? We're fine here. We can hold them off for a bit longer, and we're better shots, too." "Status quo," Julie said. "The status quo is going to change whether we like it or not. Right now it's us against them, but they are busy fighting each other. That won't last forever, and then what?" "Then we can start fighting them," Reggie said. He shrugged, as if it was the most obvious thing he'd ever thought. "Right, but we're going to run out of ammo before they run out of guys. The elevator left a few minutes ago to grab more guards, I'm sure. Why wait around for them to come back with reinforcements? Why not take control? At least catch them by surprise. We should be able to seriously reduce their numbers if we can get the guards in between us and the Chinese. Still, we're not all going to make it." Julie felt her anger building, her stubbornness returning. She had always wanted things her way. And even though she was typically one of the smartest, most capable minds in the room, she had often been accused of steamrolling her coworkers because of her passion for her own ideas. She had worked hard to rein things in, even attending courses and trainings on workplace relationships when she was younger. Lately, she had been taking a more direct learning approach. She watched Ben interact with others. He was stubborn as well, but he was much more passive, forgiving, and nonchalant about trivial things. Where she was a bull, he was a bear. Still provocable, but much more likely to be laid back and reasonable, until you directly angered him. This, however, was not the workplace, and Ben was not around. For all she knew, he wasn't even alive. The thought that he might be gone was not something she was ready to process, so she instead turned to the current situation. She thought about the solution to the problem and knew she needed backup. "Joshua, you're in charge, right?" she asked. The question was meant to stir up the emotions in the room, and it worked perfectly. "What?" he responded, shocked. Reggie's eyes even widened, and she could see his mind racing even through his plastered grin. "You're in charge," she repeated. "Hendricks took that away from you, but he's gone now, so you're it. I guess." Joshua looked to Ryan Kyle. "Makes sense," Kyle said. "Hendricks was always trying to stir the pot, make things more interesting. He was always testing us, provoking us, made us better soldiers." "Was he testing me?" Joshua asked. "Yes, but I don't know what for." "I do," Mrs. E said. Chapter 53. "Wait, what?" Julie had not considered that there was more going on beneath the surface than what Hendricks had explained on the plane. She merely wanted Joshua's input as to their next course of action, their next plan. More gunshots erupted, this time sprinkling the area above their heads. Reggie popped his head up between two tables and took a quick look. "There are only a few Chinese left in the stairway, and I'm counting 4 guards. Time's running out, team. I say we stay here and fight it out." Julie shook her head and was about to argue, but Mrs. E started explaining. "My husband intended to test Joshua. He intended to test all of you, really. That's why I am here. I will report to him when we return, and he will pass along that information." All eyes were on Mrs. E. "Excuse me?" Julie asked. "You are testing us? For what? This is some sort of sick job interview?" "No, nothing like that," she said. "Not entirely. I do not really know the full plan, honestly. But this is all real. You are all here for the reasons he gave before we left. But there is a much bigger goal he is trying to accomplish as well, one that he will reveal to you upon completion of this mission." Julie felt betrayed, intrigued, slighted, and curious all at the same time. She couldn't believe they had been led here, lured by a man's claims to need their specific skill sets to accomplish this specific mission. She wanted to slug Mrs. E, but there were so many questions she needed an answer to. "I still don't understand. Why go through all this trouble? What does he want to know about us?" she asked. Mrs. E held up a hand. "I am sorry I did not explain sooner. I was told to reveal what I know at a time that seemed appropriate. Right now, however, we need to do what Julie said. The status quo will change, and I would prefer if we were the ones to change it." "Why do you want to test us?" Joshua asked. His tone was harsh and critical. "Please, let us get to the lower levels first. Then we can talk. I promise I will explain what I know, but we must get to that computer mainframe first." Joshua gritted his teeth and looked down at the floor. Julie could see his white-knuckled grip on his rifle tightening. He was calm, but she could see the turmoil, anger and confusion blossoming inside him. She waited for his response as another retort of gunfire echoed over their heads. She ducked down further as a few bullets landed in one of the sideways tables nearby. "Fine," he said. His eyes were closed. "But not all of us. We'll split up. There's no way we'll all make it to the elevator, and we can't all fit at the same time anyway. Reggie, Kyle, E, you'll stay back. I'll go down with Julie and Coulson." Julie nodded. "We'll need you to cover for us, keep both sides off our backs." Joshua looked around at the rest of the group, his eyes falling on Coulson. "You think you can handle it? I can rappel. I don't like going up, but going down is fine." "Good, let's get ready." He retrieved the rope and carabiners from his pack and began tying a large loop around the pillar, knotting the end of it with a bowline. He helped Julie and Coulson tie theirs. Then he began coiling the other end of the rope. He placed the coiled loops of rope in his backpack, then zipped it almost closed, allowing the very end of the rope to hang over his shoulder and down in front of his chest. Finally, he clipped the carabiner over the trailing section that was tied to the pillar and onto his belt loop. The effect was a pack full of climbing line that flowed down and through the carabiner, secured to the pillar at the back of the room. "It's not going to hold our body weight, but it will let the rope unravel freely without losing control. We run forward, the rope gets pulled out of the pack, and this end—" He held up the end of the rope dangling over his shoulder. we hold on to. When we get to the elevator, unsling your pack and grab whatever rope you have left, and unclip the carabiner. We won't be tied down, so you'll need to hang on to the rope when you go over the edge, understand? Julie nodded, and was surprised to see Coulson nodding along as well. Joshua helped them prepare their own climbing apparatus. Good. He looked at the other three. You ready? Ready when you are, boss, Reggie said. He grinned, and Joshua reached out a hand. They shook, and Reggie's smile grew. We'll see you down there. Hope so. Joshua turned to Julie and Coulson. On 3. Shoot only if you have to. Let Reggie and the others cover you. Your goal is to get to that open elevator shaft quickly. Got it, Julie said. Before she could finish talking, Joshua was counting. 2, 3, he shouted and burst forward. Julie reacted on instinct, following just behind their new leader. Coulson, she hoped, had also jumped off the starting block with them. Guns immediately swiveled their direction and started firing. Julie felt a wave of fear shoot up from her stomach and lurch into her throat as she realized there were multiple enemies aiming at her, and were running directly toward them. She noticed the man closest to her, a few paces to the right and about 20 feet away, lifting his gun to his eye and preparing to fire. She winced, still running. At least I'll be a moving target. She tried to push her legs even faster, hoping they could somehow beat a bullet. She heard a crack from a gun, and the man fell. Another man ducked out of the way and disappeared behind a pillar, and she realized Kyle, Mrs. E, and Reggie had started their attack. Adrenaline coursed through her, and she refocused her eyes on the open black hole of the elevator shaft. Joshua was very fast, but she was not far behind. She didn't dare look back for Coulson, but she hoped he would be able to keep up. 2 Chinese soldiers poked their heads out of the stairwell where they had been for the past few minutes, wide-eyed and clearly surprised that the Americans were making a break for it. They tried to aim, but found themselves pushed back into the stairs from more gunshots, both from Reggie's group and from the security force. They were only 20 strides from the elevator when she heard Joshua yell, "Keep running!" I am, she thought. You don't have to remind me. She looked up in front of Joshua and immediately understood why he had shouted. The opening to the elevator shaft was shrinking. The car was returning from one of the top levels and was slowly descending the shaft, blocking off more of their escape with every inch. Chapter 54. For the last 2 hours, Jonathan Coulson had felt relatively safe with the group. There was something to be said for being a part of a group, even if the group was being shot at and accosted at every turn. At least he wasn't being shot at and accosted alone. He had grown to like the group in the short amount of time he had been with them, especially Juliet Richardson. She was intelligent, driven, and kind, and it didn't hurt that he found her stunningly beautiful. Coulson had never really had a girlfriend, so he found most of the opposite sex attractive. Something about the fear they instilled in him and the self-consciousness he felt around them made them all the more mysterious and gorgeous, in an off-limits sort of way. Julie was both of these things, and yet a perfect match for the extremely intimidating Harvey Bennett. From his perspective, just as most females seem to be out of his reach on the looks scale, most men seem to be equally distant from him on the masculinity scale. He knew he was the weakest link in the group, as he had typically always been throughout his life, but he no longer felt relatively safe. The enemies were on them, and both sets were firing bursts of gunfire in his direction, protected only by the teammates at his back. They had proven themselves capable marksmen, but running through a battlefield was not something Coulson was comfortable with. Furthermore, the likelihood of success of their plan was shrinking with every inch of space the descending elevator car stole from the open shaft. Joshua was nearly at the opening, followed closely by Julie. Coulson was frustrated that his body was not up to the task of keeping up, but he had done his best to pump his legs and arms as if his life depended on it. He didn't need the reminder that his life certainly did depend on it. Joshua turned around at the opening, grabbing the wad of rope from his pack and tossing it down the shaft. "Let's go!" he shouted, bringing his rifle up with his other hand. Coulson eyed the opening, noticing that the elevator was nearly at Joshua's head. "I'm not going to make it." He wanted to shout that in response, but he wasn't sure he could keep running and yell. Julie made it to the edge of the elevator shaft in a perfect feet-first slide, her pack swinging around and landing in her lap just as she came to a halt. She copied Joshua's movement, throwing her rope down the shaft and turning to wait for Coulson. I'm not going," he stammered, attempting to form a coherent sentence, but there was spittle forming on the sides of his mouth, and sweat stinging his eyes. At some point in the past hour, he had worked up an interminable sweat, the perspiration now falling freely from his most unflattering areas. The sweat was the least of his worries. Gunshots pinged around him, nailing computer workstations that only a day before were occupied by his fellow employees, and he jumped in reaction. He landed on his ankle, feeling the sprain immediately. He cried out, falling to the floor. Julie yelled something at him, but the sound was drowned out by a much larger barrage of gunfire, the bullets streaming over him where he was running only a split second before. He pulled himself forward, trying to keep moving while simultaneously trying to stay low enough to escape the attack, keep pressure off his ankle, and somehow make it to the elevator in time. His knees found the ground beneath his body, and he was soon in a bear crawl, moving awkwardly but purposefully toward the exit. The shaft was now halfway into the opening, and it seemed from Coulson's perspective to be speeding up. Worse, he could clearly see that the elevator was full of people, most of them wearing the same black pants of the soldier security force. "Coulson, let's go," Joshua yelled. "I'm trying," he thought. There were tears mixed in with the sweat on his face now, creeping up on him in the last few minutes. He didn't want to die, and it seemed that the only choice he had left to make was to die either from an attack from his right side, from the security team on the elevator directly in front of him, or from being crushed halfway beneath the elevator car. He wasn't much of a crier, but then again he wasn't much for being in life-or-death situations. Screw this. Coulson launched himself forward, his out-of-shape body somehow defying gravity for long enough to sail through the air and close the distance to the waiting pair in front of him. He landed, hard, on the floor, and stretched out his arms toward Joshua and Julie. He heard the shots of Reggie, Mrs. E., and Ryan Kyle as they tried to press back against the security force already on the level, and the Chinese soldiers still holding the stairwell. Coulson heard the retorts from a new set of guns directly above his head, from the security team descending the elevator. Then he heard their commander call for a ceasefire as he discovered that the bullets were not able to make it through the holes in the elevator car's door without hitting metal. He reached for Joshua and felt his fingertips brush his. Julie was stretched out as well, grasping for his arms, but he heard Joshua yell at her. "Go! Now!" he shouted. "Get over and start rappelling!" Julie ignored him, instead pulling Coulson's arm toward her. He slid forward, trying to offer whatever help he could, but he was barely able to breathe, much less exert physical effort. The elevator was now 3 feet away from the floor of level 7, and the soldiers inside were aiming for Coulson's prone body, waiting for the cage to unlock. "I'm not going to make it," the words repeated in his mind over and over. With a final effort, Julie and Joshua both reached for one of his arms and tugged. Coulson pushed with the tip of his good foot, finding just enough purchase on the floor to propel himself slightly forward. His twisted ankle flared with pain, but he ignored it. It wasn't broken, and he could tell it was only a minor sprain. The combined movement of the 3 people was enough, and Coulson found himself staring down into a black hole, the elevator shaft. He quickly rolled sideways and pulled his feet around to the edge of the cliff, then over the side. His torso and upper body were still out on the floor, holding his weight. Joshua and Julie were now reaching around for his pack, helping themselves to the rope and climbing equipment. "Go, Coulson, now!" Joshua barked. Coulson didn't have a choice in when he would start his rappel. Julie pushed him backwards with her foot, not even taking her eyes off the descending elevator. She followed him over the edge, glancing at him quickly to ensure he was still holding the rope. I'm in," he said, still shaken. "Thank you." Julie wasn't listening. She was on a mission, and Coulson saw only the top of her head, fading into blackness, as she slid down the rope toward the next level. Soon Joshua was on his other side, also beginning his rappel. Coulson took a deep breath. He looked down, glad the hole below him was mostly darkness, giving it the illusion of being relatively shallow. He took a hand off the rope to adjust his pack, holding his body weight momentarily with a single white-knuckled hand. "I made it," he thought, just as he saw a shadow appear in front of him. A man, one wearing the clothes of the security force, was kneeling on the floor of level 7, pointing his gun down into the remaining foot of space between the elevator car's floor and the shaft, directly at Coulson's head. He smiled at Coulson, a truly evil, menacing grin that told Jonathan Coulson everything he needed to know. He had captured his prey, and he was ready to put it out of its misery. Coulson winced, knowing that the man's trigger finger was the only thing keeping him alive. The barrel of the gun fell forward, coming to a stop an inch away from Coulson's forehead. A cruel, arrogant move meant only to display power before the kill shot. Something in Coulson stirred. He felt his nostrils flare, subconsciously tightening his hand around the rope. He tensed, feeling biceps he rarely exercised, and an abdomen hidden beneath too many layers of fat snap into action. He had never considered himself strong, but carrying around extra weight for years gave him an advantage he had never realized. He knew what adrenaline was supposed to feel like, though up to this point in his life, he had never truly felt it himself. Now, however, he was pissed, and his body seemed to be urging him toward a final, last-ditch effort to save himself. It was survival instinct, kicked into high gear, and it gave him the boost he needed. He reached up, pulling his body upwards a few inches on the rope, just enough to... There. He had the gun's barrel clasped in his free hand, and he yanked it to the side just as it fired. The soldier didn't realize at first what had happened, that his target had redirected his shot safely away from his head, but Coulson wasn't finished. He held onto the gun as he let the rope slide through his other hand. It was enough to give him a good amount of burn from the friction, but he held tight to the lifeline as it ripped through his palm. The motion had a startling effect for Coulson. He hadn't thought it through beforehand, and he certainly had surprised himself when it worked. The soldier, not reacting quickly enough, held on to the gun as well, his own grip challenged by Coulson's. The soldier was pulled to the floor, and both arms and his head slid over the edge of the elevator shaft, just beneath the descending car. There was a sickening crunch sound, and then a squeal as the electronic motor riding above the elevator car was thrown into high gear as it fought against the new obstacle in its way. The combination forces of gravity and the elevator motor pushed the car's floor hard against the soldier's back, and Coulson heard a heavy wheeze as the man lost the ability to breathe. He looked up into the soldier's face, seeing it twisted into a mask of agony, his eyes bulging, lines of red dancing away from the pupils. Coulson felt nothing. The sound of ribs cracking preempted one last lurching fall of a few inches, and the elevator came to a stop. The soldier was pinned beneath it, still holding the gun with both hands. Coulson had stopped descending as well, and he released the gun barrel and grabbed the rope with both hands once again, then finally realized what had happened and looked over at the two others hanging on either side of him. "Well," Joshua said, "that was dramatic." "That was gruesome," Julie said, wincing and looking away. "But well done, Coulson." Jonathan was still seething, the blood vessels in him constricted and pumping extra hard, but he beamed. His mouth moved to form a response, but there was nothing in his mind he found suitable. Chapter 55. There were more Chinese soldiers in the stairs than Reggie had bullets remaining, and they were still coming. "This is what I was talking about," he yelled to Ryan Kyle and Mrs. E. "We're outnumbered. And the elevator's here. Probably 5, 6 more in there." As if punctuating the statement, he fired a barrage into the elevator car. The men inside, no longer semi-protected by the grated metal door, ducked and pressed themselves against the sides. One man lifted his rifle to fire back and was hit in the leg. As he went down, he fired a poorly aimed burst toward Kyle. Kyle ducked, turning to Reggie. "It got stuck on something," he said, "but they're here." "Stuck on someone, I believe," Reggie said. "I think our guys got down there all right, but that doesn't really help us now." "I am out of ammunition," Mrs. E said. There was no emotion in her voice, and she didn't even turn to her teammates to judge their reaction. Reggie was happy to see she was a capable fighter, even if a relatively wild shot. Her cool under pressure was something that couldn't be taught, and at his old training facility in Brazil, he had struggled with testosterone-laden corporate types who couldn't understand that control of oneself was always far more important than control of a gun. "Here," he said, handing her his last magazine. "It's all I have." "But you are better," she replied. "You take it. We'll be better off with 3 guns instead of 2. Just focus forward. 1 target at a time." He didn't have time to give her a full lesson on battlefield strategy, so the single sentence would have to do. She would be fine if they made it through this, he knew. But looking at the Chinese soldiers now pouring out onto the floor of the large level, he wasn't sure they would make it through. 12 o'clock! Ryan Kyle shouted. He pulled off 3 quick shots and 2 men fell. "And 3 o'clock and 11 o'clock, Reggie said. "And 9:30 and 8:45, he added under his breath. "This isn't going to work. We need something else. There are too many. These tables are Swiss cheese, and we're just getting lucky they haven't found home." "And they're fighting each other," Kyle said. "That's taken their mind off of us." He was right, but Reggie hadn't said it aloud, as if ignoring the fact that the only likely reason they were still alive was that both of their attackers had more pressing issues to deal with. "Yeah," he said. "Thanks for reminding me. Again, we need another plan. You got anything?" He didn't need to look to see their heads shaking. Reggie felt emotion and fear pushing up inside him, but his training and experience kicked in almost immediately. Within moments, he was calm, collected, and smiling once again. "This is it." "Okay then, let's just buckle down and hope Julie and the others get the job done. All we got now is to keep the attention off them." "Shoot wisely," Kyle added for Mrs. E's benefit. "1 shot at a time, that's all it takes." Reggie popped his head up and over the side of the overturned table, trying to get a visual read on the situation. He immediately wished he hadn't, before the guns turned his direction and let out a spray of fire that sent him diving backwards and out of the way. He saw the remaining force of the Chinese army on the station gathered in the center of the level, moving toward them. 12, maybe 15 men, all aiming at their location. They were taking their time, he realized. They had their captives cornered, and didn't need to waste any ammunition dispatching them. On the other hand, they weren't stupid. They wouldn't leave the final minutes of battle to a few men. They wanted Reggie and the others gone, and they intended to make sure all of them were there to do it. "What's the situation?" Kyle asked, breathing heavily as he loaded his last magazine into his rifle. Reggie almost laughed as he lay recovering on the floor, 5 or 6 feet away from his two teammates. "That last barrage didn't tell you what you need to know?" Kyle nodded, still all business. "What about the security force?" Reggie snickered. "What security force?" At that moment he heard the sound of the station-wide address system click on, and the eerie British female's voice sing out, "System-wide purge enacted. Any remaining station personnel return to your safe zones and await further instruction." "Purge?" Reggie said. "Well, that can't be good." "It means the security force must be gone," Mrs. E said. "The control system here must have waited for the remaining security guards to be eliminated. Then it enacted the purge setting." "Again, that can't be good. You think any of those safe zones are down here anywhere?" he asked. "It probably means the barracks." "So no," Kyle answered. The Chinese had heard the message as well, but Reggie wondered if they understood it. He wasn't about to peek over the tables again, so he crawled back to a spot on the other side of Kyle and waited for the showdown to begin. "How do you think they'll do it?" Kyle asked, his voice a whisper. Reggie realized the noise of the battle in the room was gone, replaced by nothing but quiet voices of the Chinese as they all got into position. A firing squad, Reggie knew, and we're the ones about to be executed. "Do what?" "The purge, or whatever. How do you think they'll do it?" "Beats me," Reggie said. "If we're lucky, they'll just blow it all up. Make it quick, you know?" Kyle shrugged, and Reggie saw for the first time how young the man was. Blond, with streaks of brown on the sides of his head. His hair was cropped short, only an inch at the longest section, and a line of sweat and dirt stuck the front of his hair to his forehead. He had a dimple on each cheek and an otherwise round, almost chubby face. Decked out in gear and clothing, he almost seemed overweight. But Reggie knew the illusion. The kid was pure muscle, nothing but a fighting machine. But he had the smarts to back it up. This kid doesn't deserve this, Reggie thought. He's made it this far. He wondered what he could say to make it easier. He'd never been any good at last-minute speeches or morale boosting, but he figured he had to try. "Hey, buddy." Kyle gave him a weird look. "Yeah, sorry, that was weird." Kyle, thanks for doing this, like helping." Kyle shrugged again. "How long you been with Hendricks?" "About a year," Kyle replied. "It was a revolving door, really. Most of the private security stuff is. Lots of changes, never enough time to really develop a team." "I understand that. Military?" "Yeah, 6 years." "You?" Reggie nodded. 6 years, and at least another in the private sector, so this kid wasn't really a kid after all. "Sorry it went down like this," Reggie said. I've seen worse." Reggie nearly laughed. "Really?" Finally, Kyle grinned, just a corner of his mouth turning upwards. "No, never. This is pretty shitty." Reggie couldn't control himself any longer, and he chuckled, far too loudly. "Whatever," he thought. "We're dead anyway." Mrs. E shot them both a glance, and Reggie was about to make a snarky comment when the air above them erupted in gunfire and explosions. Chapter 56. Crack! The sound of fist hitting flesh was far louder than Ben had imagined it would be. Of course, he had only heard the noise a few times in his life, and never from the inside of his own head. The man standing in front of him now was blurry, his eyes unwilling or unable to focus on his attacker. Ben involuntarily brought his arms up to block the incoming blow, but his hands and arms were tied behind his back. There was a chair in between. He could feel the hard metal of the upright back. "So I'm tied to a chair, looking at a blurry crack." Another blow, this time from the opposite side. Attacker, one who obviously has a decent left and right hook. There was no humor in the thought. Ben felt no emotion at all, really. His body was still numb from the frigid outside air, but he knew even without the full capacity of his eyes that they were inside. The numbness helped immensely with the pain of the punches, but he knew it was only a matter of time before the tingling warmth of the research station would strip that away. He braced himself for another attack, but none came. He waited, still trying to see his attacker. "What is your name?" The voice was strange, light and somewhat meek. It was accented, too. "French?" Ben had lived his life near the Canadian border, so he knew intuitively the lilts and characteristics of the language. But it wasn't just the accent that threw him, it was the timidity, the unassured sense he was getting from the man speaking. The man coughed, then sniffed a few times, then spoke again. "What, I ask again, is your name?" Ben frowned, blinking a few times to clear his head. "Am I dreaming?" He wondered if he might still be outside, knocked unconscious and dreaming about warmth and light and strange French voices. No, of course not. There wouldn't be someone punching me in my dream. He was punched again, another man's voice breaking through his thoughts. "He asked your name, sir." This man's voice was gruff, a seasoned soldier barking an order to Ben. "B. Harvey Bennett," he said. His lips were shaking, both from still being somewhat frozen and from the numerous bleeding cracks from the assault. "But you can call me Ben," he added. There was a pause for a few seconds longer than Ben would have expected, and he understood why. "He knows me." "Harvey Bennett," the Frenchman said, articulating every syllable in Ben's name carefully and purposefully. "The Harvey Bennett. Very well, Ben. My name is Francis Valere, and I own this station. I just arrived in Antarctica to find my property nearly destroyed." He paused, coughing again, then continued. "I would like to know why you and whomever else you are working with decided to attack this base." Ben's vision was improving, and he could now see where he was. Level 10's rows of shelves, each filled with drawers of humans, stretched outward on either side of him. The bottom of the base, he thought. Nowhere for me to run. They had started their journey here, and now he was right back where he had begun. He also saw the man's face, round and slightly small compared to the two other men standing on each side of him. This man was shorter than the other men, too, and he wasn't wearing the uniform of the security force or the Chinese soldiers. This man was in charge, as he had said. Ben did not doubt that, but he wondered why he had made the trip all the way here to the bottom of the earth, especially with three parties waging war with each other inside the station. "You're Draconis Industries," Ben growled. The man seemed confused for a moment, then attempted a shy smile. It came out more as a strained grin, like a terminal patient reminiscing on better times. "No," he said, "I am just a man. Mortal, imperfect, and troubled as any other man. But my company is called Draconis Industries, among other things. But it too is troubled. Fractured and weak." Keep him talking, Ben thought. It wasn't so much for the long-term strategic plan. Ben had none. But because he assumed if the leader of the station was talking to him, it might help prevent the other two men from punching Ben in the face. "Draconis was my brainchild, and it was very successful. We changed the world, Ben, in ways you and your friends can never understand. We did good things too, although you very likely will not ever see any of it." Another pause, and this time the man stepped closer to Ben. One of his guards stepped with him, holding his boss's elbow as the older man walked. "You have caused me a lot of grief. What I've caused you is nothing," Ben said, "compared to what you've done." "Yellowstone?" the man asked. "Is that what you are referring to?" "Yellowstone was a test, Ben. It was a charade. One that I would have accomplished differently had I not had the incompetent team I had working for me. We could have cured the world, Ben." You sound like every other supervillain," Ben said. "But you're not as cool. Just a weak old man, one who's going to—" Crack. Another blow to his face, this time landing dangerously near his temple. He saw stars, and felt his blood pumping through his body. He opened and closed his jaw, trying to work out the pain from his face. "Is that all you think this is, Mr. Bennett?" The man's voice had taken on an air of seriousness, and Ben thought he could see Valere standing straighter. "When we were smaller, Ben, we were phenomenal. The things we could do. Countries and militaries had investment in us, and we were unstoppable. We were lean and effective. We grew, and we became slow and lethargic. Like any large corporation, it was my fault as much as anyone's, and that was why we began to fragment." "I have read the reports, Ben, and I have heard the stories. You think you did the world a favor. You think you even affected it. You flatter yourself. This little witch hunt you are on. And now, down here where no one is watching. You came here for what, to find me? Tell me, Ben, what did you really think you would find here?" Ben was feeling the pangs of an immense headache, and his mind was mush. He tried to put words together. He opened his mouth, pressure from his aching head closed it again, and he felt his eyes rolling around in his head. "Come on, Ben, think!" He was useless in the chair, bound in place and dumbfounded. He might as well have been gagged. The other soldier stepped close to Ben again, and he could see his arm winding up for another blow. "No! Ben just needed to get words out. He needed to make the man stop attacking him. Valere looked down at Ben like he was a dying dog, slobbering and useless on the ground. "I know," Ben said. "What is that?" "I know how this goes." Valeri waited, and his men left Ben alone for the moment. Okay, just talk. This is good. Make words and hope they make sense. This ends, like it always does. You tell me your grand plan and why you're doing it and everything. I do? Valeri asked. He coughed and lifted a hand to his mouth. Was there blood? Ben couldn't tell. Yes, Ben said, the vocal practice helping him find his thoughts. Yes, you do. It's what supervillains always do. There's a moment at the end when the hero is tied up, and the hero is me, by the way, and then the villain tells him everything and all of his plan, and crack! The two men attacked in unison, both punching at opposite sides of his head. He screamed in pain, wondering why his head wouldn't just pop and end it, and the men attacked again. He expected a blow to his head again, but this time one of the soldiers crushed his gut and knocked the air out of him, and the other kicked him in the shin. You kicked me in the shin, Ben said, gasping for air. Who does that? The men responded physically, and Ben felt himself losing control of his own body. Alarm klaxons were sounding in his mind over the sound of his own screams, and still the men attacked. Valeri's expression wasn't changing. He wasn't smiling, but he wasn't completely disengaged. He almost seemed hesitant, as if killing Ben was not on his agenda for the day. They hit him again and again, and Ben closed his eyes. He just wanted it to be over. Flashes of the others, Julie, Reggie, Joshua, all came to him, but none of the images changed his emotional state. He was completely done. Finally it stopped. Ben was panting, his eyes swollen shut, and there was blood dripping freely down onto his shirt and ski pants. Sweat had loosened the ropes around his arms and hands, but not nearly enough for him to escape. Even if it had been enough, he was too weak to move. His arms, bent backwards for the past hour, had caused his shoulders to be strained to the point of nearly dislocating, and he felt the irony in that the pain would only increase as his body fully warmed up from being outside. He heard a voice, but it sounded like it was underwater. It was his name, but he still could barely recognize it. Ben, are you still with me? The man said. He spoke a few words in French to one of the guards and then turned back to Ben. Hello, Mr. Bennett. Ben forced one eye open. It took all the remaining strength he had. I am leaving, Ben. I feel you will be glad to hear that, but I wanted you to know, before I go, you are wrong. You have always been wrong, Ben. Ben breathed in, forcing the life-giving breath down into his lungs. It wasn't easy anymore, the involuntary functions of the human body. He had to think about everything, it seemed. He wondered if it would require his oversight to keep his blood pumping. You are wrong, Ben. I'm not going to explain all of this to you. I'm not going to kill you. You will die here, but that will be your own fault. Life is not a comic book, Ben, and you are not a hero. They waited there, Valeri and Ben, for an entire minute, both men struggling with life. Valeri's sickness was evident to Ben now, just as his own pain and suffering was evident to Valeri. The other men might as well have not been in the room. It was Ben and Valeri and no one else. He thought of Julie, hoping for one last conversation with her. He needed to talk to her just once more, and having an imaginary conversation in his mind would do no good. He felt his strength, what was left of it, draining, knowing that his body had given up. There was nothing else but his mind, nothing more to give the world. His single open eye found Valeri, a blurry shell of a man, and he focused on it as much as he was able. He stared, waiting for it to end. He wasn't going to go out with his eyes closed, if he could help it. He stared at the man who had done all of this, who had caused all of this pain and grief and suffering for so many people, and he knew Valeri was right. He would die here, and he would die not understanding all of it. But he wasn't going to die without knowing one thing. Why? Valeri tilted his head slightly, still looking down at Ben. Why are you here? Valeri sighed, then spoke again to the men beside him. They turned and left the room. His expression grew concerned again, and Ben felt something grow cold inside of him, even before Valeri spoke. He recognized the feeling, and it immediately replaced everything else. Fear. Ben, it is really very simple. He coughed 3 more times, then wiped blood from his cheek with the side of his wrist. I came here to die. Chapter 57. Level 8 was a wasteland, the cold storage and maintenance level reeking of war and destruction. A smoky haze filled her vision, and through it she could see a few small fires still smoldering. Julie saw the expanse of the level from her perch on the rope, hovering just inside the elevator shaft. She peered out between the diamond-shaped metal grate of the elevator door, grasping it with a hand to steady herself as she swung slightly on the rope. Thanks to Coulson's dramatic attack on the security guard, the soldier was now blocking the elevator car 1 level above, giving the ropes they had tied onto the support beam room to pass beneath. Had the car continued its descent and severed their ropes, they very well might have had a much quicker trip down the elevator shaft. It was a serendipitous accident, but they needed whatever they could get in that arena. "Let's keep moving," Joshua whispered next to her. "Whatever happened here is over." "I'll say," she thought. She nodded and continued down the line. The rope hurt in her hands, and she knew she only had a minute or so of rappelling remaining before she would need to stop and let go. She looked down, finding only darkness. "We're stopping at 9, right?" Coulson asked. "Is that the server farm?" "Yes," Coulson answered, "and the most likely spot for any data your benefactor wants to get his hands on. Our benefactor pretty much gave us a death sentence sending us down here. I'm just as curious as everyone else, or I'd be climbing this rope, not going deeper into this hellhole." Julie agreed, but didn't say anything. "Besides," Joshua said, "I've got my own questions I want answered." "Your father?" Julie asked before she could stop herself. Joshua looked at her, but thanks to either the dim lighting in the shaft or Joshua's typically stoic demeanor, his expression revealed nothing. "Yes," he said softly. "Some questions about that." They continued downward, the last 10 feet or so growing increasingly more and more difficult as their weariness and fatigue fought against their best efforts. The final feet to the next level's door came far too slowly for Julie, but she held on. "Everyone okay?" Joshua asked. Coulson and Julie muttered their responses, and Joshua began to kick the locking mechanism that held the door in place. The device was like a small padlock, but one attached to the door. It appeared to be a safety feature alone, rather than one intended for security as well, and it took him only 3 attempts before the lock broke and fell away, the metal grate now free. He slid it open, and Julie was the first to touch down on the new level. She wiped her sore palms on her pant legs, then brought her gun around and lifted it. Julie helped Coulson the remainder of the way down and out of the elevator shaft, while Joshua slid the door closed again and attached the busted lock to the outside of it. It wasn't secure, but it would at least hold the door closed for the time being. "Seems empty to me," she whispered. "If it's not, they definitely know we're here," Joshua replied. "And that means they're waiting to ambush us." "Then let's get out of the way," she said, moving to the left, toward a huge array of computer racks. It looked similar to the racks stretching from floor to ceiling on the level below, where they had found Jonathan Coulson. But these racks, she knew, were filled with actual computers, not human beings. She shuddered as she remembered it, hoping they wouldn't have to trek down there again. As she pictured the drawers, each filled with a body, she had a startling thought. "I have something I want to find out, too," she said aloud. "What's that?" Joshua asked. It's something I'm surprised I didn't consider earlier. But with everything going on, I didn't stop to think about it." "Let's figure out how to get into this computer first," Joshua said. "Coulson, is there going to be an access point, like what you described to Bennett?" Coulson nodded. He looked goofy holding a weapon, but he at least knew which end to hold. "There should be," he said. "It will most likely be a sort of computer kiosk with a monitor and keyboard as well." "Well, that makes things easy," Joshua said, the sarcasm not lost on Julie. Apparently the sarcasm was lost on Coulson. "Actually, it won't be easy," he said. "The computer will have additional security measures in place that I'm not sure I can override. Plus, we have to find the dang thing. In this room, it could be—" "Shh, keep it down," Joshua said, holding up a hand. "I hear voices." Julie squinted, listening. After a moment, she too heard the voices echoing off the walls and down the rows of computer servers. It sounded like 2 or 3 men speaking French. "Anyone understand any of it?" Joshua asked. "I speak a little French, and I think that's what it is," Coulson said. "But I can't hear it well enough." "Okay, well, we'll get closer. Maybe they'll lead us to the access terminal." They traveled along the exterior of the room, the déjà vu of nearly identical maneuvering on the level directly below them washing over her, trying to keep up with yet stay out of sight from security guards, all while navigating a maze of racks. It was eerie how similar everything was up here, and while merely a coincidence, Julie couldn't help but feel like she was on to something. It's uncanny. And it's certainly related, she knew. The racks downstairs and the servers up here. She tried to investigate as they walked around the perimeter, examining from afar the rows of blinking lights. She followed the outline of the cabling sprouting from the ends of each shelving unit, neatly collected and bound together with zip ties, bundled together for delivery. "The cables are going into the floor," she muttered, barely audible. "What was that?" Joshua whispered, still walking in front of her. The men's voices had stopped, but they could now hear typing, seemingly from right around the corner. "I think we're on them," Joshua said, "right up ahead." "I said the cables are going into the floor," she repeated. "And?" And if you remember from the level just below us, those were going into the ceiling. Joshua crouched down, Julie and Coulson following suit. He turned around to face her. You're implying that they're connected? I'm implying that they're one and the same. Joshua, Coulson, I think the bodies down there are powering the computers up here. That's impossible, Coulson said. These machines are powered by traditional... No, Coulson, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, they're controlling the computers. They're feeding them. It's a farm, one that provides parallel computing using biological structures, likely even on the quantum level. You've got to be kidding me, Coulson said. I was in one of those boxes, and you were about to be hooked up to a supercomputer. Your brain was going to become part of the hive mind they're using to... She stopped. To what? This was the end of her line of reasoning. She had no answers anymore, but she was sure she was right about the body farm downstairs. Somehow the scientists here, the company, had created a way to keep the bodies in stasis, providing their needs for fuel and waste disposal, all to use their most valuable asset that came included in every model of human ever born, the human brain. And this was not one or two brains working together, but hundreds, possibly over 1,000, all interconnected and feeding data and processing power upstairs to the matching number of computer systems. A wave of emotions consumed her, and she nearly fell over. My God, she thought. The power they would be capable of, the sheer audacity of the mission, and the absolute fascination she had in understanding how it all fit together was too much. I need to stop, she whispered. We're not going anywhere, Joshua said. We're here. They're just around the corner, typing on some computer. It's got to be the access machine, right? Coulson nodded. Without a doubt. Then, after a moment of thought, he added, It's what Ben was supposed to access, the thought of Ben adding itself to the plethora of jumbled thoughts and emotions floating around in her head nearly pushed Julie to the edge. She shook her head. No, he would have. He must have... Joshua grabbed her shoulder, steadying her. It's okay, Julie. We're here now. We can finish it. She knew what he was trying to tell her. We can finish the mission, Ben's mission, and we can grieve for him when we're done. She suddenly didn't feel the ambition and drive she had been feeling earlier. The thought of Ben being gone was still there, but this time it was coupled with a feeling of absolute helplessness. A feeling of uselessness. Joshua was prepared for this reaction in her, it seemed, and he tightened his grip on her shoulder. Hey, he said, stay with us. We need you. She wiped a tear from her cheek and nodded, noticing that both Joshua and Coulson were staring at her. You got this, Juliet, Coulson said. You got this. She nodded again, a bit of fledgling strength finally lodging itself in her psyche, and she stood up. Fine, she said. I need to know for sure anyway. Let's get this over with. Joshua looked like he was about to smile, but he held it in and stood with her. Here's the plan. Julie started firing before Joshua had even finished the sentence. There were 3 men all standing with their back to her, and they seemed engrossed in what they were doing on the computer. The tears stung her eyes, and the blurriness they caused didn't help her aim, but she was close enough to them that after the first few shots, the bullets began to hit their mark. The first man, the guard on the left, went down. She began on the second, aiming for the one on the right when she heard Joshua firing as well. The shots were loud, only reverberating more through the halls of computer equipment and hard walls, but she ignored the pounding on her eardrums. The man on the right fell as well, but when she slid her gun over to start on the guard standing in the center, the one working at the computer console, she saw that he had already spun around and was preparing to fire his own weapon, and she was standing directly in his line of sight. She knew he wasn't going to miss, but she couldn't say the same for her own aim. He was moving in slow motion, but she could see his finger compressing, the bullet only milliseconds from leaving the barrel and slamming into her. His nostrils flared, his jaw tight. His eyes bore into her with the same fire she knew she would feel when his bullet hit its mark in her chest. She tried to react, tried to pull her own trigger, but her fingers were locked in place, the knuckles on each hand unwilling to budge. Everything inside her froze, and her eyes stared forward as the man pulled the trigger the final minuscule distance. The gun's barrel exploded, and still she stood, silently watching. The man moved, jumped even, and she was confused. His gun, a small subcompact, flew sideways, and the bullet that had been fired flew up and away from her head. A near miss. Joshua was there running next to her and then gone, and he was firing his gun. 3, 4, then 5 shots rang out in the space, and this time her ears couldn't handle the pressure. They seemed to just shut off, suddenly leaving her underwater like listening to the world around her through thick headphones. Coulson was yelling something at her or someone else, but the words were muffled and covered by the gunshots. Joshua hit the man. The 5 bullets he had sent into him apparently not enough, and Joshua and the guard flew into the metal rack that housed the computer station, then down to the floor. The guard was dead before he hit the ground, but Joshua stared down from his position on top of the man for a full 3 seconds, waiting for him to move. Finally, the world sped up to normal time, and she felt the rush of everything around her and inside of her cracking and spilling out. She was finished. She had been stretched past her breaking point, broken, then stretched again, and she was ready to lie down and wait for the end of it all. Instead, Joshua was talking to her. She couldn't hear at first, but her ears finally cleared and his words reached her. "Need your help with the computer. Are you okay?" She nodded. "Next time wait for me to explain the plan." She nodded again. "What was the plan?" He smiled. "Start shooting and don't stop until they're all dead." Chapter 58. "Hold your fire!" Reggie yelled. "Take out as many of those bastards as you can." They didn't have enough ammunition to even make a dent, but the Chinese still hadn't landed any shots into their soft targets. Most of the tables were chewed through from rounds, but they were alive, for the moment. "They're not shooting at us," Kyle said. "Right, they're going to keep shooting at us until—" Reggie stopped mid-sentence as he repeated the statement in his mind. "What?" "They're not shooting at us," I said. "Well then, what the hell are they—" The ominous buzz grew to a cacophonous roar as Reggie realized what was happening. He hadn't really noticed the sound consciously until now, until there were so many drones in the room they couldn't be ignored. "The drones!" Mrs. E yelled. "That is how they will purge. The drones are attacking the Chinese." Reggie felt a new wave of energy come over him as he understood. "This is our last shot," he said. "We need to get around the side of the room, toward the stairs. If we can make it—" A drone shot over his head, inches away from scraping his scalp. He jumped, then raised his weapon and fired. The drone took the hit and tried to keep flying, but it toppled and sank low enough to catch the corner of a computer monitor. The small impact was enough to send it veering off course, and it crashed into the bubble-lined wall in the corner of the room. Reggie aimed carefully and shot 2 more times, hearing both rounds ping into the drone's outer hull. "One down," he said. "Any idea how many more?" "No," Mrs. E said. "And I don't think that one saw us, so we should still be safe for the time being." Reggie realized what she meant. The drones were controlled by a central computer system, all flying either a preset pattern or individually guided by the computer. It was a hive mind of sorts. And each individual entity was responsible for sending data back to the command center. If the drones were outfitted with any sort of camera, and he had no doubt they would be attacked as soon as they were spotted. Until then, however, they were invisible. "Okay, so we waited out a little longer," he said. "The Chinese and the drones have their hands full, but that won't last forever. And we'll still be no closer to the only way out of here," Kyle added. "Man, I'm sick of these tables. I'm sick of this station," Reggie said. "Can we get by them?" "Maybe with a smoke screen. Look." Reggie followed Kyle's outstretched hand and finger to the opposite corner of the room behind the tables. There was a thin layer of haze, smoke from the last hour's battle, collecting and rising to the ceiling. A drone was flying through it, but it did not appear to be flying a preset route. It was making a small figure 8 in the air, not firing. "I think it's blind," Kyle said. "The smoke must have an effect on it. It's basically just hovering in an evasive pattern, hoping no one sees it." "Well, I see it," Reggie said, lifting his gun. He popped the drone with a single shot, sending the small machine down and into the ground. It actually exploded when it landed, a small, minuscule explosion of metal and gears. "Okay," Mrs. E said. "That is what we should try." She turned and looked around the level. "The smoke is all over the room, and the drones are having to come in close to see their targets. If we stay to the outside and try to move in the densest smoke, we might just make it." Reggie and Kyle nodded, and all 3 began sliding toward the edge of their makeshift wall. "Besides," Reggie said, "I've got this guy to use if anything wants to take me on." He patted his weapon, simultaneously checking the magazine. "It's going to be close," he thought. He smiled. "Ready?" They were at the side of the room, and the shouts and gunshots from the Chinese forces were underscored by the patter of the return fire from the drones. Reggie wondered how the enemy force was doing against the machines, and thought back to their own encounter with the quadcopters. They had been inside a moving vehicle and were still outgunned. Only Hendricks and Ryan Kyle of his team had made it out of the attack alive, and even then it had taken very carefully aimed shots and lots of firepower to bring down the drones. In a smaller area, with drones and smoke and men all confused into one blob of chaos, Reggie had to think the machines had the upper hand. All the more reason to get out while we can. Mrs. E led the charge, and suddenly Reggie was running full speed along the side of the level. He hurdled tables and chairs, dodged smoking computer equipment, and pressed forward to the exit. There were no soldiers between them and the door to the stairwell, and the smoke did seem to be blocking the drone's view of them. He heard one of the soldiers shout an order in Chinese. He didn't speak a word of the language, but something told him the man had spotted them all and had ordered his team to engage. He ducked instinctively, a hail of bullets striking the wall above him, right where he had been running a moment ago. Kyle and Mrs. E did the same, but Reggie heard Kyle scream as he fell. The younger man had fallen not on his own will, but because he had been hit. Reggie nearly tripped over him as he stumbled forward in his half-crouched position, but he lunged at the last second, landed, then spun around to face the soldier. "Keep going," Kyle said. He was straining to talk, his teeth refusing to separate, and Reggie could see his jaw clenched together to mask the pain. He quickly assessed the young man, finding the blood pooling around his stomach and side, already spilling out onto the floor. "Let's just..." Reggie thought about the situation. Mrs. E joined them, but provided cover fire and forced the Chinese back to the opposite wall of the level. The drone's numbers had been diminished, but Reggie saw at least 3 more circling the Chinese team, keeping them company. "No," Kyle said. "Don't be an idiot. I'm not leaving this room. I'll bleed out in less than..." "You'll bleed out a lot slower if you shut up," Reggie said. "Let me help you." "Give me your gun," Kyle said. Reggie looked down at him again, examining the kid with fresh eyes. He really was too young for this, too young to die as an unknown in a battle that had never happened in a place that had never existed. "You got family?" "Everyone has family, but mine stopped feeling like family about 20 years ago." Reggie nodded. "Okay, well..." He stopped. "What are you going to say? You tried this 10 minutes ago and couldn't figure out the words to..." "Save it," Kyle said. "Give me your gun and a chance to give you a head start. I'll at least get 3 or 4 of the Chinese guys guaranteed. Want to bet?" Kyle smiled. He reached out his hand, waiting for Reggie to grab it. The movement caused the young man severe pain, but he kept it extended, trembling the entire time. Reggie clasped it and shook. "You take out 4 of these guys or I'll shoot you." "Deal." Reggie turned to leave the room, ensuring first that the Chinese were still occupied, when Kyle spoke again. "Red." Reggie frowned at the use of his real first name, then remembered being outed by Mr. E before they'd embarked on the journey. "Yeah? I'm not supposed to say anything, but tell Joshua I would have followed him anywhere." Reggie frowned once again and felt Mrs. E's hand on his arm, pulling him away. "Later," she said. He nodded, finally prepared to leave the room, and his teammate behind. Chapter 59. The computer system was not in fact secure, or if it had been, the soldiers had already successfully logged in and bypassed the measures to access the terminal. Julie stood in front of it now, side by side with Coulson, and they both peered at the user interface. Joshua stood facing the opposite direction, unwilling to be attacked from behind like the previous users of the machine had been. "You understand the interface?" Julie asked. The computer featured a typical operating system layout, with a taskbar and menu bar at the top and bottom of the screen, but the status windows and alert boxes that were open were indecipherable to Julie. "Just a bunch of numbers and letters," Coulson muttered, "but I'm sure we can piece things together." "Well, we don't have a lot of time for piecing things together," Joshua said. "Whatever's left of the security team isn't going to just let us in. As soon as the system figures out it's being tampered with, someone up there will find out about it." "Someone like that guy from level 2, Julie said. The man had disappeared into the depths of the base, but they all knew the truth. No one left the station easily, and even if they did, where could they go? "Yeah, I'd wager he's around here somewhere." "You think he's the one in charge?" "He's the one the security force was answering to, but knowing what I do of the company's infrastructure, he's just a middle manager type. But there's also a Chinese team somewhere in the station as well, and my bet is they're looking for this computer terminal as well." "Yeah, what exactly are they after?" "Probably whatever Mr. E wants us to find, which I think we'll be able to find on this computer. Something about that body farm downstairs and the server farm up here. Like, how they're able to get the brains hooked up in tandem while keeping them alive." "Like that." "Well," Coulson interjected, "it's going to be a bit harder than that. Your man will want proof, and most likely the raw data files from whatever is being sent through those cables. Best I can figure, that information alone is worth billions. It can be reverse engineered from there, and the rest is just figuring out the mechanical." "So what's the problem?" Joshua asked. "The problem is that the raw data won't be just one file, it will be millions. Possibly more. I can see the files and folders being created here on the screen." He pointed, waiting for the others to nod. And all of it won't be small enough to just stick on a hard drive, even a big one like in the laptop we gave Ben. So we can't just rip the hard drive out of this one? Joshua asked, swinging his gun in an arc left to right around the back of the room. Coulson chuckled. Sir, we would need the hard drives from every single one of these computers. The data here is in the millions of terabytes range, and there's nothing big enough to... Save it, Joshua said. I'm with you. Too much to bring home. So what do we do instead? I intend to deliver something of value to Mr. E, and I'm not leaving here without it. Coulson thought for a moment, clicking through folders and files on the screen. Julie was again impressed at the man's comfort level with computers, especially considering that she herself was quite capable with most software and interfaces. Okay, here's something. I'll start putting everything like this into a separate folder and... What happened? Joshua asked, this time turning around to face the computer screen. The screen was flickering, the windows and boxes all moving around randomly. Coulson tried using the mouse to navigate, but the cursor was locked in place. I don't know, he said. I'm locked out. Can you access anything? Julie asked. He pressed a few keys on the keyboard. Just the one I was moving, it seems. And I don't want to restart because we'll never gain access again through the security screens. Okay, pull that file up, Julie said. Both her and Joshua were waiting impatiently, hovering over Coulson as he worked. The screen continued to flicker, but Coulson opened the file from the list he had been working with. It's a list of names, Julie said. Personnel list for the station? Maybe we can take this to the authorities. Get the company. It's not personnel, Coulson said. I'm not sure. I don't recognize these names. I do, Joshua said. Julie and Coulson stared at him. I recognize that one at least. He pointed to the screen, and Julie gasped when she saw the name. Jefferson. Roland. The name was followed by a timestamp and a string of numbers she couldn't decipher. I recognize that name, he said, because it's my father. Chapter 60. Jonathan Coulson was confused. The system in front of him seemed to be working against him, somehow countering his efforts with its own. It was like an intelligence, one that had a sense of humor, allowing him to get only a certain distance inside before it locked him out. The list of names that included Joshua's father's was not the only file he had access to. He discovered that by clicking on some of the other windows, he could still access some of the local files in the server room, just not all of them. The system was allowing him to see some of its content, but hiding most of the important functionality about how the entire room had been architected. It was frustrating, but he understood what the system was doing. It was blocking them from stealing the most important file structures, the information that Mr. E and the Chinese force wanted, and the entire reason they were here. It was a final security measure, and it had been enacted automatically when Coulson tried accessing the inner network of these files. Your father is on the list, Julie said. He worked for the company. So are these other names of employees of Draconis Industries? Joshua shook his head while Coulson highlighted Roland Jefferson's name with the mouse cursor, then scrolled through the list. It was in chronological order, the names listed based on what the timestamp column displayed. He scrolled to the end. Winkopf, Igor, Montgomery, Rold. He felt himself grow cold as he noticed the last final name that had been added. Jonathan Coulson. There was no timestamp. No, this isn't a list of Draconis employees either, Coulson said, pointing to his name. It's a list of the people inside the drawers downstairs. Julie put her hand over her mouth. God, there must be over 500 people on that list. Near 1,000, actually. Are they alive? Joshua asked. His voice was lower, not shaking but evidently strained. Julie looked at Coulson for an answer. He shrugged. Hard to say, Joshua. They're not dead, I guess. Not fully. Joshua accepted this answer, but he considered it a moment before he spoke. Is there anything else? I can't access most of the important data that explains how everything is wired and connected, unfortunately. But I can get a few of these subfolders open and... The screen went black. Coulson, what did you do? No, nothing, he said. I can't. Now we're completely locked out. Even the mouse. A video began to play on the screen, and Joshua nearly fell down as he stumbled backwards. He swallowed a few times, and Coulson watched his reaction for another second, then turned back to the screen. There was a man on screen, sitting at a table, speaking directly to the camera. The words were soft but clear, emanating from speakers Coulson couldn't see. Joshua, I hope this note finds you well. I recorded it on the company's server, so there is a strong possibility you will never see it. The man paused. But if you do, it means that you are here, in Antarctica. You are standing inside Draconis' most visionary project, one that I have been involved with since before you were born. The video clearly had Joshua speechless. and even Julie was breathing slowly, as if not wanting to alert the video that it was being watched. When your mother passed away, I threw myself into my work, as you and your brother know, and I got in too deep. Joshua, the company is not what it once was. The leadership, it has changed. My job here was to get the station working at an operational level. The sheer number of man-hours and money that has been funneled into this project is absurd, and I fear we will not ever finish. I also fear that the direction the company has taken will abandon me and my team here. We have worked for something that many thought could never be done, and that many more people thought shouldn't be done. Some of those people are even on the project. Joshua, if you ever find it in yourself to forgive me for what I was not able to give, I will leave satisfied that my life was not completely in vain. I care for you and your brother greatly, though I understand how a statement like that must make you feel. Coulson looked back at Julie and Jonathan and was surprised to see that Julie was sobbing gently. Joshua was shaking now, a tremble in his hands and chin that Coulson could see even from a few feet away. Your brother is a decent man, Joshua. I know I have stepped in past my authority to try to help right him, and that I have frustrated both of you for my efforts to correct whatever wrongs I may have committed in my past. But I ask you to forgive him. He is young and rash, but there is value to that as much as there is in your leadership and sensibility. He will take direction slowly, but he is passionate and driven. Roland Jefferson's eyes flicked off screen, then back again, focusing again on the camera. I will save this in a file that will probably never be accessed by anyone at the company, but I have set it to load automatically when that file is opened. I do hope somewhere at some time you see this. I want you to hear it from me, directly, unencumbered by my mission here and your mission to defend the company from its enemies. Joshua, be well? The video transmission ended almost as quickly as it began, and the silence afterwards was striking. Coulson tried to find some playback controls on the video, to rewind or start it over again, but there was nothing but the last frame of the video. Stopped, a black border around it. After a few seconds of this, the video faded away, and the screen returned to its flickering, half-frozen state. That's it, Coulson said. There's nothing else. My brother, Joshua muttered. Coulson had no idea what events had transpired between Joshua and his brother, but it seemed like Julie did. She leaned into Joshua a bit, holding his wrist. He wouldn't let go of his gun, and she whispered something to him. "It is my fault, Julie," he said, his voice rising. "I shot him myself, remember?" "Of course I do, but nothing," he said. "I was a pawn then, and I'm a pawn now. I'm just part of someone else's game, and I always have been." Julie and Joshua stood there for a moment, neither speaking, and Coulson turned back to the computer. There has to be a way to get inside this thing. He wasn't a hacker, but he had spent his lifetime in front of computer screens. To him, they were a language, just like the programming languages he used daily, and he spoke this language fluently. Computer security, by design, was flawed. There was no way to keep people out of the system forever, save for turning the machine off and unplugging it from the wall. The problem was that he didn't have anything close to forever to figure this out. It was only a matter of time before the man who had killed Angela Stokes regrouped with whatever remained of the security force, overcame whatever remained of the Chinese force, and then came for them down here. Or the Chinese force eliminated the security guards, and then came for them down here. Either way, Coulson wasn't liking the odds. He turned to the others. "This is going to take a while if we have to hack in," he said. "You have a better—" Reggie and Mrs. E suddenly burst into the room from the stairs, only a few yards away from their location. "Guns up! Get down!" Reggie shouted. He dove behind the computer terminal Coulson was working at and crawled down the row of servers behind it. Mrs. E sprang the other direction, but also crouched behind one of the rows of computers. "What? Shut up and get down!" Reggie yelled again. "They're coming!" Coulson reacted on instinct, no longer doubting anything this group told him. They had kept him alive so far, and he intended to do his part and stay that way. He fell to the floor, hoping that simply getting lower, whomever was about to come down the stairs would miss him, but it wasn't whomever, but whatever. The drones 2x2 flew down the stairs and out onto the level, shooting at anything that moved. Coulson's eyes widened, but his body bolted into action, and he crab-walked backwards away from the computer and down his row. He bumped into one of the dead guards and found the man's weapon, grabbing it with an outstretched hand as he navigated around the fallen soldier. He had no idea how to check the magazine to see how much ammunition was left, but the gun felt heavy. In movies, that meant the gun was loaded, but he wasn't sure how much a gun weighed in the first place, so he decided to chance it. He lifted the submachine gun and fired. Click. Chapter 61. The two men who had left the room came back within minutes, each carrying a set of straps and cables that looked like a jumbled mess to Ben's blurry good eye. He groaned, the noise bouncing through the hard metal walls formed by the rows of racks on the level. His throat hurt, as if being outside in the frigid temperature had given him an immediate cold, but it was the least of his pain. His face was swollen, covered with cuts and bruises, and there was blood pooling on his right pant leg from a wound that was dripping off his chin. "Mr. Valère will be joining the rest of your group upstairs," the first man said, "but he has requested that you stay down here with us." Ben tried to focus on what the men were working on, but all he could identify was that they were unwinding and straightening the coils of rope and leather straps. "Need more rope to tie me down?" Ben said, forming the words as best he could, but hearing most of them tumble out of his numb mouth as just a stream of random syllables. "I apologize," the man said. "I can't understand what you are saying." He grinned, then slugged Ben across the face, cracking his nose. "Let's see if that shakes things loose a bit." Ben spat as the other man walked behind his chair and started untying his arms. He felt his wrists and hands fall free, and immediately the stinging bite of paralysis spread down them. He felt like he had slept an entire night with someone sitting on them, and they were refusing to wake. He groaned again as the man lifted him straight up from the chair by his arms, his shoulders, unfortunately not asleep, feeling the entire burden of the motion. He stood for a moment, trying desperately to keep his head straight, his single open eye still tearing and blurry. "Mr. Bennett," the other man said, "I hope you have enjoyed your stay here at our station. In fact, we are excited to offer you an opportunity of a lifetime. Please, this way." Ben felt himself propelled forward by the man pushing his dead arms, and he walked next to the guard to the back wall of the level, then turned right. The area was familiar. This was the same spot they had entered the station, via the air duct. They passed the ground they had rappelled down onto, and turned right once more at the very corner of the room, Jonathan Coulson's cabinet. Ben realized suddenly what they were intending to do with him, and he nearly choked when he saw the open waiting drawer, the green lights on the outside of it flickering and blinking as it eagerly awaited its captive. "Stay calm," Ben willed himself. Had he tried to escape now, he knew the guards would easily incapacitate him and possibly knock him out. His legs were stiff but otherwise fine, but he needed to pretend that they were as sore and useless as the rest of his body. He did his best to examine the outside of the drawer with what little his eye could see. The guards placed the leather strap around his head, sliding it down over his shoulders as well, to bundle his arms against his sides right above the elbow. They began to cinch it as tightly as they could, and Ben sucked in a huge puff of breath slowly, trying not to call attention to what he was doing. He also flexed his biceps and chest, making himself grow a few inches. He held the breath in as one guard pulled the strap while the other fed the end to a clasp at his back. It was a perfect way to keep a man from the use of his arms and hands, and unless he could dislocate his shoulders and reach up behind him to unclasp the strap, Ben would be stuck. "They said they didn't need one of these for your new friend Coulson," the guard said. "But then again, before our team arrived, the security on the station was a little less than ideal. I'm surprised they got as many as they did into the system." The other guard chuckled, but didn't speak. When they had finished their work, the guard who had worked the strap over Ben's head kicked him, hard, behind the knees. Ben felt the vertigo of falling backwards, his hands completely useless at his sides, and he hoped the second man was behind him to catch him. The crack of the back of his skull hitting the solid floor told him everything he needed to know about what the second guard was doing. The guard laughed at him, stepping next to him as Ben mumbled an incomprehensible set of expletives up at the man. The other guard stepped to his left side and both men began lifting Ben up and over to the awaiting drawer. Ben felt his blood run cold and fear overtook him for a moment. He was being placed headfirst into a grave, only one meant to keep him alive forever instead of dead for eternity. He thought of Julie and Reggie and the others and suddenly remembered the plan. He wriggled his arms a bit, testing the looseness of the leather strap now that he had exhaled. It was certainly looser, but he wasn't sure if it would be enough to allow him a bit of dexterity in the box. Ben was also a large, thick man, and he wasn't sure if the drawer itself would be large enough for maneuverability. Only one way to find out, he thought. He wasn't claustrophobic, but he certainly wasn't a fan of small spaces that he was hog-tied and thrown into head first. He closed his eyes, waiting for the men to finish their job. They were in a hurry and roughly tossed him into the metal cabinet, sliding him down so his head was on the padded section at the back of the drawer. Then one of them reached in and placed the swim cap-looking device on the top of his head. At first, nothing happened, but one of the men pushed the drawer closed while the other began working the controls on its front. "Have a nice nap, Benny," the guard said through the metal wall of his new tomb. Suddenly, an electrifying pain shot through Ben's body, growing to an intensity that rattled his teeth, then dropping to a gentle throb. There was energy running through his body that wasn't his own, and he knew the electrodes in the cap must have been switched on by the guards. A tiny red light through a crack in the ceiling of the drawer was his only light, and it wasn't enough to see anything useful, especially considering that he had the use of only his left eye. Okay, what's next, he thought, trying to organize his mind and keep calm. They said this will keep me alive, which means the only theoretical way to keep a human being alive in a pseudostasis mode, he knew, was by dropping the temperature to just above freezing to slow blood flow, yet keep his internal temperature high enough to prevent death. Then, his bodily needs must be accounted for. Food, water, waste disposal. He felt something bump his side, and he jumped straight up in the air, nearly hitting the ceiling with his broken nose. What the... It was some sort of vacuum tube, and he could hear a gentle sucking against his side as the mechanically driven snake prodded him, feeling his sides and arm. It worked its way up his shoulder, reaching his neck. Okay, that is enough of that, he mumbled loudly, twisting his head away from the snake's open maw. He understood now the intention of this snake, and exactly how the system would keep him in stasis for whatever ungodly amount of time it had in mind, and he was not on board. Ben writhed violently, trying to dissuade the pliable metal tube from lodging itself down his throat, wondering simultaneously how much time he had before the guards left their post outside the door. They had been in a hurry, no doubt hoping to leave and get to their next assigned objective. They likely wouldn't hang around any longer than absolutely necessary, and Ben hoped they might even already be on their way out of the level. The metal tube popped on and off the side of his head, opening up old wounds and barely coagulated scabs from the guard's earlier attack, and he yelled in pain each time. "Get off of me!" he shouted, finally bringing his head to the side with such force the side of the drawer shuddered and vibrated, and a bit of dim light snuck in through the newly opened crack at his feet. I slid it open, he realized. There was no locking mechanism on the drawers, as the people inside were not supposed to be conscious, or at least able to move if they were. And even then the electrode shock, the inexhaustible metal tube snake probing away, and the sheer terror of what was happening was probably more than enough to keep the prisoners sedated. The crack at his feet wouldn't get any larger no matter how hard he bucked and smashed his head against the side. But his feet themselves were not bound together, and he could raise them to the top of the drawer, and... Ben pressed the toes of his boots against the ceiling, knowing that it was not connected to the sliding portion of his prison. He strained, tensing every muscle in his body as he worked against his own body weight to try to open the drawer. He wiggled his shoulders a bit to allow his arms to free themselves from his sides, then bit at the snake as it came back around to his mouth. Finally, only after a minute of intense effort did he get the crack to widen to an inch, enough to get my toes in between. He pressed upwards with his legs, squeezing his boots into what little open space existed between the rack and the door of the cabinet. His shoes moved up and out of the ever-widening crack. At the same time, the snake found purchase on his lower lip and pushed down, hard, forcing his mouth open. He screamed in agony as the metal tube pressed down into his throat. Chapter 62. Not good. "Safety, Coulson!" Julie shouted. He looked up and saw her motioning with another of the submachine guns, pointing to a spot on the side of the gun. He nodded, finding the mechanism on his own gun, and flicked it off. He tried again. A spray of rounds flew up and outward, sprinkling the ceiling of the level with tiny pockmarks. He released the trigger, regrouping internally, the weight and the feel of the gun starting to become a bit more recognizable in his hands. He wasn't expecting to be a dead shot, but he was hoping for a slight increase in accuracy. He fired again, this time keeping the gun centered and tightening the pattern of rounds that danced out. He connected with the drone directly above him and sent it careering into one of the server racks. A flare of electrical pops and hisses blew out from the front of the machine it collided with, and two of the rotors on one corner of the quad's fuselage flew off. The copter tried to recover, but it hit another server and this time crashed on the floor, right next to Coulson. "Good shot, Coulson," Joshua yelled. He felt a surge of energy and excitement from his successful attack, and came up on a knee to try again. Mrs. E and Reggie were also firing away with pistols, apparently having run out of ammunition before they had even reached the level. "I am out!" Mrs. E shouted. Coulson couldn't see her a row over through the tightly packed servers, but he thought he heard the clicking sound of an empty magazine. "Same here," Reggie yelled. Julie, Joshua, and Coulson still had ammunition, but not much. The soldiers they had stripped the guns from likely were carrying additional rounds, but he wasn't sure how to find them, where they would be hidden, and he wasn't about to scramble back toward the other drones to search. "3 more coming in. 6 o'clock, Joshua yelled. Coulson turned and saw one of them heading down his row. The other two split left and right in the center of the room and began flying down the rows Reggie and Mrs. E were in. "I see more farther down," Coulson said. I can't figure out where they're coming from." "Elevator? No, that's closed and the lock's broken. They can't open doors as far as I know. Then there must be another way down. I didn't think there was anything like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were some hidden stairs or something." "Well, we can find that after we get out of this mess," Joshua replied, shooting up at two drones that drifted down a bit. "Hey," Reggie called out. "Anyone else notice that these things aren't really attacking?" Coulson had in fact noticed that. Since they had entered the level, firing away, the drones had stopped and were now just hovering a short distance away. With the addition of the drones that had appeared somewhere from the back of the room, the machines were now holding a large, wide circle around Coulson and the group. "They're guarding the perimeter, trying to keep us all corralled here," Reggie said, answering his own question. Coulson knew he was right, but it was the implications of that fact that had him worried. Why are they corralling us here? "We are not corralling you here," a voice rang out from the stairwell. The man was old, weak, and leaning on a security guard as he stepped into the room. Coulson immediately recognized the other man flanking the older one. It was the man who had murdered his boss, Stokes. The older man continued. "In fact, I would prefer that you were not here at all. You chose to come here, and my intention is to ensure that you never leave. But I must know first, why? Who sent you here, and why did you come?" Joshua looked at the man. "Valere, you're Francis Valere." "Who's that?" Reggie asked. "The head of Draconis Industries. Well, now the head of the Draconis. Because he killed anyone else who got in his way, and marginalized the board and supporting contributors." Valere held up his free hand, then stepped closer to the group assembled in front of him. The sound from the drones nearly drowned out the man's soft-spoken voice. "I have killed no one," he said, "and my control of the company was inevitable and quite necessary." "You weren't powerful enough as it was?" Joshua asked. Something flashed on the man's face, and Coulson watched in horror as the older man, Valere, grabbed the pistol from the man he was leaning against, stood straight, and marched up to Joshua. He stumbled once, but regained his footing, coming to stop directly in front of the man. "Monsieur Jefferson," Valere said, "how many times I have whispered that name in anger, how many times your family has disappointed me." He brought the gun to Joshua's temple. "I have never pulled the trigger before on a weapon, but today, with you, I believe it is ever more fitting for there to be one final first in my life." Joshua clenched and unclenched his jaw, looking down at Valere. "You killed my father," he said. "I did not," Valere said. "In fact, he is downstairs at this very moment, being kept alive by the very system he helped us build, the only thing keeping him alive. You see, Mr. Jefferson, the difference between life and death is not as polarized as we wish. One trigger pull and you die. But what really happens at that moment? What really transpires in the mind just before death? You wonder this," he continued. "You all do. You wish to know. And here," he waved his other hand around, motioning toward the racks and rows of servers, "you wonder what goes on in the mind, in the portions that have until now remained undiscovered by science, the moments of first life, then just before death, and certainly after, if there is an after. You wonder this, yes? I don't really care what happens, Valere," Joshua said, "but I want you to experience it." Valere smiled. "And I will. I most certainly will experience the throes of death, and then the long, endless expanse of quiet." But again he pressed the gun harder against Joshua's head. "I want to know why you are here, Mr. Jefferson, how it was found, and who sent you." He turned to the guard behind him, the one he had used as a crutch, and the man sprang into action. He walked over to the computer terminal, seemingly noticing for the first time the 3 dead soldiers Coulson and the others had attacked, and pushed one of them out of the way. He opened a large drawer just beneath the terminal and reached inside. He withdrew a helmet, attached to a winding set of cables, from the drawer. Returning to the stairwell, he handed the device to the man who had killed Stokes, and he walked forward with it. The first guard returned to the computer and began to poke around. Coulson noticed a small palm scanner in the drawer, and the man placed his open hand on it, and the computer flickered once more, then unlocked. The man set the palm reader to the side on the counter, but closed the drawer and began to work. As simple as that, Coulson thought. He wondered if the 3 guards they had killed were able to get into the system using the same palm print reader, or if it was reserved for the ones in charge. He knew he could hack it, simply by writing a few lines of code that would trick the small device into thinking it was receiving a valid print, effectively bypassing the security measure. Too late now. "Monsieur Anderson," Valere said, addressing the man they had met on level 2, Please get started with the final connection. Our system will be live in minutes, assuming you have prepared everything. Yes, Mr. Valeri, Anderson said. Everything is in order. Very well, Valeri said, turning back to Joshua. Proceed. Anderson walked forward and held the helmet upside down. Coulson could see the wires and their terminations dangling from the back of the helmet, and Anderson ran his fingers through them to straighten them out. There was a small panel on the back of the helmet as well, and Anderson poked around on it while the guard was hard at work on the computer. It's working fine, but takes a while to get synced up with the system since it's a prototype. Once it does, the nodes will activate immediately upon contact. Valeri looked impatient, but he nodded. We have about 3 minutes, he said, addressing Joshua. Monsieur Jefferson, at which point I will become part of this infrastructure, and I will lock the doors, gain control of our security system, and ensure that your death will be far more painful than the one I am offering you now. After that, I will be in control of the world's first biologically structured supercomputer. You may not grasp what that means, but every thought, every desire, and every instinct I have will be merely a millisecond away from becoming action. So I will ask you one more time then, why are you here, and who sent you? Joshua looked around at the others. Coulson, Reggie, Mrs. E, and Julie, ignoring Valeri's pistol held to his head. He sighed, then stared at Valeri. We just found it. We were walking around out here, and there was a door, and... Valeri had motioned for the guard at the computer to join him, and the guard immediately interpreted the order. He hit Joshua, cracking his knuckles on the man's face. Coulson grimaced, but Joshua remained standing. That is funny, Joshua, Valeri said. You will also find it funny that just before I arrived on site, a man did just that, stumbling here from McMurdo Station and somehow finding one of our security access hatches. We took him in, of course, and he has proven to be a valuable asset to our system. The guard hit him again while Valeri continued. You really should not lie, son. You have never been good at it. For your brother, it was a decent skill, but he is no longer with us, correct? His death is your fault. No, Joshua, Valeri said immediately. His death is your fault. You shot him and you left him. Not even a proper burial for your own family. Valeri spoke to Anderson once more, and Anderson nodded. Yes, sir, he said. When the nodes come into contact with the skull, they will immediately send the access signal to the system. You will be in full control of Sarah and the station. But... Valeri looked at his subordinate with a calm, concerned expression on his face. But you will no longer be able... The man seemed distraught, as if he couldn't even finish his own thought. Valeri brought his hand up to the man's shoulder and rested it there. Yes, Anderson, that is correct. But this is my dream, my friend. This is what I have planned for. To wake her up, once and for all. But I will not go. She will have my own conscience. We will finally be one. Where is Ben? Julie blurted out suddenly. Coulson glanced at her, silently urging her to stop talking. They didn't need to push their luck. Monsieur Bennett? Valeri responded. He turned and stared coolly at Coulson. I was informed upon my arrival that you, Jonathan, were to be instated into the system downstairs. Since there was an opening, I thought it rather convenient to store Monsieur Bennett there, in your stead. Julie didn't respond, but Coulson could feel her pain. He knew exactly how she would be feeling right now, because he felt it. He felt betrayed, lost, confused, and above all, angry. The company he had worked for down here had led him on. It had led them all on, and this man, this decrepit, dying, crippled old man, had been pulling all the strings. 2 more guards walked out of the stairwell and joined Valeri, standing just behind their leader. Anderson turned and acknowledged the newcomers, a question on his face. One of the new guards nodded, a slight smile on his face, and Anderson whispered to Valeri. Very good, thank you, Valeri said. He turned to Julie and smiled, a genuine look of joy on his face. Then this day will not end poorly. He had them where he wanted them, and there was nothing any of them could do about it. Coulson felt trapped, and he wondered if anyone else had come up with a way out. Looking around, it did not appear as though anyone had. Joshua, Julie, and Mrs. E were staring blankly at Valeri, and the men working on the helmet device, and Reggie was peering up at the hovering death drones, awaiting the command to open fire. Time is up, Joshua, Valeri said. He looked at Anderson, the guard at the computer terminal, both of whom were the human versions of the drones, awaiting their master's command. Let us begin. Chapter 63. Reggie was watching the man named Valeri discuss with his guards when something caught his eye. He was closest to the stairwell, but he was facing the men in the center of the circle formed by the drones, still hovering around them. There was a shadow, just a blink of an arm, standing inside the stairwell out of sight. Reggie flicked his eyes to the right, trying to get a look at it without alerting any of the 4 guards or Valere or his protege, Anderson, to it. There was nothing there. But he had seen something, he was sure of it. His training, his career teaching others how to survive in the wild, and his life of experience observing the world around him had made him incredibly observant. When most people would be focusing on only what their eyes depicted in a wide line immediately in front of them, Reggie had been trained to use his peripheral vision in the same way, constantly reaching to the edge of his vision for any motion whatsoever. For that reason, he was prepared. He gripped the rifle tighter, the weapon still devoid of ammunition. He used a technique he liked to call locking in. He focused on Valere and Anderson, letting his eyes rest without moving them to allow anything in his entire frame of vision to jump out at his consciousness. It was like an inherent alarm system, built into humans and animals, that many people had no idea how to use. It was useful for examining and observing a scene, helping him take into consideration the movements everyone else was taking. He noticed a few things. First, Valere and Anderson, as well as one of the guards, were busy getting the helmet object ready to place on Valere's head. Another guard was standing by at the computer watching the screen. That left 2 guards, the new arrivals, both facing away from the doorway toward their bosses and Reggie's group, spread out in a semicircle around Valere. The drones hovered, moving and dipping in the air as they constantly worked to maintain a fixed position. And then he saw movement again. A shadow again, flicking out and back. There was someone behind the wall, he knew. Without a doubt, a person was standing behind the wall of the stairwell. He gripped the gun tighter. It wasn't loaded, but it would be better than fists, if it came to that. Anderson lowered the helmet toward Valere's head. He stood almost a foot taller than the short older man, and Valere waited, an impatient smile on his face, eyes closed. The helmet was an inch away when Ben made his move. The locked-in alarms in Reggie's mind began sounding, and he flicked his head slightly to watch Ben's motion. One of the guards caught his eye, startled by Reggie's new focal point, but it was too late. Ben reached Anderson and simply pulled the helmet out of his hands. The man, startled by the helmet's sudden disappearance, froze. Ben took advantage of the opportunity and plopped the helmet onto Anderson's head and pushed Valere away, then fell to the ground. Joshua and Julie rushed forward, snapping into action when Ben hit the floor. They ran forward to help him, but one of the guards was already on his way to the same location, aiming for Valere. Their paths were going to collide, and Reggie watched as Joshua ducked a bit and held his head back, getting into position for a perfect tackle. Reggie had also started running, veering left to take out one of the guards closest to him, who was now swinging his rifle around toward Ben. Reggie and Joshua collided with their targets at almost exactly the same time, and the matching pops sounded louder to Reggie than a gunshot. His man fell, carried forward by Reggie, who had wrapped him up and left the ground just before his head pummeled the guard's side. He lost his grip on his empty rifle upon impact, but he was intent on taking the man out anyway. He felt a few ribs crack, and could hear the man groan as they fell in a heap just feet away from Ben. The drones began to dance and rotate in the air, and Reggie instinctively kept his head down, preparing for the attack. There was a gunshot and then another, but he ignored the sound for the moment and continued aiming his efforts and focus on the man below him. He grabbed the guard's hair and smacked his forehead down hard on the floor. The satisfying sound told Reggie the man was finished and that he could move on to the next unfortunate target. Julie was helping Ben, trying to resuscitate the large man who was passed out on the floor near Reggie's guard and Valere. For his part, Valere was anxiously snapping a finger and urging one of the guards to give him a hand. His mouth was opening and closing, and Reggie thought he looked like a fish on a dock, frantically trying to breathe air. Reggie would have laughed at the helplessness of the older man, but he was quickly preoccupied with the guard aiming a rifle at his head. He rolled, dodging the first burst of shots, and took cover next to the computer terminal. The dead guard that had been laying there was still on the ground in front of the terminal, gunless and lifeless. But there was something else he had that interested Reggie. He reached out and pocketed the flash grenade, knowing that it might come in handy at some point. 3 more rounds hit the side of the computer terminal's rack, banging into the hard metal components and sparking as they lodged themselves deep into the side of a sliding drawer. Reggie was glad to have the cover, and he took the time to assess the situation. He could see Valere's feet unmoving, and he wondered if the man had fallen asleep or was just waiting for help. Next to him, Anderson was spinning in circles, slowly and deliberately, the helmet lit up and whirring with noise as it sat on his head. Reggie had no idea what was happening, but Anderson did not seem to even realize he was standing in the middle of a battle zone, completely unarmed. He was about to lunge toward the fight when a guard suddenly appeared in front of him, gun drawn and pointing at his forehead. Chapter 64. After escaping the drawer and ripping the metal snake-like tube from his throat, Ben lay on the level's hard, cold floor, breathing and thinking. He had survived one terror just to lead to 10 others, and such had been the style of this trip. Ever since setting foot on the continent, things around here seemed inclined to try to kill him and his group. He had been told he was resilient, first by his father long ago, then his mother, then a whole slew of others, as he became an adult. Initially it was a word he didn't understand completely, and he had assumed it was used as their way to give an otherwise unassuming, relatively normal man a compliment without telling him the full truth, that he was unassuming and relatively normal. Upon exiting his prison, he had almost laughed. He wondered if he was meant to die here, frozen at the bottom of the earth, and if so, why he was being strung along to suffer until it finally happened. He was, against all odds and every ounce of logic in him, alive, broken, tired and angry, but alive, and he needed to find Julie. Their mission here had been compromised the minute the Chinese set foot in the station, and he wondered if their mission hadn't been a ruse all along, a sleight of hand or misdirection. Perhaps Mr. E and his wife, or whoever was really behind all of this, were simply using Ben's team to accomplish a more nefarious plan than what Draconis themselves were up to. Again, none of that mattered for Ben. He stumbled to the stairs and gripped the railing with his right hand, the only one that seemed to be working properly. As he climbed to the next level, he assessed the damages. One more punch, he assumed, would have killed him. He felt like even a puff of air would do the trick. His legs were the only part of him that weren't completely trashed, but they seemed to be just as hesitant to exert themselves, for fear that they might call attention to themselves. His left shoulder was nothing more than a knot, holding his arm hostage as it hung lifeless on his side, and his right shoulder was barely better. His face would be unrecognizable, he knew, and he wondered what his broken nose would look like after it healed. In all, Ben was a wreck. He was ready to be done, and part of him continued walking upstairs because it might lead to his death. Short and sweet if he encountered any of the Chinese or security teams. But the other part of him was really the side pulling him forward, and as much as he tried to deny it, he was doing it to continue fighting. His battle wasn't over yet, and the prison cabinet had given him time to think and recover enough to remember what had drawn him here in the first place. After realizing and remembering that element, he understood something deeper. He was no longer concerned with destroying Draconis Industries and getting his revenge. He wanted justice, but it was no longer his single motivating force. Instead, the emotion and thought that now crawled all over him, just as purposefully as the metal snake, was something harder to identify. He had pushed his legs forward, up and onto the stairwell, and toward the door. He could hear voices, the same man's who had confronted him in the chair, and then Joshua's. He remembered the group and thought about their own reasons for coming along. Joshua had a personal interest in uprooting the company he and his family had worked for, but Ben knew his reasons ran deeper as well. At the edge of the stairs, he waited, trying to hear the man's explanation and argument, judging the gaps and lulls in the conversation. Then he made his move. He had tripped coming out, but his feet recovered and provided the last few steps to Valaire's position, where he was standing with the younger man they had met up on level 2. Ben had ripped the helmet out of his hands and placed it on the head of the younger man. He had felt himself falling, so he threw his arm forward and pushed Valaire. A petty move, but it was enough to make Ben smile as he connected with the floor. Suddenly, Julie was there, kneeling over him. He hadn't seen her when he'd first entered the room and started the attack, and he wasn't entirely sure she was real even now. She was talking to him, prodding him, trying to get him to respond. His eyes wouldn't move, one glued shut and the other locked straight up to the ceiling. "Ben," she said again, her voice cracking. He said. "What?" He wondered if she realized there were guns and drones and security guards everywhere around them, as well as a strange electronic helmet that was causing the younger man to hallucinate and wiggle around right above them, but he couldn't say all of that. He wondered if she could hear those things and see that they were still in danger, and that he wanted to take her away, and protect her, and that he wanted to marry me. He forced his eye to find her, just a silhouette with a single hanging light far away as a backdrop. Her hair a mess and her face a black outline, and he tried to smile. It came out looking more like he had had a stroke, judging by the quick instant of shock on her face. Chapter 65. If he had learned anything in the past 24 hours, Jonathan Coulson knew that his odds of staying alive greatly improved when he was with the group now comprised of Reggie, Mrs. E, Joshua, Julie, and Ben. He had watched as Valerie had gone down, attacked from behind by a ragged bleeding Ben. Anderson was spinning slowly in circles after Ben put the helmet on his head, but Coulson wasn't sure what exactly was going on. He knew the drones were still hovering, awaiting their signal to attack, and he knew the guards were engaged in a fight with his group, but he didn't want to be off to one side by himself. Coulson took the chance and jumped forward into a lumbering run, right across the center of the circle, now filled with Valeri's body. His mouth agape and his arm in the air, and Anderson still spinning. He saw Reggie and Joshua each tackle the guards closest to them, and he hurdled Valeri's legs and kept running. He was nearly at the computer control station when a guard stepped out in front of it and started pointing his gun down, directly at Reggie, who was unarmed and hiding behind the terminal. Coulson picked up speed and crouched down a bit, hoping to catch the guard before he opened fire. He was not sure how to properly throw his weight without injuring himself, and he certainly had no idea how to perform one of Reggie's or Joshua's perfect tackles, so he just kept running. The guard noticed Coulson's oddly shaped body right before he pulled the trigger, and he tried to shift his aim toward the large engineer, but it was too late. Coulson grunted as they collided, and both men flew down the hall in a heap. The guard was far too powerful for Coulson, and the moment Coulson felt the wind get knocked out of him from the fall, the guard began to attack. He felled blows on Coulson's sides, hitting his kidney and lungs, and Coulson thought his ribs were going to explode. He tried to lift his arms up to protect his face, but the guard already had the upper hand, coming to sit on Coulson's lower body as he attacked. He landed a single punch on Coulson's face, and everything went black. Unfortunately for Jonathan, it didn't last long, and he came to just as the second hook landed on his jaw. His head was spinning and his vision was blurry, and again he tried to bring his hands up for protection. It wasn't necessary. He heard a gunshot, and the guard lurched a bit, freezing in midair, then started another attack. 2 more shots rang out in the level, and Coulson saw the guard slide sideways before he had the chance to finish his task. He hit the ground with a leg still over Coulson's, but he pushed the man away and rolled to the side. "Thanks," Reggie shouted. "I owe you one. Way to keep him occupied for a minute." Coulson nodded in return, still surprised that he had even taken action, but he was glad Reggie was okay. He held a hand out for Reggie to help him up, and both men turned to assess the fighting still going on behind them. "Get down. Over here," Reggie said, urging Jonathan toward the rows of servers. "Those drones are probably just waiting for the command to attack." Coulson had noticed that the drones were still hovering above, but none had started shooting. What are they waiting for? 2 guards were shooting at Joshua, who had run out of ammunition again, and Reggie peered out from the side of the fight and picked off one of them, earning a thumbs up from Joshua. A single guard remained, taking cover in the same stairwell Ben had run out of moments before. He could see Ben and Julie in the middle of the open area, on the floor next to one another. Mrs. E was unaccounted for, but Coulson assumed she was holding back, also out of ammunition. He looked up at the drones, twisting and flying in minute figure eights, holding their position. He was sure that as the last member of the security team fell, the drones would start their attack. "We need to get out of here." Chapter 66. "Marry you?" She stared at him. He tried to form more words, but his mind was mush. One of the security guards appeared from behind the wall of the stairwell and aimed in their direction. Before he could fire, a small object bounced toward the stairs and exploded. Ben's vision went white just as the pop sounded. The flare-up was massive, and he was rendered completely inert for a moment. He felt Julie gripping his arm tighter. She must have gone temporarily blind as well. Gunfire came from the opposite side of Ben, and he heard the guard curse, then go silent. He waited a few seconds, and his vision began to clear. There were 2, even 3 images in front of his single open eye, all dancing around each other as they tried to merge. "Got him," Reggie called out. "I think that's it. Now? Ben, what?" He remembered what he had just said to Julie, and he looked over to the 3 Julies next to him on the floor. He tried to lift his head, and she placed her hand underneath it. It was excruciating, but it helped him enunciate. "I wanted to, before." Her eyes widened. "Oh, well, that's nice, like when we were getting shot at upstairs, or shot at downstairs, or shot at outside, or—" "Shut up," Ben said. "Words are hard. Give me a minute." She seemed to understand and waited for him to finish, a slight smile in her eyes. The gunshots had diminished, and Ben wondered how his group had fared. The drones, previously only hovering directly above their heads in their pre-programmed flight paths, were now beginning to spin up and widen their figure eights. One of them even made a sputtering sound, dropping to just above the ground, then turned and climbed again to resume its pattern. "I don't have a ring," he said. "That's what I was waiting for, you know. That's it, but I have a—" He tried to turn his head, and Julie helped by sliding her hand down. He saw the man from level 2 still wearing the helmet falter. He was no longer spinning in slow circles, but instead was still standing ramrod straight except for a few jolts from a leg or an arm every few seconds. His eyes were wide and thrown back in his head, and he looked to be in severe pain. Veins were popping from the sides of his neck, and every muscle on his body was tensed. "I have a helmet instead," he said. "You want a helmet?" She raised her free hand and made a mock-slapping motion, and Ben winced. "Come on, Romeo," she said. "This fight's almost over, and we don't want to miss out." She pulled him to the side, and he slid along the row of dead bodies until he reached her previous hiding spot between the rows of computer servers. Reggie greeted them, sliding over from his own position behind the terminal where he had been waiting with Jonathan Coulson. "Notice anything?" he asked. Ben frowned, some of the feeling finally returning to his face. "The drones?" Julie asked, glancing upward. "They're not attacking," Reggie said. "They look like they're about to, though," Julie said. "Yeah, but they've attacked us plenty of times before," Reggie argued, "and not once did they have to prepare anything. There's something else going on." The three of them looked up for a few seconds, watching the drones slowly lose control and begin smacking into the walls and computer servers. Eventually, one of them closest to their position fell and crashed to the floor, its lights blinking a final time and then staying dim. "It is over." Ben looked at Julie, and then toward the center of the room. Valeri was there, still lying on the floor in no better shape than one of his crashed drones, and he was staring straight up. "It is over," he said again. Ben rolled over, forcing the pain in his head, face, jaw, and every other part of him away, and then stood up. Julie was there immediately, holding him up, and he allowed her to lead him toward Valeri. "Valeri," Ben said, his voice falling out slowly with a drawl. From the muttering effect of not having a fully functioning mouth, Valeri shifted his gaze to Ben, and his eyes narrowed. This is your fault," he whispered. His hands were shaking, the trembling moving around his body in spasmodic bursts. Ben gave his best shot at a smile, but blood and drool rolled down his chin instead. "No, Valeri, but I wish it was. What's going on with the drones, anyway?" Valeri shook his head slightly and closed his eyes. It seemed like a great wave of sadness had crashed over him, and Ben felt momentarily reverent, as if watching an influential man die. "It is my system, my Sarah. She was ready, and I failed her. She was prepared for the final uplink, my brain, and mine alone. Anderson, he is not..." The man Valeri was referring to was standing nearby, still choking on an invisible force that seemed to be slowly suffocating him. He suddenly fell to the ground, a strange whimpering sound, the only sign that he was still alive. "Anderson's mind is different than mine naturally," Valeri said. "Sarah was programmed for my mind, my conscience." Julie put a hand on her mouth. "My God, we were right," she said. Ben tried to ask her what she meant, but his mouth was numb and stiff. "The system here, the woman's voice, the drones, all of it. It's an intelligence based on mapping the human brain and recreating the neurological pathways in it." "Brains, not brain," Reggie said, chiming in from behind Ben. "All those bodies downstairs." "Joshua's father," Coulson said. "He's down there, too." Joshua and Mrs. E appeared to Ben's left, walking over from their hiding spots, apparently no longer concerned with the drones. Two more crashed around them, and one of the machines barrel-rolled into a light fixture in the corner of the room. Anderson was now just a mass of flesh and bone, the little life left in him spurting out in small episodic seizures that grew further and further apart. His eyes had taken on a reddish hue, and his mouth was opening and closing slowly as he died. The helmet on his head held fast, secured to its subject by the pressure and electrical impulses traveling into his cranium. Ben wanted to turn away from the gruesome scene, but couldn't. "You mapped the human brain," Julie continued, addressing Valeri. "But you couldn't finish it. There was one more piece, wasn't there?" Valeri waited, closing his eyes again, then nodded once. "Yes, that is true. One final piece to the puzzle that has spanned millennia. We did it, I did it, and we did find that last piece." He turned his head. "He did, actually." Everyone turned to look at Coulson, who was standing next to Reggie, almost as wide-eyed as Anderson. "But that piece wasn't really the right code, was it? It was a different language." "That is an interesting way to look at it," Valeri said. "But yes, and there was no way to truly build Sarah her own piece, because it was not in a language, as you say, that we recognized." "And that's why you're here," Julie said. Ben was still struggling to understand, but he chalked it up to his splitting headache and the constant throbbing behind his face and eyes. "You wanted to give her your piece." "My conscience." No one spoke, and the group stood for almost a minute, looking down at Valeri. Ben thought the man was dead, but after a few more seconds, he cracked his eyes open just a bit. "Do it," he said. "You know what comes next. Just do it." "Gladly," Reggie said, walking over to Valère. Ben saw that his friend was holding the pistol that had fallen close to Valère's body. Ben forced his arm up, straining against the pain, and stopped Reggie. His shoulders rose and his back tensed as the events of the past day came rushing back to the forefront of his thoughts. He looked at Valère, staring into the man's eyes, trying to decide what to do. This man doesn't deserve death, he thought. Ben wouldn't have considered himself vengeful, but he certainly wasn't above it. He was a man of principle, at least he tried to be, but he was also just as stubborn as anyone else, if not more so. To Ben, the man lying on the floor in front of him had committed every possible slight against humanity, on a massive and an individual scale. He was a monster, if monsters had the power of gods and the moral compass of demons. "No," Ben said. He felt the eyes of everyone on him, including Valère's. "We need to make this right," he said. "Ben," Joshua said. What he did, and the people, governments even, that are probably backing him, there's no prison that can hold him." "There is." Chapter 67. Again, no one spoke. Ben sucked in a deep breath of air, fell to his knees, and grabbed Valère's feet. Julie rushed in to help, but he shrugged her off. The pain was considerable, spiking in muscles and joints he hadn't even noticed earlier. His face was completely numb now, bringing his awareness of the injuries elsewhere on his body to full attention. He ignored it, forcing himself to breathe, move, and repeat. He pulled Valère along, feeling the old, weak man struggling uselessly against Ben's strength. He wasn't pulling him far. When he reached the computer terminal, he dropped Valère's feet and spun him around so his arms were closer, and grabbed his right hand. Valère cried out, but Ben continued to ignore him. He reached up to the computer terminal and pulled off the palm reader, extending its cord as far as it would go. Not satisfied with the length of the cable, and not wanting to dislodge the other end of it, he yanked Valère's arm up as hard as he could, feeling a pop from somewhere in the man's shoulder. Valère sucked in a quick breath, but held it. To his credit, he didn't scream. He placed Valère's palm open on the reader, then turned to the computer screen. The monitor had gone to sleep, and Ben assumed the computer would be locked as well. He could assume Anderson's hand or one of the guards would be able to unlock the system, but he wanted Valère, specifically, for this, the master. The screen came to life. Ben looked at it, not sure if anything had really happened. The operating system didn't look familiar to him, and he suddenly wished he had told Julie his plan first, or Coulson. Really, any one of the group would be better at the computer stuff he knew. He was about to turn to one of them and ask for help when the computer spoke. The sound came from speakers mounted somewhere high above on the walls or ceiling or both. It was an eerie, echoing voice, the same lilted British accent they had heard many times before. "Monsieur Valère, welcome. I am glad you made it. It appears the final uplink was not successful. I have reverted my firmware to the previous version. Would you like to reboot?" Julie was there, and then Coulson standing on either side of him. "What are you doing?" Julie asked. Ben was trying to navigate the system, reading the labels on each dialog box and window as he moved around the screen. There were a few options that looked promising, but Ben didn't want to click anything that would lock him out again. "Ben," Coulson said, "please let us know what you're trying to do. We might be able to help." "Those people," he grunted, talking out of the side of his mouth. "Those people downstairs. They're all alive. I know what they do to them." Julie looked at him strangely, but didn't ask. Ben was about to give up, then he found it. System access. It was hidden beneath the bottom window, and it had taken Ben a minute to figure out how to roll through each section to get to what he assumed was the desktop. But he had found it. He clicked it, and a full-screen window appeared. A blinding, solid white background appeared, and black text filled the screen a second later. He used the arrow keys to navigate down the list, moving the blinking underscore symbol, what he assumed was this modal Windows version of a cursor, downward. The screen changed when he hit the bottom, and then he saw it. Section shutdown. He hadn't been entirely sure what it would say, but he knew this was the correct menu option. He quickly scanned the legend in the bottom corner of the screen, then pressed the return key. The screen changed once more, this time listing the levels of the station in order from the top, level 1, to the bottom, level 10. He cycled through the options, bringing the underscore symbol to a stop on the label for level 10. "Ben," Julie said, gripping his arm. "I know," he said. "Joshua, come here." He continued to stare at the screen, not sure if Joshua had even heard or understood him, but the man approached in a few seconds and took Coulson's place next to Ben. "Joshua," he said, working hard to form his words. "This ends it. Press return and it all stops. Joshua looked at Ben. The system Sarah was waiting for Valere, and it didn't get it. It was waiting for that last uplink because it was trying to disconnect from those people downstairs. That's the final piece he's talking about. Valere looked like he was about to pounce on Ben, but he remained on the floor, motionless. His body had given up, and the tremors were now becoming constant. Whatever it was that plagued the man, Ben knew, was currently winning. Everyone downstairs is alive, and while they are alive, the system is running off of their brains. They've built an almost perfect replica of a human brain up here in the server room, but they needed the last piece of the puzzle to switch it on fully. And since the system didn't get the final piece, it needed to wake up. We can shut it off for good, Julie said. By killing everyone downstairs, Coulson added. Reggie spoke from behind Ben. That's an impossible decision to have to make. That's why I'm not making it, Ben said. But I know what I would do if I was. Mrs. E and Reggie walked over, and they all gathered around Ben, the terminal, and Joshua, and everyone turned to Joshua Jefferson. The man seemed to be struggling, his characteristic poker face gone. The expression on his face changed every few seconds, but he came closer to the computer and reached up for the keyboard. "This is the kill switch, then," he whispered. "Literally?" Ben nodded. "But they're still out there," Joshua said. "The other people that were behind this, they're still alive, and we don't even know who they are." "Joshua," Julie said, "this is our fight, and it ends here. Draconis Industries is really this man." She pointed to Valere, watching all of them from the floor with a cold expression on his face. "And this place. Like Ben said, it ends here." Joshua swallowed and nodded. He stared at the computer screen, then closed his eyes. He pressed the key. "Initiating shutdown to level 10, the woman's voice declared. They waited, listening to the uncanny silence, something they had not yet experienced on the station. Ben pulled his wasted arm up and placed his hand on Joshua's shoulder. He leaned in closer. "That's what I would do." "Same here, buddy," Reggie said. Julie, Coulson, and Mrs. E nodded along. "Level 10 shutdown complete," the woman said a few minutes later, "commencing station-wide power save mode, complete system failure in approximately 23 hours. What about him?" Reggie glanced down at Valere, pitiful and broken on the floor. Ben and the others followed his gaze. "How long you think he has?" he asked. "Hard to say what it is exactly," Joshua said. "But the convulsions are picking up, and they're more frequent than they were from even 10 minutes ago." Valera was breathing heavily, grasping with his outstretched arms for a support that wasn't there. He shook violently for a few seconds, then stopped, his eyes fluttering open and closed. Ben chewed the inside of his lip for a moment. "He won't be able to get out of here." Reggie and Joshua shook their heads. "And the station will be deactivated in less than a day, frozen solid in another?" Reggie's eyebrows raised as if asking a question. "I have no interest in hauling this guy back to the States. We all know he'll be able to summon an unlimited amount of lawyers and all the money he'll need to get off the hook." "But we can't just leave him here alone," Julie said. "We're not," Ben responded without hesitation. "That creepy computer chick will be with him to the end." Chapter 68. They found Valere's plane, another massive cargo airliner outfitted with skis similar to the one they'd flown in on level 1. Half of the level had been apportioned to an underground hangar, gently sloping upward until it met with the level of the ground outside. In addition, they had found Valere's secret elevator, one that was not very secret, once the system, or Sarah, had gone into its power save mode. The hidden elevator was nothing more than a maintenance elevator, a large square car meant for nothing besides carrying equipment from the top of the base to the bottom. Apparently it was also the only elevator that was operational when the station was in its low power mode and a large orange light mounted above the door broadcasted its location to the group. They had taken the elevator to the top level, finding only dead bodies where a massive battle between the station's security and the Chinese forces had taken place earlier. Whoever had piloted the aircraft was gone as well, and the assumption was that it had been one of the guards who had accompanied Valere through the station. Still, the group was on high alert. And Julie, Mrs. E, Joshua, and even Coulson, holding a rifle they had pulled from a soldier, were standing guard at each of the plane's open doors. Julie was tending to Ben's injuries in the cockpit, where Reggie was trying to get the plane's power on. "You can't fly this thing?" Ben asked. Julie remembered their first trip with Reggie, piloting a small plane into the heart of the Amazon rainforest. "I'm a little uncomfortable with a Cessna," he replied. "Imagine how I feel with a beast this big." "I thought you were the kind of guy to take risks," Julie said, winking. Reggie smiled. "Trust me, this is not a risk you want me to take." "I'm with him," Ben said. "So can we get McMurdo?" Reggie had the plane's power on, but so far no sound had come from the radio. Working on it, he fiddled with the controls again, dialing in different frequencies and waiting for a response. "Hello, who is this?" Reggie frowned, still smiling as he looked at Ben and Julie. "I'm guessing whoever picked up is not a seasoned radio operator," he answered. "My name is Gareth Red, and I am near McMurdo Station. I am requesting assistance for myself and the group of 5 others I'm with." There was a pause. Understand. You are near the station? No other... Where exactly? Located? He pulled the mouthpiece down and looked at Ben and Julie again. "You think I should ask to speak to his manager?" Julie laughed, and Reggie continued. "I wish I could tell you exactly where we are, but I'm not sure. I would estimate it to be less than 100 miles from your location, somewhere along the Traverse." A new voice, a woman's, this one gruff and clipped, came through the radio. "This remote comm, ATC McMurdo, ground-to-ground communi... We have you, on a local frequency, and I believe we are seeing your location." The woman continued, the transmissions getting cleaner each time, and she told Reggie she had pinpointed their location to just in front of the start of the Transantarctic Mountains, and about 4 hours on the ground from McMurdo. They discussed details, and Reggie confirmed that McMurdo would be on their way within the hour to retrieve his group. Before they finished, the controller at McMurdo asked a final question. "One more thing, Red. Is there anything you can tell us about one of our junior researchers? Came up missing a few days ago. Name's Montgomery. Rolled Montgomery? Over." Reggie sighed, then responded. "Yeah, I can explain that. Unfortunately, he will not be returning with us. It's a long story, though, and I'd like to get a change of clothes and a bourbon first. Over." Chapter 69. There was a small cabinet in the cockpit of the cargo plane that, among other personal items, housed 2 bottles of liquor. Reggie and Coulson passed a bottle of cheap scotch between them, while Ben and the others, except for Joshua, opted for the Canadian whiskey. The 5 hours of waiting seemed to stretch on forever, considering how quickly the last 24 had gone. They spent the time laughing about the taste of the liquor and making fun of Reggie's flying ability, all trying to forget the hundreds of bodies that lay freezing below them. Mrs. E was quiet and reserved, refusing to partake in the drinking or the joking. She sat in the co-pilot's chair and looked out the narrow rectangle of windows at the dark wall of the hangar. Julie entered the cockpit, sat down, and waited for Mrs. E to turn her direction. "There's a lot of things that don't make sense," Julie said. Mrs. E nodded. "I assure you my husband and I were not aware of the circumstances here," she said. "I trust that. You fought with us, and I won't forget that. They won't either. But there's more to it than that, right?" Again, she nodded. "My husband will explain it fully, but we are not only interested in our investment here." "So there is an investment?" "Yes, just as he said. He will be disappointed in our failure to retrieve any of the data from this place, but he will understand that there was no alternative." "Then what was all that about Joshua before Hendricks died?" "Again, I will allow my husband to explain the details of that, but he is interested in continuing the relationship with Mr. Jefferson at least." Julie found the statements to be cryptic, and that only made her want to ask more. But she trusted the woman to her word. She had at least helped them through an impossible situation, and the woman deserved at least that. Julie's stubbornness wanted to push, but she decided against it. Whatever was happening was something she could look into later. Right now, she had other matters to attend to. She swung around to find Ben and Reggie laughing about something Reggie had said. Ben looked pitiful with his swollen head, his lips still nearly twice their normal size. Considering what she knew about Reggie, the man had probably joked about this very thing, poking fun at Ben, starting what would inevitably be a never-ending back and forth between them. Joshua was smiling, the lower half of his face bent into an easy grin and the top half as stoic and deadpan as ever. She walked over and sat down next to him. "Ben," she said flatly. He turned slowly, his body facing her before his head. "We need to talk." Reggie's eyes rose, and she saw that he was trying to stifle more laughter. "Now?" he asked. She nodded. "But Jules, is this about that god-awful proposal?" she said, cutting in. "Absolutely." Reggie's mouth started to open in congruence with his eyes, and next to her she heard Joshua let out a breath of air. "Oh man, is that what you 2 lovebirds were talking about back there?" Reggie said. "Ben, are you serious?" Shut up," he said. His gigantic lips were open in a line, the look on his face pure torture. Julie suddenly wanted to rescue the man she loved, but something in her just decided to sit back and watch the proceedings for a few more seconds. Joshua jumped in. "I can't believe that," he said. "You left us to do all the work, and you were asking her to marry you?" "I put the helmet thing. That was..." Reggie interrupted with a burst of laughter that drowned out Ben's voice so remarkably that his only option was to stop talking. Joshua joined in, and Julie watched as even Ben began to smile. They laughed together for a minute, Joshua and Reggie taking turns leading out on their friendly assault on Ben until Julie stood up. The laughter died down, and Julie walked over to Ben, his face and ears red, his fists balled at his sides. He was smiling, she thought, but it was hard to tell behind the mangled nose, face, and black eyes. "We can talk later," she said softly, grabbing his hand. "That was almost revenge for my proposal." He stood there, a head taller than her, not moving. "Now I'm going to make it even." That was probably one of the more awkward moments any of us have ever been in, so I'm going to one-up it. "You are?" Ben asked. She nodded, then reached up with her free hand and waved it, palm open, in front of his face. "I don't really know what this is right now, and I'm not sure how it got that way, but I'm going to try to kiss it. In front of our friends." Ben's face somehow grew even redder, and Reggie's and Joshua's laughter even more animated as Julie leaned up on her tiptoes and went in for her coup de grace. Chapter 70. "Mr. Red, have you ever heard of the Avengers Initiative?" the man on the television said. Reggie looked to either side of him, first over at Ben and Julie, then toward Joshua and Mrs. E. The man on screen, Mr. E, was the same man they had spoken with before embarking on their mission, and the room they were in, one of the ballrooms at the Broadmoor, was the same as well. Beautiful sconces and glorious crown moldings covered the walls, and chandeliers that looked to be a century old and still in perfect condition hung from the high ceiling. It was an obvious display of wealth to Reggie, but he was never one to deny his attraction to the finer things in life. If Mr. and Mrs. E wanted to treat them, again, to a fancy dinner and a stay in one of the world's premier resorts, he wasn't going to argue. Still, he wondered what Mr. E's point was with all the pomp and circumstance. The man on the television screen, like before, could not have seemed more plain. His attempt at a joke was even stranger. "Was that a joke?" Reggie asked. "Indeed." The man's expression did not change in the slightest. "Good one," Reggie said, not sure what was supposed to be happening right now. "I merely bring up the famed comic book characters to set the stage for what I'm about to ask you. All of you." Reggie noticed Julie sit up a bit straighter in her seat, and Joshua's head tipped back just a bit. Ben didn't change, but it was likely due to the wad of bandages and glistening medication that had been rubbed on his wounds and cuts. "While you were in fact sent to Antarctica to secure data that would help me prosecute Draconis Industries for procuring the use of restricted communications equipment and satellites, I understand that you each took part because of your own, more personal motives. I too had an ulterior motive, and it pained me to have to withhold it from you all, but it was required. I sent Mr. Hendricks and his team there for your safety and security, but also to assess the ability of your group as possible candidates." "Candidates for what?" Reggie asked. "I was recently approached by a contingent of representatives from each branch of the United States Armed Forces to discuss the possibility of leading a project they're calling CSO, or Civilian Special Operations. In addition, an acquaintance I'm sure you are all familiar with, Archibald Quinones, was there, as he and I have become quite friendly the last few months. Juliet, apparently your digging around and asking the CIA for help with this Draconis matter has not only interested them, it has prompted them to action, by dumping it off for someone else to handle. This meeting, as you can imagine, was classified as it is in the best interest of each party to deny such a meeting took place. Anyway, this group will be made up of civilians who possess the knowledge and training to accompany select members of Special Forces units to accomplish missions that are considered taboo by the U.S. government." Reggie was only slightly surprised that his old friend Archibald was in attendance. He had helped them in the Amazon, and it seemed that his help, while no longer of the physical sort, was still present. "But isn't that exactly what the Special Forces already do?" Mr. E nodded. "Yes, in a way. These missions are not expected to be militaristic in nature, which is specifically why it was decided men and women from the civilian sector should make up the majority of its membership. Corporate situations such as this affair with Draconis Industries and private security matters come to mind as possible uses for a group like this, and the fact that it will not be funded, at least not fully, by any particular government gives it more political immunity than many of the military-backed programs." "But you met with military folks, right?" "Indeed. I was asked to the meeting because they intend to appoint me as the group's leader from a financial standpoint. So, we trade our loyalties to the country in exchange for a dictator?" Mr. E smiled. "I too feared what that meant, but we have a solution. Joshua Jefferson has shown exemplary leadership ability, and his presence of mind under pressure, as reported by my wife, is without question. He will be overseeing the operations component of the CSO with committee-based oversight. Reggie grunted. And who's on this committee? My wife and I are, and one representative from the military, as well as each of you. The math adds up in your favor, and as long as you all agree. Ben sniffed, then wiggled his nose, trying to scratch an itch without touching his face. He turned slightly in his chair so his body was facing more toward Reggie and Julie, and he spoke to the screen. Mr. E, I'm sure we're all flattered, but seriously, don't you think we are a little underqualified to be your personal police force? In training alone, Mr. Bennett, Mr. E said, and that will be accommodated. However, as I mentioned before you left, each of you has a particular set of skills that our military and government cannot train or reproduce artificially. Furthermore, as I have explained, the types of assignments we are hoping to pursue do not interfere with the military's well-established style of engagements. Can you be more specific? At this time, no. This group is an idea, a germ of a possibility, and I wanted to bring it to you all as early as possible. But my vision, my dream, and part of the reason I got into the technology business in the first place is to pursue the sorts of things that our military does not have the time, resources, or interest in. They pursue science because very often its possibilities coincide with defense programs, whether in our country or in enemies. Private security is another option, but their programs are meant to protect a corporate entity or its leaders, and not much else. What I am hoping to do with this program is bridge the gap between the interests of the military and the interests of the rest of us. Julie, sitting next to Reggie, was oddly quiet, and when Mr. E finished speaking, he turned to her. "What do you think, Jules?" he asked. She waited a moment, still collecting her thoughts. I don't know. It's hard to say, really. After what we just went through, I'm not sure I want to know any more about these interests of yours. At this, Mr. E and Mrs. E laughed, and Joshua grinned. I completely understand. Let me give you an example, then. A few months ago, the American Museum of Natural History was attacked, and a priceless artifact was stolen. Local police could only go so far, yet the military was too large, disjointed, and ultimately too uninterested to pursue the matter further. There are private security teams that could have been contracted and employed, but they need to be paid for. That particular incident ended well, thanks to a couple of people who took it upon themselves to act, but it could very well have led to disaster. My intention is to build a team that can be deployed, doing what is right and necessary to bring down these sorts of people in a way that allows the U.S. government to focus on the bigger and more pressing threats, and gives them plausible deniability, Joshua said. That came up, yes, Mr. E replied almost immediately. Right. Well, if I'm understanding correctly, you want us to help you be the good guy, but fly under the radar, so to speak, so you don't step on the military's toes. But they'll help us out if we help them out, by giving us the hired guns, if needed. Reggie looked around to see if the others agreed with his assessment. They were still looking at the large television and the upper half of Mr. E on it, but each of them were slowly nodding along. Yes, though you too will be hired, he said. I believe in valuing people by paying them what they are worth. In addition to a bonus for your time in Antarctica, this new group will provide you each with a stipend that I believe should prove quite generous. Since the exact nature of the work is a bit vague, I will have Mrs. E hand you the compensation package now, but I will give you some time to consider it. Like a few minutes, a few months. Take some time to rest, Gareth. You as well, Joshua. If you accept, there will be training programs designed individually for each of you. And Julie and Ben, I suppose you two will get little rest. I hear a congratulations is in order. Reggie and Joshua laughed, and Mrs. E smiled. Ben's face flushed a bit, but Julie reached over and placed her hand on his arm. Reggie watched, his huge smile returning, and waited for Ben to look over at him. Ben, if Joshua ends up being your best man over me, I'll make sure your face stays like that forever. This has been The Ice Chasm by Nick Thacker. Copyright 2023 by Conundrum Publishing. All rights reserved. ConundrumPub.com.